Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
One of the greatest bands in rock history, The Who, present The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. See Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, The Who, live in the Bay Area, performing at Shoreline Amphitheater September 21st. Get tickets now at livenation.com. The Who, for the very last time. For more, visit thewho.com.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use, now what?
I had a friend that went to My Computer Career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Fall is the season for reinvention, and it's easy to do at Macy's Fall Favorite Sale. Come in and find your new favorite styles, like romantic ruffled dresses, chic trenches, cashmere sweaters, and textural fall layers, which are perfect for mixing and matching. All for 20 to 50% off. So if you're looking for your new favorite things, look no further than the Fall Favorite Sale. Tomorrow, only at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. We gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm all right. If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
San Francisco, early clouds with a high of 76.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Right.
It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what is going on, everyone? Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni. Joe Shasky holding it down for you here on the Morning Roast. Good morning to all. Shasky, I appreciate you letting me hang out with you this early in the morning. We don't get to do it often. We got a lot to get to. What's happening, my man?
It's good, you know.
You all right?
Well, you know, I've had to deliver a few eulogies over the years, and you know, those were for real people who I love tremendously and miss every single day. But you know, I love my Giants tremendously.
I know you do.
It feels like today we need to have the eulogy for the 2025 San Francisco Giants.
Are you sure? You sure you want to do it today?
Well, I mean, I've only done it 17 times in this one summer season. But yeah, I think I'm ready to declare it. The season is over.
Brian Walker last night, 6'5", Arizona. The Diamondbacks officially in front of the Giants. The Giants officially, what's it now, three back without the tiebreaker?
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. But, okay, I'll say this, though.
I'm not even mad at Ryan Walker.
Well, to me, it's less about being mathematically or you know, kind of how you feel as a fan being eliminated. Like, you're in it on September 16th. Now, you're not in it on September 17th, which is the day that stands today. Wasn't that kind of the point, though? To be in it with 2 weeks left and see if you could get there.
Look,
which
Evan,
obviously they did not.
Two things can be true. Number one, did they reach the goal that I wanted, which was like, let's try to make the playoffs, right? And I know they didn't make the playoffs. So, you know, on one level, there's a failure. This is professional sports. This isn't your fourth grade St. Elizabeth's team, right? You know, like, hey, just making the playoffs.
St. Liz had some hoopers.
You know, we used to crush them. Then, you know, I is the pros. Like, you're out here to, like, for big stakes. And on some level, they accomplished everything that they needed to big picture, while for the individual season, falling short. You know, you acquired a guy that you've been searching for 2 decades. You got around 275, around 30 to 35 home run, 110 RBI slugger who's going to walk 150 times a year. He might strike out 150 times a year, but you finally got that guy in the middle of the order who other teams have to fear where he's at in the lineup, and it will dictate the at-bats for players ahead and behind him. You got Rafi Devers. That was a huge acquisition. Rafi had some adjustments to go through this year, and I think that he proved for the most part. And I'm very encouraged. Not only does he work with this team and in this lineup, he can hit in our ballpark.
I mean, that's the whole point, is that you can get someone like him to hit the way that he's supposed to hit.
Yes.
And I know he didn't do it for the first few months. But to me, like, watching the game, and really the last couple of games, it got dropped day one, lost on a walk-off last night to the Arizona Diamondbacks. To me, what happened the last two nights, that's an example of when a baseball team or just a team in sports goes from playing without any expectation to playing with an expectation. And when they went 13-3 over 16 games, to me, it's because there was no expectation.
I agree.
There was no pressure. There was nothing on their shoulders outside of, well, we can't be any worse than we've already been playing, because they've literally been the worst team in baseball, or were, since they acquired Devers.
And I would go the counter to them this year in terms of what you're talking about. Throttle down is the throttle up of the Dodgers. When they've had multiple series where they've had to have it, be it the Padres earlier this year, they go out and sweep them. Whether it's the Giants over the last weekend, what'd they do? They just went out and hit them. Out-hit them, out-pitched them. They looked thoroughly more comprehensive top to bottom than the Giants. And so they're the reverse of where the Giants are at right now.
And to me, it was impressive the fact they even got into it. Like, I buried this team a month ago.
How many times did I bury them? I mean, but last night I thought was a good example of they just don't have enough currently right now. But I'm still simultaneously encouraged. So I have like mixed feelings. You know how like on Facebook the status used to be complicated?
That's right. I totally forgot that was an option.
Remember that?
Complicated.
That's kind of where I feel about the San Francisco Giants.
You can't make that public.
Well, no, I know, but
you can't do that.
Like, don't you feel that way about the Giants? So like last night, Ryan Walker. I actually think Ryan Walker, for the most part, hasn't been as bad as everyone else thinks he's been this year. Has he been disappointing based off the 2 months of last year and everybody kind of losing their mind? Well, kind of like you and your perspective, I was like, dude, he's doing this on a team that's going nowhere last year, and there weren't a lot of high stakes. So I wasn't as high of him as a closer heading into this year. So to see him struggle in the closer's role, lose the closer's role, look decent as a setup man and as an eighth inning man, and then again get the closer role because of injury and some trades, I'm not surprised he's been struggling in some of these situations. I want Ryan Walker in a 7th and 8th inning spot. I don't want him in the 9th. But to see him last night walk a guy, and then they bump those guys over, and they drive in and run, like that's kind of been how the season's gone for him this year.
Well, it's also the way the season's gone for the bullpen. And I'll say this, the fact that, again, they were within a game of the last wild card spot, to me, after you sold what could have helped you last night. If you would have two relievers in the back end of your bullpen, you might have got a victory yesterday, but you didn't. One of your closers who then stepped into that role, then blew out his elbow. And this is a baseball team that, for like 16 games, Shasky was the number one offense in baseball, and I can't explain to you why.
No one can. I mean, they're also one of the worst, the second and third, less than 2 outs hitting team in baseball for 4 months. Leading up to that particular sequence you're talking about.
That's what I'm saying. And it's like, so for the end of August to the middle of September, again, until September 16th, for them to do essentially what they did, it's in one breath impressive as it is frustrating. And that's why I think that, you can only look at it with however what you want in your glass, like a glass half full, glass half empty. Mm-hmm. But to me, in a way, the fact that they brought Bryce Eldridge up signaled to me that this is just a team that's still moving towards, like, they're progressing, but they're not yet a team that's ready to compete. If the whole reason he's here, but like he wasn't supposed to be here at all. The entire season to me was about, all right, can this team be good enough to prevent having to lean on these younger guys? And by the end of the season, you're seeing Sacramento River Cats up there left and right.
Yeah, but I think your point about they needed to be legitimized this year. And I think that for the first time in a long time, they feel legitimized. Now, have they gone out and had a record that says, you got to respect us? Not yet. Like, they're just not there yet. But I look at their lineup. Let me give you the lineup. We did this yesterday at the end of the show. The lineup 1 year ago today, okay? Mark Canha was leading off. Mark Canha at first base.
He was really good in 2018.
Shut up, Evan.
You pinch hit with Lamont Wade Jr. for him. Elliot Ramos was in left. Now,
he's still in the league.
Elliot's had a nice, I guess a solid year. I still have some questions on him.
At the plate.
Yeah. Matt Chapman at third base. Now, Matt was on a 1-year deal at the time. He had just about to sign that big extension because Buster had to walk into the room and do it. Gerard Encarnacion was your right fielder.
Dude, I totally forgot about that guy. And I'm just glad he's got both his hamstrings.
All right. Grant McCrae came in and they switched him out. Mike Yastrzemski was in center field for you to start that day. Then you had Marco Luciano as your DH, Brett Wisely as your shortstop, who got pinch hit for by Michael Conforto. All these guys are nobodies. And then you have Kirk Casale catching, and Patrick Bailey came in at the end of that game. Oh, yeah, and Donovan Walton at second base.
Who?
Donovan Walton.
You know what? Now that you mention that, and this might not sound good to some, 365 days later, that's called progress.
That's kind of where I'm going. It's like, look, the ultimate goal for this year of just trying to make the playoffs, they're going to fall short. Big picture, this is the best I felt about the Giants in a long, long time. And you could call me a homer. I really don't care. Like, this team is infinitely more watchable and more sustainable for the next couple of years. Let me just read you. This is last night's lineup. Now, I could go to the night before with Eldridge, but let me give you last night's. Ramos leading off. Devers, okay, he's on a big contract. He's going to be here. Adames in the 3-hole. He's on a big contract. He's going to be here. And as bad as his season was at times this year, you look up, he's still the best shortstop you've had since Brandon Crawford 2021, offensively and defensively. Crawford fell off a cliff defensively. Matt Chapman at third base, and I think his year has been subpar. The injuries, whatever, I think we can all be honest, like, it's been subpar. It's still better than, what was the guy that you were campaigning for a couple years ago? J.D. Davis, for crying out loud. Giants fans were campaigning for J.D. Davis to make the All-Star game in his 1-year platooning. Get out of here. Wilmer Flores was in the lineup last night. That's probably going to be, Eldridge next year. Yeah. Wilmer's had a fine career, a nice little run with the Giants. This is probably the last couple weeks of Wilmer Flores, and I salute him. He's been a good soldier. You had Casey Schmidt basically take over the second base job, and he had never played second base at any point in the minors. And now, I don't know, I'll start next year with him at second, and we'll see where it goes. Remember Fitzgerald, was playing shortstop for them down the stretch last year. Brett Wisely was playing shortstop for them down the stretch this year. We thought Fitzgerald, hey, maybe he could be a second baseman. We kind of found out pretty quickly that's not sustainable. So as optimistic as I am about Casey Schmidt, to be determined. But then you look at, Encarnacion and McCrae, and I know Matos got sent down, but him and Drew Gilbert, they're all auditioning for that one spot in right field. And then you got Jung Hoo Lee in center field. And as up and down as his season's been, he is one of the hottest hitters post All-Star break, so that's encouraging. Can it sustain? We will see. He's got a lot of money left on his deal, $88 million. But there's more carryover on the roster I saw last night into this offseason to maybe entice multiple starting pitchers, a corner outfielder, somebody to want to come here. They've got a good nucleus. Now can they take the next step forward?
I think the fact that you're feeling something on September 17th is a positive. And that might sound, like, what are we really doing here? But September 17th, 2024, people were asking if the Giants were still playing baseball games with that lineup.
It was hopeless.
The fact that you're feeling some sort of way about the Giants this late in the season means they've been playing meaningful baseball games, which has not been the case for the better part of the last 7 seasons. Outside of 1 year, they have not played meaningful baseball.
They've been under 500 every year except one since 2017.
That's a joke. That's a joke.
So they've made the playoffs one time, okay? Now, the Pirates have not made the playoffs in that time. There are 7 other teams that are all the also-rans in baseball. Or 5 other teams, all the also-rans in baseball who have not made the playoffs but one time in that time period. You are one of the bottom feeders for close to a decade in Major League Baseball in terms of making the postseason.
That's why you brought Buster Posey here. And I know it's again, it's not going to make anybody feel any better because you're not playing in the postseason, especially with an extra wild card spot. And some of these teams, like we discussed before the show, are not great teams. But it's year one.
Yes.
And year one, I'm sorry, like, I'm not going to give it an A, but I ain't giving it a failing grade by any stretch of the imagination.
To me, it was a foundational step forward for the team. Now, what you do with it and how you build off it is extremely important. So, like, for example, you referenced the one playoff year, 2021. Why was 2021 actually more aggravating for Giants fans than enjoying?
Because there was no staying power.
Exactly.
There was nothing about that group that you thought, they'll be here in 2025.
What were they to build off? Who was going to be there? But who also wanted to jump in and be added to the mix? What did they do that offseason? Nothing. You know, they signed a bunch of 1- and 2-year players, Conforto being one of them, for example.
Well, it's like you lost Gosman, you bring in Rodon, but it's on a 1-and-1, and then he's going to be gone again.
Exactly. This feels a little more sustainable. And then I look at their rotation going into next year. Like, clearly they need to rebuild the bullpen. Like that, I think we all would agree. Maybe it starts with bringing Tyler Rogers back and trying to find a closer, and then just praying that Randy Rodriguez could come back. I think his whole next year is out the window for me. But they need at least one, if not two, veteran starters. And they need one of these young guys, Landon Roop, Hayden Birdsong. Like, these guys have to have a full season. We need a full season before they can be trusted elements. And then you got to figure out what you're going to do with Robbie Ray. He's got 1 year left on his deal. I would jump the gun and give him a 2 or 3 year extension if he's willing to accept it. He's later in his career. He's 33, 34 years old. But he may not want to go that route, And if that's the case, you're going to have the same conversations that you had leading up to the deadline this year.
Yeah, look, they're still going to have some questions, but, to me, this is from the 925 and the Boxer University Working Drew Attorneys text line. A lot of money commitment to 4 guys who all underperformed this year. That's Chapman, Lee, Devers, Adames. Is that encouraging because they should be moving closer to the mean next year, or discouraging because they're on a new downward trend? That's from Franchise. To me, again, with what you brought up the last 3 years, and especially the end of last season, you cannot consider this year a downward trend. And not that you can't get worse, but they have not, to me, Shasky, they are moving in a northern direction. And it sucks because it felt like you wasted the last 6 years trying to replenish your system, trying to remake some sort of Giants identity. I mean, really just move into like an analytics age, which then we eventually had to burn and go back to the old days. But it's like, you do have to give this thing some time. And if there's one guy that I would be willing to give that time to, it's Buster Posey. I mean, we're going to talk about guys who get it in a little bit. We had Fred Warren on the station yesterday. The Bay Area has been blessed with a lot of athletes that understand both their place as great athletes as well as great ambassadors. And to me, Buster Posey is someone that fits both of those. And that's why at the top of this organization, I'm not mad at him this year. The only thing that I believe, and it's as much of a compliment to him as it is, a bit of a question about his decision earlier this year. I think the biggest question he's going to have to answer is, does he still believe that Bob Melvin is the guy to lead this team next year?
Yeah, it's kind of one of the ultimate questions. They haven't had a 30 home run guy since Barry Bonds.
No, Adames might get there.
Adames
might get there.
Well, no, but Devers has now played 79 games with the Giants. He's hit 16 home runs. And it started off really ugly. I think we could all agree. I think he would agree. This is a guy, transitioning to a different coast, has to move his family, and obviously he's transitioning to a completely different environment, a new team, a new league. So there's so many elements to where you could poke holes like, Joe, this guy underperformed, that guy underperformed. Dude, if you're telling me this guy has the potential to hit 35 and 110, we haven't had that since 02, 03, 04. That's how long it's been for them to find a middle-of-the-order guy when it feels like every team in baseball is growing those guys on trees.
Well, I was going to say, those are guys you need nowadays.
You have to have them.
I mean, even on teams that aren't quote-unquote impressive, on teams that are fringe playoff teams. You look last night, Corbin Carroll's one of those guys. Ketel Marte's one of those guys.
Getting on base late in that game.
And I don't think that Diamondbacks are particularly impressive, but they are ahead right now of the Giants as far as finding those kinds of guys.
Well, and they're going to always have an advantage because of, the quality of life in Arizona is a factor for a lot of these players who train there all year round. They have
the elevation, for sure.
They have a familiarity with it, the weather, and there's, some advantages state income tax-wise that California just can't compete with. So there are real factors for the Giants, not the Dodgers. The Dodgers are their own entity, but the Giants have legitimate hurdles that they have to overcome. And I look up today and I'm like, all right, well, as bad as it was for the shortstop, Adames, this year, his output isn't that much behind 2021 Crawford, which was a freaking all-star year for Crawford and one of his banner seasons. And it was bad, I think. I'm talking unwatchable for Adames for 2 months? 3 months? So for him to right the ship, I am encouraged.
All right, here's what we got going on today. We are going to discuss the Giants a little more on the other side because I see calls coming in at 888-957-9570. But also, with Fred Warner joining the station yesterday on Willard Dibs, I hear an athlete who gets it, and I think we've been talking a lot this summer about some athletes who do, some athletes that don't. Also with the 49ers, if you're looking at the identity of this football team, I think it's a brand new group. Is the identity more on the offensive side or the defensive side of the football? And where does the coaching factor into that? We got a lot coming your way. Also, of course, Jonathan Kaminga updates and the Warriors, they move towards training camp. We'll get into that as well. All ahead on the Morning Roast. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni. Shout out to everyone watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We got Matt Lively of KPIX coming up at 9:20. All guests, of course, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. But Giddings, Shasky back after this. All coming up in the game brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Toyota's legendary truck event is on, and the deals are legendary. Just announced, get low APR plus 500 bonus cash on 2025 Tacoma, or get low APR or an incredible $3,000 cash back on 2025 Tundra. Get to your Toyota dealer now, because this truck event is gonna be Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with Premier Ready credit cashback available through TMNA and cannot be combined with other offers since 9/30/25.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org. Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace. Grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly. And catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
It's your boy Dibs. It's football season, which means we talk to stink Mark Schlereth on the regular. Now, back to a show that actually doesn't stink. The Morning Roast.
Oh, you know who else doesn't stink? The Golden State Valkyries. They got a massive win or go home game tonight. Game 2 between the Valkyries and the Minnesota Lynx tonight at 7 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni with Joe Shasky. Talking a little bit about situation, transition, but also people who get it. And one of the reasons why me, Shasky, the way that I feel about, let's say, the Giants and why I'm feeling more optimistic about them is because I believe that there is someone who sits in the highest tower who looks over this team who gets it.
I agree.
That's Buster Posey.
You know, it's funny that you reference him. Who did he replace?
A guy who didn't get it, Farhan Zaidi.
Yeah. And, people get triggered when you bring up any kind of politics. But in San Francisco yesterday, what ended up happening was there was an election, specifically about a recall. And there was a District 4 supervisor whose name was Joel Engardio. And for those that maybe don't know about San Francisco, what's going on, but they closed the Great Highway, okay? It's adjacent to the beach. And Joel was, I know, I'm a San Franciscan, so this is something that's very passionate to me. Joel was elected to, be the supervisor of District 4. And I'll lay on this plane, so just bear with me, those that are out there. The constituents, the people he represented, the entire Sunset did not want and outvoted and did not want that park. The other side of the city, which had more votes in that side, outweighed their votes, and it very narrowly passed. And so it felt like in San Francisco, people that don't live in the neighborhood voted to affect the neighborhood they don't live in, and the people that do live in the neighborhood felt like the representative didn't understand their community, didn't represent their community and sold a bill of goods to them and said he wouldn't close the Great Highway when in fact he did. And the reason why I find him very similar to Farhan came in and it was like, hey, we want everyday players. Like, that's actually what we want. And yet he never got any, never signed to any long-term deals. The one that he did sign to a multi-year deal, he ended up trading away Mitch Haniger because the guy stunk. All right? The constituents, the consumers, the people that love this team rejected his go-to business strategy. We rejected it completely. And basically the Giants fans recalled Farhan Zaidi, just like what District 4 did yesterday in recalling Joel Engardio. And he's out of here. And the reason why he's out of here is because he didn't listen to, in this case, the consumer or his constituents, the people he's supposed to represent. So whoever the next person is, better listen to the people that actually live in that community and try to serve them well. What does Buster Posey know about Giants fans? We want everyday players, for the most part. Doesn't have to be every position on the diamond. That's what we want. We want guys that are good guys that we like, that are rah-rah dudes. That's why Willard Dibs is here. He has got an effervescent, personality. We love that. That's why Pablo and Hunter Pence, some of those guys were so beloved. And I think a lot of people, even though it was so bad for so long with Willard Dibs, it's like, yeah, but I think he really cares. And I think the guys really like him. Like, I'm gonna be a little more patient, Buster knows what this fan base wants, and that's why, to your point about, like, does he get it? I meet so many people in life who don't get it, and I'm like, well, you're going to be a failure. Like, read the room. Whereas Buster, I don't know if he's going to be the ultimate achiever and win a World Series, but I'll tell you this, 1 year ago, I had no faith that this organization would get it right, and right now, I'm feeling really optimistic, and I think I've come a long way in one calendar year on this team.
888-957-9570 is the number. Nick in Berkeley wants to talk about the San Francisco Giants and just that subject. Are you getting the most out of this team? And Nick, curious to get your thoughts on it. Good morning, man. What's going on?
Man, first of all, we have to be very careful about who we draft, and I wouldn't even try to be draft. I wouldn't put so much stock in the draft because I don't know what's going on with our minor league coaches because we're terrible. So, you got to make some changes down there. Obviously, the Giants, they're hot and cold on the hitting. Like, we need to try to steal a coach from, like, one of these teams, like a good head coach or a young upstart, and we got to sign some 4 or 5, 6-year veterans, man, that understand the game and just bring them together. It takes a little while to build the chemistry. Chemistry is very underrated in baseball, and it has to be there for the team to win. And that's why Farhan was terrible, because he didn't understand anything about chemistry, and basically he was incompetent and asleep at the wheel. Other than that, like Buster, he's up in the kitchen with his kitchen scissors, and he's trimming the fat. He's about to trim the fat, so I'm not even worried about that. But the interview with Warner was great, and let me tell you right now, man, we're about to smash the Cardinals. We're defensive-minded right now. We saved the first 2 games. Defense saved the first 2 games. Shanahan, I love the last game, the way he was calling passes with Max. They seemed to be different plays than he runs with Purdy. I don't know why. But, man, it was an awesome display of a backup coming in and just, standing there calm and cool and firing the pill around the yard. And he started off pretty inefficient. He looked kind of tight, but he loosened up his saddlebags, and he got it right. But I'm telling you, man, the Cardinals were on revenge mode. It's Levi Stadium, baby, opening day, and we're about to put the smack down. We don't care who.
Let's go.
I love the energy, Nick. It's funny because they got a backup quarterback. They got a backup tight end. They got the 3rd youngest defense in football, but they're 2-0 and nobody cares.
It doesn't matter.
That's all that matters.
Just win. You talk about people that get it and don't get it. I think what makes John Lynch so beloved by so many is that he understands how to read the room, and there are times you need to fall on the sword, and there's times you need to smile. There's times you need to be serious. I think there's times that you need to be, not lie to people, but not tell them the whole truth and present things in a certain way that people can digest, even if it's bad news. And you talk about people who get it and don't get it. I think John Lynch, similar to Buster Posey, there's a credibility of I played at a high level, but everyone around me who I played with speaks to my character, and I've carried that character over into the front office. And I'm going to make mistakes. Like, nobody's perfect. There's no GM that bats 1,000. But I think the humility and the ability to understand how to work the media in front of the bright white lights is a really underrated skill. And the guy before him who didn't understand it was Trent Baalke. And I think he got really defensive. Trent Baalke was Executive of the Year one year. Mm-hmm. People have forgotten that. Now he's a bumbling boob and can do no right. But there was a time he was the one pounding the table to draft Aldon Smith. Aldon had 45 sacks through 45 games. He's prolific start to his career. He was the guy who signed Carlos Rogers, who ended up being an All-Pro, and putting Navarro Bowman as a starter. Like, he did a lot of great things for the Niners. I think one of the things that really failed him was how to read the room. It was the beginning of the downfall for Trent Baalke. And I think John Lynch has that quality that Trent never had.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know Trent Baalke personally, but what I feel like about John Lynch that separates him is, and I think a lot of these guys, Posey particularly too, it's a sense of security, like a sense of...
It's interesting.
I've accomplished everything that I've already needed to accomplish as a player, in my field, in my career, and it doesn't make me better than you, but it gives me a sense of grounding, that all the decisions that I make are going to be ones that may not be perfect, but are sensible, are educated, and are going to move us in a positive direction. And that, to me, that's why also the decisions that they make have a built-in sense of trust, a level of trust from their fan bases, is because John Lynch is a Hall of Fame player, but he doesn't carry himself around like he's a Hall of Fame general manager.
No.
And he's made some great decisions. He's also made some horrible decisions, but he doesn't puff out his chest when the Niners do incredibly well, and he also doesn't do anything but digest the blame whenever anything goes wrong. I think that, like, those are two qualities about leaders in general, and I think that's why for athletes, like, you can be a great athlete and not get it, but the ones who get it and that are great, that's what puts them into a different stratosphere.
Replacing Bob Myers. Now I'm thinking about the Warriors. I'm just kind of offshooting here. Like, Bob was so likable in terms of his interviews and the way that he would just sit in the room and you'd listen to him. And I think the majority of people really liked Bob Myers. And he had some level of credibility as an agent, but not as a player. I think of Dunleavy now taking over the Warriors job. And I tell this to a lot of the young Warrior fans, like, he was despised as a player. He wasn't just, like, not liked. He was booed every time he touched the ball toward the end of his career. Fair or not. And he was probably better than Warrior fans gave him credit for. He never lived up to being the number 3 overall pick. We were ticked off we didn't get Yao Ming. You know what I mean? Like, there were so many things that were out of his control. And I look at, like, him taking over for a very beloved individual who won many titles. And I do actually think he reads the room really well. And all those things that maybe he doesn't have on his resume as a player like Buster and like John Lynch, I think he makes up for in common sense.
Well, we've talked about some of the front office members. Coming up next, I want to get into the athlete you feel like in the Bay Area right now gets it the most. Because to me, there's one name. There's one name right now that I've been thinking about for the last couple of weeks that was incredible on Sunday for the San Francisco 49ers. And if I'm thinking about an athlete who gets it, I'm going to tell you who and why and what separates him on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see you, Jimmy and Bayview. Hang on through the break. We are going to get to your call. Also a reminder, again, the Valkyries tip off tonight at 7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. Game 2 of the first round WNBA playoffs. Win or go home. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
There are children, friends, and families walking, riding, on paths and roads every day. Remember, they're real people with loved ones who need them to get home safely. Protect our cyclists and pedestrians, because they're people too. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax.
centers.
Here we go.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-814-1500. That's 800-814-1500. 800-814-1500.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K. Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni with Joe Shasky, holding you down here on a Wednesday. Good morning to all. And you know what, Shasky? There's just, number one, something about this song that really gets me going.
I love this song.
But number two, I'm driving around yesterday, and I'm listening to the station, and there's an individual, there's just like a voice that I think right now, to me, makes me feel more comfortable watching Bay Area sports than anyone out there. And I want to see if you can help me figure out why. And the guy is Fred Warner.
Oh, the president? This is the senator?
Yeah. And he's in his, I'd vote for him for 17 terms. Fred Warner could be my president any day. And he's on Willard Dibs yesterday. And, watching what he did on Sunday, the peanut punch on Kamara, he's covering Juwan Johnson, the second to last play of the game.
Third and 2 was just a hell of a play.
Blanketing their best pass catcher. And I'm just thinking, this guy he's it. He's just whatever it is. He is
next to his neck.
The best at his position. He is the ambassador of the 49ers and somehow finds a way through all of that to kind of just be a cool guy.
Guys gravitate toward him on the team and in the fan base. So everybody brings up, back in the glory days, the name everyone goes, oh, Joe Montana and Dwight Clark. If you talk to the OGs and you remember it, the guy that was the leader of the team, the way Fred Warner is the leader of the team right now, was Ronnie Lott. Ronnie Lott was that guy. Excellence personified across multiple positions in the secondary, but it was the ability to be able to rally the entire locker room behind him and have the credibility that whatever came out of his mouth, he meant 110%. And if you were going to beat him, you physically had to drag him off that field. And I feel the same way about Fred Warner. Now, there's other guys that have been great players for the Niners. Bryant Young, Patrick Willis. I can go right down the list. Some of those guys were quieter leaders outwardly. Bryant Young was kind of understated. Mm-hmm. He was class personified, and everyone respected him. Justin Smith, same way. But they played in an understated kind of a way. And you didn't see them everyone get here. Let me get the whole team. I'm going to break everyone down. I'm going to fire up. There was a level of, almost go about your way in an understated way. Willis kind of was that way. It took a long time for Willis to lead the huddle out of the tunnel. It took a long time for him to break down the entire team. That didn't happen in the first couple of years. He had to grow into that role. And so I look at Fred Warner since day one as a rookie, going up into Minnesota with the green dot helmet on his helmet and be able to communicate with the defensive coordinator. He has been the leader on this team, on the field, in the locker room, and at the podium for quite some time. You are 100% correct. He's one of one.
We're brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And this is part of it, too. This is from the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Fred Warner has literally missed one game his entire career.
Was that the one that he sat out on purpose week 18 against the Rams when Darnold started?
It might have been.
Was that it? That might be the only one.
Last year, he played 17 games, and I believe the last 12 of which were on a broken ankle. That's ridiculous.
Well, the image of Patrick Willis, that I have etched in my head is multiple years, not just Ole Miss. What?
The club?
Yeah, the club. And still punching balls out and diving around, both ankles being heavily taped and fighting through things. To play the position of whether it's safety or linebacker, you've got to be completely insane. That's number one. But to do it when you are less than 100% is just a quality that very few possess.
I mean, the fact that he's the best at his position, that he is... Right now, actually, with that fumble forced, he tied Patrick Willis, of all people, for most forced fumbles as a San Francisco 49er. As a linebacker, he has 54 passes defended, which is the numbers speak for himself. He's the best at his position. He's the best in the game. But then he'll also go and talk about the place that he plays and the people that he plays for and he shows them love. Like, this is him talking about yesterday on Willard Dibs, how the energy in New Orleans was just different because of the 49er fans.
Yeah, no, I think overcome is exactly right, dude. I mean, it was just an overflow of just gratitude in that moment. You know, I pray for moments like Sunday where, you know, I could be put in positions to help my team win games. That I think in that moment, just seeing all those fans that just overtook the Saints stadium, man, and they're all screaming for me, and it was truly just a moment of gratitude. It was overwhelming, but I can't speak enough to how amazing the faithful have been on the road. I can't wait to be back home this week for our first home game. I know they're going to show up and be big for us at home.
You ever had a chance to meet this guy?
Fred?
Yeah.
I mean, not like actually one-on-one, but I've been around him like at practice and stuff like that.
Okay, so at practices, what do you notice?
Number one, he is imposing.
He's physically
huge. 6'3", 240. I mean, this is a big
Greek god.
Big man.
Yeah.
But it's also like it's kind of just like an energy that exudes from him. That, to your point, you said it earlier, like people just gravitate towards him. His teammates are always. If you look at, I feel like a lot of plays, and I know he's got the mic, so he's making out calls.
Yeah.
But if you look at in between a play, everyone's looking at him.
Yeah.
Everyone is always looking at Fred Warner. No disrespect to Nick Bosa. No disrespect to some of the great players that have played while Fred has been there. But in between plays, when everyone needs to know what's going on, they're looking at 54.
He makes these separation plays. You know, like Willis hitting, Brad Smith always comes to everybody's mind, and there's lots of different moments. I think about a couple of collisions he had with Steven Jackson, who was the Rams running back for quite some time.
I don't even know if you can hit people like that anymore.
No, you can't. And then obviously him and Marshawn Lynch would meet in the hole many, many times. I always listen to how like your peers talk about you on other teams, and like what's the reverence or the fear that they address you with. The famous Ronnie Lott play with Ickey Woods, where he just ended Ickey Woods in the Ickey shuffle. It was just over from that point on, just never the same. Fred Warner does that to people. I mean, it's been multiple seasons since we finally got a little taste of Najee Harris. I mean, Fred just KO'd him early in the season. It was like, I don't know if Najee's going to be the same for the rest of this year. Remember that play?
Yeah.
A couple years ago, start the year? Fred has that kind of quality about him. I've been lucky enough to be around him for two separate charity things, and I don't want to put too much out there, but I had a chance to meet him, and at the time it was his girlfriend. You want to talk about like a genuine great dude? Not only is he a great player, not only is he a great leader, not only does he represent wearing the 49er uniform and the colors and the logos to the highest standard, right? Like those are the guys you want to root for. But when you meet them and they're even nicer and more personable in person, and then they say nice things in front of your wife and in front of your family and your friends and stuff like that. That's when you're like, dude, that guy's such a great guy, And we get lucky, and I think we get opportunities in this industry, if you will, to kind of like overlap and see some of these guys outside. And not everyone is that way. In fact, a lot of them, are different. Just look at your own job settings. Not everyone acts the same. Some people want to just leave the job site and do their own thing, and that's fine, and it doesn't make them an awful person. But I've got enough horror stories from enough people who are just like bad dudes away from the sport, just like they would if they were a plumber, an electrician, politician, firefighter, cop. Pick the profession, lawyer, doctor. Fred is legitimately that authentic.
And that's something you can't teach.
No.
You can't bestow on someone. It's just something that you have. Again, it's it. And that's what we're kind of talking about. When I heard Fred Warner yesterday on Willard Dibs, it just had me thinking about the athletes that get it. The Bay Area athletes that get it. In the first hour, we talked about Buster Posey, someone who gets it. He's someone that makes me feel better about the state of the Giants. Fred Warner is right now the person in the Bay Area that I feel the best about. And it's because I'm watching it every single Sunday. But that individual, right now at the peak of their powers, where the franchise is kind of in a potential transition year, transitioning from something bad last year to hopefully something good, it's like I always just sort of gravitate towards, all right, where's Fred at? What's he saying? What's he doing? And then after the game, I got to hear from him. He was the most emotional member on that football field on Sunday. Like he was crying on the sideline after a Week 2 win against the New Orleans Saints. And as much as that might feel like, okay, what are we doing? It's also, that's because it's Fred Warner.
Don't you think there's obviously like this class, humility, respect factor. But isn't there also, like, the guys that are truly one of one, the Currys, the Jerrys, I'd throw Steve into this particular bucket as well, where off the field they're just as gracious as they are on, but while you're watching them compete, you feel like they want to win as much, if not more, than any other person who has ever played the game. Forget the fans for just a sec. Like, you feel like they are playing this game like it might be their last game at all times, and all they want to do is win at all costs. There's a purity to that.
I mean, I think they want to win as much as the fan wants their team to win.
Yes.
And I think that's, like, athletes make so much money now, and they're in such completely different spaces than you or I, members of the media, fans in general are able to be. Their lives are vastly different than we will ever know. So the times where you get to see them just channel a little bit of how you're feeling, to me, goes a long ways. Mm-hmm. And that's why it makes it difficult sometimes, I think, to connect with a lot of modern-day athletes, because you don't get the sense that they care as much as you do. Fred Warner is one of those unique individuals that it feels like he cares as much about winning as 49ers fans.
Would you also agree with me that there are other guys that maybe can't read the room and don't get it?
Oh, yeah.
And kind of write their own ticket out of town?
100%. And again, it doesn't mean that these are bad athletes, but like being a great athlete or making great plays makes you memorable. But being someone that understands the responsibility of representing a franchise like Fred Warner does makes you unforgettable. And, you know, it's the whole legends never die thing. Shout out the Sandlot. But that's the difference. Like, you can be a great athlete. You can achieve the highest of heights. Like, again, not to single him out, but Nick Bosa has been a DPOY. He's been the best defensive player in football. I do not look at him like I look at Fred Warner, because there is a difference between the two. And it's not a knock on 97.
No.
It's just Fred Warner gets it, I believe, where sometimes Nick Bosa leaves me feeling like he doesn't.
Let me give you maybe a more extreme example on the Niners. I think Debo kind of lost the plot in general and started to not get it. And that just might be who he is personality-wise, where he's just defiant. And, you know, not everyone's going to be the same. Me and my brother are dramatically different. We come from the exact same family tree, you know? We're dramatically different. But, like, I did feel like Debo, there was obviously a contract thing. There was underperformance. There was a flippant nature about him that I think really frustrated Niner fans. Almost front-runner-ish. Now, he had unbelievable moments. The Philly game, even after everyone was angry at him, Philly game is one of the greatest cash a check on someone's face moments of all time. He wrote a check and then went out and cashed it on Philly's entire face. It was one of the greatest games in Niner history. I'm being dead serious. Regular season. It's an all-time game.
Cha-ching!
But by the end, I mean, he's dropping passes in the rain at Levi's, getting booed by the home crowd.
Yep.
Because I think the whole thing had ran its course. And that brings me to another guy, you know, Jonathan Kaminga, that I've been thinking about long and hard, and like how he's going to be perceived throughout his entire contract situation. I remember what happened with Pablo Sandoval. And Pablo's interesting. He started off so beloved. And I did feel like he read the room, and he got it. And then I think for a very specific period of time when he did not get paid and Hunter Pence got the money he didn't get, I do think it jaded him, and I get it. And I actually defended him. And, like, not that his actions were good. They weren't. Like, he said and did some things that I'm sure he regrets to this day. He went to Boston, and he got humbled, and then he came back, and then I felt like he had a different appreciation and then got it again, if that makes sense. So he did, like, the full entire circle of this experience. And I just wonder where we're at right now on this, if it was like a wheel of Jonathan Kaminga, because every single day I'm getting different Jonathan Kaminga updates. And I'm like, I get there's this money aspect, and there's this ability that he's like, I want to get paid. I want to make, you know, as much as I can. And I feel disrespected, and I don't want to play for this coach. Like, I understand all those internal desires, but also it would be pretty naive for him to not acknowledge fan perception is real. And walking back into that uniform after everything that's gone down, you're putting yourself in a tough spot, not just with the fans. Now, how are your teammates going to look at you after everything that's been going on?
I have my questions. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, who again play tonight at 7 o'clock, Game 2, first round of the WNBA playoffs. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
So, like, for example, we argued as a fan base, a station, a media, for, 7 months about Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah, felt like longer, but you're probably right. Yeah,
okay.
only 7.
Who argued against, hey, you got to do this for your profession? We understand. Like, this is the tact that you have to employ to get every single dollar in that sport. Like, we all understood that. But with that comes consequences. And one of the consequences, right, are you better not care how fans perceive you. Some people can just blow it all off and still perform. Other people, it does bother them. You know, there's the consequence of, all right, if I do this, how will my teammates accept me in the locker room? And I think in football, because of the nature of the sport, it's a little different. We've seen what happened to the San Diego Padres with the whole, Juan Soto and Tatis and Machado, and you're getting paid and I'm not, and I want this and you got that. And like, those things are real elements. We saw it with Hunter Pence and Pablo, who I referenced earlier, and just kind of the domino effect that had in that locker room, that clubhouse. I just wonder, like, with Jonathan Kaminga, no one is faulting that he has to do what's right for him as the player. What I'm saying is, I'm not sure he grasps the big picture. Like, I understand his actions are what he believes them to be. Does he know, and is he prepared for all the other stuff that comes with what he's doing? I don't know.
Well, that's what I think separates athletes. It's not... In general, I don't fault a guy for trying to go get their money. They only have a finite amount of time where they can maximize their career.
Sure.
Like, you're on radio. You can talk until the day you die. But these athletes, average lifespan in the NBA is, 3 years, 4 years? That's a lot of these guys who are good can play more than that. But if you have that much amount of time to get a lifespan's worth of money, I can't kill you for doing it. However, to your point, there's consequences to that.
They have ramifications.
But the athletes that are able to rise above it, that somehow are able to keep, I don't know if it's, kind of like themselves centered or just this level of respect for the people that are also paying their hard-earned dollar to watch them play and then earn their check. Those athletes, that's why, to me, there's a different category for them. Like the Currys, the Rices. Nowadays, listening to them, the Warners, like those guys, there's a different category for those guys. The guys that are great, that make all the money in the world, and still yet feel like they're one of us. Because I think that's why it's like listening and watching them play a lot of the times, I just get the sense that there's few athletes that are able to separate the game from the business, and everyone, for the most part, is just in it for kind of I don't know if it's themselves. I don't know if it's to win, but it's like there's just blurred lines there, Shasky.
You brought something up that I actually think is very under-analyzed. There's the business aspect, and then there's your ability to compartmentalize and continue to perform in your profession, given all the other stuff going on. When Pablo signed the big deal with Boston, like, it cratered him. Expectations, the money, there were so many elements of it. The pressure from the fan base. Same thing happened to Barry Zito. There's an underperformance quality of this, but there's all the external factors that are making things worse and worse and worse. And some guys can compartmentalize it. Some guys can do the Barry Bonds. I don't care that 50,000 people are booing me and throwing, inflatable syringes onto the field. I'm going to still perform. Some guys can do that. Shohei Ohtani, I'm under federal investigation and I completely skated. And, I'm going to still hit 50 home runs and be, back-to-back MVP. Some guys can do it. Other guys can't. They just can't.
Well, but to your point, someone like Bonds is so great that no one cares from a standpoint of, okay, well, we're not going to judge him for it. But to me, and it might be an unfair comparison, but to me, that's the difference between Bonds and Mays.
Well, he's on one level of the spectrum.
But Bonds and Mays are in an equal plane as far as their talent, their ability. They are godlike talents. They're godlike players.
Yeah.
Thank you, Big X. But what they're able to do
that came out of nowhere.
Off the field, Carter loves that song.
I do too, though.
It's a great song. It was even better live. The difference between Bonds and Mays, though, is Mays is someone who felt like, and everyone you heard about him, he was San Francisco. Bonds kind of just was. I feel like now he's coming back and is embracing everything. But when he was playing, he made it very difficult to, I don't know, like just relate to him as a person. You loved what he did, though, but not who he was.
He was such a unicorn. He was so good, it didn't matter. Like T.O. T.O. was that way, too. He was so good. The attitude and all the negative red flags that are clearly obvious for the majority of Niner and Giants fans, we just look the other way, right? The guy that I actually think is where you're going, Jeff Kent. He was really, really, really good and very surly, and people just, for whatever reason, they didn't like him, and I think it did get to him. And him getting in the accident on the motorcycle, and him getting mad that Giants fans were so mad and everything. Like, there was a lot that was baked into the whole Jeff Kent thing, and I think it took a long time for him to read the room. And like, dude, do you get it? And he's a great player. Not on the level of Bonds and Mace, not even close, but a great, great player. I mean, to me, he should be a Hall of Famer. He probably won't get in ever, even in the Old Timers Committee, but he should be in. And I never thought that he got it.
Well, and I think one thing we're talking about, too, is how much, whether it's a contract dispute, it usually comes down to, okay, a player is trying to get the team is trying to take care of themselves, but a lot of the onus, I think, in many situations does fall on the player to remain a professional. And how you handle yourself in those situations, that does determine how a lot of people feel about you. To me, the Jonathan Kaminga situation is probably Exhibit A of that. And however you felt about him before, good, bad, or the other, I think everyone is at the point where they just want it to end. Similar to the Brandon Ayuk situation last offseason. I think BA, before the contract dispute, was very much beloved.
Oh, his approval rating was super high.
In fact, after it was kind of confounding to me how much people had done a 180 on him. But after 7 months of hearing, well, he wants this, and then the goalpost has moved, and it plays out in the public eye in a fashion that is just detrimental to both sides. It just leaves you feeling different about the athlete.
It's one thing if this happens during the normal offseason in a decent amount of time. It's another when it feels like, to the fans, it bleeds over into the camaraderie, chemistry, success, and the team-building stuff for the season. And I think Trent suffered from this, and Ayuk, and even Bosa to a smaller degree. Hey, dude, like, the season's about to start here. You're messing up our whole team chemistry. Because of your contract thing, we can't focus on these other things that are going on right now. And I think that element, when I look at the JK situation with the Warriors, I think that's as much as anything.
I mean, some of it is unfair to the athlete because the team plays a role in this too. Like,
there's always a pie chart of culpability.
Exactly, but like take the Niners. Like, they always get outside of this offseason, they generally get their deals done late.
Yes.
They always try and penny pinch. And to me, that is something that also falls a little bit on the team. But, stepping inside that, I don't know if it's kind of where you fall and the culpability pie you're talking about, Shasky. But what I want to get into next is just how much the contract changes the way you look at someone for good or for worse, and how much an athlete, do you feel like still gets it after they go through this entire process. All right, Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni with Joe Shasky. Coming up on the game, brought to you by Moderna. We're back after this.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
You're going to come up on heavy traffic, and it stays
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Ford is blocking the right lane. The good thing is
your NorCal Honda dealers have a huge selection of new Accord hybrids. Trade for the best and get a great deal today. Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Fall is the season for reinvention, and it's easy to do at Macy's Fall Favorite Sale. Come in and find your new favorite styles, like romantic ruffled dresses, chic trenches, cashmere sweaters, and textural fall layers, which are perfect for mixing and matching. All for 20 to 50% off. So if you're looking for your new favorite things, look no further than the Fall Favorite Sale. Tomorrow, only at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Union City's finest, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'm listening to my guy, Joe Spadoni, and my brother from another mother, Excelsior's finest, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. Take it away, guys.
Oh, heck yes.
What's up, Goo? He's probably listening right now. What's up, buddy? Giddings in for Spadoni with Shasky. Speaking of, wait, so do you live near McLaren Park, or used to? Is that down south? That's right.
I grew up right near it. Did you see what happened yesterday?
Yeah, Roger Federer was at McLaren Park yesterday.
Yeah, they just redid all the tennis courts out there.
That's sick.
Yeah, right near the Jerry Garcia Amphitheater.
It's obviously, in advance of the Laver Cup, but I was reading about it today. Yeah, Lori was down there swinging the racket with Roger Federer.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Man, a lot of stuff happened in the city. A lot of good stuff. I know there's some not as much, but glass is half full here on a Wednesday.
Here's what I would say to you. The city is in transition right now, and that side of the city has been underserved by our community for multiple decades and has gone into major neglect. And I've long argued that, I've seen a specific park in J.P. Murphy Park, for example, in my lifetime, or West Portal Park in my lifetime, 3 or 4 different times get renovated, right? And nothing nice has happened over at McLaren Park for a long time, and they're slowly starting to fix things over there. So this is long overdue, and I welcome it, and I'm really excited, and I'm fully backing the full turfing and the 7 new baseball fields that are going on at Crocker Park that the Giants and Mayor Lurie and other Park and Rec people are all supporting, and I'm all for it. It's going to really change that side of the neighborhood. It's going to benefit lots and lots of families and kids, and that's what it's all about.
Yes, sir. We got a lot going on today here, too, at 95.7 The Game. The Valkyries, by the way, their season comes down to tonight. It's a winner-go-home game, 2. Valkyries and the Lynx tonight at 7 o'clock. You can catch the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. We're talking, a lot about athletes, people we feel like just kind of get it in sports. And to me, this was from earlier in the year. And this is kind of how you know that Fred Warner is just different in my mind. And it has nothing to do with football. I want to play this for you and then get your reaction.
Where did you and your wife, Sydney, go on your first date? And I hope you remember this one.
Oh, boy, I sure do, man. It was an iconic first date. I took her 5-star In-N-Out burger, man.
Yeah!
Yes! Fine dining, man. And I remember I was starving. I probably ordered way too much food. So I think she only ordered like a Coke and some fries. So probably made a fool of myself there. But, hey, it was a great time.
I was on Willard Dibs yesterday. He took his wife to In-N-Out.
I love that.
I mean, well, I don't know if we've taken our wives to In-N-Out on the first date because that generally doesn't, well, at least for me, it hasn't worked out, Shasky. But the fact that
I don't even know. What are you just going to throw that dead fish in my lap and not let me respond?
I mean, you can if you'd like.
I mean, In-N-Out burger, if honestly, if you can't eat if it's one thing if, like, let's say you're a straight up vegetarian, I get that. Even then you can get some fries. You don't have to get tallow fries.
Impossible burgers.
Yeah, like In-N-Out burger is fire. These people that are like anti In-N-Out burger, like, you could say it's slightly overrated or maybe you don't understand all the hype. It's delicious. And I will always stand for it at all times. And when you have a car full of hungry athletes who just played soccer, basketball, baseball, there's no better feeling than spending $50 and being like, yeah, we got great bang for the buck given this horrific economy we in. Everybody's got the black and white shakes. Everybody's got French fries. And we all got double doubles. Let's go.
Possibly.
But this guy took his future wife to In-N-Out burger.
Yeah, he's like one of us.
And that's what I'm saying. He is one of us. He is Fred Warner. He's someone who's not from the Bay Area, but when you hear him say things like that, you wouldn't know any different.
I love Fred for that. Could you imagine, like, when you get the bag, because now I'm geeked up, like, there's nothing like pulling into the In-N-Out lot and then putting your car in park, and you're sitting there and you're like, yeah, what am I going to get? You already know what you're going to get. You're like, yeah. And then you finally get up to the front, and the food starts coming, and you're dispersing it in the car. Like, that's a high all itself.
Oh, everyone who goes, everyone who's from California knows they know their order when you get in there. A number one with chopped chilies, grilled onions, and I'm rolling on my way with a Neapolitan shake. Like, that's what I'm doing.
Yes.
You can leave the fries. Maybe if we're feeling real hungry that day, we'll throw some animal style on there. But everyone knows what they're getting when they go to In-N-Out Burger.
There's a joke that I have with my wife, and I love her dearly. But the more expensive the restaurant we end up going to, no matter what, when we come home, she's like, I'm still a little hungry. I'm going to order a pizza or I'm going to order something else when we get home. And that drives me nuts. We can all relate to it. But I eat it too because like those expensive restaurant sit-downs are ridiculous. I mean, it's for the ambiance. It's for the specialness of it. And yes, the food can be delicious, but more times than not, it leaves you wanting more.
Exactly. This is more from Fred Warner.
What a blue-collar dude.
Talking about, well, and this is, again, kind of why people feel like he is a little more blue-collar, of course, than the multimillionaire than he actually is.
When you got the bag in the NFL, what was your first big purchase?
Oh, first big purchase, I'd probably say when I bought my home, our home that we bought here in the Bay. I'm a kid from San Diego, and being drafted to the Niners was a huge blessing for me to stay on the West Coast and be close to family and everything. And the Bay is my home now, right? I think I stay here year round. I train here. The Bay's been everything for me. So yeah, buying my first home.
Not everyone does that. Not everyone stays and remains in the place that they play.
Do you know why Mark Jackson was so hated?
I can think of a few reasons, but enlighten me.
One of them was that he never, ever, ever had a home here in the Bay Area. And I'm not saying you have to buy a home. You could rent a home. He was living out of a hotel and was living in L.A. Do you know why Dennis Erickson and some of the people, Terry Donahue, for example, Terry Donahue's in particular, he was living in L.A. running the 49ers.
That's like when Phil Jackson was running the Knicks when he lived in Portland.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, come on. You got to have invested stock in the community. Like, it's pretty straightforward for me.
Well, what's the old Dick Vermeil story? Like, he would sleep in the stadium?
Yeah.
When he was the head coach of the Eagles?
I don't expect everyone to live like that. Like, so some people, like,
sure,
your family's from the South, or maybe your family's from the East Coast, and you want to be near them, and there's a proximity conversation, and there's a whole, like, child-raising aspect. So I don't expect everyone to have that same algorithm, but that is what endears him to people. Like, why is Steve Young and Joe Montana, like, very differently perceived in their post-playing career?
Even though one is won far more than the other.
As a player.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Steve, it feels like, is one of us in terms of the Bay Area. Now, Joe now lives back in San Francisco, but there was a long time where he felt very distant from the community. You know, I think Jerry, Ronnie, Steve, the element of, oh, no, we live here. You could see us at Starbucks or at the grocery store or coaching our daughter's flag football game, like Steve Young was so apt to do over the last couple of years. So I think there's a quality about that makes it really enduring. Why is Hunter Pence so beloved? Because he loves San Francisco. And him and his wife on their Instagram just go out of their way all the time about praising how much they love this region. And this is where they want to live.
Well, that's the thing, too. It's, again, like Hunter Pence is not a Hall of Fame baseball player, but he's a Hall of Fame person to a lot of San Francisco Giants fans. Absolutely. Because he gets it. And, you know, it's one thing to, like, embrace where you live, and it's kind of another thing to be the city that you live in. And that's why whenever I see Hunter Pence scootering down, you know, Montgomery, or you're seeing him around in a coffee shop or something, it's like, yeah, even though he's from Texas, you'd never know it. Even though Fred Warner, like you just mentioned, is from San Diego, you would never know it because they are the city they play in.
I'm a big believer in people that do stuff with no cameras around for the good of their heart. Like, that's truly who they are, not what they're doing in front of cameras. I'm not saying that everybody that does everything in front of a camera is doing it just for the clicks. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the reverse, meaning when someone does go out of their way behind the scenes, like that it hits harder. I'll give a quick Hunter Pence story. Some know it, some don't. Somebody I know very deeply, I've coached their player, their son, for a long time, was like, hey, we're going to bring out someone special for your baseball program. We got all these inner city kids. Some of them have never been to a Giants game. And we're going to bring someone out at this particular practice. So we told all the kids, like, hey, if you can, we want you to make this practice. But we didn't want to, like, let everyone know because we didn't know who was coming. And we didn't want to let everyone down. Well, we had, like, about 75, 80 kids out there. And Hunter Pence shows up. And he brings, like, a rack of hats and a rack of balls to give to all the kids. The balls were irrelevant. The hats were irrelevant. Now, that was a great gesture. I'm not denying that. The autographs that he signed for all the kids, didn't matter. He got up there, and we were just running a basic practice. He just wanted to watch our practice. And at one point, he says to me as I'm throwing batting practice, hey, would you mind if I throw batting practice? There's no cameras. There's no pomp and circumstance. It's just a bunch of kids, and we're out at West Sunset. I throw him my glove. He goes up there, and throws batting practice 5 swings to every single kid. He must have been out there for 2.5 hours. Laughing, having fun, caught a comebacker, talking smack, like in a joyful play. Those kids will remember that the rest of their life. Well, when I have these images of Willie Mays playing stickball in New York, that was the equivalent of Hunter Pence coming out to West Sunset and playing with these kids. That's a human being that gets it. That's why I will always stand for that man.
Yeah, and those kinds of moments are they understand, to me, that this is like kind of the difference between the athletes who get it and who don't. The athletes who get it know that they have the power to impress a moment on someone that they won't forget, but it doesn't make them, the athlete, any higher, mightier. It's just like, that's why Curry walks around all the time, and he knows that he can make someone's day by saying hello, by smiling, by being nice, by giving a wave, by a simple gesture. And that is a power that not many people carry. Like, that to me that's the difference between Curry and LeBron. LeBron is someone who is one of the greatest athletes who has ever walked this earth. He doesn't get it.
No.
He just doesn't get it. Curry understands that at a moment's notice, if he's driving, and if someone sees him in a car and points at him, all he's got to do is give a nod and a wave, and he's made that person's day. But a lot of athletes just look around and say, well, my time is too important. My privacy is too important. No one else gets to be inside my little world. And everyone else, when they watch me play, that's where they get to enjoy me.
You bring up Curry. If I asked Miami Heat fans, does Jimmy Butler get it? What do you think their response is?
Does Jimmy Butler get it? No. No.
And Warrior fans have yet to experience that. And I think everything right now is the honeymoon phase, obviously with Jimmy. But isn't that interesting? You go from one fan base, and they literally cannot stand your guts. And then you come to another, and it's like, who cares what happened over there? You're our guy now. It is the beauty of sports. Rafi Devers. Do you think Boston fans today think Rafi Devers gets it?
No.
Do Giants fans have any problems? Right now?
Not right now.
No.
Well, maybe some of them based on the way the season's gone, but not because of him.
No, right?
Not because of that guy.
I find that exercise extremely fascinating.
Well, I think, look, winning plays a major role in anything. I actually think it's a big reason why, like, there's been some, blowback or criticism for Nick Bosa after he signed his mega deal, but that year went so well for the Niners that it kind of took 2024, I think, for a lot of people to look at Bosa and say, we need more from you. And even though his numbers weren't incredible in 2023, the team still got to the Super Bowl. So it wasn't like you could point a finger and say, well, that contract's the reason why you weren't doing A, B, and C. I think that's why actually his start to this year has been extremely important, not just for the Niners to win, especially in Seattle when he made the game-winning play, but also just to calm a lot of those conversations of, what's happening with Nick Bosa? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it is result based, but when you don't have that kind of, I don't know, whether it's charisma or I think just interest in anything happening off the gridiron, people are naturally going to ask questions when the results aren't there. Whereas if someone like Fred Warner isn't playing well, or if the team isn't playing well, he gets the benefit of the doubt.
Can I ask you a fun one?
Yeah, let's do it.
Does Draymond Green get it?
Oh, man. You know what?
When it suits him?
Sometimes I think he does, and other times I'm like, this guy is on Mars. How does this man believe what he is saying right now? And other times, my brother lives, he was right down in the ballpark, right outside of Oracle. And Draymond Green, I guess, has this apartment nearby. So occasionally he'll be walking around, and my brother will see him on his way to work. Well, it's not a drop for me, it's a drop for bro. So one time Draymond was walking by, and him and his buddies are like, yo, Dre, it was around playoff time, end of the regular season. They say what's up to Draymond. Hey, good luck tonight, yada, yada. And he's like, hey, thanks. And when I hear those kinds of stories, I'm like, well, Draymond's not so he's just a normal guy. And then you hear what he says on his podcast sometimes, or what he says after a game, and you just think, who does this guy think he is?
Draymond, go bye-bye.
I have a lot of friends, and some would argue I'm that friend, who have foot and mouth disease. Sometimes you're very, very charming, and other times you put your foot in your mouth. Like this just it giveth and it taketh away.
That's true.
The gift and the curse.
I think it also, how you respond to when things are down, when the chips are down.
I would agree.
That's a big part of it as well. How you play through, can you play through injury? Can you play through a down year? Do you have the ability to, again, kind of rise above all the filth that naturally is clung to a bad season? Like that to me is maybe the difference between a Draymond and another player of his caliber. It's Draymond gave up in a season where the Warriors stunk.
So who's the biggest athlete in the last, let's say, calendar year in these parts who didn't get it?
The biggest athlete who didn't get it.
Or the person who didn't get it the most?
Bonds comes to mind a bit.
Last calendar year.
Oh, the last year. Ayuk.
Ayuk?
For me.
Okay.
Yeah, Brandon Ayuk, I think.
Is Kaminga on there for you anywhere? Somewhere in the mix?
He is, but, Brandon Ayuk was a second-team All-Pro. I guess I'm putting Ayuk in that category because his impact on the Niners' run to a Super Bowl has been greater than Kaminga's impact for the Warriors.
Okay.
But, the Kaminga situation, and we have a couple pieces of sound they want to play for you here in a second from Anthony Slater, as well as Tim McMahon. It's becoming such a circus that some of it's on him, some of it's on the team. And Chasky, I don't know if I can recall a time where a player of his level, whatever you think that level is, has gotten this much publicity for an entire summer. Kaminga has never been an all-star. Kaminga has never even signed a second contract. Kaminga has not achieved near the highs of players in his draft class. I would say some of the players that are in his role as sixth man. And yet it feels like he is always, whenever there's news to be had about the Warriors, he's always in the center of it. Like, I can't figure out why.
No, it's a huge lightning round. Well, I can figure out why. I think he's an avatar for this whole two timelines frustration from the fan base, where they feel like, Kaminga represents a failed draft pick or a draft pick not living up to the expectations and not adjusting to the franchise's greatest player. That's like, he's an avatar for that frustration for a large segment of fans. I think there's another segment of fans where he's an avatar of, why aren't we giving him run? Why are we not empowering him more? Why are we not using him more? So I think depending on what group of fans you're talking to, he represents frustration on both ends. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%, because no one knows what is really going on. Like, the latest is that he declined a $3 for $75 million deal from the Warriors. The last year was a team option, and that had moved from a 2-year, roughly $50 million deal with the second year being a team option. Do the Warriors really want to play and compromise with him? I don't necessarily think so, because they want to keep the control. Kaminga, meanwhile, doesn't trust that they won't do right by him. Here's the latest from Anthony Slater yesterday on just where things stand and kind of what a conclusion, hopefully, is dependent on.
So exhausted.
The messaging they're adopting this week is turn the TO to a PO and it's done. And that messaging is generally saying, if it's a team option on that 3-year deal you mentioned, 74-ish million, if that's suddenly a player option, not only will Jonathan Kaminga sign it, they're saying, but he will be completely bought in on the mission that they're asking of him. Which is, using Turner's messaging, that is to get Steph Curry and Draymond Green a 5th ring, Jimmy Butler his 1st ring, and that's an understanding of him that it's a show of goodwill if they send it to a player option for what they're calling years of confusion over his role and a willingness to suppress some of his personal ambitions, which are obviously very much a part of the holdup here. Accept what's probably going to be a bench role, what's probably going to be fluctuating minutes, and accepting what will very likely be, a tradable contract. As they've mentioned, they compared the deal to, a lower level version of the Jalen Green deal that Houston signed, which, Jalen Green, I think, is making about $33 million next year. Then it's a $36 million player option, saying he got paid by Houston to essentially also, know he might be traded. He was traded for Kevin Durant, and they just believe that if Kaminga is going to sign this and come in and buy in, as they want, he wants that to be a player option and not a team option. That's the holdup right now.
Kaminga crisis.
Oh my God! End this insanity. Just give him the option. Like, it's just,
I don't think you can actually.
Why? I'm so exhausted by it that I'm almost done trying to wrap my head around logic and reason. So please sell me on it. I want to hear it. Like, I'll let you think about it for a second, but I've come to the conclusion, wake me up when it's over. Like, I don't even want to have these discussions right now because it gives me a headache, and I'm frustrated with everyone. I don't think it's about any in particular. It's not just the Warriors. It's not just JK's agent. It's not just JK himself. It's not just the circumstances or the coach. Like, I'm just frustrated by everything. So I just want a conclusion. So continue.
Well, no, I understand it. I think we all want a conclusion. I think we've wanted a conclusion since July 1st, and it's now September 17th.
How many months?
And
gosh.
It still could go on for longer because there's still time left between now and October 1st. The reason why I don't think you can just give in to what he wants is, what were you left feeling at the end of the Brandon Ayuk saga? Did you feel like he wanted to be here?
Not really.
Did you feel like he just kind of wanted the money?
But I say not really, but I can never look inside someone's heart. I want to admit that. Like, I think it's easy for me to sit in front of a microphone and pretend like I know. I don't know. I legitimately don't know. I think he was frustrated by the entire process, and I think he took it more personal than others who might take it more businesslike.
Whether it was fair or not, were you left feeling like Brandon Ayuk wanted to win a Super Bowl by the end of that summer?
No. I think the goal for him at that point in time, not that he didn't want to compete, it was make as much as I can and get the status and the money earned, which, there's something
totally
to be said
fair.
for that. Yeah,
totally fair.
Not everyone plays for Super Bowls every year.
Not everyone has that as their as the highest goal on their hierarchy of achievements.
My uncle is a plumber, and he would say things like, not everyone has the same pride as me. Not everyone has the same work ethic and cares as much as I do. So to think that every athlete has the same algorithm on what inspires them and motivates them and is their prerogative, it's just not true.
I totally agree. Slater said something in that report about how if the Warriors turn the TO into the PO.
Well, and what does TO and PO mean for those that are
team option to player option?
Okay.
So basically would give him more power, control, flexibility, which is what he's kind of wanted as a player for 4 years and has not gotten. Then he would fall into basically line with what they're trying to accomplish. When Curry a fifth, when Draymond a fifth, when Jimmy a first. At the end of this summer, based on all of these different reports, based on messaging from the team, from his camp, we've heard from him, I'm not left feeling like at the end of this summer, Jonathan Kaminga's goal is to win a championship. That's the Warriors' goal. And that's why I felt like this whole summer, it just isn't going to work. And why I didn't feel like at the end of last summer, the Brandon Ayuk situation was going to work out. Because
do you think
the goal is to win a title.
No, I hear you. But do you think that every title team that they've had, every guy was aligned at the beginning of the year? Like, the whole goal, nothing matters more than winning a championship. Because I don't know if I buy that. You never know what's inside everyone's heart at any given time.
But I do believe that in years that they have won championships, outside of, well, no, because even in 2018, I think they were more aligned. 2019 was the year they would have won a championship in 2019, but they got hurt. That was the only year that I felt like they were not in lockstep about getting the job done. All the rest of the years that they've won championships, they have approached those seasons with a mindset of the title is the only thing that matters, I believe.
Well, I think you could make an argument that at the end for Iggy, he was more worried about status and stuff. And yeah, I'd like to win a championship at the end, but I don't know. I'm a little more cynical on guys like him.
Iguodala,
and
sure.
Maybe I'm nitpicking.
Well, but I think Iguodala also by the end didn't make it about him in as public of a space as this has become.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But also, I think Iguodala knew the power he had, and he knew that the teams that were going after him wanted him. I think that Kaminga has been trying to get out from under the rock that's been Golden State.
That I think we're in alignment there. He doesn't want to be here. For whatever his motivations are, style of play, role, coach, whatever. Don't the Warriors themselves, from a team-building aspect, need that player slot? Like his particular financial slot? Does it benefit them to give him the player option in any way? Does it give them any flexibility?
The Warriors?
Yes.
No, because
he becomes a unrestricted free agent, which they cannot do any sign and trades. I'm asking genuinely. I'm so confused by the CBA. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, no, it means that he's probably it means that the player has more power, which means the place that he goes has less control, which means Kaminga has less value. I think that a player option attached to him makes it so that the Warriors get less back in a potential trade.
Down the line.
Yes.
See, I always live these deals that you make on the front end, knowing on the back end you want to wiggle out of it, are always the frustrating ones. They're the ones that you try to avoid, which feels unavoidable at this point.
And look, I'm not saying that he doesn't want to compete and win. What I'm saying is I'm left feeling, just like I was left feeling about Brandon Ayuk, that that's not the most important thing to him. And that's also totally understandable. He's 22. He's trying to figure out who he is. He's trying to earn as much money as possible. He's trying to have it all. I get it. Everyone wants as much as they can possibly get in whatever walk of life, whatever industry. But if the goal of the Warriors this year is to win a championship, I'm not left feeling like that's the most important thing to him.
Okay, you say that, and I just wonder, if the goal is to win a championship this year, is it worth the risk to just give him the player option and worry about the future in the future?
Well, that's what
I'm not saying being flippant and reckless.
That's what they might end up doing.
Yeah.
You know,
like bite the bullet now. Bite the bullet down the line for the now. I don't know. I'm just asking out loud.
Well, let's get out to the phone lines and ask.
It's like paying the juice for the squeeze.
Kyle? Juice check?
He's a guy that I question whether he gets it or not.
888-957-957 is the number. Giddings in for Spadoni with Shasky. Well, he is right now. He's concussed. Let's go to Ben, who's in Marin.
Hey, Ben.
Ben, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
What's up, buddy?
Good, Ben. What do you got, buddy?
I want to say that Kaminga is buns, and I don't know why we're trying to pay $75 million for a bench player that we barely used in the Houston series, and at the end of the regular season, he got many DMPs, even during garbage time.
Where do you go to school? You're 12 years old, so you're, what, 6th grade, maybe 7th grade? Where?
I'm 14. I go to Miller Creek.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
Attaboy.
Yeah, are you going to clip this on YouTube and show all the homies? Put it on Snapchat?
Hell no.
That was a great call.
Stay hot, Ben.
I feel like I just met a 14-year-old me.
I don't know if they still even use Snapchat. It's probably on TikTok.
Well, they do it to like have evaporating messages so that their parents can't see.
Oh, well, that's a good call.
Yeah.
I mean, look, man, to me, if you're trying to determine what the most important thing is for athletes out nowadays, like, to me, competition is not the highest on their pecking order. It's just not.
Do you think Jimmy Garoppolo was all in on winning a Super Bowl at every moment of his waking?
No.
Yeah. Do you think he got it?
I think a lot of things about Jimmy Garoppolo. It is not one of them.
Yeah, he was getting things, but not it.
Look, Jimmy's a fine guy. I think, look, all his teammates, I think for the most part, loved him. Jimmy did what he had to do, but I think Brock Purdy gets it more than Jimmy Garoppolo. Has always got it more than Jimmy Garoppolo.
I agree. I mean, Brock is, 40 years old, trapped in a 25-year-old man's body, which is a good thing. I think Andrew Luck was similar to that way. Like, he just takes things very serious.
Yeah, but Luck, well, I do have a little more appreciation or respect for Luck now that he's back at Stanford. I do think that guy loves football.
No doubt. No, but I'm saying, like, old soul in a young body.
Oh, yeah.
When you're using a flip phone and everyone else has got an iPhone and, Andrew looks just like a giant dork in a good way.
100%. Also, to Ben's point about why they're offering him 75.
These buns. That call was fire.
Hell no. that one threw me.
I think his dad or whoever was driving him was laughing in the background, too. It was a great call.
He's 14, not 12.
We needed to have Bonte yell at the little kid, like, it's about the options and the years and the money and the status.
He's not buns, Ben, but I love the energy. The money is just purely about what they can bring back in a trade. Like, that's the one thing they can't do is have him sign the qualifying offer, which is why I think they're trying to compromise a little bit right now.
You know, Rolling Stones have a song, you can't always get what you want, but you get what you need. And I feel like both parties in this situation need to listen to that song and come to some amicable middle ground. And like the best deals that I've ever made in my life, I've come off some things and I've, bit the bullet on some other things. And so did the other party that I was negotiating with. And it ends up being a win-win for everyone involved. I just don't know if that is even plausible in this scenario.
I mean, look, things will work out the way they're supposed to, but it for sure is frustrating right now. Let's go to Coach. Coach is in Vallejo. Coach, good morning, man. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. I want to say that with Kaminga, both things can be true. Of course, he wants to get the money as much as possible. But more than anything else, and he's always said this, he wants to play. He wants to feel like he's a part of the rotation. He wants to get his 30 minutes a game or whatever. And more than anything else, guys, they need Kaminga. They need that type of athlete. Right now, you got a bunch of 35 and 40 years olds. This team is nowhere close to a championship without an athlete like Kaminga that could compete with the Anthony Edwards and the Thompson twins and the Wagners. They need that athlete. The Warriors, Kaminga's the only one they got that's like that. So I think that Kaminga is needed more with the Warriors than the Warriors. The Warriors need Kaminga more than Kaminga needs the Warriors. So let's not paint him as a bad guy. He's a good guy. The reason why his stuff is in public is because of today's technology. Back when Iguodala was going through, they didn't have all this stuff, okay? So Kaminga's not a bad guy. He just wants to be wanted. He wants to play. Is there anything wrong with that?
No, there's nothing wrong with that, Coach. But you also have to be realistic.
Yeah, and you got to know your role on the pecking order.
It's not his time yet with the Warriors. I think that's why he wants to leave, because he wants it to be his time. And that means if it's going to happen, it's probably somewhere else.
How many guys across sports right now want a bigger role on the team they're on?
Literally everyone.
Exactly.
You know, like Isaac Guerrendo. That's why he's bringing the ball out of the end zone.
I mean, he's trying to make plays, trying to do too much.
Everyone wants more than what they have. It's human nature. I don't fault him for that. But again, if I'm looking at this from a bird's eye view and I'm trying to figure out what is going to happen and how it helps the Warriors, I have to think about, okay, if he's back this year, whether it's on a 1-year deal, a 2-year deal, a 3-year deal, is he bought in?
Well,
hell no.
How frustrated are the
Oh my
teammates
God.
by the hang-up? Like, meaning there's just the whole, unknown leading into the year. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe they can all put it aside and move forward. I don't know. But I wonder, how does that sit with everyone? Look, of all the places that has had turmoil over contracts, the Warriors in all of sports are close to the top over the last 4 or 5 years. Jordan Poole, CP3, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Jonathan Kaminga. Just go right down the list. And it's like a stone getting thrown into the lake, and the ripple effect that it's had on not just the player themselves, but the coach, the fan base, the players around them. I'm so exhausted by it.
Kaminga is bunned.
Well,
that's not fair.
No, it's not. Although,
what was that guy's name?
Ben, call in anytime, buddy.
14 years old calling in. Kaminga is buns.
Kaminga is bunned.
You might have a future in this business, Shasky. Who knows? This is Anthony Slater from yesterday. Here's why we're talking about this today. Here's Anthony Slater on how the veterans, to your point, might be viewing the situation.
Yeah, I would describe the veterans as calm and confident calm because they know the roster that's coming after the Kaminga domino, which we've talked about. Large expectation is Al Horford will be their starting center. That's important to them. And confident because Jimmy Butler apparently is, worked out really well this summer. Steph Curry's healthy. They think they can be good this season. Their curiosity, as I mentioned to you last week, is on the buy-in of Jonathan Kaminga. And right now, Kaminga's side is essentially saying, if you care about, the now, if the major priority is the Steph Curry this season, next season window to try to win a title, give Jonathan Kaminga control of his 2027-28 season. Because right now what the Warriors are offering, and they've been steadfast, no player option. They want the team option in the third season. They're saying if you give Kaminga the player option, he's all bought in for this season just like they want.
So do you buy that he's all bought in?
No, I don't. But if he gets a player option compared to a team option, he's bought in to his role that has been fluctuating for the last 4 years, which is the whole reason why he ostensibly is not happy and may or may not want to trade. I don't think that a player option is going to automatically make him embrace a fluctuating role, which he has said he hates. Well, not said he hates publicly, but that I feel like he does not enjoy being a part of whatsoever.
All right, so you don't buy it. Do the fans buy it?
Hell no.
What? I mean, do they have any other choice but to take him at his word right now?
Do they have a choice? Well, I mean, no, I guess.
I feel like we almost have to just take his word as it is for now and then just see where it goes.
I believe he'll be bought in enough to when they get to December that he'll be fine with them trading him.
Wow, you're that cynical on it.
Well, no, I don't think he wants to be here.
No, I would agree. But
so he will do whatever he has to do to get out of here.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a lack of, I don't think he's going to go out there and not try.
No, but if he has security, then he's going to be playing to improve his stock, to get what he wants, which is to leave.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Well, I just feel like they have no other choice but to take him at his word or trade him. It's one or the other.
All right, let's get to the injury report. All right, the 49ers are not playing the Rams this week, but their head coach, Sean McVay, made news with how he injured himself over the weekend. McVay told reporters that he tore the plantar fascia in his foot, calling a timeout during the Rams' 33-19 win over the Titans. He was quick to let reporters know the injury will not keep him from coaching, but if you see him limping around the sideline this Sunday, now you know why that is. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky. We're back after this on The Roast.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a new 25 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $239 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 9/30/2025. MSRP $31,567. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN 23505. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your...
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up! It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 the game.
All right, good morning, everyone. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni with Joe Shasky. Carter and Sam behind the glass. Don't worry, Shasky. I'm bought in on you. I'm bought in on this show. You have my buy-in. Just know that.
I know this.
We'll have a great time.
I've lived long enough to know that people can be bought in 1 second and not bought in the next.
Well, that's true.
You know, stuff happens. So it's not some, like, either you're in or you're out. It can fluctuate over time. You were asking a simple question, and I asked you a simple question about Jonathan Kaminga regarding, like, do you trust that he will buy in, like him and his agent are saying, to the reports of what Anthony Slater was saying, if he gets said player option? And I feel like they have no other choice but to take him at his word right now because they just don't have a lot of options. And he might be bought in to start, and it might fluctuate over time. But I know this. Certain player buy-in last year for the 49ers sabotaged their year. You know, Charvarius Ward, for 50 different reasons, expressed why he wasn't really fully bought in on last year. Other guys like Devondre Campbell being bought in at times and then not being bought in later on down the line. Like that did in their season. It's not just one or it was a bunch of guys. And then obviously underperformance, injury, lots of things. But it can sabotage a season, not being all in. I remember the end of Harbaugh era when they went 8-8. They were 8-5 at one part in the year. But at the beginning of the year, before the first game of the season, Jay Glazer's like, the locker room is toxic. There's not a full, and I'm paraphrasing, buy-in on Jim Harbaugh's leadership. I was like, what? And I don't think Harbaugh was bought in on Jed York or Trent Baalke, and I don't think they were bought in on him for a variety of reasons. So we've seen this throughout time. Buy-in is a real thing, and it will fluctuate over time, and sometimes you can win people over, sometimes you can lose people. I mean, this happens all the time in pro sports where we lose people. I guess the question comes down to, like, Warrior fans out there, do you buy him at his word? Do you think he can actually buy in for the now to make things work? I don't know if they have any other option.
I mean, I think that team alignment is important. I think you're spot on about the Niners last year, that whether it's because of the Super Bowl hangover or the Super Bowl loss, I should say, or the contract disputes, there were too many agendas going into that season. I think for them to be successful, even if they had not been hit by the most injuries in football. Do they miss the playoffs? I don't know. But they certainly did not look like a team that, even when they had most of their parts, looked like they could challenge for what they did the year before. This year, they removed a lot of those agendas. Deebo Samuel, Charvarius Ward. And again, Ward had a tragedy befall him off the field, but to your point before, he said he wasn't focused on the season. He admitted that publicly. It was hard to, with watching everyone else get paid and not feeling like you were one of the guys that was valued. I just think that the Niners this season have so few agendas in their locker room, and everything's been reset.
Refreshing.
And so, yes, the schedule is weaker. They're off to a better start, but I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that the Niners this summer made a concerted effort to basically buy in on whatever this season was going to be. There was no expectation on this. Kyle Shanahan talked about that, I think, in his last press conference at the end of last week, where he talked about how some of the weight has been lifted a little bit from these guys because last year they went 6-11. I feel like, approaching this Warriors season, the alignment is there from the big three. Curry, Butler, Draymond, I think from even a lot of the younger guys, it's going to be great. But if Kaminga is going to be a big part of this season and he's not bought in, I just think that there's trouble brewing there.
Well, there's definitely a risk. I mean, that's a real element. Like, there's definitely a risk. The part that's so, I think, maddening, when I look at, like, my biggest criticisms with the Warriors, it just feels like, what were we in year 4 with him? Is it year 4? This is going to be year 5?
This will be year 5.
Yeah. I'm not sure they understand him. Like, as a person. I don't know if they know what he truly, like, what really truly makes him tick. Maybe they do, and it just doesn't align with what their visions are for him or whatever, and that does happen at times. But, like, when you're with someone this long and this intimately, you would think they would have a better feel for who he is, what he wants, and what he can and will or won't buy in. Like, the fact that we're in, what you said, year 5, and we're talking about, I don't know, do we trust that he can buy into this role? To me, is that's a failure on them to understand the person.
Shout out to everybody watching on YouTube. Also, of course, Chapman and the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Our YouTube chat is brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's get out to Oakland, talk to Oreo Cookie. Oreo, what's up, man? Good morning. How are you?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Happy hump day. Thanks for taking my phone call. I am on Team Kaminga. I think he will be bought in. He is on a contract year, and I think he's betting on himself, so he has no choice but to ball out, and I count on that. But having said that, basketball is a little different from the other sports. Mm-hmm. We got 5-on-5, so players usually are the ones that decide wins and losses. Now, I want to talk about the guy that pulls the strings. I don't want to say his name because, he's not on my good side, but is the coach bought in? If we bring back Kaminga, I need Kaminga to start. I don't want him coming off the bench and us down by 10 to 15 points and having our hopes on him to bring us back. Here you go, buddy. Bring us back. That's what he got most of last year and the years at the past. So my better question for me is, if Kaminga comes back, is Steve bought in?
I think it's a good question. Thanks, Oreo Cookie. Is he bought in? No. I mean, that's
pretty obvious.
That's the root of the issue for both of these individuals. Look, all right, I want to play this piece of sound for you from Tim McMahon of ESPN. And you can tell me whether you think that Steve Kerr is bought in on Jonathan Kaminga.
I know you're going to play that. I guess another question I have is, how many teams around the league are bought in on Jonathan Kaminga as a player?
The Suns and the Kings.
All right.
Those are the two teams that we know are quote-unquote bought in on Jonathan Kaminga.
Okay. It's not a lot at the price point that he's requiring, given their cap situation. Because I'm a big believer in supply and demand. So, he could think his supply is significantly higher. The demand is pretty marginal at what his asking price is or what the Warrior asking price might be for Kaminga. So play the sound. I want you to play the sound.
All right, this was from NBA Today, ESPN's Tim McMahon.
Tim, I'll start with you. How have the Warriors handled this Kaminga situation, in your opinion?
Awkwardly. I mean, how have they handled Kaminga's entire career? Steve Kerr doesn't want Kaminga. Kaminga doesn't want to play for the Warriors, in part because he knows the coach doesn't want him. Listen, Shams is talking about there's going to be a divorce eventually. Let's stay together for the kids. I've lived that. I lived with my ex-wife for a year after we agreed to divorce for the kids. Let me tell you, it was not fun. There are going to be chemistry issues.
Yeah.
Put it mildly. This is going to be a disaster if they bring back Kaminga. There's SGA. He might as well be HTE, human trade exception. And he's going to be, you think he's going to want to pass the ball? You think he's going to want to play team ball? He's going to want the ball. He's going to want minutes. Steve Kerr doesn't think he fits. I wonder what they think they can get that's better than Malik Monk and a first-round pick.
I mean, the very end, I don't know what they can get that's better than they might not get anything better. But I guess if you're from the Warriors' perspective, how does Malik Monk make us a better basketball team for this year, considering we have a lot of under 6'3" guys already who some are ball dominant, some aren't. We need perimeter defense. We need a guy who can rim run. I think Malik can be a very useful player, but he might have a redundant skill set when you contrast that to the rest of the team that they currently have if you took Kaminga off it. Whereas Kaminga's skill set, it's not like they have a lot of those guys on there. I'm not saying that Kaminga's a better basketball player than Malik. Do you get where I'm going? Like, when you're building these teams, you're looking for certain parts.
Yeah, but I think that's where the Warriors have failed, because they've failed to figure out how to utilize him. And they don't know what he is.
What do you think he is?
I don't know. That's the problem, is after 4 years, I still don't know what Jonathan Kaminga is. I think he's a good scorer, and I think that right now that's the one skill that I feel the most confident in him carrying to whatever team he eventually plays for.
Well, I just wonder if he could look at some of the games where he actually was focused on boxing out and rebounding and just just watch those over and over. I mean, how differently would this conversation be if he had more games that represented the handful where he actually looked like he cared about rebounding? I think his stock would be significantly higher.
I think they would have signed him last summer if that was the case. Like, I think that,
okay, and you're going even deeper than me. Okay,
yeah, but I think that's where there's culpability on both sides. Kaminga thinks that he is, I believe, better than he is, and the Warriors have still, despite 4 years of having him under their roof, not made a determination of what player they either project him to be or want him to be involved in as right now.
So now let me ask you the Tim McMahon question. Do you think Kaminga can't stand the coach? We're guessing here. It can't stand the coach, and the coach can't stand him in terms of play style. I don't know about personal.
In terms of basketball, yeah. I don't think Kurt trusts him at all. That's why he didn't play him in the most important games of the season.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Like, until he absolutely have to. So, and if you're Kaminga, you also heard him literally say on these airwaves that I can't play with Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. He said that.
There is a part of me that wants...
That's going to hurt.
No doubt. There is also a part of me that, like, when you're coaching, sometimes you do like a player more than the outside thinks that you do, but you don't put them in certain positions because you know their limitations, or there are certain things that they do that just bug you for whatever reason. And you actually may like the player, but for the other combinations that are out there, it doesn't work or it doesn't fit. And like, I think we look at playing time and we just make sweeping indictments on, like, well, Solomon Thomas can't start. He stinks. He's no good. Like, no, they like him as a third D tackle. I'm just like using a random example. So, like, I do believe the roster construction on this team has been as big of an issue as it is maybe Kerr's frustration with Kaminga. Like, the other guys on the team that get heavy minutes, like, and I guess I'm going straight to Draymond being one of them. Draymond not being a shooter at all does compromise not just Kaminga's minutes, but many other guys on the team's minutes.
Yeah, it's not a perfect roster. I think we know that. I mean, if Jimmy Butler wasn't here, Kaminga would probably have a path to be playing. But since they acquired Butler and won 70% of their games and got to the second round of the playoffs, the equation's changed for him. So I think that what Kaminga would be bought in on, and what we're talking about this is, yesterday Anthony Slater said, in addition to his report that Kaminga turned down a 3 for $75 million offer because of the team option on the end, that the report is if you turn the TO into a PO, a team option into a player option, Kaminga would sign that deal and be bought in. I think what he has bought in on is finding a way to get out. Like, he will basically be a good soldier for half the season until the Warriors find a place to eventually trade him. But anything beyond that, I don't like. If the Warriors somehow keep him or don't find a trade that they like, which is the whole reason why they didn't deal him this summer, and we do this again for an entire year, I don't see him being bought in for the entire season, because I think that if he signs that deal, there's a wink under the table agreement that we're going to look to deal you, and then both sides can be eventually happy.
I know, but it just feels like they might have looked to dealt Kaminga at the deadline last year, and the injury really threw a monkey wrench into it. So even though that might be your template,
well, they would have traded him if Durant had greenlit the Suns deal.
I think
but
so.
He said no.
Yeah, I think so. I just
Do you guys believe Steve Kerr would bury Malik Monk on the bench?
No.
But here's the problem that I have with the Malik Monk thing. Knowing Steve, no, he would actually play him a lot, and we would have an entire roster out there, starting fives, finishing fives, of just 6'3" guys.
But he'd play.
Yeah, no, I know he would play.
But he would play.
I know he would play.
Well, I mean, the other part of why that deal wasn't satisfactory for the Warriors is it would have to include Buddy Hield or Moses Moody.
Which they need Buddy Hield.
Yeah, they need both of them.
Yeah.
They do.
Moses, I go back and forth on Moses. It was a tough end of the year for him. I mean, he was
yeah.
unplayable.
But he's someone that at his age you would expect to progress and get better.
But like, guys, I just real quick, like on this Malik Monk thing, you guys know where that's going, right? It's going to be Curry and Pods and Malik Monk out there with GP2. And I mean, like, that's what with Draymond. It's going to be the 1.66 guy and everyone else is 6'3" and under. That's like terrifying. Like, you're laughing, but you know it's true.
Might not be net zero, though.
Might not be net zero. Yeah, I don't.
They need height. Guys, did we watch the final 2 series of the year? And those were just 2 of the matchups, okay? They needed size. Draymond struggled with big, low block guys who were highly skilled. That's how they struggled down the stretch.
Yeah, so you got him Al Horford.
Why are you laughing?
Well, I've been the number one guy on this. Like, they don't need a stretch 5 to me. They need like a big, dumb,
a rugged guy,
like a Mo Bamba or something. Like, I just don't need a big stretch 5.
They need a 7-foot ladder. Like, that's what they need. Like, I just. And I'm not saying that they couldn't use more shooting and more. Like, of course they could use more shooting and more ball handling, like in Malik Monk. But like, he doesn't really guard a lot of people. He doesn't set up others. They try to play him at point guard in Sacramento. They need size. Şengün destroyed them. All right. What's the kid for now? The name is evading me. Randall destroyed them. Destroyed them. Aaron Gordon destroyed them down the stretch. Zubac destroyed them. They need size, right? Like.
And with that
I'm
said,
not saying Kaminga is the answer. By the way, saying that doesn't mean Kaminga is the answer to said size.
Well, no, but with that said, they still managed to beat Houston, and I don't know if you believe it, but a lot of people feel like they would have beat Minnesota if Curry hadn't gotten hurt.
I don't know.
Look, their season is going to hinge on the health of 3 players who are 35 and up. Like, can we just be honest?
Yeah, they're walking a tightrope.
But it doesn't mean, like, to me, a 7-footer doesn't necessarily change that. To me, Kaminga being bought in or not, pardon me, doesn't necessarily change that. I think it's if Curry's healthy, if Butler's still good, and if Draymond can somehow manage to get through the year at I don't know, close to 100%. Then you have a chance.
Don't forget 40-year-old Al Horford.
Oh, my God. Yeah, he's the oldest guy on the team. But it's like, but that's what their season hinges on. But we already knew that. I mean, I'm not looking at this team like they are one of the elite groups. They're trying to be in the mix. I mean, that to me is where they're fitting into this season. I just believe that right now, the whole Kaminga situation, I've never seen this much coverage for a player that is tertiary at best to their team's chances to be a top 6 seed. Like
Barry Zito. I'm just
Barry Zito won a Cy Young award.
No, but on the Giants was awful.
But Barry Zito won a Cy Young award.
I know, at one point.
He was the best pitcher in the American League. But Jonathan Kaminga has not yet proven he can be a starter.
I'm not denying that. Well, you're talking about his resume. I'm talking about what he did in a uniform for another team. Like, we talked about him every single day, and for 4 years, he was one of the worst pitchers in baseball. So, like, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, no, well, 100%. It's just, I don't know. To me, it's a little maddening, and the fact that they have not been able to figure this out, to me, is... It's on both. It's on both.
Are you ready for Warrior basketball, though?
Yeah, I actually kind of am. Training camp's only a couple weeks away.
We got to have a conclusion on this.
No, we don't have to.
So we're going to have GP2,
October 1st.
Melton. Give me the line. I want all the small guard lineups. What do we got? Come on, give them to me, guys. GP2. Steph.
GP2's technically not on the team, but he will be. You got to put Melton in there.
Melton.
So we're going to have Steph, Pods, Melton, GP2.
Uh-huh.
Is Seth Curry going to be a Warrior?
I'm open to that.
He's 6'1" and can shoot. He can have a spot on the team.
Bring back Damian Lee while we're at it.
Yeah. No, Lee's a little too tall. I think he's like 6'3". Who else is on the team? Spencer's job is going to be probably given to... Who's the Australian guard?
Justinian Jessup?
No,
I'm teasing.
And it's not Tui. It's oh my God, we interviewed him. No, that's not the one.
God,
either.
what a time in America. God.
Who is my Taron Armstrong? That's the other guy that's going to be in the mix too.
Oh God.
Come on, man. Come on. So, Shasky, the idea... You all right over there?
It's just this team is so old and short. They're just so old and short. I mean, like,
that's kind of what they've been.
I'm imagining, like, how important Guy Santos is going to be to this team, and that is terrifying.
Well, the veterans want to play. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you.
Huh.
The one thing we haven't really talked about is, has anyone considered how the vets feel about, like, Kaminga being back? Like, I think they'll embrace him because they're pros and they recognize that he brings something that this team doesn't have. But the moment they see him playing hero ball, because he has to do what he needs to do to improve his stock to get what he eventually wants, I don't think that's going to sit well with them.
Do you know that you were talking earlier about, hey, they're just like us, and they're very relatable. And I think the way we talk about some of the athletes and some of the people in our lives is pretty funny. Players talk about each other that way, too. My favorite quote of all time was Tom Brady talking about Derek Carr. You're going to go with that guy? You're going to go with that guy over me? That's kind of how I feel some of the Warrior players probably feel internally regarding this entire hoopla with Jonathan Kaminga. We're talking about that guy? Really? Not that he's not important at some level, but like all this for that, like there's a lot of egos in that room, a lot of egos and a lot of resumes that are comprehensive. And I think that it's probably not that they're mad at Jonathan. That's not what I'm saying, but I think that they probably think this is a lot for a guy who's not that good just yet.
I'm kind of with you. I mean, the report from Slater was that the vets are curious about Jonathan. I think that's a nice way of putting skeptical. Like, they are wondering whether or not they're going to get the best version of this player that's going to help them win. Because while they've seen him contribute in the past, it hasn't been consistent enough. And this is an important season for them. It might be one of the last ones they can try and bid for a title. It's like, you kind of need everyone on board. And again, to bring it to the Niners, like I don't think it's a coincidence that the 49ers before 2024 were not aligned and the year spiraled into disaster. Pardon me. This year, meanwhile, has begun with as many, if not more, injuries than they sustained at the beginning of last year, and they're 2-0.
Well, no one wants to hear this. The Niners are actually trying to pull off the two-timeline thing because that's how the sport of football is. You have a couple of unbelievable vets who are Hall of Fame players, and then you have a bunch of young guys, 7 different young guys on defense making contributions, a couple on offense. But that's more of the byproduct of football. Football, you always have to be injecting young talent onto your team at all times. And the players that are heading into the pros are significantly ready to contribute at a quicker pace than in the NBA. The NBA, there's just a learning curve.
888-957-9570 is the number. Gettings in for Spadoni with Shasky. Hey, the Valkyries season comes down to tonight. It's a win-or-go-home game in Game 2, SAP Center. Valkyries and the Minnesota Lynx tonight. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game. 7 o'clock tip-off, 6:30 pregame with Grandy and Kevin Dana. And, of course, you can catch all the action on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. We'll be back after this on 95.7 The Game. Coming up, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, well, now is the time to pull the trigger because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into the brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. And that's right, $225 a month for 36 months. And if you're ready to buy, you can lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab $2,000 on a rebate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credit on the Mach-E and the F1 Lightning, well, they're about to expire on September 30th. So if you wait, you will lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. You can find them right off at 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E Superstore. Tell them Shasta.
Getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots, on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/21/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line applied via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data and service series. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q1 to Q2 2025.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends in the Bay, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family, because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Oh, yeah, Roasters, what's happening? It's Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. I got you covered every afternoon from 3 to 7. And you know my boys Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Well, they got you all morning long right here on the Morning Roast. Take it away, Spadoni.
What's up, Chewy? Spadoni's going to be back tomorrow. Getting's in for him with Shasky. And, just tying a bow in this Kaminga conversation. We're going to have some Niners stuff coming up in just a moment. But, Shasky, I think it is something that hopefully gets a bow tied on it fast. Just because it sends everybody into a tizzy every time we talk about it.
I mean, if you're doing Christmas presents, the best bows are the ones that you just have the little sticker on the back of it and you just slap them down. I hate wrapping gifts.
It's like a clip-on tie.
Oh, dude, even those are difficult. I just had a black tie tuxedo thing over for like this boxing charitable event that we do for the Olympic Club Foundation, and I was really struggling to be able to put on my clip-on bow tie. It's very difficult. Because it goes around the neck, and then you got to put it and tuck it under, and it's tough.
I think it's difficult to make it look like it is in a clip-on tie.
I would agree.
Because a lot of people will just point it out. They're like, you don't know how to do a Windsor.
Have you ever heard my whole theory on bow ties? It's all coming to fruition this week, too. I don't know if you know this. I just think bow tie guy at a normal tie event, like a wedding, bow tie guy is obnoxious. You know exactly who you are. If you go to a normal wedding...
I'm a bow tie guy.
Yeah, well, that's obnoxious. And the number one leader of the bow tie guy obnoxiousness, Ken Rosenthal, has been completely outed this week as being a jerk. And I knew that 10 years ago.
Yeah, that one wasn't so much of a good look for Ken Rosenthal. That's for sure. And then you can't come out and also then say, in my defense...
Guys, this is a jerk.
Next time I'm in Milwaukee, I'm looking forward to seeing the cameraman. I'm going to have a great conversation with. We're going to have a good laugh. Well, you might. He won't because he got knocked on his ass and then you didn't help him up. For anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about, Ken Rosenthal is maybe not as nice of a guy as people are putting out there. All right, let's wrap up the conversation with Tim, who's in Raleigh.
Tim,
good morning, man.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing? What's up?
I'm good, fellas. Hey, I'm like you, Shasky. I'm not gonna get deep into it, man, because at this point, it should have been over a long time ago. But I will say, to Evan's point of what would a veterans do if he's playing hero ball, I believe that's a myth. I don't believe Kaminga needs to go have some big season and all of that stuff. The people out there, listen. It's on NBA Today. It's on everywhere in the world. The whole world knows if this guy racks up DNP after DNP, the coach doesn't want him. He's told the whole world he doesn't want him. If people want Kaminga, they want him for everything they've seen already. Phoenix wants him. Sacramento wants him. They want him for what they've seen already. So the fact that thinking he's going to go out there to play hero ball, I think that's a myth. I think if you read that Slater article, the kid is going to, if he was to do the qualifying offer, he's going to get insurance to protect himself against injury. And if you saw the part in there that these guys have already talked to other executives and coaches in the league, if this guy's a free agent this time next year with the amount of team foot money, he's going to have a market. So he doesn't need to play hero ball. And at the end of the day, I think they should have sent the kid to Phoenix. So just, think about it, fellas. Think about it. You got two teams that literally are promising you playing time, pretty much the same amount of money, and a player option. And how in the hell can you blame him for wanting to go and play? Like, how is that his fault? You know what I mean? So, I think it's a myth that he's got to go out and prove and show all this stuff because people that want him already know what he is. And I just don't believe in that. And I think the Warriors could have wrapped this thing up. They know they don't want – it's not about the player. They just want the asset, and they want to be able to flip him and do all of that. So you can't blame this kid for saying, hey, listen, I want to have some type of control of where I go. I got other teams that's going to give me the player option, and they don't even know me.
Tim, I want you to stay on the line. I agree with everything you're saying, but the hard part is that the bulk of fans want to believe – that all the athletes want to win, and that's their number one priority, when the reality is that guys want to win, but they want to win being a big part of that, right? And I think that Kaminga wants to win on his terms, and I don't think it's a bad – I don't want to make this sound like I'm making him out to be, evil or whatever, but you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Shasky, were we saying that about Iggy when he was playing his games, going back and forth to Houston?
Trust
were we
me.
saying that about Dre when he almost went to Memphis? So why Kaminga got to be different? Dude,
No,
is
I agree.
22, and he wants to play, Shasky.
Well,
He wants to
Tim, I agree
play.
with you. No, Tim, I agree with you. I think there's a bigger misnomer regarding the stars like Curry, Clay, Dre.
The
Iggy.
difference is that those guys are champions.
Yeah, no, they're made men. But
that's the
there's
difference.
I'll push back on this forever. It's not like they can do no wrong either. Like those guys have made mistakes and they've done things that I don't agree with. For example, and I'll give a specific example. Was it Marcus Thompson or Anthony Slater? I forget. And I don't want to misrepresent either one of their works because clearly they're tapped in and they know their stuff. But when I read Kaminga didn't pass the ball to Curry on a specific play against the Portland Trailblazers at the end of the year, I was like, give me a break. One possession is going to make you hate a guy or not think that you could play with him. Like that to me was that's absurd. Like to me, that's absurd. When has anyone put restrictor plates on any shot that Steph Curry wants at any point in his career? Like, give me a break. The ball's in Steph or Draymond's hand whenever they want it. So, I push back. I think we've been a little too harsh, just in general, on Jonathan Kaminga. The situation he got drafted into was very unique. And I think it's very easy for guys who are all-time players who joined a team that was totally different than the team that these other guys have joined, for them to say, just suck it up and take your role. Like, you haven't walked his path. You just haven't, right? And so I think that's, I push back on that. That doesn't mean Curry's not one of the all-time greatest players ever. Of course he is. Draymond's one of the greatest Warriors of all time. But, they have no idea what it was like for JK to join that team. They could think they know what it was like. Curry, you joined a team with freaking AC Law as the starting point guard. I mean, come on. What you inherited was very different than what Kaminga inherited. And what you inherited was difficult. I mean, the team was awful. Franchise was terrible. But it's just the circumstances were extremely different. So when I see articles like, he looked off Curry late in the Portland Trailblazer game, shut up. Give me a break. You guys have made your decision years ago. Stop that. That's where I would push back.
But that's what it is. It's confirmation of what they've already seen. So there's one play that they single out, but that's like the nail in the coffin.
But Evan, I would say to you, I hear you.
Or didn't play.
But I would say to you, then that's on those guys for not voicing their displeasure 6 months earlier, a year earlier, and then organization not figuring out, get rid of the guy. If a possession is gonna ignite you that much, to me, that's on you guys, because they have influence on the roster and on the team. I'm not saying that they're the end all be all, but come on, dude, give me a break. I'm sorry. What youngster wants to go play in those circumstances? One possession, I look off you, and I know it's bigger than that. And we got somebody writing an article about it? Get out of here. That'd be like me saying, hey, Evan, I'm judging you by one segment. You look me off one segment, you go to a caller, can't work with you. That's a little absurd.
It is unfair. However, if I'm just starting my career and the first segment that the boss puts me on is absolute, you know what, I might not get another segment. Meanwhile, if I play well and my segment is good, then I earn another segment, and then I earn another segment, and another but I have to be consistent. You're right. It is hard. And if you're put in a position to not basically get opportunity, it's even harder. But to act like that's not the way the world works, to me is it's unreasonable.
No, see, I disagree with you. Everybody, I love you. I love you. I guarantee you, earlier in your career, whatever you were doing, whether it be play-by-play, whatever, the first things that you did, there was some ugliness.
Horrible.
Exactly. But someone who put you in that spot believed in you and wanted you to be able to push through the adversity. All right? When you become an apprentice electrician or plumber or whatever, how can you know what you don't know? You're going to have some ups and downs, and you're going to have to learn through it. But if people like you and they believe in you long term, they're willing to live with the growing pains. Even though this job's got to get done and we've got to get it built on time and we have deadlines and it's major money involved, right? And so I think there's a little bit of grace. We can meet in the middle and say, everybody here, JK, the Warriors, the vets, the coaching staff, the front office, everybody shares a little bit of blame. And the fact for me that the organization, which can control whether he's on the team or not and where his status is within the team, They've had 4 years to figure out who he is and if he can buy in and if they can find a way to utilize him. And we're still kind of murky. It's on the organization.
I think it's on both of them.
They're all culpable is what I'm saying, but I'm putting more on the organization.
Yeah, I think it's 50-50. I mean, look, if they get nothing for him, then to me that is on the organization because they had an opportunity to trade him and to get at least something back, and then they chose not to. And if Kaminga signs the 1-year qualifying offer and walks at the end of the year, that's 100% on the Warriors. But to me, why they're in this situation, it's on both of them. Kaminga thinks that he is better than he is and deserves better than he's gotten, and the Warriors have not yet made a choice. And that's something that they should have done a long time ago.
I agree. But in team sports, like the organization can ship you out. The organization can work out a trade. The organization can decide to stick with you, right? Like the players only do have so much control. So that's why I put a little more on the Warriors. I want everyone there is culpability for so many parties. I do the pie chart of culpability. That's my thing. Slice here, slice there, slice there. The degrees of mistakes. And overall, I'm just like, I can't believe you allowed it to get to this point. Because you didn't with James Wiseman. Well, you made a decision, right?
Well, he was also hurt a lot.
But did you make a decision?
Yes.
Yes.
But they did everything they could to not make that choice because he was a second overall pick. They were forced to make that choice.
They made a decision with Jordan Poole, did they not?
Yeah, they paid him after he won a championship and then had to move off of him.
And they chose to do that, right? So at the end of the day, the organization has a little more control than the individual player, unless you are LeBron, unless you are one of the very few guys in the league that can really dictate. Kawhi Leonard can dictate wherever you want to go. So I put a little more on the ownership. We could disagree, but that's my personal belief. JK is not without fault. His agent is not without fault. I think that they've misread multiple supply and demand situations regarding other teams, the interest, his value within the team. Very wrong. I think they've done a very bad market study. They're putting the house on the market at a price that I don't think it's worth that.
Some situations are created different, but to me, what you make of it also matters.
Oh, no doubt.
If Brock Purdy wasn't good, he wouldn't be the starting quarterback of the 49ers. He was a third-string quarterback. 2 guys got hurt,
sure,
and he was ready for the moment.
Sure.
Now, it turns out that he's actually a lot better than people projected of him, and he was in a good situation. But if he wasn't good, if he wasn't legitimate, he would not have been the starter the year after. They moved on from their 3rd overall pick that they traded 3 first-round picks for a last pick in the draft because he was good enough and took advantage.
And the organization made a decision, right? Like at the end of the day, the organization chose nope, Jimmy, see ya. Nope, Trey, see ya. And that's on them. Like they pivoted, right? And so the Warriors have yet to make a firm decision here, right? And that's why I think they're kind of in this spot. I really do. I'm not saying that JK he has not played up to what I want him to be. I think he could be more than what he's demonstrated. I'm sure he thinks that he can be more than what he's demonstrated. But again, at the end of the day, the organizations have the control of the player rights and whether they stay on the roster or not. And they should have a better feel for what the team needs, the players want, and what this player can contribute. And I feel like they've been off a tick or two at every single turn.
And I think it's because it's been damn difficult to determine what he can contribute.
Totally fair.
On a given night.
Totally fair.
Some nights he can be a game changer, and some nights it feels like he's not even out.
I'm not even going to argue that. I agree.
That's just what makes it difficult.
He's erratic, right? His play has been really up and down. Every time I'm ready to embrace him, he rolls an ankle, and then he's out for 2 months. And I feel like we have to start back from zero.
Yeah, the injury is a big part of it, too. And the Warriors still just have not made a choice. 888-957-9570 is the number. Part of this does kind of factor into how much the coach versus the players sort of thing, which is actually I've been thinking about the Niners a lot in regards to the coach versus the player, how much is on who, because that win on Sunday for the Saints, for me, Shasky, that was a Kyle Shanahan special. I mean,
that's how I opened the show on Monday. It was a masterpiece.
The guy was unbelievable. And we've seen him coach some not good quarterbacks and get some victories. Nick Mullins on line 1. But the players still had to go out there and do it. So if I'm asking you how much credit you give to someone like Mac Jones, how much you're looking at someone like Kaminga versus all right, how much is actually on the coach? You know, I think that's something that I always wrestle with.
No, I think we always do. And sometimes there is no right or wrong answer. Like Jordan Mason, I think, is as close to a JK comp in the last couple years that I can come up with. Jordan Mason wanted to be prominently featured in the offense more than what he was.
He will now.
I've heard from multiple people, he didn't really want to be here. And I was like, well, I don't think he has status in the league to be able to, like, dictate where he belongs. And, like, can't he read the room that, like, you're not better than CMC? Like, overall, I'm just saying overall.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I was like, Shanahan, you can't find a way to use this guy more? Like, clearly he's effective. So sometimes you have to just make a decision. And you have to just rip the Band-Aid off. Do I think Jordan Mason is better than Brian Robinson? Yeah, actually I do. Right? But I think Jordan Mason's time was up for a variety of reasons, and I don't think the coach trusted him for whatever reason, and I don't think he was ever going to be satisfied enough for his liking and his desires to be on the team anymore. And even though I truly believe Jordan Mason is better than Brian Robinson and should be on this team this year, and I think it was a crummy move, at least they made a decision and they moved on. And now you look at it, and there's some synergy, and there's a clear pecking order, and you have Brian Robinson, and I'm sure he's not happy, only getting a fraction of the looks that he's accustomed to getting. But it is what it is. And at least Shanahan put his foot down.
I also think it's interesting that, within the first 2 weeks, it seems like Brian Robinson and Christian McCaffrey can coexist more than McCaffrey and Jordan Mason ever could.
Why do you think that is?
I think it's because they have to. Shanahan has to figure out a way to use Brian Robinson to spell CMC.
Do you also notice, and I've seen it more this year in 2 games than the last, forget last year because it felt like a lost year, but the years prior, CMC tapping his helmet and asking to come out of the game way more, in a good way. I think it's a good way. It's an acknowledgement of where his body is at this point and how he needs to be preserved.
Well, so, all right, this is something I actually want to run by you because I heard your conversation with Baldinger the other day about how CMC is getting close to being back. I'm going to play that cut.
He looked great.
And then run this by you, and it might shock you a little bit.
I thought McCaffrey, it's been a long time since I've seen him explode like that. Sometimes you could just see the rubber kicking up from the ground when he's making these violent cuts. You always know that, he's seen it really good when the explosion's back, when he's jumping through a hole, not running through a hole. He jumps through a hole sometimes to clear the trash. And then he's coming to a 2-point stop, and the kid Justin Reed made a good tackle on him. Otherwise, I think he was gone. So he's getting close. I think the explosive run is coming, and it's going to be any week now.
That's Brian Baldinger from earlier this week. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I think McCaffrey might be almost there, but as a runner, Shasky, I do feel like there's a little less burst than there was 2 years ago. Through the first 2 games,
straight line speed?
I think the vision is there. I think his ability to make his offensive lineman look good with how patient he is still there. But that burst, maybe it's just because we haven't seen him break one yet, and we saw him break one literally the second carry of 2023. But that sort of acceleration, I'm not sure it's still there with McCaffrey. I don't know how you feel. But.
Well, game 1, I felt that way. Game 2, I actually thought as a runner. You're talking about as a runner, running back.
Just as a runner.
Yeah, I actually thought he was way better. Way better. Now, is he running the same 40 time that he was in 20? I don't know. But I look at this, jump cuts, because that was a big part of his game. The jump cut, and then put your foot in the ground, and then re-accelerate, right? After running full speed. Stopping, booming, jumping, cutting. I thought it was there in the second game. I really did. And I thought finishing runs with guys on him was definitely there. So I think the power is definitely back there. I don't know if he's running the same 40 time, but I do know this. I thought he hit the holes at the appropriate speed. I watched Frank Gore make a career out of not being fast and just being smart and using instincts and I would say short area quickness as opposed to pure speed or pure explosion to be extremely effective. I don't even know if he has to be 2023 to still be good. I think he can be really, really good. I watched Kevin Falk as a pass catcher or Terry Kirby as a pass catcher understand leverage, spacing, angles, things like that, misdirection, and just be unbelievably dynamic. I don't know if he has to be the same speed, and he can still be great. Not good, great.
Oh, no. I agree with that. But this idea that McCaffrey, so I think it might have been Baldy who was talking about this, but I think most people had the idea that, all right, if this season is going to be great, McCaffrey's got to be 2023.
2023 is one of the greatest individual 49er seasons I've seen since Jerry Rice.
Dude, he was a god that year. He was unbelievable.
One of the great. He had 2,200 yards from scrimmage and 30 touchdowns. Literally.
Touched the ball 400 times.
Yeah, it's a Madden season.
No, he was unreal. My point is, I don't think he's at that level anymore. But it doesn't mean the Niners can't still be really good.
I agree.
The amount of 100-yard games from McCaffrey, I think, are going to get less and less. I think partially also because his total touches is going to come down.
As a runner or as an overall from scrimmage?
No, as a runner.
Okay.
I don't think it's a coincidence that through 2 games he has more receiving yards by far than rushing yards.
But I actually want him to be used this way for preservation purposes much more than just running through the tackles with his head down.
But that's also why. It's I think he has to be this dude because, well, Jawan's still getting back. He was banged. He looked really good on Sunday, but he's still banged up.
He was on the sidelines for a minute. I'm thinking, oh, great. Is he going to come out of this game? And then he came back and was really productive.
You're obviously down BA. DeMarcus Robinson still isn't here yet. You need McCaffrey more as a pass catcher, I think, than anything. That 1 3rd and 10 where he ran out of the backfield like a comeback is one of the more sensational plays I've seen from a running back this season. But I just wonder if he's still the same running back. He can still be as impactful doing both, but I don't know. It's just a little thing that I noticed through 2 games. I'm like, I don't know if CMC is. I don't know if he's that 2023 guy anymore.
Well, again,
coming down from 2,000 plus scrimmage yards is not a knock. If you're still getting 1,500 scrimmage yards, you are one of the game's best.
Well, he's on pace for that right now.
But he was unequivocally the best running back in football 2 years ago.
Yeah, but you got to also factor in he's older and he's more dinged up, and I don't expect that. I don't think that's my calibration. I think staying healthy is number one, and being effective. I keep bringing up these guys like Frank Gore. Anquan Bolden was this way. Mike Evans is now this way. Jawan Jennings is kind of this way. You know how many great football players there are who aren't fast on offense? They just understand how to work routes, get open. I don't know. I think that, to me, Christian McCaffrey looked great running the ball. I don't want him taking 22 in between the tackle snaps as a running back and just putting his head down, trying to bounce off a 4 and 5 defensive lineman who weigh 300 pounds. I want him getting lined up against linebackers, backpedaling in space. That's smart football to me. And so I don't really care if he gets 2,000 all-purpose yards this year. If he gets 100 all-purpose yards per game plus, I think the Niners are in a great spot. 60 receiving, 60 rushing, boom, I'll take that all day. But it's also, they're going to need Brian Robinson to be solid. They need him to offset some of that loss. And I think that's where it's important that they get him involved. The other element is are you going to drop back and throw 39 times like you did with Mac Jones every week? Probably not. You're probably going to run the ball. So I think they're going to need Garendo at some point.
Just not taking the ball out of the end zone as a kick returner.
He's so unreliable. He's just.
I mean, the thing is, I think
he's been great, CMC. The second game, to me, was way more encouraging. The first one, I felt he was a little hesitant running as a running back. I understood the little burst you were talking about or the lack thereof.
It's just more something that I'm monitoring. Because the real number to me is 15, which is, can you play 15 games?
Oh, yeah.
Can you play 15 games this year? To me, the Niners have a far better chance to win with him on the field than off.
31 touches week 1 was a NFL individual high in terms of touches in the NFL. That was unsustainable. It was to win that game, given everything that was going on and the way that game played out. But they've got to be more pragmatic about it to be able to preserve him long term.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, who tip off tonight Game 2 of the WNBA first-round series against the Minnesota Lynx at 7 o'clock. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Giddings in for Spadoni with Shasky.
And I also thought CMC, given that George Kittle was out, who needs to be accounted for in the play action game, I was even more encouraged with the run game, even though it wasn't robust.
Yeah, I mean, well, they got outrushed by the Saints, but I think part of that was also due to the fact that Mac Jones was just throwing the ball all around the field.
Mac Jones looked great.
Didn't look like a backup.
He looked great.
Let's go to Kay Bueno, who's in Oakland.
Hey, Kay. What's up?
What's up, Kay? Good morning, man. How you doing?
Hey, good. How's it going, guys? Good morning to y'all. Yeah, I mean, first off, to kind of piggyback on that, yeah, Mac Jones looked great, man, considering he's a backup. But also, it also kind of reinforces us that Shanny liked him for a reason coming out of Alabama. And, he obviously saw something in the guy. So, I've got to put trust in Shanahan with that. He likes his quarterbacks, and, there's reasons. And I kind of just want to touch on what you were saying a moment ago here about CMC. Do we need him to be 2023 version? No. He's obviously getting older. So, yeah, I was watching the Saints game and thought, I don't know if he's as explosive come out of the backfield as he was a couple years ago. But at the same time, Shasky, what you mentioned, I feel a lot better. I don't mind him getting his touches. I just feel better with him getting touches as a receiver.
Yep.
He's going to get his run still, but it's also going to be getting banged up, running through the holes. Shanahan runs his running back through the hole there, getting banged up like that. That's what kind of gives me hesitancy because it's like, I still got PTSD from his last injury. So I just, feel a little more comfortable with him coming out of the backfield as a receiver. And also it goes through why we got Robinson too. Robinson is a proven starter in the league. He's still young. We could keep them both on the field simultaneously. So I think if you're utilizing McCaffrey still with the burst he's got, but maybe use him more as a receiver, and he's aggressive at that.
I got you. Yep.
He was cutting in and out. Not all.
Thanks, Kay.
We do these things like counting numbers, like, they're all the same. Like, for example, it drives me insane in baseball. Well, he's had 90 pitches. I'm like, well, wait a minute. Like, was it 75 curveballs and sliders? Or were they all changeups? Were guys on base? Were they out of the stretch, the windup? How many warm-ups did you have? Like how's your elbow feeling before the game? How's it feeling during the middle of the game? Like, there's context to everything. So when we do 31 touches, well, where are they on the field, right? This was week 1, like, where are you getting them? Is a run in between the tackles the same as throwing into the flat when I've got a smaller corner guarding me? Is that tackle the same?
Not if you're not getting hit that hard.
Right? And so, again, and you can't guarantee, you can get injured anywhere on the field. I got injured downfield, by the safety in the corner coming in. You can get injured anywhere. But there is something to be said about, where you are on the field, how you're taking your hits, and doing the best you can to put a seatbelt on it and change it. And also strategically use that person as a chess piece in certain situations. They had him in the backfield in the red zone, and they motioned him into the slot as they're hiking it, and then he hits a little up and out, and boom, Mac Jones throws a perfect ball for that 2-minute touchdown right before halftime. And it was like, where's that red zone play been for the last 2 years? I've been dying for that. Give me more of that. That's a kind of a play. That's so much more effective than just, hey, let's bunch this up and hand it off to McCaffrey in between the tackles. Both count for 1 touch, and he might get a touchdown and break through 3 tackles on that goal line type of a 2 tight end set with a fullback. Or I could just throw it to him in the flat and he doesn't get touched. Give me that touch all day over the, force feeding him into the meat of the defense.
Well, that's what I think we're learning, and it seems like maybe it's because they've won, but it almost looks like Shanahan is recognizing in real time is that they don't need him to be the 2023 version to still win football games. And it's almost like, I don't think he's as good as he was 2 years ago. I mean, just at his age, what I've seen so far. But he was getting the ball in a situation where they're up 2 scores in the fourth quarter, every single time in 2023. This year,
Bonte would fight me on that. He's like, actually, remember you saying this the other day? And I went back and I looked. I'm like, dude, when you're up multiple scores, stop just handing off to your prized possession running back in between the tackles. This is where I lost. I'm sorry, let me cut you off.
No, you're good.
This is where Jordan Mason should have been utilized in 2023. And to me, the big revelation of 2024 was, why couldn't this guy get on the field?
Oh, Garendo?
No, Mason.
Oh, Jordan
In those
Mason.
situations you're describing.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest area where Mason struggled was the red zone. And
Yeah, no doubt.
I think that's still a reason why they sucked so much last year inside the 20s.
See, like old school football fan, like if I name Zach Crockett or Ron Dane, there are these specific short yardage running backs that would take on the pounding. Tyrone Wheatley comes to mind, right? Like specific dudes. They had a guy, the Niners, back when Harbaugh was here, Boobie Dixon. Boobie Dixon was their third running back. You're laughing. Boobie Dixon was their third running back. It was to give Frank Gore like a breather and like, hey, we're going to pound Boobie Dixon in between the tackles here. And then, you know what also we're going to do? We're going to have Kendall Hunter, and he's going to be our change of pace guy. And we know that if we want to go anywhere of significance, 1,700 yards from Frank Gore is probably not the best route, which is his career high, 1,695 with North Turner. The best route is probably like 1,200 yards, and these other guys get the other 500 yards somehow, and we save him so he's fresh for January. And we pick and choose our spots of when to use them. Like, different guys can take different roles on the team. Like, they're specialists.
Well, that's what I find interesting is that they're using him less than they did in 2023 when he was a better version of himself. And they're still getting results.
Yes.
Part of it is I think the opponents that they've played, the Saints are not as good. I think Seattle's better than we gave him credit for in that first week. But to me, like looking at how they're going to keep McCaffrey fresh this whole season, I think Kyle Shanahan so far deserves an A+. Like the fact that they've gotten the most out of him while he still has not really needed outside. I mean, 31 touches is a lot, but last week, like they had a backup quarterback, they used him less, and they won that game, I think, more comfortably than they did week one. Like that's the needle that. Yeah. It feels like we've been asking Shanahan to thread for, God, really since McCaffrey got here, and he hasn't. So you got to give him credit for that. I also think that, what it says to me about this team, Shasky, compared to last year or the year before is I trust their defense a lot more.
Way more.
And I think Shanahan does too. I think that's a big part of it also. Whereas in 2023, so if he's using McCaffrey late in the fourth quarter, it's because that's the battering ram to end this game.
Yeah.
I'm going to win the game with my offense, put it out of reach. Now, because he has more faith and trust in Robert Saleh, that not getting 6 points on every single, it's not the end of the world.
Did you see what their last possession on offense before the kneel downs, what they did? They threw the ball.
Yeah.
I don't think they do that. Maybe they do in 2023, but like they threw the ball. And I think it's a testament to the faith they have in the defense that if they do stop the clock, they don't have a completion, whatever, they have to go 3 and out. They do trust that they'll get a stop. 2 weeks in a row, Evan, they've gotten a stop with the game on the line.
Yeah, 100%.
Sorry, I didn't know what was going on there.
No, Sam was in my ear talking to me about something. It's, like I think that, McCaffrey is a guy that his health is of the utmost importance, but I also think that Shanahan has to have a little more understanding of, all right, there are 3 phases. Special teams is coming into focus. The defense is something that you can, like Shasky, if I ask you this question, and 888-957-9570, if I ask you what is the identity of this team through 2 weeks, it's early, but is it more offense or defensive to you?
I think it's a resilient defense, hard-hitting defense, I think, more than the offense.
I agree. Like, if you look at, and again, it's through 2 weeks, but the offense right now is scoring 22 points per game. Last year, they scored 23 points per game. The difference is last year they were like 29th in defense, and so far they're top 10 in virtually every single category.
Evan, they gave up 2,200 yards on the ground last year. 4.4 yards a carry.
That's a lot.
They were awful, and like 30 touchdowns or 25 touchdowns, whatever it was, on the ground. And Kamara ran actually pretty well in this game. Really patient, and I thought they kind of got away from him. Here's the thing with me, the biggest element of the defense last year to this year, it's 2 games. They got a lot of young guys. D. Winters, Siegel, Upton Stout, obviously all the defensive linemen that they're playing. The back end hasn't blown huge coverages for wide open looks. That was a consistent theme last year. The back end, what are we doing? Like, we're either pressing too close, we're in the wrong coverage, someone somehow blows the coverage, and a guy's wide open. This year, even though there are a couple of penalties trying to make plays on the ball, it just feels like the back end, the secondary, is significantly more on a receiver. They're in position to make plays, and these young guys are going to have to learn. Then I look at the defensive line, and I say, like, I think their defensive line is getting better push, and I think that they're getting more unique looks at the front to be able to hide their disguises to hit quarterbacks. I'm seeing way more versatility through a couple games.
There's more speed on the field, and I think that's something that it naturally comes when you're the third youngest defense in football. When you're young, you're typically faster.
Is that what they are?
Yeah. I
didn't know that.
I think they're the second or third oldest offense in football, but they're the third youngest defense.
I didn't know that.
By average age.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but it makes sense. It's like you're seeing 5 or 6 rookies on the field in a given moment. They got a ton of youth out there. And I think that Saleh, yes, and Fred Warner said it yesterday, Willard Dibs, like, it's put them in a position to play faster. But compared to last year, Shasky, there's so many more, and it's early, but it feels like, all right, an opponent will dump the ball to a Kamara or to a Kenneth Walker, both like pretty good playmakers with the ball in their hand. And within seconds, boom, there's a guy on the ball. Like, that is a characteristic, I think, of a good defense that there's not been much yards after catch, I think, by either of the first two opponents.
The thing that, we've talked a lot about Saleh and Sorensen and just kind of the contrast between the two of them. Ev, I went back, I watched every single game before the season started of last year. George Odom was a terrible safety. No, like, he was terrible. Like, I think we've forgotten.
It was about the drip.
He was terrible. Isaac Yiadom, who was playing for the New Orleans Saints over the weekend, played way too much for the Niners and was getting targeted over and over and over again and had horrific penalties and just got abused. Devondre Campbell played so bad. Every team in the flat and on these Texas angle routes with running backs was attacking him.
I'm glad he quit.
I mean, he was awful. And I just keep coming back to, like, was D. Winters that bad last year? Has he taken such a big leap this year? How could that guy not get on the field? Was he just injured? It's bizarre to me. Their personnel has been upgraded by a bunch of rookies, and I don't know how good these rookies are, but they're better than those 3 that they had last year. And that isn't just the sole reason why their defense was bad, but also their defensive line was terrible. Like, it was terrible. Leonard Floyd was so absent in so many plays. I saw a lot from Bryce Huff in this game. I know the strip sack at the end is the one that everyone's going to point to. I counted 3 other plays where he's bending around like D. Ford would, where he's speeding and, like, getting low with that shoulder around the tackle and, like, leaping at the quarterback. He's a dynamic pass rusher. I don't know about a run stuffer, but he's a dynamic pass rusher.
That's the thing. Yeah, when he's deployed properly, he's incredible.
Yeah.
He got to the quarterback in 2.24 seconds. That's it. That's being shot out of a cannon.
Yeah, it is.
It's literally the quickest defensive lineman to the quarterback in the NFL this season. So, but again, he's not someone that's going to...
the little nuggy nugs.
I read a couple articles here and there. I think that... I don't cite my sources. The thing is, though, you're right. He's not going to line up and stop Alvin Kamara in the hole. That's not what he's there for. No. And it just feels like now they have more ways to... I don't know if it's deploy guys properly, but Saleh just has a better understanding of this group.
Even like Alfred Collins, just showing a couple of plays of pushing dudes, hitting the quarterback. It was more than I saw in the preseason. It's like, all right, well, I got now faith that, like, is he trending in the right direction? Like, I thought this dude was just going to be a big bust. Alfred Collins, like, that was their 2nd-round pick. It was extremely important that they at least not have a complete whiff at that pick because it's a valuable pick for them. And when you see a guy make a play and splash a little, you're like, all right, things are going in the right direction. And D. Winters has been outstanding. I can't get over how fast and how sure of a tackler he looks, and he's always in position. He looks really good.
Well, and so far, their choice to take, was it 5 or 6 defensive players in the draft?
Yeah.
That's proven to be the correct choice. They look completely different on that side of the football.
Marquise Siegel, even though he's gotten beat, he's on the ball. He's making plays like right on a guy. Johnson made a hell of a catch on that red zone. And Spencer Rattler was abusing Renardo Green. Mm-hmm. Renardo Green was on multiple of those plays. Like, you can't cover it much better. Sometimes the other guys get paid too. And it's Chris Olave. He makes pretty acrobatic catches. Like, he's a really good player. So I think there's a lot of baptism by fire going on defense, but I'm seeing the rookies in the right spot. I'm seeing them make plays. I like where we're at.
Well, we're going to catch up with Matt Lively, talk to him more about the San Francisco 49ers and also the big playoff game tonight at SAP Center. The Golden State Valkyries take on the Minnesota Lynx at 7 o'clock. You can catch the action on ESPN, actually, but of course, right here on 95.7 The Game. Also, download the Valkyries app on the Odyssey channel to get all the action. Kevin Dano is going to be on the call tonight for you. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Frontier Ford. Hurry to Frontier Ford to lease the all-electric Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month, or buy with 0% APR for 72 months, plus a $2,000 rebate. But don't wait. The federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and F-150 Lightning expire in September at the end of the month on the 30th. So browse their huge inventory at frontierford.com. Coming up next on the River Islands guest line, Matt Lively of KPIX is going to join the Morning Roast. Gettings in for Spadoni with Shasky. We're back after this.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Own a home built before 1980? Is it on a poured foundation? You may be eligible for a grant up to $3,000 to strengthen your home against earthquake damage. Consider bolting your house to its foundation or bracing crawl space walls to help protect your investment and keep your family safe. Register between August 20th and October 1st at earthquakebracebolt.com. Visit today to learn more and secure your grant. Brought to you by the California Residential Mitigation Program.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live. Buprenorphine, it gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. And we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Kaminga is bunned. Hell nah.
Now, back to the morning roast.
Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro?
With Joe Spadoni.
Stop playing with your pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And Joe Shasky.
Giants, Niners, this on crack.
On 95.7 The Game.
Duh, sure.
Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni. Joe Shasky with you as always. A couple minutes away from chatting with KPIX's Matt Lively. Big game tonight, obviously, in the South Bay with the Golden State Valkyries taking on the Minnesota Lynx in Game 2. A winner-go-home game for Golden State. Can catch all the action right here on 95.7 The Game again. 7 o'clock tip. What's up, Shasky?
I mean, dude, I was like caught up at the break. Steiny is so fired up for tonight's game. The Valkyries. Why are you smiling?
I thought Tulane played tonight for a sec. Sorry. That's the only team I can get him to be fired up about lately. I swear to God. Tulane football. He's huge on it. The American Conference, it's quite competitive.
Knowing Steiny, he'll be rooting for Europe in the Ryder Cup, right?
For Europe? Oh. Actually, yeah, probably. Well, they got a lot of good players, don't they?
Oh, no, they're probably the favorite this year, especially considering that, all the great American golfers on LIV aren't going to be able to qualify for the American team. So, but he's fired up for the Valkyries, and Goo's fired up as well. So, I mean, who's fired up?
Also, too, it's like one of those weird things that goes on, the international versus national or domestic. Laver Cup's the one, I think, sport or event where you actually have Europe versus the world.
That's what the Ryder Cup. So the Ryder Cup is Europe versus America.
Oh, it is. Okay.
So it's like basically Great Britain and what do they call it? GBI. They have like a name for it. Great Britain and Ireland versus America. And then the President's Cup for golf is America versus the rest of the world.
But they have it's not just Great Britain. John Rahm played for them
for Spain.
Year,
Yes.
I gotcha.
For example, like Ernie Els wasn't a part of it because he's South African, right, for many, many years, or Vijay Singh. And so, it's just different.
Let's get out to the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Matt Lively of KPIX joining us right now on 95.7 The Game. Matt, what's going on, man? Evan in for Spadoni. How you doing?
What's going on, fellas? Not much. Exciting playoff Wednesday.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a winner-go-home game tonight at 7 o'clock for the Valkyries. I understand Game 1 certainly did not go in their favor after that first quarter, but when you think about the Valkyries and just how they've gotten to this point, Matt, if they're able to push it to a third game, that would be fantastic. But I kind of feel like the win is being in at this point for this team right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask them, they unfortunately they won't say that.
Yeah.
Maybe not even unfortunately, but like that's just the expectations that they have for themselves, which is really impressive in year one. That they've set this bar for themselves that's higher than I think any fan or any other team around the league would have ever set for them. But that's just kind of the way that Natalie Nakase coaches up her team. I would certainly say getting to the playoffs, winning more games than any other expansion team, that was the win in itself. But when I've asked her about that, she certainly doesn't view it like that. And I think that's probably why they're so successful.
You know, the Giants have been a team going back to New York for, 160 years? They've been in this market since 1958. The Warriors started in Philadelphia in 46 and came over here in the 60s. And then you have, obviously, the 49ers born and raised 1946. We know that the A's were here and the Raiders were here. But for this to be an upstart team and to catch on so quick with this community, why do you think it is? With no backstory, with nothing other than just a full-on expansion, why are people in this community so emotionally attached to this team if it does end tonight? Like, I find this to be one of the more fascinating seasons I've ever seen in sports in this market because just out of nowhere, poof, here's this team, and everyone cares.
Well, I think the most important thing is it isn't just in this market. Like, when you look at national attention of the league, and when you turn on ESPN and you look at which team they're talking about, I almost always look up and they're talking about the Valkyries. And I think the reason is for that is exactly what they say. They're a bunch of 6 women who are on this team that got thrown into starting roles and are somehow successful. It's kind of like the 2010 Giants, right? Like you looked at the roster at the beginning of the year and you thought, all right, they might not do a whole lot. Now, when Nakase just said last week, we were expected to finish last. No one had us making the playoffs. The win total was 8. And somehow, this group of players that weren't stars on other teams have completely come in and thrown the league off. And it's hard for anybody to not get behind that. I think anybody, even if you're not a sports fan, can watch their story and go, wow, that's pretty incredible that they did this in year one, when these were a bunch of players who were counted out their whole careers. Veronica Burton, who just won the most improved player, was literally cut last season. This wasn't like she was cut 5 years ago and has slowly gotten better. She was literally cut by Dallas last season and has turned into a star. So I think that's why it's so easy for everyone to get behind them.
We're chatting with Matt Lively here on 95.7 The Game with KPIX, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And Matt, it's obviously unfortunate that they don't have this playoff game at Chase Center, but I imagine with what you're talking about, just the ultimate embracing of this group. I mean, I for one am excited to just see playoff WNBA basketball in the Bay Area, and I have to imagine that even though Valhalla is going to be temporarily moved for a night, you're expecting the same atmosphere, no?
They've sold out every single game at Chase Center. If anything, I would say this is now just an opportunity for fans in the South Bay who maybe can't get up to Chase Center on a weeknight to see their team up close and personal. Hey, we thought when the Savannah Bananas went on the road, they weren't going to be very successful, right? I'm not comparing the Savannah Bananas to the Valkyries, but I'm saying there's a fan base there already in place. And if they're selling out Chase Center, which when you travel around the country and go to all these different WNBA venues, they don't even have the upper bowl available for purchase. All these other teams are putting black curtains, almost like the Oakland A's used to do. You couldn't sit up there. The Valkyries don't have that issue. So I think going an hour south is not going to be detrimental to the crowd tonight.
So my mom's been to a couple of games. She went to the Caitlin Clark game, and she went to another one. And the Caitlin Clark game is a game she said she'll remember forever just by how the crowd was reacting. But the one that she thought was even more memorable was when they lost by 10 and the entire crowd gave them a standing ovation for like 6 straight minutes after the game. She said she's never seen anything like that in professional sports. If the season ends tonight, what is the image or the moment for you that you'll never forget for the Valkyries' first season?
All right, it's funny you asked that because I actually have 3 quick stories, and I'll answer all 3. It'll all tie together. The Caitlin Clark game is the first time that we did a post-game interview where I was going up on the Jumbotron, but I did not realize this. I thought it was just a post-game interview on the broadcast. So all of a sudden I start interviewing Tiffany Hayes, and I'm like, man, I've got crazy reverb in my IFB, and I realized we're going through the whole stadium. No one had told me it was going to be broadcasted out, and that's the first time I realized, like, oh, my God, these fans are nuts, because they were going crazy for Tip Hayes as I interviewed her. Second one, they lose by 10. Vern Glenn's about to toss out to me, and he's going, Matt, what's the crowd like right now? Is it pretty, down and gloomy? And I said, Vern, you're not going to believe this, but there's literally a standing ovation right now. Like, fans are still going crazy. And I think the image that stays with me was just last week or 2 weeks ago when they clinched their postseason, and I got to interview Janelle Salon, and she kind of grabs the mic from me and just screams, "Let's go." I mean, that felt like all the emotion of the season built up into one phrase, "Let's go." They did it. Like, we made the postseason. We have arrived. I'll never forget that for the rest of my career.
Well, and hopefully, Matt, they can push it to one more game as well, and who knows, maybe find a way to upset the top seed, and, of course, the runner-ups last year in the WNBA. That's the Minnesota Lynx. I do want to ask you, Matt, we're talking with Matt Lively of KPIX here on 95.7 The Game, about the San Francisco 49ers start. 2-0, one of those games with a backup quarterback. There's kind of a lot to pick from, Matt, but we were tossing this around earlier. Like, what has stood out to you the most about this San Francisco 49ers team through 2 weeks?
It's a good question, and I'm going to default to Nick Bosa here. He brought up after Sunday's game, they have won now 2 games this season that they lost last year. Those games that came down to the end where they might have had a lead or they might have had a chance to go down and ice the game, they lost those games last year. And so far, they went down the field, scored a touchdown, Jake Tonjes, week 1, and then Nick Bosa gets a sack as the Seahawks were driving. They win that game. Then in New Orleans, they let the Saints hang around, but ultimately Bryce Huff, like a missile, comes off the outside on 4th and 2, and they seal the win. Those are games they lost last year. Last year, honestly, is summed up by Geno Smith running in a touchdown with 13 seconds at Levi's Stadium against the Seahawks in a game I never thought the 49ers were going to lose. That's when I knew the season was doomed. And so far, 2 games, it's not happened yet.
Are you happy you don't have to talk about the kicker? No, I'm serious. Now we're on to the quarterback situation.
Miss the extra point. He did miss the extra point right off the bat. I'm going, oh boy, Eddie Pinheiro, just make this.
You know what that looked like, Matt? That looked like you at Backyard 9 hitting golf shots for the Giants Stadium when they do this.
Right.
Yeah, I'm teasing, dude.
Yeah, you're not wrong, though. I mean, honestly, I hit a couple too many balls into McCovey Cove, unfortunately. Hopefully those are balls that are fine for the whales out there. No Seinfeld.
I love it. I love it. The team, though, does seem to be rallying around Mac Jones. I'm not trying to put an artificial quarterback controversy into place. I'm just saying that I think the guys are happy for Mac Jones, and I'm happy for him. And we were talking yesterday about there's 2 story arcs in life that I think we love, whether it's pop culture, movies, sports. Rags to riches and the redemption story. And it feels like Brock Purdy's that rags to riches story, and Mac Jones is that redemption story. Do you agree?
Totally. Be honest with me. How many times have you guys played Return of the Mac over the last 3 days?
Not once. Not once, but we do have a different Mike Jones, a.k.a. Mac Jones, one that we created.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
Mac Jones.
I totally agree with you. I mean, Mac Jones, a guy that, how cool is it? This is the guy that everybody wanted Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch to draft a couple of years ago. Straight up to 3. They don't draft him. Ends up coming years later, 2 teams removed, and he balls out in his first game. I didn't think it was a perfect game, by the way. I mean, when you look at the numbers, you're like, wow, he played really well. There were certainly things to clean up. He'd probably be the first to admit that, but you can't really ask more of a backup QB to come in and spot you some wins while Brock Purdy's out.
Mac Jones!
There it is. Well, the fact that he had 273 touchdowns, it probably the best statistical game of his career in 51 starts, that's Kyle Shanahan to me, and it's got me feeling so much, Matt, that this team could beat the Arizona Cardinals for their home opener in Week 3, which was not a feeling that I felt when you get the news that Brock Purdy goes down with turf toe for 2 to 5 weeks. It's like, oh my gosh, is that going to spoil the home opener? The first time Levi's Stadium opens its gates, they're favored in this game by 1.5 points. I mean, do you think that's fair, especially the way they looked in New Orleans?
I definitely think it's fair. I mean, look, the Saints played the Cardinals tight week 1. then the Cardinals last week really let the Panthers hang around. They were up in that game, and then all of a sudden Carolina had a chance to win it. It's one of those things, the Cardinals are never a team that I'm going to go, oh boy, watch out. Like, this is going to be the most grueling game on Sunday. And you know what? Even if they do lose, I've been saying this since training camp. Look at the back half of the 49ers schedule. Look at what it looks like when you get both George Kittle and Brock Purdy back healthy. There's a chance for them to go on a legitimate 5-6 game winning streak where they have teams like the Titans and the Bears all in the mix. So you drop one early here when some of your guys are injured and banged up. You can move past that. They just got to get to the back half of this schedule with a record over 500 and then just put it in cruise control.
Well, Matt, thank you so much for the time. We really appreciate catch up with you. Have a great time tonight down, of course, with the Golden State Valkyries, and good luck to them and yourself.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
See you soon, dude.
Matt Lively, KPIX. Yeah, and I know he kind of gave us the reasoning, and I understand why AP Coach of the Year Natalie Nakase is poo-pooed the whole, well, this is just a win by getting into the playoffs. And that's probably the reason why they've gotten as far as they have, Shasky. But they've done something no other expansion team has done in the history of this league, which is turn in a playoff season in their first year. So it's really hard for me to feel like if they lose tonight that it's really a loss. You know what I'm saying?
They've had a great year. I mean, they've had a great year. There were zero expectations, and they've far exceeded them. I've watched way more minutes, full games, than I ever thought that I ever would at any point in my life.
Well, the expectation was for them to be bad. I remember reading
bad. I mean, you're an expansion team. Yeah, you're not going to be relevant for multiple years.
Well, that's what I'm saying is I remember reading an article from ESPN at the beginning of the season that the average amount of wins from an expansion team is like 7.5. That's why their win total was 8, as Matt pointed out. And so for them to do what they've done, especially considering they've had a bunch of injuries, they have had players go in and out for different overseas tournaments. Like, they have had to go through a lot, I think, behind the scenes that we're not obviously privy to, and it really hasn't mattered.
And they lost their best player. I mean, there's just a lot that's been going on for this team right now, and the future is very bright. And you start kind of like dreaming about who could they get in free agency? Who could they get?
Inescu?
I mean, Bonte wants Asia Wilson. I don't think that's realistic, but you never know.
You never know with Joe Lacob. He's a guy who thinks big, even if sometimes it doesn't come to fruition.
I want to ask you about Mac and Brock Purdy.
Let's talk about it.
I opened the show yesterday, and I was talking about there are 2 story arcs that just in life we love. There's the Ragnar Riches one, the Scarface, the come up, right? Just like you were nothing and now you're something.
Yep.
Whether it's an actor or a movie or pop culture or whatever it might be. There's just that element is always going to be there. The Kurt Warner stories, the Mike Piazza stories, guys that were overlooked and somehow found a way to be one of the greats. And then there's the other story arc, which is the redemption. For whatever reason, you were needing to be humiliated and humbled by America. And then you fell on your face and you ate the humble pie. And you're better for it. And now we root for you. The Robert Downey Jr.'s, Tiger Woods to a degree, Baker Mayfield to a degree, right? Good Will Hunting is a movie that I always think of when I think of that. Like, you got to be humbled. And I feel like Brock Purdy represents that rags to riches, out of nowhere story arc that we love in movies and in culture. And then Mac Jones is kind of like the other arc, which is the redemption story arc. And I just think both are really cool. And it's freaking awesome that we bought both these guys here. And then you go down the rabbit hole and you start comparing and contrasting. And you're like, all right, Brock, in the regular season, Brock started 37 games. Mac Jones has started 50. It's kind of crazy.
I mean, Mac Jones
You're not surprised?
That he's in this position now?
No, that he started more games than Brock Purdy. Like, in my mind, for whatever reason, I was like, Max, even though I know they're almost, the same age, like 50 games is a lot of games in the NFL for Mac Jones at such a young age.
Well, I think you get that many games when you had the kind of rookie season that he did.
Yes.
I mean, he was a Pro Bowler. They made the playoffs. I think it was the year after or 2 years after they moved on from Brady. Mm-hmm. And there was this idea of like, well, could Mac Jones be the next? So I kind of understand it. I mean, that team also was in no position to draft a new quarterback. That team stunk. So there was no expectation for Mac Jones. Now, it's funny. Like, he to me is less of a redemption story based on how many starts he got than someone like Sam Darnold, who was just kind of tossed around between teams.
I mean, Darnold never had, before the Vikings, the success that Mac had in that 1 year. But I do also believe there was whether it's real or not, I feel like we perceived Mac Jones with the cigar and everything. We got like he's too arrogant. I do think that there was an element of that. And I think there was also Patriot pushback.
I think
nationally.
Yeah, well, look, anytime you're associated with the Patriots
and Bama,
Belichick, yeah, I think Belichick and Saban were his two head coaches. Like,
exactly.
You just kind of get the feeling that this guy's arrogant. I haven't heard that whatsoever. Like, he doesn't give me that type of feeling at all.
No, but I do think that people wanted to see him knock down a peg for whatever reason.
I also think that, well, let me ask you this. As a 49ers fan who, I mean, you were there when people thought that Shanahan wanted him and then they took Trey. It's like, were you preying on his downfall a little bit just because you didn't want it to be the wrong choice?
Maybe it was baked into it subconsciously. Sure, but I always thought he was solid. I didn't think and now my thought is I almost think almost no one is, even if you're a Pro Bowler, nobody's worth 3 picks to trade up to get. My whole thought on Mac was, and I said it on many shows, if you stay at 15, whatever they were at, 12, I think they were at 12, 11, whatever they were at that year, stay there if you like Mac Jones and take him. No one's jumping you to go get him. Now, I know Schefter has said, the Patriots were going to jump up and get him. That just doesn't seem like Belichick to me, and he was the one who was running that team. If you're going to trade up, you take a big swing. Like, I don't think Travis Hunter's worth whatever Jacksonville moved up to go get him. I don't think he's a great receiver. I would be playing him at cornerback, personally. I think it's harder to find those guys than it is wide receivers. But I don't think he's worth moving up to go get. But I get it because of the talent, and it's a huge swing. I would have stood pat and took Mac Jones. I didn't like trading up 3 picks to go get him.
I didn't like trading 3 picks for someone you didn't know was going to be there. I think Shanahan has effectively admitted that they were just going to take the third best quarterback.
Yeah, I don't like that strategy either.
At least the Jacksonville Jaguars, I don't think it's...
They knew who they were targeting.
Yeah, they knew which player they wanted.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, to me, if you're trading up for a guy. You're not trading up for a position.
Like when the Falcons moved up to go get Julio.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah. I mean, shoot, you could... I mean, think about... the last time the Niners did that, it was in the 3rd round. But it's like they will sometimes move up to go get individuals. Jake Moody. They really wanted Jake Moody. They didn't think that he was going to be there after the 3rd round, so they took him.
Jerry Rice is one of the more famous ones. They moved up to 10 or whatever to go get him, and everyone's like, what? Who? They wanted some other guy. I forget if it's Cincinnati or the Bears. Somebody else drafted the guy that they wanted, and they went and got Jerry Rice, and everyone's like, you can't do that. And he was crushed his rookie year. He has no hands, no separation, and ended up being the greatest pick, one of the greatest picks in Niner history.
Yeah, that's one you're not going to look back on and say, we messed that one up. Let's go to Steve. Steve is in the city. Wants to talk about the 49ers. Steve, good morning, man. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I wanted to follow up and expound upon Shasky's discussion about this defense. I got to say, I am so pleasantly surprised by this unit. They not only have their identity back, but like Robert Saleh's stamp is already all over it. And considering the inexperience, how young, I'm curious your thoughts here, Shasky, but they're currently 6th in total D. I think they're playing at a level in the first 2 weeks that I did not only not expect, but the hope would have been that they'd be playing like this at the end of October and November.
I completely agree. They're farther along at this stage than I thought they'd be. I still think they're going to be a work in progress. I don't think we've seen an offense robust enough to really give them the true test that we're going to be getting over the next couple of weeks. But they are definitely farther. I thought they'd be ugly to start the year. I mean, you're playing on defense alone. Siegel, rookie, starter. Stout, it's the nickel, but he's a starter. He's
rookie.
Rookie starter. Renardo Green, played 1 year. Okay, 1 year. D. Winters has not played a full season. He's in year 3, but he hasn't played a full season. He's unknown. Michael Williams, starter, rookie. I look at the other safety spot. Jason Pinnock. He's been on 3 different teams. He's a new player to the system. And then I look at, obviously, Alfred Collins and C.J. West. Those guys are rotational pieces on that defensive line. Like, there's just a lot of unknown. You're playing a lot of young guys. And for them to be this good so quick, it's Robert Saleh. And to me, it's the guys are in spots to make plays, which means they got the right guys who've got a good instinct. They're calling the right sets and the right coverages. And the disguising at the line of scrimmage is so much better than it's been in the last 2 years.
I mean, look, this is the thing. If you go up and down their starters so far, on a given day, between week 1 and week 2, they've had 5 to 6 different starters than last year. So it's not just the rookies. You're right. Siegel, the Stouts, the Mykel Williamses. Kalia Davis has never started before in his career.
Jordan Elliott.
He made a big play on Sunday against the Saints. You look at someone who started week 1, Luke Gifford. That guy has not started in the NFL before.
I said to the guys here, I go,
who is that guy?
Who the hell is 57 white guy? Who is that guy?
Luke Gifford. He hasn't been a starter yet. So even if they're not necessarily rookies, as you mentioned, D. Winters has not been a starter in the NFL before. Those are 5 fresh new faces, and for the most part, they have not skipped a beat. The one thing that against the Saints, like first drive, there's a drop touchdown by Olave.
Oh, he's got to catch that pass. I don't care that it's behind him. That should have been 6, and then they missed the field goal.
Exactly. So there's been some situations where I think because of the talent they played against, mainly last week, all right, well, let's see how you do against some more buttoned-up groups. But the point is that this defense, to me, it's going to be good enough to keep them, especially with some of the teams they play, some of the lower-level groups, like that defense is going to be allowed to eat most Sundays.
I'll throw this at you. If right now, if you were to say Spagnuolo and Andy Reid and Sirianni and Vic Fangio are the top 2 in the league in terms of head coach, defensive coordinators, how far down do you got to get before you get to Saleh and Shanahan as a combination?
I mean, they're probably top 10 for sure. Yeah, I think so.
Do you think most people have them top 5?
Probably by naming power, yeah. I mean, I think look, you have a DC who's been a head coach. That's pretty rare,
and he knows what he's doing. At least on defense, I think we would all agree. And look, you got to play the whole season out.
And they've worked together before. I think that really does matter. The fact that Shanahan, I think that's one of the reasons why Shanahan has been. I don't know if it's less aggressive, but I do think that there's been less times that I've seen through 2 weeks where it feels like he doesn't trust his defense to get a stop, and that impacts how he calls a play.
Totally, no doubt. I mean, there was a situation where there was a 4th and 2 from the 28, and they kicked the field goal, and I'm thinking to myself, in my head, if he trusts the kicker, does he take that kick?
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't trust the defense, is he taking that kick? So I don't think it's either or. I think they kind of go hand in hand, right? And so, like, these are all these, like, hey, we could go for it. We could not go for it. Like, you're weighing all these options. And I do believe having a kicker you trust and having a defensive coordinator you trust to get a stop or two or to figure things out definitely eases your mind on taking that field goal attempt from the 28-yard line on 4th and 2 as opposed to going for it and maybe possibly not converting and turning it over right there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about rankings as far as, Shanahan and Saleh. They're certainly up there.
I know, I threw it at you randomly.
Well, no, I mean, I just honestly don't know. I haven't reviewed all 32 defensive coordinators, to be honest. But what I do think is fair would be to say that of all of the 2-0 teams, Shanahan and Saleh deserve the most credit of the play callers.
All right.
Like between coordinators on both sides of the football, you're thinking about they've won a game with a backup quarterback. The defense has helped you make stops using as many of the rookies and new players as we've talked about. And that's why, after watching the game Sunday, Shasky, I was kind of reevaluating how I feel about how much coaching matters. Because I'm generally a guy that's like, look, players play, coaches coach, but it's mostly on the guys on the field.
This sport, more than any other sport.
It's wild, man.
Well, scheme matters. Like, okay, does Vic Fangio know what he's doing?
Yeah, 100%, because you saw the Eagles' defense 2 years ago compared to last year.
He runs at 3-4. I watched him firsthand with the Niners. He was awesome. But there were certain guys that just didn't fit his scheme at all. Bryce Huff's one of those guys. Like, he's a 4-3 defensive end, third down specialist. I don't think D Ford would have fit Vic Fangio's scheme either. I don't know if Nick Bosa would be a perfect fit. I bet he'd find a way to make him good. But very specific players fit in both schemes that they're running, Saleh and Vic Fangio. I don't think Fangio is some bum because he doesn't know how to use Bryce Huff properly. It just doesn't work for what he's trying to do. Conversely, Salah's the perfect fit for someone like Bryce Huff, who can only really do one or two things very, 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 very well. I do believe coaching is extremely important. I watched it with Alex Smith, watched it with Frank Gore, watched it with Vernon Davis. Go more currently, like, we kind of saw it with Jimmy Garoppolo. Now there's a whole physical element where I think his body also deteriorated and he got gun shy. But, like, coaching really matters. In this sport more than any other. It's the only sport where they call every single play. And it's really like, you got to get in the huddle, stop what we're doing, we're calling every single play. A lot of times, pitcher can dictate how they want to pitch the game. They've got influence in it. I mean, heck, if you're Blake Snell, you're out here literally doing the pitch comm and telling your catcher what game you're calling.
Yeah. Well, here's Fred Warner literally talking about that subject, what Robert Saleh brings to this defense.
Yeah, I mean, Saleh's just been around the block, man. He's been there. He's done it at a high level for a long time. He obviously had a stint in New York being the head coach, but, he knows football through and through, not just defense, but offense, and I think that helps with how he prepares for these different offenses week in and week out. And, he puts us in just the perfect position to go out there and play fast, man, eliminating all gray area. He knows the exact calls to put us in certain situations within the game, so there's never a moment where, I'm wondering what we should be. He just knows. It's almost like he's a fortune teller, man. This dude knows everything, I feel like. So it gives such confidence for a player to just go out there and play free, man. I love having him back.
It's funny, like, you were saying that you don't believe, like, necessarily, like, players play. I agree. You got to have the right players. You got to have personnel.
Yeah.
Right? You can be the greatest coach ever. If you don't have players, like, you're going to stink. There's just no other way around it. Like, Belichick, the GM, did in Belichick, the coach. It's not that he forgot how to coach. Now, I also think we underrate the skill of coaching. Guys have, like a player, they have things they're very good at and things that they're not very good at. Andy Reid wasn't great with time management.
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious. You know what I mean? Building a staff is a skill. Communicating up and down the organization is a skill. Harbaugh had to get better at that skill. That's why he wasn't good at the end with the Niners. I think this fan base, there's others that you could point to, but this fan base really values coaches. When you talk about the Niner, like, glory days, Montana and Walsh, it's like synonymous. Like, you cannot bring up Montana without bringing up Walsh. You cannot talk about the glory days of the Niners without talking about Walsh. We almost give Walsh all the credit for everything Seifert did. Like, you know what I mean? When they went through the dark days after Walsh and you get to Dennis Erickson and Mike Nolan and all that, the next propped up said, Harbaugh. We don't really give Kaepernick and Alex and that defense and all that personnel like their appropriate just due. Harbaugh did that, and he was a part of it. He was a big part of it. And then Harbaugh leaves and it's like, well, we're back down to terribleness again. And then here comes Shanahan. The coach here is as big of a star as any position player can be.
And I think that's the way it is in the NFL. Like, people and teams are judged, I think a lot of times, on who their head coach is. Like the Rams. I know that Stafford's their quarterback, and they got some big. It's Sean McVay's team,
no doubt. He's a very effervescent personality,
and he hasn't been in the league for all that long. When you think of the Chiefs, yes, you think of Kelsey, you think of Mahomes, but you think of Andy Reid,
no doubt.
And I just think that, to your point, like, yes, some sports are a little bit different. But for football specifically, and we're learning with the Niners this year, like, the switch that Shanahan made, and obviously had to last year, it really, really matters on defense. All right, it's time to get to Fast Five.
Yep.
All right, I'll start today. It's the Mac Jones disrespect. We're going to talk a little bit about backup quarterback rankings. ESPN apparently came out with one yesterday, the 12 best backup quarterbacks.
Who's number one?
Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins, Jake Browning, Jackson Dart, Marcus Mariota, Tanner McKee, Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew, Tyler Shuck, Anthony Richardson, Anthony Dalton, Carson Wentz. Where's Mac Jones? This guy just won a football game for you, throwing 3 touchdowns with a 112 quarterback rating. Can we get my guy into the top 12?
Did you say Jameis?
No, Jameis was not on that list.
Wow.
I'll take Jameis Winston.
I mean, I agree with those top two. No, Jameis is 12, yeah. I agree with those top two, though.
Kirk's done. Like, what, you guys see him? Can't move.
Well, especially if you're paying him $40 million a year. Anyways, I just had to stick up for Mac a little bit. You know, what do you got?
My final thought is Fred Warner said that his first date was In-N-Out Burger.
Yes, he did.
I think I'm going to go to In-N-Out Burger today.
Attaboy.
I think I'm going to go there right after this show.
You got your order?
What's wrong, Carter? Why are you saying those 2-letter words to me through the glass?
I'm jealous, man. I'm really jealous.
I'm gonna get a double with no onions, and I'm gonna get fries, and I'm gonna get one of those tuxedo, shakes, and yeah, I think that's on deck, like immediately after this show, like right now.
It's kind of a weak order, but all right.
Yeah, no onions? What are you, 6?
I don't like onions. I'm a green onion guy, not red or yellow. I don't really care much.
Not gonna go full Tim Lincecum. 6 double-doubles, 2 shakes, and 3 animal style fries.
When we were in high school, there were no In-N-Outs in the city of San Francisco, nor in Daly City at the time. And God rest his soul, Greg Morris and a couple of my buddies were arguing about whether he could eat a 4x4 while driving with one hand and changing the songs on. This is back in like CD days where you'd have like a CD deck and a remote control. And he was driving. I believe they were in Marin County was with the closest In-N-Out Burger. I could be wrong. Maybe it was Novato. And they drove all the way from the city after school to prove that he could drive while controlling his CD deck and eating a 4x4. God rest your soul, Greg and Chris. Love you guys. Miss you.
What do you got, Carter? Or Sam, sorry.
Well, my final thought is, you know what, Giants, I'm glad that you at least made this last month not as awful as it probably could have been, but now I'm just thinking about In-N-Out now, too, and, like, I'm trying to think where the closest In-N-Out is to where I live in Oakland, and I gotta get animal-style fries with every In-N-Out meal I get. I'll crush those things all day long.
The fries have grown on me over the years.
They're not the greatest fries in the fast food kingdom,
I agree.
but
they've grown on me.
They have a good place, and that's why I need the animal-style. Like, the animal-style sauce does kind of enhance the fry enough, but you know what? In-N-Out does not need to rest its laurels on its fries. It's got a great enough burger as is. It's top tier.
I'm telling you, dude, there is no better feeling than when you've been on a diamond in the middle of summer and you're at like some tournament all day and it's 110 degrees and you're on your way back and you got a car full of just stinky ass dudes and everyone's playing ball about the kids that you're coaching and you're like, Chick-fil-A or In-N-Out Burger, and everyone's arguing in the back, and you pick one or the other, and everyone's in the car like, yeah!
Who's picking Chick-fil-A there? That is...
Chick-fil-A is pretty fire.
Chick-fil-A's, they're both delicious.
Right, I'm in a minority on Chick-fil-A.
What's up, Carter? What do you got?
Well, what I've got is...
You have to fade the music down.
For what?
For the Valks tonight. Let's go, Valkyries, baby. Come on, we about to get this dub. We're moving on to the second round. After the game 3, which is what, Friday or Saturday?
It's on Friday. They got to win tonight.
We're going to get through tonight. I'm calling them. They get through tonight. They're winning Friday. Let's go.
Love the confidence. 7 o'clock tip right here on 95.7 The Game. Golden State Valkyries will take on the Minnesota Lynx in game 2. Winner go home tonight, Shasky.
I'm telling you, dude. There's nothing better than that you pull into the parking lot, you get into the deep line. You know the line. We all get into the line, and it's a wait. There's no doubt about it. The feeling that everyone has that you've actually accomplished something to go get an In-N-Out Burger, it's the best. I don't care what anyone says. It's the best. I love In-N-Out.
And that was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Spadoni back tomorrow. Giddings with Shasky. Big thank you to him. Steiny Guru next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
No big deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation Event now. Yep, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
HEAs offered in certain states by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. NMLS 2657081. See NMLSConsumerAccess.org for full details, including terms and conditions. Visit unlock.com/legal. Actor portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just give him a call or go to unlock.com.
Call 1-888-780-6854 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Use the money for home improvements, to pay off debt, or to add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com. Or call 1-888-780-6854 now to get started.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, I feel like we've been putting it off for a while on purpose. But there's a lot of news right now that's coming out with Jonathan Kaminga and what's going on with him and the Warriors.
Dude, I thought you were talking about us. I was like, whoa, okay.
No,
Kaminga,
he's got 2 weeks,
dude,
till October 1st, and that's a deadline for him to make a decision on the qualifying offer or not. And it's obvious to me that this thing's coming to a head because
to all of us,
because there's a lot of people are talking about it. The Warriors training camp actually starts before that October 1st deadline. We got Al Horford waiting in the wings. I think we got DeAnthony Melton waiting in the wings.
Gary Payton II, Steiny.
We'll see about Gary Payton II. And
Jesus,
the reality of the situation is that the Warriors and Jonathan Kaminga have not figured this thing out yet. And
how did we get here, partner?
Well, that's a good question. That's a real good question. I think it's it's taken 4 years to get here.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm so disappointed in the hierarchy of this Golden State Warrior team because it's Steph Curry left and right on mine, Steve Kerr, Dre, and the fact that three savants could not figure out a way to get your future involved in possibly being a big part or the part of the next iteration of the Golden State Warriors. So I'm being selfish, but it's basketball selfish. This team, this older team that has action, needs Jonathan Kaminga for this year. So, Steiny, I'm saying miss me with everything that went down. It's no victory lap. I want Kaminga on the Warriors for this year because I think that could help them get to the promised land. But the bottom line is I scratch my head as to how Kerr, Dre, and Steph, and Kaminga, I'm not letting them off the hook, how they couldn't in 4 years find a way, not to dumb it down, but find a way to feature Kaminga. And this offseason has just been an eyesore, a herpes, Steiny. Well, whoa. But just something you don't like.
I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head, and that's the biggest problem.
Yikes. Well,
you said that the organization failed kind of in allowing them to feature Jonathan Kaminga. And right there it is. I don't think the Warriors want to feature him. I don't think they believe that's the best way to go about winning. And the one thing Steve Kerr has talked about ad nauseum is that Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry are the primary ball handlers and scorers on this team. And for whatever reason, they have not been able to figure out a way to shoehorn Kaminga in there where it looks like it's seamless. That's it.
Okay, you can say that, and you're right. And I've looked at his numbers for the last 4 years, Steiny, and I know a lot of people call and they talk about what he's not. But I just think about, what was it? Right after the season, the great Coach Kerr joined Willard and Dibs. And Steiny, I'm going to put it right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. He was so open, Steve Kerr was, I think he thought Jonathan Kaminga was done playing basketball in the Golden State because he shared a lot with the guys and us as we listened to that interview. But The DMPs down the stretch last year are what really, really just it just sticks me. And here we are again on the cusp of another season, another shot at number 5 for Steph and the gang. But the bottom line is, it looks like the basketball reality is Jonathan Kaminga is going to be a part of your team. So how do you best maximize what he does with what you're trying to do? Because this is my thing before I throw it back to you, and it makes me sad. Who the hell are the Warriors to say night-night to Kaminga? If I were to ask you, Steiny, who's the future? Who is the future right now on the Golden State Warriors? I'll wait. I'm talking about AA, AAA caliber, star-type A-lister.
I don't think the Warriors assume that's Kaminga.
Well, they failed him then, because I seen it in the playoffs against a talented Minnesota team that had speed, length, quickness. Why can't he perform without Curry and Dre or the system in his way? Why haven't they met halfway or dumbed it down for the benefit of the team? You can't tell me, Steiny, with your lovely shades on right now, glasses, that they don't need them.
They need Jonathan Kaminga. The way Steve Kerr wants him to play a certain kind of way. And
what does that mean, partner?
It means that he can't be just a scorer. And we're going to get into some of the Steve Kerr sound from after the season, and we're going to get into some of this the media sound over the last few months. But again, you're going to hear, I went and listened to a lot of this Steve Kerr sound before the show.
Yeah.
And I get why people are maybe disappointed that Steve Kerr's been so critical of Kaminga. But the reality is like it's as plain as day what he's trying to tell fans. It doesn't mean the fans have to take him at his word.
But the organization hasn't backed him up because Kaminga would be somewhere else. Like, I feel like it's his team, and Steiny, the reason Kaminga's still here is because he wants him here. And then we're talking about Kerr in a contract year. This thing has all the ingredients to get funky.
Well, it's already funky. And the real question is,
wow.
I mean,
no, you're right.
I mean, do you really want? I mean, I don't know. I'm under the assumption that there's obviously bigger issues at play here. Jonathan Kaminga apparently has got a 3-year, $25 million deal. I'm sorry, 3-year, $75 million deal on the table. It's got a team option after, I think, year 2, but he wants a player option. He does not want the Warriors to control his future. That seems obvious to me. And so he wants a player option. And that's the part when people say, well, you don't know he doesn't want to be here. You don't know he doesn't want to be here. Well, why would he not sign a 3-year, $75 million contract if he wanted to be here? There's something more going on here.
The way he's been treated, Steiny, the last few years. Could you just say, Goo, you might have a point without knowing? Maybe the way that he had to endure those DMPs. Maybe what popped off a year ago. We're so focused on the present, we forget the past and the stuff that this dude's had to endure. The articles that were written, Steiny, his camp saying he had to go through he can't play freely. But my point is, I'm not saying he's not to blame here, but he's not solo dolo.
What do you mean?
He's not by himself. There's other people to blame. And my bottom line is this upcoming season, it looks like right now he's going to be a Golden State Warrior. And I fought you and Evan because Evan was bringing up and you brought up, how's this going to play out? And I was like, no, this culture can handle it. But now I'm sitting here talking to you like if there are traits of what's the word when you feel like you've been betrayed, Steiny? If there's some of that, how is this going to play out? Because he needs to be hey, Jonathan, you got a chance to be sixth man of the year. You're going to get your minutes.
That's the problem.
But you laughed.
That's right. That's the problem. Now, is somebody going to disagree with me when I say he doesn't want to be a sixth man? He doesn't want to be a sixth man. Not here, anyway.
And you don't want $25 million?
He doesn't want his playing time to be contingent on a player or two players who, in Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler, who the coach likes more than him. And he's got to be beholden to a coach that I don't think he trusts.
Wow.
So and the other thing is if
that's heavy.
If Steve Kerr, I can't believe Steve Kerr would be so naive as to think when he did an interview right after the season ended that Kaminga was not going to be around next year when he's seen how difficult restricted free agency can go. Like I mean, anybody who's watched the NBA for any period of time knows that restricted free agency, I mean, all bets are off. And so if he made a calculation that he was gone, meaning Kaminga, and so he was just going to burn some bridges, I don't think that was very smart. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get into it all. There's some new stuff that's come out with Kaminga regarding the contract. It's coming down to whether he gets a player option, perhaps, versus a team option. But we're going to go through it all because this thing's coming to a head, and it has not gone well for the Golden State Warriors or Kaminga. The Valkyrie season, it comes down to tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It's win or go home. Game 2, Valkyries and the Minnesota Lynx. It's tonight at 7 o'clock, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. That segment also brought to you by California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
There are children, friends, and families walking, riding, on paths and roads every day. Remember, they're real people with loved ones who need them to get home safely. Protect our cyclists and pedestrians, because they're people too. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock, but now back to Steiny and Goo. Goo, you're my guy. Steiny,
Will, I wonder if Dibs cut one for us. We always get Willard. I'm not complaining. Where's Dibs at?
Maybe he hasn't done one yet.
Squirrel.
Thanks.
Hey, what are you watching tonight? 7 p.m., baby. Talk to me.
I mean, there's no doubt it's a big game. I've moved into second place in my fantasy, so I'll probably be plopped right in front of the big screen at my house in Oakland watching the Phillies-Dodgers tonight. Jesus Luzardo going up against Blake Snell. I've got both those pitchers. We're looking for we're looking for Blake Snell to give up 3 solo homers, Luzardo to shut him out, and then Schwarby and Harper hit 3 homers between them.
I thought you were talking football fantasy with your 2-0 in our 95.7 the game league. You're talking baseball. Wow. But Steiny, the Valkyries got do or die tonight. They got ran off the court. We understand it. But nobody and their mama thought the Valkyries in their debut season would be playing in the playoffs. Steiny, it's never happened. I'm asking you, how do you feel? Can they beat Minnesota and the great Nafisha Collier?
Sure.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah, I think they can.
For you, that's a hell yes.
But they also, and they're going to have to win a game 3. Also,
I just hate they haven't shot on these rims, being that they're at the SAP Center. So to be like
You ever see Hoosiers?
I have. Gene Hackman, the great Gene Hackman, rest in peace.
Well, if you've ever seen Hoosiers, then you don't need to say something like that. And you see the most inspirational scene ever there at Hinkle Fieldhouse. I guess you don't remember that scene.
Give it to me.
The team walked into Hinkle Fieldhouse, and they were in awe because it was an incredible arena. And they're looking around, oh, my God, there's the seats at 7,000. And Gene Hackman took a tape measure out.
Oh, my God.
And he put the tape measure against the rim, and he measured it to the floor, and he said, gentlemen,
but you know what to do.
This rim is 10 feet from the floor, just like every other basket you've ever played on.
But it still doesn't take away of the ambiance of what was that arena and why the players were in awe. But the SAP, Steiny, what if they pull it off? Take it to an elimination game back in Mini.
And it's possible, right?
Natalie will have them ready.
Yeah, she. What if she got fined the other day? She just wants a fair fight.
She went in. I think do you
they
use
lost
that
by
card?
30.
And that's what I was saying. Do you use that card when you lose by Steph Curry? But hopefully they'll come out tonight, and Valerie will lead them, and they ball out, Steiny. It's going to be great TV.
All right. Tim McMahon of ESPN was talking about the Jonathan Kaminga situation, and there's been some developments. According to Anthony Slater and Shams Charania, the Warriors have upped their offer to a 3-year, $75 million contract, and they have a team option for the 3rd year on that one. Kaminga said no. And according to Anthony Slater, who talked to Kaminga's agent yesterday, Kaminga's agent said, if they change that team option to a player option, we'll sign it. And we'll come back committed to the goal of trying to win a 5th title for Steph and Draymond.
But how does that sound to you? Don't you know that's too big of an ask? And if they were about it, the Warriors, that probably would have been in there from the start? That's like me telling the boss, hey, add one more zero to that, and we got a deal.
Well, but this is where Kaminga, I think, has a fair gripe or a fair view here. Is he's been playing for the Warriors for 4 years. He's got 1 more year left in his deal.
All right.
He'll become an unrestricted free agent. In other words, if he sucks it up for 1 more year, he can go anywhere he wants to a team that wants him.
Okay.
So why, when he's come this far, and maybe he wants another opportunity, and maybe he's not crazy about being here, why would he sign a contract that pushes back his ability to make a decision and puts it in the hand of the Warriors? Like, I completely understand why he's like, no.
Okay.
I'm not, no. I've come this far. I want some say-so in the future.
So just, I'm in that same line as you. I totally get it. Okay, so come down 1 notch and sign the qualifying offer, and let's move on.
Okay, that's what may end up happening.
Or is there's what, this is the 17th now? You got 14 more days, 13 more days. Do you think his ask, the Warriors will be like Dunleavy and Joe Lake will be like, you know what, we're running out of days. Throw that player option in and we're good.
Would they do that? I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised.
Well, I got to believe Mr. Turner and Kaminga think they are, because why wouldn't you sign if you weren't just trying to stick it to the team and delay the inevitable and delay the other Al Horford announcements and whoever's coming to be a Warrior?
Well, I think his last option would be to sign a contract here where he doesn't have a player option. Because then what he's just doing is he's signing a contract extension with the Warriors, but the reality of the situation is the playing time issue is still unresolved. And, I don't know how much money means to Kaminga or it doesn't mean to Kaminga, but I do think a monster part of this is the old playing time. He wants to be a starter, and he wants playing time, and he doesn't think that there's an assurance he can get that here. So I understand that perspective from Kaminga.
Well, I'll say this to JK if he was in my face, because it's Golden State Warriors on mine all day, every day, Steiny. And I'm just telling you, I'll go back. Nobody asked, but I'll read the resume, the Joe Barry Carroll days. And I'm sitting, the world be free. I'm sitting here looking at a guy that got hurt. And had he not got hurt last season, I do stand on Jimmy Butler wouldn't be a Warrior. That's just my take. So in a season that you averaged 24 minutes last year and your numbers were down across the board, I'm just like, and the most important number was games played 47, Steiny. I just, what's he asking for, 40 minutes, 35 minutes? It feels like that, right? And I know I'm having fun, but the bottom line is, man, son, you could be the sixth man of the year. You could finish games. Go out there and ball.
I mean, the one thing that I sometimes sense from a segment of Warrior fans is this complete buy-in to this culture here and how this culture is second to none. And, you know, the reality of the situation is that this culture has been great for veteran-type players. It hasn't been it hasn't favored young players, and it's nothing personal, but this is a championship organization, and they've won titles mainly with veteran players, and they cater to veteran players, and unfortunately, it may come at the expense of some of the younger players.
Jordan Poole on line one. I know because I was just going to ask you real quick, Steiny. They haven't had that. This is no shot at Moody and Pods and the others, because I like them. But I'm talking about top-tier caliber guys that can be part of the future, like Brock Purdy is for the Niners, and what Eldridge is supposed to be for the Giants. And I just looking at this roster, and outside of Kaminga, Steiny, and I'm thinking even of the great days, what young players had that, that gravity? They didn't have good. The Jordan Bells, they were come and goes. They haven't had a guy like Kaminga in the Curry era almost outside of Jordan Poole and Wiseman. Like when you say it's not a place for young guys, it's never had to be. Now those chickens are coming home to roost because now, what do we got? And I don't want the Curry era to ever end, but what do we got? 3 or 4 years left? Who are the young guys on this team that can play, that got height, that got athleticism, that are Thundercats? Jonathan Kaminga meets that. So I'm just telling Joe Lacob and company, and it sounds like Joe's agreeing with me, be careful of running this cat out of town.
Well, I look at it from
nothing for the future.
Well, I look at it from another point of view. It's like, what do we have after Steph Curry or after Jimmy Butler and Draymond? You used to always
talk about that, Steiny.
But maybe they don't think Kaminga's the guy for afterwards.
Well, they offered him 3 for $75.
That's right. And that's a good role. That's a damn good role player money. That's like that's the third or fourth highest paid player on a team. I mean they just because there's a dearth of young talent on the Warriors doesn't mean that we don't have any young talent, so we've got to overpay the one guy who's just okay. And I'm talking like the Warriors right now,
right.
Not like I'm saying he's average, but what I'm saying is that the Warriors don't view him as a number one 3 years from now. I don't think they do. I don't. I would never, I don't know if he can be a number one, but I certainly am not counting on it.
Well, 2 and 2A is, and I agree with that, but 2A, 2B, maybe even a 3, that's a big part of a team. And
well, he doesn't want to be a 3, apparently.
Right. And I'm talking about more than just the money from his standpoint. So if we back this whole train up, why does he want to leave? That's what I'm asking you.
It's playing time. It is. I think it is playing time. Period. I'm sure he's got an issue with Kerr because of playing time, but let's ask Warrior fans at 888-957-9570. What is the issue? I think it's playing time. I think he wants a bigger role. He said as much. To Slater. So And I think the Warriors look at it as though, well, that's great. You want a bigger role, but you haven't done enough to earn a bigger role.
But you didn't do anything.
How can you want a bigger role when we have Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler?
But to get, those are facts. But to get to a juncture last year where this man was looked at as a DMP, that's absurd. And I think even you agree with that.
Well, they won those games.
So something greater is going on. How did this get so funky with him not being able to pick up the Warrior way? And you got the savants again, Kerr, Steph, Draymond. And do we have the sound of last year before Jimmy Butler came to town, how they were just whispering sweet nothings about Kaminga and how he was going to get the keys, and Draymond talked about we need him and he's our future? Where's that gotten Kaminga?
Lip service. Come on. That's lip service.
Right.
That's a teammate talking up a teammate, which you would, to me, you would expect. This is Tim McMahon of ESPN. This is kind of where I want to get things started today. He was on talking about Jonathan Kaminga, who's still unresolved. And this is about as harsh as it gets.
Tim, I'll start with you. How have the Warriors handled this Kaminga situation, in your opinion?
Awkwardly. I mean, how have they handled Kaminga's entire career? Steve Kerr doesn't want Kaminga. Kaminga doesn't want to play for the Warriors, in part because he knows the coach doesn't want him. Listen, Shams is talking about there's going to be a divorce eventually. Let's stay together for the kids. I've lived that. I lived with my ex-wife for a year after we agreed to divorce for the kids. Let me tell you, it was not fun. There are going to be chemistry issues.
Yeah.
Put it mildly. This is going to be a disaster if they bring back Kaminga. There's SGA. He might as well be HTE, human trade exception. And he's going to be, you think he's going to want to pass the ball? You think he's going to want to play team ball? He's going to want the ball. He's going to want minutes. Steve Kerr doesn't think he fits. I wonder what they think they can get that's better than Malik Monk and a first-round pick.
So Tim McMahon, that was from the Hoops Collective on ESPN, and he was referencing the two possible sign-and-trade offers they had out there, one with the Kings and one with the Phoenix Suns, but the one with the Kings would have gotten them Malik Monk and perhaps a future first-round pick that's protected. Warriors want it to be unprotected. I can't see Sacramento doing that, but right now it remains in limbo.
If Tim is correct, then you're talking about Agenda City basketball. But I would tell Tim, to me, there's one guy, and the guy that has the most power over there at Chase, and that's Joe Lacob, feels like keeping Jonathan Kaminga is better than having Malik Monk. Like, do you think my attempt to hit the circle on the dartboard is off with that assessment, Steiny? What else? How could we still be here if Lacob wasn't willing to let go like Kerr is? I get the Kerr part, and I believe Kerr thought he was gone. But, man, Kerr's got 1 year left. And I'm just wondering if Joe Lacob is conflicted just in regard to, y'all want me to throw this dude out, and we don't even know what I'm doing with my head coach. It's just a thought, though, Steiny. I'm looking at the future. I love Moody and Pods and Santos in the game, QP3, but Kaminga is better than those guys.
Right, but they do things that he doesn't do. And that's what Steve Kerr talks about all the time. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. Hey, Matt, what's going on, man?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
Beautiful day. How you doing?
Back at you. Thank you.
A couple of observations, and then I have a question, and maybe you can walk me through this. First of all, you've made the statement that he doesn't want to play here. I think that's true.
Okay.
I think he is absolutely screwing this team over, and they're sick of him, and everybody wants an end to it. The other observation is that this team is going to stink when this era ends, either next year or the year after it. And Kaminga is not the difference. He is not. So, given those two assumptions, then the next question is, what do you do? It would be absolutely insane for him to take the qualifying offer because They're not going to play him. I would send him home if I were them. So then all they're asking of him, if you really don't want to play here, is give us something to work with. We cannot trade you for $7 million or half of that now. We can't trade you for half of $20 million. All you got to do is, bite your lip and play for 3 months or whatever it is, and we'll get rid of you, and you'll get to move on to someplace else. And he's turning to turn down so much money for what? If he signs the qualifying, then he has to stick around for a year, and he's going to be miserable. It just doesn't make any sense to me at all. And you maybe can tell me what the difference between a player and a team option is, but I as a fan, I am sick of this guy. He is not that good. He's not going to be the future. They're going to stink. The only possible solution is to move him, and if he wants to play, he can go to some crummy team like Sacramento and be a ball hog or whatever. He's not a terrible player, but he is not the answer, and I just fail to understand why he doesn't cooperate a tiny bit with this team. Give them sign 2 year, 3 year. I could care less. Let them, get rid of you at the trade deadline for your full salary. They don't have to give up Moody or Heald, and then you can go to Sacramento or wherever, or the Bulls or some crummy team. And I'd take what's his name, DeSuno and White. I would take them. I would take Malik Monk. I would do anything. But his days should be over here. He's not that good, and he's ruining his career by being such a pain. Because 12 days till they start, right?
Yeah.
They got to do something, and can you explain this to me? I just don't get it.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man.
I love all our callers. Real quick, Steiny, that sounded personal. And I get, and Matt feels that, but man, come on. And again, I'm not Team Kaminga. I'm Team Warriors and want Kaminga on the Warriors because that equals a better basketball team. And especially with what's out there that you could possibly get for Kaminga, I'm out on that. I know this kid can play. I'm just blown away that Steiny, it hasn't manifested, and it looks like they're lost. But I just want to say this to you and the listeners. Jonathan Kaminga's been miserable here a while. A brother going to be okay with one more season here in the Golden State. That's what I believe. I'm worried about what you're talking about and others where he won't make that pass. I got to give him more benefit of the doubt than that to think he would be out there so selfish. If he hasn't done it already, why would he do it now?
Well, the way he has played is one of the reasons he hasn't played more, according to Kerr.
The way he has played.
You know what always bothers me? When people say, I wonder what's going on.
Right.
And then the coach makes it clear as day, and we still say, I wonder what's going on.
So he's going to be in our gym, and we're going to hammer home those points with him, and try to get him to understand all those loose balls, all those long rebounds. With his athleticism, those are plays. For him to help us win, he's got to get those rebounds. He's got to chase down those loose balls. He's got to run the floor, sprint the floor. And if he does all these things, then there's no question he can find a better role and find a better fit, next to Jimmy and Steph and Draymond. So that's the goal as a coaching staff to try to help him achieve that and add those things to his game to give himself more of a chance to play.
Can I just give you a bad analogy to that? And Steiny, I'm emotional. That to me was me at 15 years old going to my father asking for something. And he said, take your D+ grade up to an A. You can get it. Or go clean the kitchen and you can get it. Cleaning the kitchen is way easier than taking my D to an A. And for Kerr to just say, son, go get the loose balls. That's the easy street. So I'm mad at Kaminga for not figuring that part out. That to-do list right there was basketball simple.
Well,
rebound.
I actually.
Wow.
This is why, I don't, whenever a situation like this comes up, I'm never Kerr's in the right, Kaminga's in the wrong. Kaminga's in the right, Kerr's in the wrong. I'll just tell you this. I will tell you this. If I'm Jonathan Kaminga, okay, and my coach is saying, you know what we need you to do? Get long rebounds. That would piss me off. It really would. Get long rebounds? What? Like, that to me was an insult to Jonathan Kaminga. We want you to get long rebounds and get loose balls. Okay, and I get it. He's not a superstar.
So that's the Kurt Rambis model, you think?
I didn't like the way that came off. But that plays into the stereotype that Jonathan Kaminga thinks he's a star and doesn't want to do the dirty work. I'm not so sure about that. I just know that, hey, you want to get on the floor? Get loose balls. It's like, wow. Okay, that's what I'm reduced to. 888-957-9570 is the number. And I'm not saying I'm all in on Kaminga or all out on Kerr. I'm just saying there's a lot of different things that are going on here. And this Sunday, your tailgate destination is Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. Our pregame show starts at 10 a.m. with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. We'll have the games on in the parking lot, great food and drinks, and your place to watch all the early games as well. If you're going to the game, come on by before you go to the stadium and join us for the pregame party, and you can take the shuttle back and forth to Levi Stadium for just $25. Go to 957thegame.com and click on the kickoff show link to get your spot on the shuttle right now. Laughing Monk Brewing, 1235 Oakmead Parkway, right near the stadium. That's where we're going to be. See you there. That segment also sponsored by Moderna.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace. Grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly. And catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
No big deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation event now. Yup, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. Picked up for 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep a smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
I know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody.
There it is.
Not Tony Gwynn, Tony Penn.
Oh, my God.
You know what I'm saying? You know, Heat Rose, man. You know, I just continue to keep coming with it, man. You know, Spark McGuire, man. I make myself available. You know, the best ability is availability.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Spark McGuire. That was Fabby Davis, Steiny, Mr. Fab. You were on your golf trip with your rich friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, phone line's lit.
Yeah, the Jonathan Kaminga thing's obviously coming to a head. We're inside 2 weeks.
Will there be a winner? For me, I just want him in a Warrior uniform this season. I get that it might be coming to an end. That, for me, that's
well, then
my
he's
win.
a loser.
He's a loser.
If he's back.
You're a loser, baby.
I think if he's back for a year, then he lost. Because he wants to get signed and traded.
But, dude, Cam's about to open that. That's off the board.
What do you mean?
He ain't going nowhere, Steiny.
Why not? Why not? You think 2 weeks before the season, matters? It's an 82-game season.
I got to tell you, I'm funny with Fickle with that stuff, but I just totally had that off the board.
I mean, they can still
I guess if a team wanted them, they would have came out the bushes already. I guess that's where I'm at.
I mean, I think these things go in fits and starts. I mean, if you're another team right now and you're thinking about the season and you're watching the Warriors with Kaminga, you're probably saying, man, what's going on now? Let's give them a call. I mean, the guy's not useless. The guy's got a future. Let's try to find out what's going on there.
Seems like the Kings were the only one in that line, though.
Well, I think Phoenix was.
Well, I forgot them.
But, the other thing is, like, I'd love to try to move this conversation on a little bit instead of it. Well, we don't.
They can't figure it out. How are we supposed to move it on? To where? I'm with you. Let's go.
Well, we don't need to rehash that he doesn't rebound, and that bothers Kerr.
Right.
And we don't have to, we don't have to argue back and forth about how good of an on-ball defender he is because Kerr thinks he needs to get better.
Kid's got all the talent in the world, man. I believe.
So the conversation is what's happened here, and how can this thing get salvaged, and what's the best for the Golden State Warriors, and then to a lesser degree, Jonathan Kaminga. And that's what I think we're trying to figure out right now.
Outside of Kevin Durant and the days you and I did pre and post and left the Oracle at 1 a.m. on nights and had to get back here at 10. Nobody asked that, but I'm just reciting the schedule. Have we ever had a Warrior player outside of Durant that last year not be company guy or want to get out? There's not one guy I can think of that it didn't mesh, that is going down this possible road, because I fought you ad nauseum about, this could locker room stuff. Nah, this stuff, I don't believe that's going to happen. But the more I think about it, would you be looking at Kaminga side-eyed if you're Dre? Maybe not. And if you're right that he's looking around like, this is why I love your mind. Russell Crowe, beautiful mind, Steiny. I never looked at Kerr saying get the long rebounds as an insult to Kaminga. Like that, wow. Like, what if you're right?
That's what you say to Guy Santos.
Man.
With all due respect. Let's go to TJ in San Francisco. Hey, TJ, how you doing, man?
Doing well. Thanks, guys. I just wanted to give an insight on this Kaminga thing, which I think is simple. Kaminga, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Kaminga, remember 2 seasons ago, said he can't trust his coach with his career. And that's a big break of protocol of any culture. And that just showed his kind of colors, that he was more about him, and the Warriors know that. Now, so Kaminga and Kerr, I think, are never going to get along. But the problem is, I think that because the Warriors have missed on Wiseman and now the Poole situation, I think there's meddling at the top. And I think Lacob knows that his franchise only has a couple seasons left with Curry at all. Now Lacob wants to get something for him because he knows that there's going to be a time where he doesn't have those All-Stars, obviously, or Hall of Famers. But whoever blinks next is going to lose. And I think Lacob has a little bit of Jerry Jones-itis here. He inherited Stephen Curry, and everything's worked out great. So, of course, you think what you think might be the best solution when other people might be saying otherwise. But to be fair, if I were Lacob, I'd probably be worse.
Yeah, I'm with you. And Steiny,
thanks, TJ.
Do you have a problem with me or anybody in Dub Nation saying, and I totally understand it, Kaminga's Joe Lacob's baby? Yeah. And you can make that mean whatever you want it to mean, but he's a fan and he's not letting go. Doesn't that seem like that could be there? Well, obviously, the coaches he probably wanted to move on. I think we've heard as much with Willard and Dibs. Anytime Kurz went on that campaign after this season, you would have thought he was done. Kaminga.
If Joe Lacob's such a fan, why isn't it done? Why isn't it done? That's why it's too simple to say, Joe Lacob loves him. Okay, well, if Joe Lacob loves him, then he can convince Jonathan Kaminga to sign here, or give him more money if you love him so much, or give him a player option if you love him so much. But I believe it's way more complex than that. You don't think Joe Lacob could say, you know what, let's just give him 3 for $90 and give him a player option in 2 years. But he's not going to do that because that's not good business, no matter how much he likes or doesn't like Kaminga.
What type of business would you call where they're at now? With 2 weeks to go?
I mean, this is so
personal.
No, this is exactly what happens with restricted free agency a lot of the time. There's no good solution for everybody. And Kaminga should have known this going in, and the Warriors should have too. I think the Warriors downplayed it a little bit also. Let's go to Murillo. Murillo is in Petaluma. What's up, Murillo? How you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm doing well. It's been a minute. How you doing?
Good to hear you, man.
Yeah, thank you. The thought that daunted me this morning, of all days, that perhaps the 205th day that the conversation about Kaminga came about, it's that you know how much fun you can accomplish watching a product when you don't have expectations, especially expectations based on prior success. That's why I'm excited about the Valkyries this season because, Steiny, Guru, do you know who's going to start for the Valkyries tonight? I don't, and I don't care. I'm going to watch the game. I think it's a tough game. They'll probably lose.
Yeah.
But I'm so excited about what happened. Now, you switch to the Warriors. There's so much drama involved with what we already know, what we already expect. Now, I don't think Joe Lacob loves Kaminga that much. I don't think going to a Valkyries game with him means much because if that's the case, Pods will probably get a Supermax, right? I think it's a complex situation, but everything that excites me about the Valkyries is what makes me a little down with the expectation of the season of the Warriors. Now, I hope they're going to do well. I'm going to watch. I'll be down for it. But, Steph Curry is saying he's going to be here until he's 40. I think the whole mistake is trying to switch this into expecting for what's going to happen after him. You got to live in the present. And to me, the mistake of the Warriors in the past 4 or 5 years is not living in the present and being on the boat with this guy because he's saying he's going to stay here. And there's no world with Kaminga being the guy and Steph Curry on this team. So I'm sorry. I know the potential, but the reality is that. And as a fan, I think it wears us out to just deal with it. I think the writing's in the wall. I don't believe any sweet nothings these guys are saying. The players, Kaminga, nothing. It's just business, and I just want this business to get done with. No, I agree. It's complex. But, we'll see. Thank you guys for taking my call. Have a good day.
Appreciate the call, Murillo.
It's kind of interesting, Steiny. He stole our chat last night. You and I were talking in Risotto just about what do you prefer, a team like the Valkyries with least expectations and then they kind of knock it out the park, or we believe, or a team like the Warriors and, the Niners, we don't know what to expect, but it's kind of funny. Murillo's telling us what he would like. I'll say this, and I typed something different last night. Give me expectations all day, every day, because that means whatever league it is, we're a damn good team. We got a chance to win it. And that's what the Warriors and Lakers are trying to do, win number 5.
I actually, when people say there's a lot of drama, I actually don't think there's a lot of drama right now. There's going to be drama in about 12 days if Kaminga shows up at Media Day and he still hasn't signed anything, or even if he comes back on the qualifying offer. Like the drama,
I hadn't even thought of
the
that.
drama hasn't started. This is just a guy negotiating with the team, and we're getting near a deadline. And a lot of times they say deadlines spur actions. So maybe something will happen in the next 10, 12 days. But I don't think. I mean, Steph Curry's aware of what's going on, but I don't think he's living and dying with. This is a. We have to have him back, or we have to make a move, or anything like that. The other thing is, I think, and here's the other thing: if you go down the list, the Warriors are a great organization. We all know that.
Yeah.
But the idea that they're a perfect organization, I mean, there were guys who came through here who didn't like it. They or didn't buy into the culture of joy.
But that happens a lot of places.
Well, that's what. But let's not, when we say, why wouldn't he want to play in basketball nirvana? Well, because he doesn't think it's basketball nirvana. Harrison Barnes didn't love it here. Klay Thompson certainly didn't love it here at the end. Kevin Durant didn't love it here. Jordan Poole certainly didn't love it here his last year. I don't think Kelly Oubre liked it here. So, like, there are guys who weren't crazy about being here.
I'm turning into you every day, but, you know, and Murillo said it's 90, and that's how I kind of live my life. I try to, is just focus on the present, and I know you know that. But, man, just right now, with the miss and whiff of Wiseman, the number 7 pick you spent on Kaminga, and right now we can all say it's not further along as we would like it. And you just Jordan Poole come and gone. Steiny, maybe you need to throw something at me and tell me Murillo was right. But right now it looks like Steph Curry, when he leaves here, will hand the baton to nobody. Because
that's okay. That is okay by me in a big way. But
explain that.
Because the other thing that is a clear part of this, I neglected to bring it up, but it's been mentioned in 3 stories. The Warriors do not want to give up flexibility after 2027. Like, if they sign Kaminga to a long-term deal and it's not a team option, then they're going into they're going to have to pay him a lot of money in 2027, and they want flexibility because guess who's a free agent? Jokic and Giannis.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing about extending Kaminga out past, 1 or 2 years.
No.
And I
like both those names, but okay.
Let's go to you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go out to Steven in Oakland. What's up, Steven? How you doing?
Hey, guys, man. I'm just, bringing some relaxation vibes. We all need to RELAX, relax. First of all, the only Tim I want to be hearing from is Kawakami. Any other Tim don't know more than us about our own team. This whole thing with Kaminga has been overblown and sensationalized. You got to take it down. Yeah, it's just business. He's a restricted free agent who wants to make more money, and we don't want to pay him that much money. The solution is game time. They got to play games. Because if you remember, the whole thing was he couldn't play with Wiggins, and then, Wiggins is gone, and Butler and Curry have already said he can play in the system. We just need an actual, preseason season of him being able to play with the guys. He wasn't able to play with those guys, not because Kerr didn't want to necessarily. We had a better lineup when we needed every game going down the stretch. But, man, we just got to relax, take it in, let the season go, and that's going to tell us everything we need to know.
All right, before you go, what about the part, and I'm not trying to create this, of Kerr maybe not being a fan of Kaminga? I think that's real and becoming apparent by the day.
I think Kerr has said what he wanted to say, and we got to stop this because the Warriors historically have always been a team that we don't care about ego. I mean, look at when Steve Kerr got hired, we benched 2 All-Stars. We benched Iggy and we benched David Lee. Okay? So we have always, from the very beginning, been a team without ego. Steph likes it that way. Steph has come off the bench in playoff games. Okay? We gotta stop thinking about he don't like this or he don't. It's an egoless team. We do whatever is best for the best lineup on that given day, and a lot of people forget that about the Warriors because it's not common in the NBA.
Thanks, Steven. Appreciate the call.
So he's had nothing to see here, Steiny. I'm past that, though, and I love Steven.
I mean, I do think there's 2 sides to this. One is, this is a very interesting. Restricted free agency is always an issue. It's always hard to figure out the best solution. And so, I'm very interested, and it's very intriguing to me from that sense. But I do think the relax is, and I people are going to hate this, but the relax is we're talking about a 6th or 7th man here. I don't look at him like a future Hall of Famer or a future multi-year All-Star. And maybe I'm mistaken there. But this is Steve Kerr. This was an interview from Willard and Dibs on May 22nd. It was after their season ended. And a lot of it was about Jonathan Kaminga. And here's one thing he said about what happened to Kaminga.
I think the number one thing is that JK and I have a very good relationship. We talk all the time. We like each other. This is all just basketball. This is not a case of JK coming in saying, "Hey, I got to get out of here. I want this, I want that." This is just trying to make this fit and trying to make this work. But every player, every young player, even the older guys, like they want to fit in well with what's happening. And so I think there's got to be part of JK that thinks about going elsewhere, and would he get more of an opportunity? And those are all very normal human emotions to think about.
Are you buying it? I think probably Kerr has less of a problem with Kaminga than Kaminga has with Kerr.
I'll sign my name onto that. But as far as talking to every day, I feel like, man, if that were actually the case, Steiny, I think this thing would have been hashed out a long time ago if they were communicating like that.
Well, I mean,
because now I think it's past basketball. I think Kaminga's it's personal now.
Believe it or not, I think the complete opposite. I don't think it's personal. I actually think it is all about basketball right now. And they're not crazy about the fit with Kaminga. They're clearly not crazy about the way he views himself. They like what they have in Butler and Curry. So I actually do think it's mostly basketball.
But the odds are saying, go ahead.
Well, here's Steve Kerr real quick, and this is from that May 22nd interview.
I do, but it's you go down the path and you try to get kind of habits that are built, and you want them to be consistent, and so in year 4 you would hope that those things are coming, and I would say they have been inconsistent. I'm talking about the rebounding front and taking care of the ball. And so, look, I mean, I've tried to explain this, to our fans and to you guys over the course of the year. But the way the team is built, we've got 2 guys in Jimmy and Steph who are 2 of the very best in the league, and they're going to have the ball in their hands. We have 2 guys in Steph and Draymond who are going to turn the ball over quite a bit. It's just kind of the nature of their games. The fit with Jonathan, and I've been very open with him about this as well. The fit is a little tricky when he's a guy who needs the ball and he's a guy who turns the ball over a lot.
I mean, that's why I think it's not personal. I do think that Kerr's not crazy about the things that are weaknesses of Jonathan Kaminga because they don't.
After 4 years, yeah. After 4 years.
What do you mean?
This hasn't gotten any better after 4 years. And I'm just saying 4 is greater than 1. 1, you could be like, okay, let's go revisit this and see what we can do. Then you had year 2, you had year 3 and year 4, and they still are just at a loss as to what this dude is, what's his best position. But to your point about it being over, you didn't say that, Steiny. That's how I took it. The odds right now for the people that bet are minus 250 that Kaminga's going to be wearing a Warrior uniform. So I don't want to call him a problem, but he is yours. And it looks like he's going to be yours until you do something with him during the season or if you just play this one out.
Right.
So I got to find a way of how to maximize him and this team. I can't remember trying to incorporate talent, old or young, being a root canal like Kaminga's been for the Warriors. And how a guy like Pods with lesser talent could come have an impact on the team because he's having one, a great impact, and be a lesser player. Make that make sense to me, Steiny.
Oh, I mean,
and this was going on before.
Look at Jordan Poole.
I loved it.
He wanted to emerge. And he was emerging, But
and he got socked in the face.
That's right. They weren't crazy about the way he was emerging. Or Draymond wasn't.
Now, back that up. What do you mean? Like he got a contract, Steiny?
Right. And how did the players react?
Oh, yeah.
They didn't like him. They thought he was too cocky. Draymond punched him in the freaking face. Like,
he got away with it.
Again, it's okay to cater to champions. They're champions. They're 4-time champions.
But letting young talent go to that degree, though?
They weren't good enough to play over the last 4 years. And nobody was complaining when they were winning titles. So, again, you can't develop and try to win a title. And that's where they are right now with Jonathan Kaminga.
And I think I know your answer, but how did the Spurs do it with Kawhi? And just because you're going to say Kawhi is not Kaminga.
He's not.
But did we know Kawhi was going to be Kawhi when they were in the midst of doing it is what I'm saying. Like, who saw that?
What? Let me ask
gelling the way that it did effortlly, man.
You comparing Kawhi Leonard, one of the most fundamentally sound players in the league, to Jonathan Kaminga
and I don't want to do that. I want to do the group, the aging, and the passing of the baton.
They don't want to pass the baton to him, maybe because they don't think he's good enough.
Oh,
888-957-9570 is the number. The Valkyries season comes down to tonight. It's win or go home. Game 2, Valkyries and the Minnesota Lynx tonight at 7 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. That segment also brought to you by California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-814-1500. That's 800-814-1500. 800-814-1500.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Fall is the season for reinvention, and it's easy to do at Macy's Fall Favorite Sale. Come in and find your new favorite styles, like romantic ruffled dresses, chic trenches, cashmere sweaters, and textural fall layers, which are perfect for mixing and matching. All for 20 to 50% off. So if you're looking for your new favorite things, look no further than the Fall Favorite Sale. Tomorrow, only at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Summer's wrapping up, and life is picking back up. Early mornings, long days, and a to-do list that doesn't quit. And neither should you. Who has time to slow down due to body pain? That's why there's Aleve, to keep you going. With just one pill, Aleve delivers longer-lasting body pain relief per dose compared to other leading OTC branded pain relievers. Aleve helps keep you moving from sunup to sundown with up to 12 hours of pain relief per dose, so you can keep moving and be ready for whatever's next. Use as directed.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I need a favor from you, Steiny.
All right.
It's been a while. So the Giants, the big club, San Francisco Giants, are a mess. No bullpen, just blew it last night. But the San Jose Giants, they won it all. And Evan Giddings, who filled in for Joe Spadoni today, was on the roast with Shasky. Great show. We know he's striving to be a play-by-play guy for some major league team, NFL team, NBA, at college. And I heard this call that gave me chills. I'd like your grade. Or you could just say, Goo, I can understand, because you're a nerd, how you like that stuff, uniforms and commentators. So, Risotto, if you can, play the final out of the San Jose Gigantes winning it, and listen to this call and tell me if I'm putting too much on it, y'all.
The 2-1 pitch, a swing and a high fly ball, deep left center, angling back Diaz. He's on the track in front of the wall. He makes the catch! And the Giants are California League champions! A magical season in San Jose! has culminated with a league title.
That's an A+ to me, Steiny. And he used my word, culminated.
Who was that on the call?
Joe Rizzo on the call.
Give him credit.
Give him credit. So you can understand. I like that.
Yeah. Good call.
Yeah. Thanks, Buster.
You mentioned Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
Well, why doesn't Kaminga take a page out of Kawhi Leonard's book then?
Which would be?
The board man gets paid.
Wow. That's nice.
Board man gets paid.
Wow.
They want Kaminga to rebound, and Kawhi came up with the board man gets paid. Go get a rebound.
He's averaged, Steiny, in 2021, 3.3 rebounds, 2022, 3.4, 2024, 4.8, last year, 4.6.
Yeah. Let's go to, we're talking about Jonathan Kaminga. Things certainly feel like they're coming to a head here, if for no other reason than they have to. There's an October 1st deadline for Kaminga to either sign a contract or accept the qualifying offer. It's got to be one of those two. And a lot's been happening. There's still three options with Kaminga. He can sign the qualifying offer at 7.9. He can sign an updated offer from Golden State. And apparently they've offered him a 3-year, $54 million deal with no team or player options. But he's also been offered a 3 for $75 with a team option. And what that means is it's the team's decision whether the player becomes a free agent as opposed to the player determining. And Jonathan Kaminga wants a player option because can I assume he doesn't want to be stuck here if things aren't working out? That makes sense. But unfortunately, we're in a holding pattern right now and have been since the season ended.
Yeah, I told you before we get to the call, Snotty, I told you and the boss who popped his head in here that I think it's just money in the bizank that he'll be a Golden State Warrior. But what's getting lost in all this is we heard the caller, I forget his name, that I said, man, that sounded kind of personal with Shade and JK. He just doesn't think he's that good of a player or whatnot. But, don't let it get personal. The bottom line is, if he is a Warrior, I haven't seen many IG stories lately of what he's been doing this offseason. But, Steiny, there are going to be, I believe, a lot of Warrior fans waiting to see if this dude's wearing our jersey. What did you do this offseason and what have you worked on? What's the game look like? How was the lab work? What were the tests? So all that's getting lost, and I get it. But, boy, if he's out there against the Lakers opening night, Steiny, I'm looking for growth.
Well, it doesn't sound like he's been around the Bay. And wasn't that an issue with him, that he wasn't working out here?
It's how you process the words coming out of Steve Kerr's mouth, because I thought he was telling. Like, he ain't been around here. I was driving listening to Willard and Dibs and Kerr like, why hasn't he been? Maybe that's half the problem.
Well, the other thing is if you have Jonathan Kaminga on this team, and this is what it's gotten to now. If he plays on the qualifying offer, that's risky because he's going to get asked about it. Okay, if he takes a 3-year for $75 million offer and he says, you know what, I want to be here. I want to be part of the future. They've made me a priority. They showed me they wanted me. Okay, well, talk to me 5 games into the year if he's not playing. Like, that's the thing I think we're all minimizing.
Be playing. That's what was so crazy about the DMPs and the basketball gods rewarding Kaminga, even though people don't want to hear this, of you had every ample opportunity, Kaminga, to go out there, dribble the ball off your foot, play basketball like a blind man after how you were dealt or what you had to endure with the DMPs.
Well, I think we got to stop that.
But you went out there looking like Superman, Steiny. He looked like he could play.
He hasn't been in a prisoner camp. You know what I mean?
But it almost was like that with the DMPs. What Jonathan
Kaminga had to endure. I mean, come on. He's a player.
But the pride that goes with not getting put in the game.
See, this is where the injustice he has to endure.
What a
it's
word.
Like, go Rick, go rebound. We're asking you to do some things.
I'm saying that too.
So, let's go to Joseph in Vallejo. What's up, Joseph? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. So my thing is this. You guys had a conversation about the Warriors not having egos and it's an egoless franchise. When is Steve Kerr going to get that message, bro? You can't let your ego get in the way of this player's development. You don't know what he could develop into. So we're letting Pods just have unlimited leash. He can go out here and do whatever and have all this stuff. But let Jonathan Kaminga do that. You know where you're going, bro, to the end of the bench. So what do you think that's going to do for his confidence? Of course I'm not going to trust this man with my career. Do I want to be? I want me here. Because I see what you're allowing other people to do, but not allowing me to do. But then tell me you want me here, but I see them getting away with stuff.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know how Podziemski fits into this puzzle, or even if he's in this puzzle.
Because I don't put him in it.
They have a shortage of guards, and Podziemski reaps the benefit of that. On the other hand, they have two of their three most important players are play forward, and that's what Kaminga plays. This is, again, from May 22nd, and the Willard and Dibs interview with Steve Kerr, and this is when Steve Kerr, boy, he went into a lot of detail.
Yeah.
Take a listen. This one's really interesting to me.
I don't think there's a disagreement. I think that there is maybe a different view, from his perspective and what he's comfortable doing. He's obviously a natural scorer. You saw that in the Minnesota series when he got his opportunity. He scored really well, and that's what he's most comfortable doing. But with our team and the way we're built, and with Steph and Jimmy, they're going to dominate the ball. What we need from that spot is rebounding, and we need the passing, the connection, and yes, we need the scoring, but it has to come within the context of what we're really good at and what we're really great at for the last 2 months, with Jimmy and Steph. So I think, I said it to Tim yesterday. I mean, young players take some time sometimes to figure out, who they are and what kind of player they are and what their role is. And it's not always easy. And he, as I said, JK's 22. And I think there's plenty of growth ahead, but it's never an easy road when you're sort of going down a path like this.
Listen, Steiny, I love Steve, but he described the definition of a disagreement, talking about Kaminga sees it one way, they see it. That's a disagreement, Coach.
Okay. I'm not caught up in the words. I mean, I'm just, once again, how many times does Steve Kerr have to say he doesn't think Butler or Kaminga fits?
Right.
To me, that last one is what it's all about. All right, they need Jonathan Kaminga to be nothing more than a third scoring option on this team, and then defend and rebound. Like, if he could do that, that would be their ideal player. And you know who that sounds a lot like? Wiggins, when he was at his best for the Warriors.
Oh, man.
Like, all they wanted out of Wiggins was to be a third scorer, and sometimes you're not going to be needed. And Wiggins didn't care if he scored 12 or 19. Kaminga, I think, cares.
Well, man.
So when Wiggins defended like he defended in 2022, everybody loved Wiggins. And we talked about Wiggins rebounding, and when he rebounded, we loved him more.
Yeah.
We're asking the same stuff for Kaminga.
But at a different age.
It should be easier for Kaminga at a younger age to do those things.
The fact that this could possibly be the fifth year of Kaminga, I would just ask Steve Kerr, is there anything you would have tried to do differently? And if Kaminga's not getting it and picking up the Warrior way like they want him to, Steiny, I do wonder, and some will say, how much of that is Steve's responsibility and the coaches, and Curry and Dre for that matter?
I mean, it's everybody.
All right. I like that answer.
Let's go to Big Smoothie. Big Smoothie in Oakland. What's up, Big Smooth? How you doing, man?
Smooth.
I'm doing fine. Guru, you killing me, man. You are cooking my grits today, my brother.
Tell me.
Bro, what are you talking about, man? What are we talking about here? First of all, Steve Kerr has been consistent in the explanation to this fan base. Guru, you basically said, I don't believe you.
Real quick, Smoothie, not to cut you off. Kerr can be wrong. Kerr can be wrong. I heard Steph tell us Kaminga could be a part of it. Let me finish. Stephen Curry said Kaminga's going to be a big part of this team. So did Draymond Green. I heard both of them say it. So you're going to sit up here and act like Steve Kerr is Gandhi? He has butchered this. And there is a problem going on because nobody knows what's going on. So don't pick at me like I'm the reason this situation is as it is. I just know this. Kaminga can play. So fix it. And the head coach has some responsibility.
It's a fit. It's nothing with their personal relationship. It's a fit. He could score 20 and we could lose 20 games. You not understand? And he's not rewarded because he got off the bench and played as a professional. What are you talking about? You're going to give him a flowers because he got off the bench and did his job? What are we talking about?
My point is he should have never had the DMPs. That's what I'm talking about. He should have never had the DMPs.
Winning. Listen, man, you're missing it. We were winning at a high clip. We're just going to insert him in there even though we were winning without him. He's not a good fit. Is he going to be here he's going to be here next year.
Yeah, no doubt.
We need him to focus on rebounding and scoring when necessary.
Okay. Last thing to you.
The flow of the offense.
All right. Let me ask you this, Move. Let me ask you this. So it's all his fault that he doesn't fit? That's what I'm asking you, and that's what frustrates me. It's on him too.
Yeah.
But is it all on 100% not on Kerr and the coaching staff? Come on, man.
I don't think it's the coaching staff. If you want to have the argument that they never should have drafted him, I'm ready to have that argument. But as far as him, he has no responsibility for growing his game.
No, he told. Come on now.
5 years. Listen, so he's saying, remember this. He's saying that I'm on that same level as Cade Cunningham. Not my words, his words. You are not on that level. All they really want from you is to rebound and score off the offensive rebounds, and then you would have had your bag already. Let's put some of the responsibility on Jonathan Kaminga. And you're right, Guru. If he doesn't come in and show a leap of growth, he's going to get criticized even more.
Why would he though? Why would he show a big leap of growth? Thanks, Big Smoothie.
Steiny.
Well, he hasn't so far. And I think this is where I'm sick of kidding ourselves. If you read in between the lines, what I heard Steve Kerr saying is I don't think they love his work ethic. Why would Steve Kerr have brought up he doesn't stick around in the summer?
But that's my problem right there, Steiny. If you're right and Big Smooth is right, and I'm not exonerating for Kaminga and his game not growing, I'm just like, you're around champions that have been around some of the best champions in the game. If you see I'm not doing something, or my ass should be in the Bay Area like Kirk Lacob, who joined us last offseason over at the team store, and he mentioned Wiggins, Steiny, was staying in the Bay, and I thought that was strange that he would share that. Why don't you tell Jonathan Kaminga, if he's trying to be the best version of himself to help the team, hey, wherever you're at, your ass needs to be in the Bay? How does that go on and my boss doesn't tell me, or somebody tells me, hey, you know what, Steiny, we would like you to stay in the lab. Can you stay here?
Okay, the idea that they haven't communicated with Kaminga about that kind of stuff for 4 years, that to me defies logic. And the other thing, and I think this is something that we've all missed, and when the organization says it, we love it and we all accept it. But when you say that you're doing everything and anything for Steph Curry,
right?
This is the fallout. This is what happens, because the reality of the situation is we're doing everything for Steph Curry. So what did we do for Steph Curry? We got him Jimmy Butler. Okay, now it's still everything and anything for Steph Curry. Kaminga's not the guy. He can't play with those two. So if it's everything and anything for Steph Curry, then Kaminga doesn't belong here. I hate to say it, but you put your own handcuffs on your future strategy by saying that. It's also why you can't go young. You cannot incorporate younger players as long as Dre. Well, it's not a wow.
You're shooting yourself in the foot.
Well, then why did everybody love it when Lacob and Dunleavy in unison say that we are doing everything for Steph Curry? That limits options.
But Steiny, it takes a village. Okay. When you say that, you still can have guys play major roles.
No, you can't. Not Jonathan Kaminga. Period. He cannot play with Butler and Curry.
Well, he couldn't play with Wiggins, to Smooth's point. Okay. He couldn't play with Wiggins. And I'm putting that on Kaminga. But how can you guys not figure out a way?
Because he doesn't pass. Because he wants to take more shots than Steph Curry and then Jimmy Butler.
Well, Steiny,
but the pecking order is Curry and Butler.
Let's just say this, and I'm hugging you from over here and all Warrior fans. If you're right, then there's no way an offer of 3 for $75 should have been offered to him. If that guy if they think what you think, and I believe Kerr does, about the passing, all that other jack, then he should have been out of here. If Humpty Dumpty was coming back. And I don't believe they're down on, not everybody. I'm flabbergasted, man. I really, truly am. This team is getting old right before our eyes, and I love the chef. I still think they got action. This dude is young. You told me they got to save their legs during the regular season, so you're going to need some Thundercats. He fits that. And I will stick up for Kaminga on this front, Steiny, and I can't wait for you to respond. Before Jimmy Butler, every time Wiggins went on sabbaticals, who did they lean on? Kaminga. And Draymond when he got hurt. And what happened when those guys came back? Let me take that carpet right out from underneath you, JK. That's how we're going to thank you.
Right. That's been the organization's MO for the last 8 years. They've made it clear, and every time they say we're doing everything for Steph Curry, most of the fan base says you have to. He's a once-in-a-generation player. You have to milk him. You have to do everything and anything for Steph Curry. Well, guess what? Kaminga doesn't fit. So if your priorities are Steph Curry, then you got to move him.
And they had the chance.
I don't know that they had a chance. Maybe they didn't like the deals that they were getting.
Would you have, just real quick to that point, would you have taken the Sack deal now? From what we know with Monk, and would you have done that just for this? It sounds like, Steiny, if they're even close to how you're thinking and what you're spewing, you almost had to addition by subtraction. I don't believe it to be. I think the key, again, I'm not telling you JK is perfect. Smoothie, if you're listening, I'm not. But this is not just not all on him.
It doesn't matter if it's all on him or not. They're in a situation that they're not in a good spot. They both did what they did to get him here. And I'm talking about the Warriors and Kaminga. And now they got 12 days before training camp. I don't think the kid's excited about being here. I don't think the Warriors are excited about having him here. I don't think the Warriors like any of the deals that they've gotten, which I knew they weren't, because that's what happens in restricted free agency. And
Steiny, you robbed him of even getting better, though. That's what bothered me.
What?
Kaminga, you kind of you're like, Goob, yeah, I'll see it when I see it. When I said he could be in the lab and show some growth.
Well, how much has he improved in 4 years? Yeah, and I'm sick of the lab talk. It just gets old. Wiseman was in the lab. Draymond, remember when he was in the lab?
22, though. I hear you.
Right, and he apparently doesn't have a great work ethic. Why? And you know what? I shouldn't say that because I have no idea. But why would Steve Kerr say we want him to stick around? Man. He doesn't stick around in the summers.
Have you asked him? But you're saying you assume that wink, wink. Of course they have. How about you tell him?
Dude, they see each other every day. Yeah. They've seen each other every day for 4 years. I'm sure they've had a lot of discussion about every aspect of stuff. Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian. How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas, how you guys been?
Hey. Doing well.
All right, there was a lot since I've been on hold, so I'm going to break it down. Goo, I love you. I follow JK on Threads and X, but Steiny and Big Smooth are 100% right. If you go on there, because I know you're on social media, and I like JK, that's why I follow him, his workouts are terrible. He has guys contested in shot that are your height. He's 6'8". I played Division II basketball. The guy guarded me when I worked out was 6'2", and my coach put a broom in his hand. I'm sure Steiny probably did that drill, too, to someone to block his shot. That's not a contest if the guy's 6'4", Goo. He's 6'8". His work ethic is terrible. And that's why Kerr says that. But also, it's business. I think there's something bigger. That's why, to touch on your contract situation, he doesn't deserve it if that's how he's working. I think it's bigger, and I think JK knows that. He doesn't want to get traded to Siberia. So I think that's what's going on with the contract. But he doesn't work hard. But as far as JK as being a young talent, I can speak from his point of view because he was dunking on Chet Holmgren in high school. But now we see over the 4 years, who's better now. So it is all on JK, and it can all change if Kerr goes, JK, and he comes in and he does the things the coach wants. But that's the frustration you hear in Kerr's voice because he has a Ferrari that's riding like a Honda.
Wow.
It's not fair to compare him to Franz or Kawhi because they came in known for defense. He came in as a raw scorer that you have to teach the game in defense. So I always looked at him like Siakam. But Siakam and Van Vliet spent their summers at Rico Hines in L.A. That's all on YouTube. Everything I'm telling you, I've watched with my own eyes, and I'm watching JK have his friends work him out. He's not even doing what Buddy Hield's doing.
Christian, good stuff. I appreciate the call.
Wow, I hadn't seen those highlights, Donnie, but and again, Estimated Eyes is having some fun with me, Steiny, and you mentioned it. The Kawhi was not the comp of player to player. It was the situation. OGs and Parker, Duncan, and Ginobili getting a young guy and then passing the baton to the young guy and then winning when the young guy was ready to lead. I'm just like, how can you, and I'm asking you, Steiny, how negligent is it that you got a workout warrior, although different sizes, Draymond Green, guys that pride themselves on staying in shape, Andre Iguodala, how can that not be passed down to Kaminga if the caller's right, and we love you, if his workout ethic is not right? Somebody pull me to the side and tell me I'm doing the wrong push-ups. Like, I know you're scoffing at it, but it's not just
some guy. So not everybody can work as hard as Kobe Bryant. Like, you can't tell a guy to work harder and then he just automatically works harder. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I see Austin, Dennis, Sam. I'll get to you all. We got a couple more open lines. If you want to jump into the Jonathan Kaminga situation, it's coming to a head, people. That segment also brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
One of the greatest bands in rock history, The Who, present The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. See Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, The Who, live in the Bay Area, performing at Shoreline Amphitheater September 21st. Get tickets now at livenation.com. The Who, for the very last time. The song is over. For more, visit thewho.com.
Football is back, and so is your shot at big wins. With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop, with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live, but I didn't know how to get back on track. It gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I have a life beyond what I could ever dream. I know that anyone can recover. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
The Violet and Black have made it to the playoffs in their inaugural season in the Bay. Tune in to 95.7 The Game and the Odyssey app for all the playoff games and everything Violet and Black. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. And we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, Member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Oakland mix of clouds with a high of 81.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the Jonathan Kaminga situation feels like it's coming to a head. There's a deadline on October 1st. Training camp starts before then, though, so it likely is going to wrap up before then. But clearly, they're trying to figure this out.
They are.
Kaminga still with 3 options. He can sign the qualifying offer for 7.9. He can sign an updated offer from the Warriors for, it looks like they've offered him a 2-year deal, a 3-year deal, couple with team options, some with none, but none with a player option, which is what he wants. And they could also sign and trade him if they like a deal that's out there, but they haven't so far.
Can I read something to you that is out on Twitter right now at NBA Central, Steiny? And Evan sent this to us. We appreciate it, E. This is from Dalton Johnson, Steiny, NBC Sports Bay Area. Jimmy Butler has reached out to the Warriors front office to try to understand exactly what their plan is, per Dalton Johnson. In that ESPN article, they mentioned that Draymond and Jimmy have checked in and reached out to Jonathan Kaminga. I can confidently say that Jimmy Butler has also reached out to the team and been like, what's going on here? I just wanted to know the plan. Your thoughts on if I thought these big dogs were included in everything. I thought the big dogs were included.
I know you're going to get mad. That's the biggest so what I've ever, I could.
It sounds like a circus.
Oh, who cares?
Francesca, it sounds like a circus. And it sounds like Jimmy Butler and Draymond want Kaminga on the team.
I wouldn't say that. They just, the report is they're asking what's going on.
And they both called Kaminga.
Oh. Hey, what's up? And you know what call means? Text.
What's Steiny? But I find that interesting. Like Jimmy said against Kerr during the playoffs. I don't know who told you that. We can play together.
Steve Kerr said that.
I know that, but Jimmy kind of dispelled that.
Well, he didn't dispel it. He just said he can play with Kaminga.
I just find that interesting, Steiny.
Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco.
Dennis.
Hey, Dennis, how you doing?
Good. What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Sounds like the same conversation we've been having for a while.
You're right. You're right.
I love both of you. You're my favorite show. I call in, but I call into all the shows sometimes, but this is my favorite show. You two guys.
Thank you.
But we've been having this same conversation for all these years. Guru, you're right, and Steiny, you're right. You guys are both right. It's just the situation that the Warriors have put themselves in. And one thing that I will say about where I like Kaminga, and I really feel like that Kerr has mismanaged him as a young player ever since Jonathan was a rookie. Whenever he would come in, not every game that he came in, but a lot of games he came in and he did very well. And then he would go back to the DNPs or 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. After, I could understand his frustration. And I remember watching the game in Miami when he was a rookie and Jordan Poole. They sent everybody up north to New York or something, and they don't. It was a back-to-back, and they didn't want them to play and it was Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kaminga and against Butler and Miami, and they beat him. And Poole scored like 32 and Kaminga 25. And then the next game, Kaminga gets in, he gets 18. Then after that, it's back to 5 minutes or DNPs, and that's been the story of his career. It's been up and down, inconsistent. And he doesn't – I believe what he's feeling is he doesn't trust Steve Kerr to allow him to play so he could get better. That's what he said. I think it was in his second year when he called out Kerr and said, I can't play for this guy. I can't get any better if I don't play. You guys have all played sports. I've played sports. You don't get better sitting on the bench. Wow. You know what I mean? And I'd say the same thing for Moses Moody. I feel like the same thing, but I'm not at practice. I don't know what's going on with him. Whether they always kind of said I always heard that he worked hard. But
right.
Maybe there is an issue there. I don't know. I don't know as much basketball as Steve Kerr or the Warriors front office. But it just is, as a fan, it was frustrating for me to watch that kid be jerked around. And the same goes for Moses Moody. I called in here one time and said, if I was Moody's agent and Kaminga's agent, I'd say, get me the hell out of here. Because like you were saying, Steiny, they're throwing. It's all about Steph Curry. I love Steph Curry, but you can't. It's a team game. You've got two guys, 137, 136. You're paying them $60 million apiece. How the hell can you have anybody else on the roster?
Hey, good stuff, Dennis, and thanks for calling. And hopefully we don't have to talk about this in about 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, to Dennis's point, it's not even about how you got to have somebody on the roster, and I know he didn't mean it like that. It's just you gotta find a way for them to fit.
When you say, like, you don't need to ask what's going on if you believe that the Warriors are doing everything and anything for Steph. Why do you think Draymond's still on the team?
Well, I'll say this to that.
I mean, how often have we heard people say, well, Steph would never let Draymond be traded? Okay.
Because he complements and enhances what Steph does.
That's great.
But you need more than just one score. And my whole point is, Steiny, are you really telling me, and it looks like I could be right, they're about to enter year 5, and you don't know how to best maximize or make Jonathan Kaminga fit? That is what's mind-boggling and frustrating to a lot of fans to me.
But I don't view it like that.
Tell me how you view it.
I don't view it like that. I view it as Jonathan Kaminga does not fit well with Curry and Jimmy Butler. And how he would fit best on this team would be as a 6th man.
I'm with you.
But he doesn't want that, and I understand it. I get that.
That's his reality right now. And being a 6th man, I would tell Jonathan that's better than getting DMPs that you were getting. Hey,
do you think Jonathan Kaminga trusts the organization?
I don't.
I know. So, but
you didn't get the
answering a lot of our own questions.
You're at dinner saying, I need to go my way, you need to go your way.
What can he do? What could Jonathan Kaminga have done to finish this situation off with him not being a Warrior? If his number one goal is to not be a Golden State Warrior,
well, that ship, I believe it sailed.
What has he done wrong?
Okay. It's not about right or wrong. It's about sign that 7.9 qualifying offer and lace up your boots, and it'll be over in a year.
Yeah. Yep. That's what it sounds like.
I don't like it. I'm not caping for Kaminga. I'm just caping for I know the dude can play. Now all of a sudden his workouts are pathetic.
Not all of a sudden. He said that at the end of last year, Steve Kerr.
No, but I'm talking about our caller Anthony, who said you can look at the stuff, and I watched him working out, and he's working out with his friends, and it's not going well, and this or that. And I'm just like, now it's getting a little strong. And then you robbed me of my hope of Steiny. Maybe he had a good offseason, but it sounds like to me whatever he's doing, he's fiddle-faddling.
But what do you mean fiddle-faddling?
Like he's working out without
but what about the contract? What about the contract?
Handies.
What about the contract? Like
he's obviously telling us he don't want to be here. I get that.
I think there's another thing going on too. I think when people say, year 4 and they don't know what they got with Kaminga and they can't make it work and what is going on, they do know what they think of Kaminga. They think Jonathan Kaminga is a natural scorer. That's what Steve Kerr referred to him as. He's a natural scorer. And that's all.
Let's be real. Okay, I'm
saying that's not what I'm saying.
Right, I got
that's the way they view him. They say, hey, look, you want to just score? You can come off the bench.
Okay.
You want to play more? Then you need to score a certain way, rebound better, run the floor better, and hustle more. You got a choice.
Right. Okay, and I'm going to put it right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. And you tell me if this is out of left field, and it'll be fine if you say so. So people laughed and mocked me about the Valkyrie game that right after the season was over, Joe Lacob and Kaminga went to. And they could have discussed mowing the lawn. They could have whatever. But I believe his future was discussed. That's just me. Steiny, Kerr has a 1-year deal, and I'm wondering if there is not conflict of interest with Lakeup, but Lakeup not knowing what's going on with Kerr, and maybe the sell to JK is just get through this year.
That's no way to run a basketball team. I know what you're saying, and I'm not saying it's dumb at all, because I think that's what may end up happening, Goo, that he comes back and plays just for 1 year.
Because why wouldn't Kerr be fixed? Why wouldn't he be, hey, you're going to, the next 5 years it's you, Steve, here's your deal now. I know we did this a couple years ago, but to me, that's got to mean something in all this madness.
I mean, I'm not ready to promise Kaminga the keys to the future either. Like, I'm not giving Jonathan Kaminga the keys to the car. You're listening to, not yet, you're listening to 90. This is when you get your $25 million. Play good, play well, continue to improve. And then in 3 more years, when you're 26 or 28, we'll talk about the big boy contract. But to me, you ain't a big boy contract player right now. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Sometimes working with, go ahead. I feel like a defense attorney. I love it. It makes me think, critical thinking. And I'm not sitting here fronting to you all that I'm right. Nobody's perfect. We all are speculating. And the information that Evan Giddings sent us from Dalton Johnson, if true, and I believe it's true, because so many people, and you've mentioned it, Steiny, Draymond don't want to play with them. If they're calling and asking the organization what's going on with Risotto or Carter Chickering because we want to play and do a show with them, I think that speaks volumes and lets us know, like, there could be a litany of things that we don't think are going on behind the scenes that are going on behind the scenes. That's all. Jimmy Butler and Dre got to call the company or the boss to ask what's going on? I just think about
Draymond Green's in the war room, Goo. This is not nothing that's different.
Well, maybe not as much as we thought.
I mean, Goo and I have a difference of opinion on this. This is Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. Guru thinks it's a wow. I think it's a nothing burger of the highest order.
I can confidently say that Jimmy Butler has also reached out to the team and been like, what's going on here? I just want him to know the plan. And of course, Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, they're in the loop. I understand that. But I think Jimmy, as someone who came on last year and kind of showed, all right, you took care of me. All the drama's done. All the Miami stuff. It's just basketball for me. I'm all about basketball. When I'm on the contract for you, it's about basketball. And now I think he's saying, hey, show me that's all about basketball. We have 2 until training camp. So either just pay him or move him. Like, there needs to be a decision.
Yeah, there will be. Chill out, Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy trying to get it done.
You've been here for 4 months.
But he thought he left the soap opera in Miami.
He was the soap opera.
I know.
And he's look.
But that bodes well for me that I feel like Jimmy wants to still play, and Draymond for that matter, with Kaminga, because they're looking at it like, what's the reality? Monk comes in here, what are we? Or we got Jonathan Kaminga who knows what to do. Does he do it all the time? No, but he's young. Let's go. And if Curry doesn't rip his hamstring or tear or tweak his hamstring, who's not saying we're playing the Thunder last year in the finals?
You've made an assumption there that they called the Warriors, Draymond and Butler, to say, you've got to sign Jonathan Kaminga. And what they don't know, apparently, if they need to find out what's going on, is that maybe Jonathan doesn't want to be here.
Yeah. And again, Steiny, I'm Darrell L. Johnson the first from Union City, California. All I'm telling you is I believe he don't want to be here. But I'm sharing selfishly, a lifelong Warrior fan. I want him here for 1 more year because I think they got action if they get the good version of Jonathan Kaminga.
No action if he comes back here on a qualifying offer and doesn't want to be here.
What do you think can happen?
Every single game. Steve, why did Jonathan only play 19 minutes tonight? Hey, Steph, does the team wonder why Jonathan doesn't play more? How's Jonathan been? Has he been engaged?
You think that's
Steph,
it?
My God, yes. Well, I mean, we've seen it for 4 years. We've seen it for 4 years. He's been the most discussed Warrior other than, like, Draymond when he punches somebody.
But you understand why he's polarizing. Like, give me some good parts of him. Everybody's throwing eggs at what now his workouts are in question. And I swear to you all, I love you. But what really bothers me, if this is true, and Steve was really he was saying a lot that day he joined Willard and Dibs, you know, I'll say in the postseason showing up Willard and Dibs. If my boss on any level told me I needed to do something or be somewhere to best maximize my potential, and where I was at was actually interfering or not helping me maximize me being the best at my job, Steiny, in a millisecond, my ass would be where they would want me to be. So how could that go on without it being checked? And a lot of people are like, oh, they told them. Are we so sure? Just a thought I have.
So what you're going to try to maintain now is the Warriors have never explained to Jonathan Kaminga what he needed to do to get more playing time. I don't know about you, but I think that's the most fundamental job any coach has, to explain to their player what they need to do to get on the court more.
I guess we were having a conversation off air with Shasky in the green room, Steiny, and we were just talking about the mandates. So I guess I'm saying maybe the Warriors could have delivered that message to any player with the hammer, like there is no choice in this, bruh. You got to stay here.
So now, again, here we go. 10 straight years of talking about the greatness of the Warriors culture, but now we can say, yeah, Steve didn't handle that guy right. He should have given him tough love, or he should have caught, like, yeah. Hold on. Right. Super chat from The Truth. Gu and Bonte have been telling us for years we need JK and should keep him for years. Okay. Yep. Bonte and Guru, absolutely.
No, but
think
you've
JK's
taught me that, Steiny. You've taught me to look at the future. And I just don't see how right now, currently, anybody could be excited about the Warrior future. Not a dude that's a stiff, a dude that can help you right now if he's still in town. No, I think in the future, at 26, Jonathan Kaminga will be the best version of himself.
But when I mention the future because I think about it. You don't. Like, you don't.
But I'm growing.
Well, okay. I think of the future, too, and I don't know if Jonathan Kaminga should or shouldn't be a part of it.
But right
him
now,
as a
would
player.
you admit any Warrior fan saying he's the best thing going right now for your future today as you look at this roster?
Yeah, and it's like saying, it's like saying, oh, God. It's like saying Kyle Kuzma's your guy in the
Kyle
future.
now.
Yeah, of course you do. But
I feel like you can please both masters. I know
you can't. Like, that's what Kaminga doesn't want to come off the bench. Austin, I don't think. Austin in San Jose. What's up, Austin? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, man, this is layers to this. Nice to talk to you guys, man. We act like Jonathan Kaminga is the only problem the Warriors are going to have this year. I mean, it'd be nice if we really believe that, as Guru says, they were so close to OKC. Well, first of all, I don't believe that. I think they're one player away from, if Curry or Butler, one of those guys slips up this year, either in terms of their ability based on age or injury, God forbid, all of a sudden this team becomes a 10 seed or 9 seed team, man, based on the roster. So the second half of the year, yeah, we can fixate on what we saw. But what about the first half of the year? And let me move to Coach Kerr, who went on his campaign after the season.
Wow.
I asked Steve Kerr, Steve, why did you feel the need as a 60-year-old Hall of Fame coach to go out and explain to the fans who aren't idiots? We know who Steph Curry is. We don't need you to tell us Steph Curry is the sun and the moon. We already know that. How about you coach the team? How about you do your job and get a guy like John Kaminga to the point where if you don't like him, don't tell us what he doesn't do well. Tell us what he does well and get him off the roster and get somebody in here that you really want. But now we're in a situation where we got a guy on the roster. We've already gone on public display and said we don't really want him, yet we still offer him money. Donnie, let me move to you. I think you said sometime earlier that his value was this. Well, his value keeps going up, dude. He's up to $75 million. If he's so bad, why are the Warriors offering him this money? Did Joe Lacob get stupid all of a sudden? So all these people calling up talking about his workouts and all this stuff, there's nobody compels the Warriors players to be here in the summer. Where did that come from? Is everybody around here all summer? None of them are here.
Well,
so what is Jonathan Kaminga being here become a big deal, Steiny?
Well,
why are we running with that as though that's
first of all,
gospel?
the coach said it. The coach made a point to say it, and I think in general, young players tend to stick around.
Okay, but it's 4 years. See, he's not Pods or Post or TJD. The dude's been on the roster for 4 years. He's not compelled to be here over the summer as long as he's developing. And again, I go back to my point.
Is he developing?
$27 million a year. $27 million a year tells me somebody thinks he has value, Chad Steiny.
Well,
Lacob didn't become an idiot. Lacob didn't become an idiot overnight. So if he didn't believe he had any value, would he be paying him $27? Would he offer him $27 million? I mean, come on, man. Let's be reasonable here.
Well, the reasonable, Austin, appreciate the call as always, buddy, is I hate to say it to you, but it's more about the salary slot than Jonathan Kaminga. What if I told you that? It's about you cannot lose a salary slot of Jonathan Kaminga because there's nowhere you can go with it. If you give Jonathan Kaminga $25 million a year, then you absolutely are using that and giving him that money as a trade chip. Yeah, while he's here, fine, he's making 25. But everybody knows the reason you're giving him 25 is to make it a very friendly contract to trade, which to me is still their number one option.
Like you did with Poole?
Exactly.
I thought Poole was here forever.
No. No.
Wow. But my point is, Steiny,
look at it this way. They extended Poole, and they were able to trade him.
Okay.
The Warriors don't extend Kaminga, and he's still stuck here. But you could have paid him last year with all those other guys, and then he would have been moved by now.
The bottom line is you need him, though. You need him for your future. That's what
I don't think you do.
I do.
Okay.
And I don't think he's a stiff. I'm not saying you're calling him that. A lot of people have forgotten that this dude can play. Is he perfect? No, but get him right. Like Austin said, Coach Kerr, tell us what he does well.
He scores. He's a natural scorer. The Valkyries season comes down to tonight. It's a winner-go-home game, Game 2, Valkyries in Minnesota. 7 o'clock tip-off. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Download the app and search Valkyries. That's how you get it done. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off at 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
Fall is the season for reinvention, and it's easy to do at Macy's Fall Favorite Sale. Come in and find your new favorite styles, like romantic ruffled dresses, chic trenches, cashmere sweaters, and textural fall layers, which are perfect for mixing and matching. All for 20 to 50% off. So if you're looking for your new favorite things, look no further than the Fall Favorite Sale. Tomorrow, only at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This year, the Valley of Hearts Delight fundraiser shines brighter than ever with our theme, Legacies Under the Lights. Step into History Park, glowing with restored historic neon signs from the History San Jose collection, and enjoy an unforgettable night of dining, live music, and celebration. All proceeds support preserving the stories and landmarks that make our valley unique. Tickets are now on sale at historysanjose.org. Join us for Legacies Under the Lights October 9th and help keep history shining for generations to come.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Anthony from San Leandro. Lupe and Daniel were the greatest. They tested my fire door. Everything is working great. I'll refer them to anybody. Thanks, R&S.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
I'll tell you like this, man. Timberwolves, Timberland, Ant-Man, Edward Scissorhands, pineapples and spam, boys of fire.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Appreciate y'all. Leave me alone this summer.
The chef! It's that time!
Yep.
And Valkyries! I'm going to be sipping and watching. Steiny, I'm ready, man. We're having a good show. We got playoff basketball back in the Bay. And the Giants.
Yep. So they're underachieving now. They were overachieving, they're underachieving.
I made a decision.
They're everything but a 500 team.
Call me LeBron. I've made a decision. Ask me what it is, Steiny.
Nope.
You have no idea what it is. Melvin, you're gone.
You want to bet? You want to bet?
No, I never want anybody to lose their job.
Yeah, he won't, is what I'm saying.
But I don't want to celebrate somebody getting fired. That's whack. I'm just telling you, the Guru computer is popping early this morning. Steiny, he's not coming back. That's my 2 cents.
This is Anthony Slater of ESPN. Was talking about Jonathan Kaminga. We haven't played this, but this is probably the best cut in terms of getting you up to date with where the Warriors are as the deadline on October 1st looms.
The messaging they're adopting this week is turn the TO to a PO and it's done. And that messaging is generally saying if it's a team option on that 3-year deal you mentioned, 74-ish million, if that's suddenly a player option, not only will Jonathan Kaminga sign it, they're saying, but he will be completely bought in on the mission that they're asking of him. Which is, using Turner's messaging, that is to get Steph Curry and Draymond Green a 5th ring, Jimmy Butler his 1st ring, and that's an understanding of him that it's a show of goodwill if they send it to a player option for what they're calling years of confusion over his role and a willingness to suppress some of his personal ambitions, which are obviously very much a part of the holdup here. Accept what's probably going to be a bench role, what's probably going to be fluctuating minutes, and accepting what will very likely be, a tradable contract. As they've mentioned, they've compared the deal to, a lower level version of the Jalen Green deal that Houston signed, which, Jalen Green, I think, is making about $33 million next year. Then it's a $36 million player option, saying he got paid by Houston to essentially also, know he might be traded. He was traded for Kevin Durant, and they just believe that if Kaminga is going to sign this and come in and buy in, as they want, he wants that to be a player option and not a team option. That's the holdup right now.
Anthony Slater of ESPN. Is the incongruity lost on people? So let me get this straight. And I get it, but Jonathan Kaminga, in order to show that he is bought in and that he is committed, and that he is ready to take on the challenge of getting Steph Curry and everybody their 5th title, but the only way he can buy in is if he has a player option to get out.
No, your point is proven. And I'm just grooving on the fact that it's a mess. I think he wants out. But selfishly, from a fan perspective and a guy that's one half of the Steiny and Guru show, I want him back, and I believe they'll all act right.
Can I ask you a question?
And play.
Do you want him back if he doesn't want to be here? I don't. I absolutely do not.
Steiny, I do. Because now I'm really, for the first time.
So you're willing to risk the season?
No. I told you I was offended by the Warrior culture and felt like they lied to me, how they let Dre slap and punch Poole and didn't discipline him. Let him go get his ring on ring night. Okay, that's water under the Bay Bridge. Now, Golden Gate Bridge, my new bridge. But Steiny, this is testing it again if he signs the QO, comes back, and there's drama. I expect this to be seamless.
Are you, are you crazy?
He's not Durant, Steiny.
It's not about that. It's about the distraction that every player on that team's going to feel. The minute Kaminga doesn't get the minutes that somebody thinks, and Steve Curry's going to have to answer these questions at the podium, Curry's going to have to answer them. Butler's
see, I
going to
don't
have
think
to
that's
deal.
going to rear its head, though. Like, why would he not be getting minutes? We
because
talked
they
about
have
the
Butler
current
and
and the 1
Draymond
year,
Green.
but we haven't talked about the endless conversations that could be going on. Like, hey, Steve, from Joe and Steve. Hey, Steve, I ain't going to tell you what to do. I've never done that, but damn it. Okay, enough is enough. It should never get to the point to where, why didn't Steiny play? Now, there's always extenuating stuff like foul trouble.
So you think Kaminga's going to come back on the qualifying offer? If he does, and there's no residue. Let's just
give
go.
me one
First,
example of residue that I don't think playing time's not going to be a problem, Steiny.
It's been a problem for 4 years.
Yeah, but this is different now, man.
Okay, so now you're going to that's the other thing. So now Steve Kerr's got to change his philosophy so that he gets
That's
Kaminga.
a little strong. That's a little strong, Steiny.
Well, I don't
I'm
think
not
you're
saying that.
Well, you're saying that playing time will not be an issue for Jonathan Kaminga. Like, can you really say that and assure yourself that you're right after the way we've
I would be willing to take that risk.
Kaminga wouldn't. Why would he? Like, this is the one part I understand about Kaminga. So do I think he thinks he's a little better than he is? Yes.
Oh, all right.
But the bottom line is he doesn't want to be here.
So
he doesn't want to come off the bench.
So my general manager and owner want to offer player A, which is Kaminga, 3 for 75, but I got a problem with finding him playing time. Make that make sense. Like, he better be. I'm just taking that Steiny, he better be on the floor.
Why would you say that after watching him for 4 years? That's what
I don't blame. I'm with
you know
Austin
what?
and San Jose to a degree. I don't put it all at Jonathan's doorstep. And just real quick, for the last time, people, what I saw against Minnesota, that player, and you could tell me everything was lined up for him to look like that. But that was a basketball player. I got to be careful because you guys are going to take this out of context. That was lightweight, doing what he wanted, sometimes dominating with the ball in his hands. I saw a defense that was like, oh, God, give me a Motrin.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's okay. If you really want to talk about it like that, then you're entitled to your opinion. But the reality of the situation is, the Timberwolves never had Kaminga on their radar in that series because they were in control the whole series.
That Saturday afternoon or evening game, Steiny, it looked like the Warriors were going to win. But it wasn't his fault. But nobody, Steiny, 3 for 75 the owner wants to give me. I don't want that because I think I'm better than that. But my coach is going to give me chicken tender minutes? There's a disconnect there. I think Lacob is going to connect if you're right.
The disconnect is you. And here's the disconnect, that you're telling Jonathan Kaminga to trust the Warriors when he has no trust for the Warriors. So when Jonathan Kaminga hears, no, we're going to try to get you minutes, we'll get you playing time, he doesn't believe them. And you have conviction, you wouldn't fall for that either. Like, if you were Kaminga, you wouldn't fall for that banana in the tailpipe for the 9th time.
Because
there you go.
I hear you talking, Steiny. I'll say this. Jonathan Kaminga got in his own way last year getting hurt. And the fact you played 47 games and allowed them to be thirsty for Jimmy Butler like they were because he got bad, and it was bad before you got hurt, but I'm going to put some respect on JK's name because I'm rooting for him, Steiny. That wasn't a Warrior issue. That was a JK issue. You got hurt and allowed Jimmy Butler to come here. I stand on that. I could be wrong, but that was Jonathan Kaminga's fault. But, Steiny, I just hate that I like where the Warriors are at. I keep bringing up the future, sounding like a hypocrite. But, man, if somehow I believe this culture could get through this year, if he wants to, after this year, leave, I understand it. But also they could benefit for having him, along with Pods, Moody, and the rest of the gang. I would love to run it back, man. And it looks like that's what's about to pop off with a little dose of Al Horford, a little dose of Gary Payton II, and who was the other guy, our guard that DeAnthony.
Is he healthy?
That I don't know.
Let's go to Sam in New York.
NY.
What's going on, Sam? How you doing?
What's up?
Hey.
So I'm hearing a lot of why this, why that. So let me just explain in reality why things are going the way they are. Steiny's right. The reason why they want him and they want the contract is because they need a salary slot for trade. They didn't do anything with all their expiring contracts in the past, and if they lose him for nothing now, then they have to trade Moody, Buddy, or Draymond, and they don't want to do that. And also, remember, Kaminga's a restricted free agent. If he takes the qualifying offer, that's agent malpractice.
Wow.
He would have to earn $40 million per year in his next contract to make up the lost money that he's turning down right now. It's a bluff. The only leverage he has is that he's disrupting training camp. If all the free agents we just talked about were already signed, he would have nothing. Because if he didn't sign the qualifying offer, he didn't do anything, he'd be restricted again next year. He needs to just if it was me, he should take this offer, because him playing on a qualifying offer gives the Warriors zero reason to play him. And that will actually make his next contract even worse, because why would a team want to pay him if he's not getting minutes?
Well,
he's $25 per million on this team. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean, like, I know it wouldn't be the best case scenario, and he would end up losing money. Yeah. But if he's a free agent at the end of this year because he signed the qualifying offer and it felt like the Warriors, hit him a little bit or didn't play him, as much, I still think somebody would take a chance on him. He would lose money, but I think somebody would still take a chance on him.
And I agree with you.
I think somebody would take a chance on him, but my point is there's $75 million on the table right now in front of his face, and he's willing to risk that. What if he gets injured? What if all these things happen? There's so many things that could happen that could take this money away. We've seen it with Dennis Schroeder and all these other players.
Well, hey, real quick, let me flip it on you, Sam. Yeah. Why isn't he taking the 75?
Uh-oh.
I think that he knows that they need him and they need that salary slot. And he's just waiting it out because he knows that all these players are unsigned. You see the vets are starting to ask, what's going on, what's going on? He's using that leverage. I think if it was take it or leave it right now, I think he takes it. I don't think he goes on that qualifying offer, because if he takes this money, the Warriors are going to have to play him, because they're going to have to show him up and make him look like he's worth being traded for somebody. So that'll actually give him more of an incentive to look better. It'll help him get to a team where he'll have the situation he wants to play with, and on top of it, that'll set him up for the future. But you never know what happens if they just kick the tires with him. If he starts acting frustrated on the qualifying offer, they'll be like, you know what? We can't trade him because he has a no trade clause. He's not worth all this headache.
Yeah.
So I just think they're using this as leverage. I think they know. I think he's holding the whole team hostage from signing any other players right now, and they're using that to the best of their ability. And guess what? I don't blame him.
Appreciate it, Sam.
And I'll tell Sam this, he might have hit it out the park. I didn't agree with a lot of what he said, though, Steiny. But this Dalton Johnson report that I'm taking more credence in than you, from the fact that you think it doesn't mean much or nothing. But as far as training camp, I believe that's why we got that report about Jimmy and Draymond allegedly calling the team just to see what's popping, and call Kaminga for that matter. Like that to me is about training camp. Like, let's get what's going on now.
I don't think it's going to make or break the Warriors if Al Horford misses the first 2 days of training camp. Al Horford.
I wonder what he's thinking, though, really. Like, am I moving to the Bay or what?
He's a 58-year veteran, so I'm sure if we had him on, he'd say, yeah, this is business as usual in the NBA.
Or he might say, I haven't been through anything like this. He's got to move.
I bet he signed his contract already.
Let's see now. Don't talk about that.
But it's here's the one thing that I think it's very easy for you guys, the fans, to want him to sign a contract that only has a team option, and you're just kind of not factoring in that he might not want to leave his future up to the Golden State Warriors.
But why can't the Warriors be his future?
Because he's lost trust in them.
Now, here we go.
No, not here we go. This is not
What about
news.
the flip side of that coin?
Right. It's like, it's all been talked out.
He's smiling.
There's nothing that's out there that we haven't talked about.
Oh, there is a solution. And to Sam's point, somebody's going to blink.
The reason that Kaminga has not done anything yet to my way of thinking, is because the thing he wants most. What does he want most?
Playing time.
No. Well, yeah, but no. He wants to be on another team. He wants to play for the Sacramento Kings.
So you feel that in your soul?
Yes. There were reports that he wants to play in Sacramento because they apparently, he feels like they respect him more than they do in Golden State. But that's why he's pushing it to the limit. And that's why it may go to the wire because his number one
feels like
preference.
we're there now.
And you know what? Maybe the Warriors, 3 minutes before the deadline, says to hell with it. Let's just move him to Sac. Maybe they do that. I think that's possible.
So I'm just asking you. You've been in the game longer than I have. I'm asking you because we talk about Bob Myers and what he was a part of and what he's built. Steiny, how has Mike Dunleavy handled this Kaminga situation? I think that's a fair question up until now. What would the scoreboard read? Or is it unfair to even bring that up right now? It feels like from the fan base, people are mad.
What's Dunleavy supposed to do? Make Jonathan Kaminga like Steve Kerr?
Larry the Cable Guy? Get her done.
Mike Dunleavy looks at Jonathan Kaminga as one thing and one thing only, and that's an asset that he must both protect and also maintain a value so that if he moves on down the line, you can get something for him.
Man.
And, people are like, Steiny, what would you do now? I mean, I'm at the point now where if the Phoenix deal is out there, I would do it.
But they're not, though,
Well, I don't know that they're not. I would be
floored.
If we could get Grayson Allen and a pick or something, just do it. You want a guy? Steve Kerr wants a guy who's going to get loose balls. He wants a guy who's going to hustle. Wants a guy who's going to run the floor. Go get Grayson Allen. He does all those things. Because it sounds to me like you want a role player, Steve Kerr, and you don't think Kaminga can be a role player.
His contract status has nothing to do in the Steiny computer of all this, even if it's 2%. Steiny, you don't think something about his future with this team, because we kind of relived it not too long ago. He came back, but Steiny, I think that in a crazy way, I can't put my finger on it, might have something to do with something.
What do you mean?
Kerr having 1 year left on his deal and Kaminga possibly playing for a new coach.
Well, again, that's another thing I think you might be right. There's a part of this. Why, when the Warriors are hell-bent on, well, now we have Steph, Butler, and Draymond, all with an end date, why would Steve Kerr not be under contract for that last year? You're telling me that the potential last year of Curry and Draymond, that there's going to be a first-year coach? That doesn't...
Right now, I'm saying hell no to that.
Okay, well, then Kerr's going to be here 2 more years. And maybe Kaminga has a sense of that. Steven in the city. What's up, Steven? How are you?
Hey, thanks. I appreciate your show. There's a lot of stuff that I heard that I want to speak on. First, I got to tell you one thing. Kaminga isn't meant to be here. And what I mean by that, just like Wiseman, they threw the season for Wiseman. Curry gets hurt. Draymond doesn't want to work on his three, doesn't want to be a team leader, take him on his shoulders, take him as far as he can. He just quits on the season. They get pick 3. Not going to work out. That's called sports karma. Kaminga, when working with the G League Warriors, he was benched when other scouts came in to say, hey, they got a guy here. Let's go take a look at this guy. So sports karma, Kaminga's not going to work out here. I agree with Steiny. If he doesn't want to be here, he can't be here. And as far as work ethic, Goo, you know better than that. That comes from within inside, buddy. The harder you want is what you desire. You can't make somebody want that more. Now, my one thought on this, your new topic, Kerr with 1 year. Here's my whole end of statement. Kerr coaches this year. They play the season. They don't work out. All 3 of those players get traded. I appreciate you guys. Have a great day.
Thanks for the call.
Now, that's Sports Talk Radio 109, right? That ain't happening.
I wouldn't say that. If the Warriors don't make the playoffs this year and they're sitting and they don't have a good year and they're sitting still with Butler, Curry, and Draymond, you'd bring them all back again?
No, but that's like saying with Steph, Jimmy, and Dre, them not making, and I get it, not making the playoffs is like Halle Berry having a bad day. You know, come on, man. From a look, that was a bad one, but come on.
They're one, like, they're.
What, one injury?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I can't fight you there. But all the more reason to have a young. You guys got a problem with me calling Kaminga promising guy on the team that can hold it down like he's done damn near half his career when he's been.
What do you mean hold it down?
Like he did for Wiggins when Wiggins went out.
And you're 500
I'm not saying
team.
be Jordan, Steiny.
Look at, like, everybody was like, oh, look what he did before Butler. We were 500.
Let me ask you this then. How do you want this to end? How do you personally?
I just told you. I said I'd move him to Phoenix at this point.
So you'd be done with them to just addition by subtraction.
I do agree with Amick. It's like it's a lot of talk about a 6th or 7th man. Sorry, that's the way I feel. This guy's not even a starter on this team.
And that's a problem.
And
he ain't a 6 or 7th man.
Let me ask you a question. Who's he starting over in sack? Who's he starting over in sack? And let me guess. He thinks he'll just go to sack and start. And I think that's part of the issue, too, with Kaminga. Is he going to start over Levine? Keegan Murray? DeRozan? Sabonis? How's he starting on that team? It's a conundrum. 'Tis a puzzlement.
No, so you just do away with him, but...
Well, we can't do away with him. Like, that's the other thing. It's like, you can't let him walk for nothing. Well, the only way that happens is if it's a 7-9.
Being the biggest fan of Jonathan Kaminga's.
What's
That's what my book would read. No, it's getting me what I want from a personal standpoint.
What do you mean?
One more year of Kaminga.
Okay. And if... And
They're
you
not
feel
good enough to say bye-bye
and
to
they
him.
ain't good enough to think they can bring in a guy who doesn't want to be here and get through a season like nothing's going on. 888-957.
I'm sorry.
No, you can jump in. We got time. What?
You think on Media Day, if Kaminga's a part of it, one of our Bay Area colleagues is going to say, hey, JK, you want to be here? And he's going to give you the politically correct answer. Of course I want to be here. It was never that I didn't want to be here.
I do.
They're going to be fine, Steiny.
Then it goes away?
Back. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and the punch went away.
Well.
It doesn't go. If Jonathan Kaminga doesn't really want to be here, that ain't going away.
To be honest, the punch went away.
I just want to go home.
888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, this Sunday, your tailgate destination is Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. Our pregame show starts at 10 o'clock down there with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. We'll have games on in the parking lot. There'll be great food, drinks. It's your place to watch all the early games at 10 o'clock. And if you're going to the game, stop at Laughing Monk where you can pick up the shuttle for just $25. It'll take you to the game and then back to Laughing Monk. All you got to do is go to 957thegame.com, click on the kickoff show link, and you can get your spot on the shuttle right now. Laughing Monk Brewing, 1235 Oakmead Parkway, right near the stadium. That's where we're all going to be. And that segment was brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Celebrating 40 years of extraordinary rewards. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
One of the greatest bands in rock history, The Who, present The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. See Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, The Who, live in the Bay Area, performing at Shoreline Amphitheater September 21st. Get tickets now at livenation.com. The Who, for the very last time. For more, visit thewho.com.
Coming to Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Quick, Steiny, I don't want to nitpick because Kaminga, oh, God, y'all got me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wow, Pasta?
I just texted a source.
Myers?
No.
That's my source.
A league source. I said, what's going on with Kaminga? He said, yeah, no idea.
Hey, we are truly the odd couple. Like, I got excited hearing Jimmy and Trey called the team and Kaminga. That's family. Like, what's going on?
Jimmy Butler hasn't been here long enough to be family.
He's tired of the drama.
I'm a journalist with words.
Hey, I need you real quick, Stein, before we get back into it. Phone lines jammed. Evan's not going to like this, but I'm going to do it. He's not here. So he's the resident pitcher of the show. Actual pitcher. He pitched in college. What if I told you I got Pasta Risotto? He's producing us today. I got his high school stats. ERA 3.25, batting average against 225, innings pitched 23, Ks 9. Steiny, he might be better than Evan.
He had 9 strikeouts in 23 innings.
I did not strike anybody out.
Oh my God, crafty lefty?
No, I'm a righty.
So you were
crafty ready. I topped out at 60.
So what college
65.
is this?
That was my junior year of high school.
Oh, high school.
Oh.
So Evans got me on that. So I would not put myself
Evan,
above
if you're
Evans.
listening, I'm playing.
What was your record?
I don't know.
How many innings pitched?
25.
That was my junior year at
Iron
25.
Man. Look at
My senior year, I pitched 5 innings because we got cut off because my senior year was 2020 with COVID.
Okay,
and I had a 0 ERA. Didn't
this
give
is
up a
Reardon,
hit.
right?
Reardon High
Look
School.
at him.
Shout out.
We know you remember your high school stats. High school Harry.
Remember everything.
I just hate you change numbers. Like, that really bothers me. Like, I was 35.
Yeah, about 7 numbers. They don't matter.
Your dad told you.
Yeah.
All right. Dude, I think I'm on to something.
What do you want to know?
No, oh, boy. No, we know it all, Steiny.
Okay.
The team you nutted up and missed the free throw against.
That was Eastern New York.
That's the story.
No, I missed the free throw.
Yeah, I know.
Ask me how many points I scored in college.
How many points did you? If you know, well, no, this is a.
Yeah, of course I know. Why would I not know? That's me.
And I got some trivia for you.
Kind of pissed about it too.
Okay, college. You played what? 4 years. Duh.
I only played 7 games as a freshman.
Okay, so I'm gonna say 2,491 points.
2,000?
Yeah.
Oh my God, no.
Over 4 years?
I mean, you only play like 75 games. I only played like 80 games. 930 is what I ended up with.
So I was
I think 2,400 would be like the leading scorer in a lot of college. I mean, it'd be like a 22-point score 3 years.
So that's a total of how many games?
I think I can tell you exactly. Hold on. 20. I took 25, 79, 83, about 90. Played 90 games.
Okay, so I had you at 60 games, 65 games a year.
I have a question real quick for both of you.
Preseason.
No, we had 29 games we played.
In your guys' athletic career, have you guys ever been heckled by a fan?
God!
Oh, I stayed.
And if so, what did they say to you? That is good for radio. What did they heckle?
Johnson, you suck. As I struck out 14, dude, I was a stud, an ace. Dewey Merritt on line 1, Union City White Sox. Shout out Mike Santiago. Johnson, you suck. As I mowed them down left and right. We're in the Union, but we're playing in Hayward. Steiny, your boy was bad. So, Johnson, you suck, and I just kept mowing him down. Had cats scared to get in the box because I was throwing heat. I'd scare you, throw up and in. If I had another pitch, what could have been?
What'd they say to you, Steiny?
Everything under the sun.
Like, give us something.
I mean, I remember playing Princeton, and every time I got the ball, they boo and stuff like that. Like, I don't remember
Was that every player or just you?
No, just me.
Are radio critics worse?
For one game. It's not like saying I went into...
Are radio critics worse?
No.
I
you
never
need
had,
radio critics.
I loved playing in opposing gyms.
If you don't have radio critics, you're not doing... I've learned this about the media. I need to speak to the media class. Steiny, you need haters. If you don't have any, you're not doing it right.
I mean, I remember.
They make me, preposterous, write that down. You need haters.
I remember, so when I was a senior.
Oh, God.
I had two teammates who were seniors, Terry Larkin and Gary Swavely, really good players. We had a really good team. And we had to play Reading High School like the following week. And Reading High was the big school, the city school. And they had an incredible gym.
Okay.
And they were playing the week before on a Wednesday. Usually they play games on a Tuesday, so we didn't play. So I was like, let's go to the Reading game tonight to see.
Well, we
got to play them next
size
week.
Them up.
They were playing Coatesville. And so I didn't think anything of it. They had a nice crowd there that night. And me, Swavely, and Larkin walk in, and we start walking up to the seats. And the next thing you know, it's like the boos are cascading down from Geigel Complex. I'm like, what the heck? What? We don't even play tonight.
Get out of here.
So we got some heckle. Some heckle.
Did you get it? Now that's dope.
Because we'd given them a great game my junior year, so they knew we were coming. And we got them once senior year.
Yep.
Okay, let's get back to Kaminga.
Yep.
Man.
What do you want to know?
Well, okay. Just keep talking, because my ear, I've been having problems with my earphones. It's like, let me take a call, Goo. How about that?
Yeah. Your headphones or earphones?
These. Oh. Let's go to Frank in Atlanta.
I like Frank.
Hey, Frank, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Hope everybody's doing okay. Okay, Guru, let me...
Tell me if I'm on point today, Frank.
I talked to my cousin last night about this whole Kaminga thing. Okay, this is how it lines up. He does not want to sign that contract because, one, a player option is an almost untradeable contract. A team option is a very tradable contract.
That's a good point.
If he gets the player option, the other team only gets him for a year and a half. So there aren't going to be that many teams who are going to want to enter into a trade with the Warriors about that contract. Because it doesn't matter. Get it through your head. Jonathan Kaminga will not be a Warrior, full stop, after February if he signs anything other than the 7.9.
Wow.
He's gone. He's gone. That's already been decided. He knows that. His agent knows that. Joe Lacob knows that. Dunleavy knows that. Kerr knows that. And the whole team knows that. The whole league knows that. He's gone. Divorce yourself from Jonathan Kaminga in a Warriors uniform unless he signs the 7.9. When he signs the 7.9, he leaves. Then he can go sign the 3-year contract, which lines up with the end of this CBA when the players back out of it. Like everybody else who's signing, like Giddey signed the 4-year contract. That lines up with the end of the CBA when the salary cap will explode. He signs the 7.9 this year, goes to whoever he wants to play for the 13%, 14 or 15%, somewhere between 25 mil and 30 mil on a 3-year contract, proves himself. Then when the new CBA hits and the salaries explode, he gets his big payday. That's how it lines up. That's Jonathan Kaminga's people and the Warriors. And everybody else in the NBA knows how this situation is going to work.
You know what, Frank? I give some real good stuff there, and thanks for the call. I think the part about the player option and the team option is really good point.
Right.
I don't think a player option makes it untradeable, or a team option means you can move it easily. But there's no doubt the team that's trading for a player wants to have some kind of control over him for the short-term future, at least. So I do think Frank's definitely on to something right there.
Well, and we love Frank, but I'll say this to kind of throw this to you, Steiny. He mentioned the 7.9, the QO. Why do I feel like Lacob, let's just say Jonathan Kaminga does that? I still don't think their future is in – I'm going Jim Carrey. So you're saying there's still a chance. Who's to say if Kaminga's here for the whole season, has a good season for his standards, and Joe Lacob is really enamored with Kaminga, like I think, Steiny, he could then come back and be playing for possibly a new head coach. And I'm not saying if Kerr is still the coach, if it goes so well and they figure some stuff out, it's not just, forbidden for him not to return to be a Warrior with a better contract. Like that's where I'm at, holding out hope.
So
7.9.
He plays this year.
Yeah, which is a big risk.
And then they kumbaya, and now he's going to get $35 million. So then that flies in the face of them wanting to clear cap space for 2027
and
for Giannis or for Jokic.
Well, what if I looked at you, wink, wink, as much as I want those two players in Warrior uniforms? What are the chances, right, today of that happening?
Slim. Very, very slim, for sure. Let's go to Grandpa Daddy.
Our man.
What's up, Grandpa
we saw him at the
Daddy?
Summit. How you doing, gentlemen? I've been listening to you guys the last hour. And listen, just hear me out.
Yep.
The show, the way you guys introduce yourself, it's totally appropriate. Guru brings the passion. He wears his heart on his sleeve. Steiny is pragmatic. And I'm going to tell you, Guru, Steiny's right. Let me just say why. Kaminga, I'm just going to tell you.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Tell you. Okay, listen. Kaminga, he's been sitting there for 4 years, and he's like, man, you Negroes, you ain't playing me. He thinks he's all that in a bag of chips plus tax. He thinks he's a superstar, or can be. And Steve is trying to say, I'm trying to train you. I'm trying to tell you what you need more to your game. You got to do this. He ain't trying to hear that, Goo. So he really wants to go somewhere where he's going to play. That's why he turned down the 75. That's why he turned down 75-3, because he knows Steve ain't going to play him the way he wants to be played, dog, because he's got too many veterans right there in front of him. And Steiny was right. If he goes to Sacramento, you think he's going to be a starter? So he really don't know what he's, JK really don't know what he's doing a little bit, because he ain't going to go to Sacramento and start. He ain't going to do that. They're going to put him on the bench. He's going to, come in and come out, right?
Right.
But he'll be in a better position, because you know what? Him and Steve ain't seeing eye to eye. Kerr is trying to train him. He doesn't want to be trained the way Kerr thinks he needs to be, because he thinks he's all that. He's been sitting there for 4 years, and like you said, they play him, then they pull the rug up out of him.
Yeah.
He's tired of that crap. He says, I'm all that. I'm going to go somewhere. I'm going to play on this player option. I don't care. I want to go somewhere where you're going to let me roll and let me run like a thoroughbred, because I think I'm all that.
Hey, Grandpa. Yeah. Appreciate it, Grandpa. Thanks for the call. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
We do have breaking news, and it is from Kyle Shanahan, the coach of the 49ers. A lot has been talked about Brock Purdy, his status for Sunday, and we have a possibility that he could play on Sunday and he could start on Sunday. He's limited at practice today, though, as he still is dealing with that toe, but Shanahan says Purdy has a chance to start on Sunday.
What's the news?
Purdy has a chance to start on Sunday.
He had a chance yesterday.
Willard's going to be gloating because Willard said, I heard him.
He's got a chance not to play still, too.
Well, you're right, but I guess that's
City.
Or is there's no Wally Pip here. Does Brock not want to see your voice slinging around again? Let me get out there. My toe is feeling a little better. But I guess that is good news, and he damn sure is not at Joe Burrow status. But, guys, I'm shocked at Steiny, what if he came to you, Brock, and said, I can go? Wouldn't you be like,
a team's got protocol around injuries.
What? No, it's the player's decision, though. Or you say it's the trainer's decision. Only the player knows how. You know what I mean? Hey, Steiny, I think you want to go now because you saw Guru balling out, but I know you're not ready. Just sit another week out. That's up to the coaches.
I don't think they think about it as much as you do. I think he's out there doing limited work. Like, who makes the call on Curry? My understanding is it's Celebrini.
That's what I thought.
Okay, well then it's going to be the trainer.
So
with
he could,
Purdy.
he could be overruled.
Sure, of course, I guess.
But now, not that any player would fib or tell the truth so they could get out. Dude, this is delicate, and I would just
it's not. This happened.
Toe?
This is the injury, but like teams go through this every single week about like who's going to play.
If you do say what's the news, I do feel like now if Niner fans say or anybody, Brock, I thought he was out 2 weeks for sure. Now that news has me thinking,
well, he still could be.
But wasn't that like he got a chance to? So you feel like that was kind of a nothing burger from Kyle saying there's a chance. It's Wednesday.
I mean, here's the reality of the situation. The guy who said 2 to 5 weeks is that's what's his name? Is it Pelissero?
Yeah.
Or was it the other guy? Who said 2 to 5 weeks? It wasn't Pelissero. It was the other guy.
Rappaport.
Ian.
Well, he's just a reporter. The team has said, I think Shanahan said, could be. It was a long shot to play week 1.
Yeah, right.
And then Shanahan said, could it be possible to play, could it be multiple weeks? And he said, it's possible. Yeah, it could be multiple weeks. Which means it's possible it won't be multiple weeks, which means what happened today is they said, yeah, he could play Sunday, which.
If you're Kyle, what would you want?
I want him to play.
No, I'm being real. I know you think I'm being real with you, Steiny. You proceed with caution. If that injury kept you out a week, 2 weeks ain't gonna kill you. And the fact that my backup quarterback, again, the Cardinals are 2-0, I get it, but almost lost to the Saints and almost lost to Carolina. But the bottom line is they didn't. They're 2-0. But if I got a guy that can hold it down, I don't want you to risk going out there and making it worse, and then you're out longer. Just the thoughts, Don. That's how parents think.
Well, but they have a protocol. They think.
But you can't look inside the foot. So Purdy could be feeling like I'm ready to go and then go out there and make it worse. You know what I mean? They can do imaging or what have you, but Lo Neal said, and his was I know there's different varieties. It said it followed him the whole year. That's why when Pasta was reading that news, he didn't say he was playing. But when you said, what's the news? I'm kind of, is there news? Is there news?
No.
Pasta, there's news.
How can we talk about whether we think he should play or not? We have no idea.
Now we do. The question is, if he's
healthy, he should play.
But obviously, if he's not 100%, are you rushing him back?
Well, then he doesn't play. What's so hard? This is not rocket science. It's not like they're pouring over. It's like, can he play? Play. It's like, here's the other thing. Let me tell you what doesn't happen in professional sports, which you just described. Oh, he's feeling good, but we're going to rest him one more week because we got things under control. That is a foreign NFL concept.
Well,
if Brock Purdy is healthy, he will be the starting quarterback Sunday. No ifs, ands, or buts.
It would already be known that he was starting. So that goes against what you're saying.
You're wrong.
The fact that we got to wait till Friday. If he's healthy
on Sunday, he will start.
You don't get healthy on Sunday. You're able to play. You're healthy when you're able to say on a Wednesday, hey, Risotto, you're starting. That's healthy.
No, you know what Brock Purdy should do.
No, I'm asking you, what would you do?
I told you, if he's healthy, you play him. If he's not,
you're missing the point.
No, I'm not.
He's not.
I'm not missing the point.
What does that mean if he's healthy?
Did the trainers clear him? They don't.
Steiny, he's obviously dealing with something, and today he's not healthy.
Okay, so hold him out Sunday. Then what? What about 2 more weeks? What about
Well, that was the prognosis,
is he healthy
2 to 5.
Not? No, that was a reporter's prognosis.
Okay.
He did not do anything except
and
file a report.
Baldy and O'Neal didn't look at the man's toe, Brock Purdy, but they just gave you their experience. This is something that Steiny, I'm just telling you.
Okay, so because O'Neal misses 6 weeks, they should
my point is that you're not making sense when you say if he's healthy Sunday. Steiny, health is, if you're healthy today. If he's not practicing tomorrow, which I don't expect him to
sit him out. Who cares? We have no qualifications to make any judgment on this. Like they do. Football teams do this every single GD week. They'll figure it out. There's 5 guys. 5 starting quarterbacks got hurt last week. Is Justin Fields playing?
Let me tell you something.
No, he's not. Somebody else is going to play. But you know what? Is Burrow playing? No, Burrow's not going to play because he's not healthy. What about Jaden Daniels? They'll make that decision. He may play.
Why are you triggered? But listen,
God, it's like,
if you got to wake up
about
Sunday,
something we know nothing about and a waste of time talking about.
If you wake up Sunday to tell me you're healthy or not, you ain't healthy.
Well,
that's what I'm telling you.
Then he won't play.
If you need Sunday morning to tell me, hey, ring my phone to tell me you're healthy,
I can't stand talking about this.
You ain't healthy, buddy.
I am triggered. This is the dumbest conversation that I've ever.
Breaking news.
It's dumb.
If you think you want to see Brock Purdy, I think you got more of a chance with that report now.
That's fine. But don't sit here and tell me what you think they should do. You have no idea.
I'm telling you what I would do. I'm telling you what I would do.
You're telling me what you would do with no information. You have no information.
Yeah, the toe's aggravated. And I've listened to guys that played the same sport tell me.
Okay, well then sit him out 6 weeks. Because what happened to O'Neal 23 years ago apparently is relevant today.
Well, it's 30 years, and because he was running then, he can run now in regard to our race. Anyway, you got triggered.
Yeah. Because you do this all the time.
No, you did it to Risotto when he played it. You go, what's the news? I didn't like that.
What is the news? He's questionable. It sounds like he's still questionable.
But you jumped at him.
Well, I'm not jumping over Risotto. I know the boss came in and told him to play it. You think I don't know that?
Hey, tell me if you're healthy Sunday morning, bud. That means you ain't healthy. Yeah, come on, Steiny.
It's like...
You're frustrated with his toe injury.
I'm not frustrated at all about his toe injury. What I'm frustrated with is you sitting there in a studio in San Francisco, an hour and a half from where they are, thinking you know what's best when you have no clue what's going on. The 49ers are going to decide whether he's healthy enough to play. If he is, he'll play. If he doesn't, he won't. And what your opinion is doesn't factor in at all because you don't know anything.
Why are you triggered?
Because I'm sick of talking about stuff that we have no control over or expertise on.
Welcome to the world.
Well, thank you.
What about the politics and everything else?
Well, that doesn't make any sense. That's a non sequitur in any league. I got to do the read. But let's
you got triggered.
Yeah, let's talk about Brock Purdy's injury that we know nothing about, but we'll make the determination of its severity.
Game, so it's hurt.
Well, now you got to miss 2. Now you have to miss 2.
You said we didn't know anything about. It's hurting.
What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Saramonte Ford.
I'm not a doctor, so.
Saramonte Ford has hundreds of cars in stock for you to choose from before the federal EV tax credit runs out at the end of the month. Do not miss your opportunity to save big at Saramonte Ford in Colma and Daly City, or 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com, your Bay Area Ford store.
Now at Whole Foods Market, save 20% on bone-in beef short ribs with Prime through September 23rd. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Make a Korean-inspired meal with a banchan spread. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at McGruffPSA.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo.
One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're talking about Brock Purdy.
Well, we were talking about something while you left the room. We all convened, Steiny, Ken, Risotto, and I, and we all think you owe us an apology.
Yeah, it's not happening.
And the listeners.
It's not happening.
Dude, you got triggered.
Yeah, because it's the dumbest conversation. And it's, you know what? That was the 99th
and then you brought
dumb conversation.
In it.
And I was just had enough.
He got his info from the teams, 92 to 5.
You don't know how it works, Goo. Why would you assume that Rappaport got it from the team? Like, why would you assume that?
Because that's where I would start if I were doing that
agent?
job.
What about his agent?
Same as team.
Okay. No, it's not. An agent works for himself and a team. But I'm just saying, like, this information can come from anywhere. Let's go to the horse's mouth.
Nice.
Kyle Shanahan. He may know a little bit more than you and me.
Injuries for practice today. Yetur, knee, won't practice. Juice, concussion, won't practice. Burford, knee, won't practice. Saron Neal, concussion, won't practice. Trent Williams, knee/vet day, won't practice. Juwan Jennings, ankle/shoulder, won't practice. McCaffrey, calf/vet day, won't practice. Bosa, vet day. Brock Purdy, left shoulder/toe, will be limited. That's it.
Oh, boy. So we got a lot of guys. Should they play Bosa?
No, now when you hear it,
because Trent Williams got a knee. No, should they play Trent Williams on Sunday?
It hits different now when you hear that. I got some trivia for you, too. Keep talking. I'm going to get it for you.
He's progressing well with his toe injury.
Oh, yeah, he wasn't limited last week, so yeah, he does have a chance.
Possibility that he could be the emergency backup on Sunday?
Yes.
Oh, boy. He could start. He could be the emergency. He could be the backup. Just got to let it play out. Let it play out.
Possibly.
Can I go out on a limb here?
No, do it.
I got to try to go out on a limb here. I'm really going out on a limb. I have a feeling that the 49ers, because they're a professional football team, look at Brock Purdy's toe and say, well, what if we put him out there and he gets hurt further? That wouldn't be good, so let's put that into the equation. I'm sure that they figured out like all the contingencies with Brock Purdy, and they will come to a decision as an organization like
nobody's fighting.
Every team in every sport does.
I'm just telling you from the intel we got.
After game after game.
I thought he was a definite no-go, and he still may be. But when you hear that, now you're like, oh, he might be under center against Arizona.
Yeah, better win.
Now, you said you complained. It was a show complaint on air last week. You talked about you like trivia, and I don't set you up enough. You didn't say my name, but I was like, you know what? I felt it. So I got something for you. Can we get some music, Risotto? Because this is our last segment before the guys come in. And I like to see if you can guess this. You don't know where I'm going, but I thought of you. Okay? This Sunday, can we get this Sunday, Carson Wentz is going to start for the Minnesota Vikings. He will be the first NFL quarterback, Steiny, to start at least one game for 6 different teams. And get this, 6 consecutive seasons. Carson Wentz, this will be the 6th time in 6 straight years he started for an NFL team. Can you name the 5 previous?
No. I can't.
Are you kidding me?
I just don't want to now.
Because of what?
I'm mad.
Oh, my, and what? Hey, Risotto, you really need counseling.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And you don't even know who you're mad at.
I'm mad at you.
No, you got mad at Risotto when he played the breaking news.
No, I was mad at Nahigian. He's just a pawn.
But how did he get to me?
Risotto's a pawn.
Dude, if
because
you
I
don't
can't stand you and your injury crap. And it's finally come out after 8 years. I'm sick of it.
Listen, what do the kids call the new
Eagles.
meltdown? You're crashing out.
Eagles.
You're crashing out. Okay, here we go. You got the Eagles. Okay, 1. Risotto, give us the music.
Vikings.
2. Dude, there's no way you're going to pull this off. 3 more, Steiny. Carson Wentz.
Washington.
Yes, the Commanders 2022. Excuse me. 2 more.
One of those. I get these 2 terrible teams mixed up. Tennessee and Jacksonville. One of those terrible teams.
I'm going to say, the bosses come in. Yeah.
He's not even.
You got 2 more.
I give up. Minnesota.
Yeah, we got that one.
Yeah.
There's 1 more.
I give up.
The Rams.
Houston.
The Rams.
I forgot about that. What?
You got nervous. He came in.
I want to just clear this up because you take shots at me for things.
Dude's crashing
and I want to
out.
make sure that everyone's on the same page here. The Brock Purdy news should have gotten on the air. Now, whether we hit the breaking news sounder or not.
No, you did right. Don't let him try to second. You did
I'm not
right.
going to back away from that's breaking
What
news.
happened? This dude turned into the Tasmanian devil.
So you don't think it was worth the breaking news sound?
Whatever you say, boss.
Wow.
Whatever you want.
I do.
You're the boss.
Because I thought he was for surely out.
It's like if you're going to ask me about my targets. You got to ask the coach.
All right. How about we meet today at 2:30?
All right. He went in.
Really? We can.
Look at you. I'm gonna give you a C. I'm gonna give you a B minus.
I don't care.
We know.
What are you grading me on?
On your team, your Carson Wentz knowledge. Thank you, Pasta. We tried.
You didn't even mention the Colts. Didn't he play for the Colts?
Yeah, you said it.
I didn't say the Colts.
Oh, I thought you did. The boss threw me off.
You can't even have a game played right.
Hey, you did what you did. You quit when he came in. Then you said you didn't want to play because you were mad. That's when the game. Hey, you know
Hold
what?
on, real quick.
Injuries for practice today. Yetur, knee, won't practice. Juice, concussion, won't practice. Burford, knee, won't practice. Saron Neal, concussion, won't practice. Trent Williams, knee/vet day, won't practice. Juwan Jennings, ankle/shoulder, won't practice. McCaffrey, calf/vet day, won't practice. Bosa, vet day. Brock Purdy, left shoulder/toe, will be limited. That's it.
All right. Let's start at the top. What should the Niners do about Yetur?
Now I'm mad.
Oh boy,
You're talking to them.
Should
I'm
Yetur play on Sunday or not? What do you think? What should it come down to?
I'm running 4-quarter offense. You talking to them?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not
so
participating in this.
obviously, the organization's gonna have to make a determination on Yetur.
My man crashing out.
What about Juszczyk? Where are we with Kyle Juszczyk?
He's had a concussion.
He's got a concussion, but. You know
Wake
what?
up Sunday and tell us how you feel.
Even if he's not all the way cleared, it's a big game against Arizona. He might want to go risk it. Who knows? But, if he gets hurt again with another concussion, he'd probably be out 3 or 4 weeks. So what are we going to do with Juszczyk? Boy, tough decision there. Oh, Spencer Burford.
No.
What are we doing with Burford?
These knees gave me a...
No, what are we doing with
we
Burford?
We know how to calm you down.
What are we doing with Burford?
How did Tulane do this weekend,
They
Steiny?
won. They won.
How did Burford... the score?
What do we do with Burford?
Dude, we get the.
You know what? I think we got to. What about Trent Williams? Should we rest him week 2? Get him real ready for week 3? I think maybe we should rest Trent Williams.
Can we rest
just
this
so
bit?
For the Jacksonville game? He is raring to go.
Can we rest this bit? You're running it.
We'll rest it. Yeah, we'll rest it until you bring it up again.
Yeah, and you do know, Steiny, Mr. Football, concussion protocol is different.
By the way, look at estimated eyes. # fire Steiny.
Dude, you crashed
that's
out,
funny.
though. Then we went for Kaminga, and then you just went in. I didn't play the game, but you played it.
What game?
The Carson Wentz game. When you ruined it. Like, what's Pasta supposed to think when he go home now? We had a great show.
Injuries for practice today. Yetur, knee, won't practice.
Ow.
Juice, concussion, won't practice.
Boy.
Burford, knee, won't practice. Saron Neal, concussion, won't practice. Trent Williams, knee/vet day, won't practice.
I mean, I think the good news is we've got a lot of content for tomorrow. We can talk about those 9 guys and whether we think they should play or not. Because it's going to, it's kind of a make or break decision, especially week 3. Division opponent. Let's go to Gene in Oakland.
Our man.
Hey, what's up, Gene?
Hey, guys. So I called in about 20 minutes or more ago to talk about Kaminga, and I'll have a little something to say. But first off, Guru, let me give you some fatherly advice, okay?
Okay.
Listen, let's trust the training staff and Purdy and the rest of the organization to decide whether he's ready to play or not. Okay, I think they're in the best position to figure that out. Okay, and if he comes out and plays, then I should assume, and you should assume that he's ready to play.
Okay,
right? Something happens. Okay.
I got you. Yep, got you. No, I got you, Gene. All right,
Kaminga. All right, listen, I swore some time ago I would never call in and talk about Kaminga again, but here I am.
You're welcome. Here we go.
It's like an addictive drug. You know, you just can't let it go. Oh, all right. And the reason I'm interested is because, well, I like to figure things out. My field of work is called forensics, so I find that fascinating. But frankly, I wish they had taken care of this a while ago. Frankly, I wish he wasn't on the team anymore because he's just not a good fit. All right, we've established that. All right, I don't think Kerr wants him. You know, I mean, I still remember the interview with Kerr at the end of last season with Dibs and with Dibs. Anyways, he said, well, they asked him, what do you look for first in a free agent? He said, a passer. Well, that's not Kaminga. Okay, he's not a passer. He gets the ball, he tries to see if he has an opportunity to slash and score, or then he takes an ill-conceived 3-point shot. I mean. We've established too. He doesn't fit with the starters. That means he's going to come off the bench. He comes off the bench, he's going to be upset because he's not going to get to show his skills with the first team and be able to become that high-paid star that he wants to be. His skills, his goals are just not consistent with that of the team. Simple as that. I'm afraid if they sign him, I don't care how much. First of all, I know we risk the possibility of bringing Horford and Melton on, and I think those guys can really help us. And then we also run the risk of him, once again, coming off the bench. And then we've got this malcontent on the bench. Now, is that going to be a distraction that affects the team? Possibly. The whole thing's not going to go away. There's going to be more and more, the press talking to him and saying, how do you feel about this, and on and on and on, and it's just never ending. So, seriously, I hope they do something about this, and soon.
Thanks. Wow. Good stuff, Gene. Appreciate it. I do push back a little bit on malcontent.
I was just going there. But
distractions, absolutely fair.
And that's not just him. He's not by himself in that. That's why when you talk about why are we here, or what's going on from afar, it's everybody. It's the Warriors front office, everybody. For Draymond Green, the breaking news or the latest news, and Jimmy Butler, stewards of the damn team, calling the boss. Go ahead.
Let me play it. Let me play it. This is Dalton Johnson.
Thank you.
NBC Sports Bay Area, and I got to admit, when I heard this, it didn't really register. Guru had a different feel. Take a listen. This is Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area, talking about Butler and Draymond regarding the Kaminga sitch.
I can confidently say that Jimmy Butler has also reached out to the team and been like, what's going on here? I just want him to know the plan. And of course, Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, they're in the loop. I understand that. But I think Jimmy, as someone who came on last year and kind of showed, all right, you took care of me. All the drama's done. All the Miami stuff. It's just basketball for me. I'm all about basketball. When I'm on the contract for you, it's about basketball. And now I think he's saying, hey, show me that's all about basketball. We have 2 weeks until training camp. So either just pay him or move him. Like, there needs to be a decision.
Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area.
Yeah, like, Steiny, I'm going to call it a grass fire. But we've been sitting here talking about how others on the team, how they're processing this, how they're digesting it. And I know they're getting ready for camp and media day. But damn it, Steiny, I think that's not a sign of what the season's going to be. But that is letting me know, holy hell, it's not just Steiny, it's not just Goo, it's not just Evan, the listeners. Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler are trying to facilitate some type of way to get answers of clarity. And they reached out to Kaminga himself. Doesn't sound like they got anybody.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I just find that strange.
I mean, it's just strange to me. Like Butler, Steph, and Draymond are 10, 15-year veterans. It's like, guys, you know what's going on. Like, and here's the other thing, and I don't want to take it to this point.
Yeah.
But if what I'm really hearing here is Jimmy Butler telling the Warriors, you need to either trade, like you better be, that better have come out.
But what if his heart's in the right place, though? Like, it's not, he said nothing to, you know.
If Jimmy Butler calls Mike Dunleavy and says, hey, Mike, listen, man, we got training camp coming up. You got to either trade him or sign him. This is BS. Hit the pike, Jimmy Butler.
Wow.
Now, if Jimmy Butler's like, is there anything I can do?
All right, okay.
You know, should I call him? Is he close?
I'm taking that, yeah.
You know, I do want him here. I think he'd be a great, you know, then
We
that's
need
one
him.
thing.
Yeah. I think Jimmy Butler.
I don't want Jimmy Butler talking to my GM. Or president
or how
or
about
owner.
how about his teammate Kaminga, who I think, Steiny, you always laugh at me because I feel like I got that feel or know-how and how people work. But when he got up there at that podium, he didn't have to say what he said. It could have been lip service.
Yes, he did.
But when I hear Draymond or Jimmy reached out to Kaminga, that's not, hey, have you decided if you're going to stay with us? That's we want you to stay.
I don't believe that.
Yeah.
You know, just if Jimmy Butler says, you know, I can play with Jonathan, I'd love to be his teammate next year. I don't believe that's.
And it was a
Take
line,
it to the
right?
bank.
Because nobody ran with it, but it was something now you think about where things are at.
I actually think that Curry and Draymond are probably like, oh, God, when's this thing going to end? Such a trivial issue.
Well, to the point where Draymond picked up the phone and called them.
Where's the Tim McMahon? This is how we started the show. And we got 5 minutes, but this is Tim McMahon of ESPN. Is it really this simple?
Tim, I'll start with you. How have the Warriors handled this Kaminga situation, in your opinion?
Awkwardly. I mean, how have they handled Kaminga's entire career? Steve Kerr doesn't want Kaminga. Kaminga doesn't want to play for the Warriors, in part because he knows the coach doesn't want him. Listen, Shams is talking about there's going to be a divorce eventually. Let's stay together for the kids. I've lived that. I lived with my ex-wife for a year after we agreed to divorce for the kids. Let me tell you, it was not fun. There are going to be chemistry issues.
Yeah.
Put it mildly. This is going to be a disaster if they bring back Kaminga. There's SGA. He might as well be HTE, human trade exception. And he's going to be, well, you think he's going to want to pass the ball? You think he's going to want to play team ball? He's going to want the ball. He's going to want minutes. Steve Kerr doesn't think he fits. I wonder what they think they can get that's better than Malik Monk and a first-round pick.
I would love to talk to
Tim McMahon.
Yeah, and this is why we love what we do, men and women sharing their opinion. But, Steiny, I feel like Tim is selling Kaminga and this Warrior team short of, dude, he just finished his 4th year with the team. They know how to play with him. And he's probably been disgruntled for 2 of those years, if not more or less. Take it or leave it. And I would just tell Tim, slow down on, I'm not passing the ball. Like, I think they can coexist. And I'm assuming so much so that's why I'm like, they can get through another year.
You're saying you think they can coexist? He's saying they can't. Just a difference of opinion. I'd lean more to...
Kaminga's never been I got to be careful with the verbiage I'm trying to choose here. We've never seen that side of Kaminga, Steiny. When you say he's a scorer, he's never, except Portland last year right before the play. He ain't doing it on purpose. He ain't doing Kobe what was going on with him and Shaq in the 04 finals. That was, you know what I mean, Steiny? So Tim saying it like that could be on the table. It would never get to that.
Well, I don't know how you can say that. It might not, but you really want to take that chance? Is that what you're that what you're betting on going into the season? That you're willing to maybe take a chance that Kaminga doesn't want to be here, but he doesn't have any better option, so he signs the $8 million qualifying offer, so he shows up at media day, and he tries to do the best he can. Okay.
But how bad would he look if it were, I'm just talking about on the floor, if he tried to go rogue? Because that's what it sounded like Tim is alluding to. And that's why I'm
the
like that.
The bottom line is it's not just going rogue. It's he didn't have a good year last year. Every number
he got hurt.
Went down.
That was his
my point is his averages went down.
Yeah.
So he had a bad year, injury excluded.
And they still want to throw a quarter at him a year.
Well, for the slot. For the slot, I believe that is. But
yeah, we're in the fourth quarter under 2 minutes.
This is Sham Sharani, and like again, this what's the word? Pollyannish. Oh, he'll come back and everything will be hunky dory. Sham Sharani, I spoke to a source this morning that said this is essentially a situation where both sides know that the best case scenario is a divorce eventually. But in the short term, it might be best for both sides to stay together for the kids. And the kids being a betterment for the team. And that's why.
But that could be another season. That could be 82 games eventually. When I hear eventually, I'm like, okay, maybe you get through another season.
So Sham Sharani has made a name in this business, and he's saying that they both.
He said eventually. What I'm asking you, what does that mean to you? That could be the season.
So they're going to have.
It's not what you want.
So Kaminga's going to be here for 1 year?
Yeah, if he signs a qualifying offer.
Okay, that's awful.
But my point is, it gets to eventually. The divorce is after the season,
right? And and you just think you're going to play an 82-game season under those circumstances, and reach your potential as a team. You think this team can reach its potential as a team with Kaminga on an $8 million deal?
I'll say this to that.
And an understanding, and it will be this way. If it isn't, it isn't. But that he's not crazy about being here.
I saw the Warriors go to the second round of the playoffs the year Draymond Green started a scandal when that video leaked of him hitting his teammate and dropping him to the ground, and they still, with
Jordan
all that
Poole's
circus in town, but the team got to the second round
and
of the finals.
Maybe if Jordan Poole had felt engaged, he would have had a better year after getting punched by Draymond Green. And so if Jonathan Kaminga comes back here, but he doesn't want to come back here, but he has to, I don't anticipate he's going to have a great year. That's just me. All right. By the way, you can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game every Sunday, all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Don't forget the Valkyries win or go home tonight, 7 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app, search Valkyries, and you got it. And that segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Beef New York Strip Steak Bone-In Mega Packs, just $9.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players, everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover time. Let's welcome in Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. Hey, gentlemen, how are you today?
What's up, buddy? What's up, Stein?
We need to turn Guru on. He's very, very important to this segment. So let's. No, but you're not.
Can I get the most important thing out of the way while they fix his mic?
And not on.
What time's Cosell?
3:15.
Thank you.
8:50. Yeah.
And he's going to have to get checked.
Oh.
Well, he said in his quote that, I got a bromance with George Kittle. No, you don't. You have a man crush on George Kittle. There's a difference.
Oh.
A bromance is when
He's not going to find this humorous.
He's not going to. And I probably won't bring it, but.
Yeah, you're not going to. I would love it if you did.
He would be so flummoxed.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's not hard to flummox Greg. All you have to do is leave essentially the only thing that he does. And he's amazing at it.
And he's flummoxed. Yeah. I have a man crush on Mac Jones. I don't know Mac Jones. I've never met Mac Jones. Gotcha. But I don't have a bromance with Mac Jones.
I'm not the only one, right? You guys can't hear Goo either, right?
Goose talk.
Hey.
No, I hear Guru because he's next to me, but I don't hear him on the air. No.
Okay. All
no.
right.
God, why couldn't I be at that mic?
Just come over here. Come over here, Guru. No.
No. It's a connection issue.
At least until 2 p.m.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay. Hagen says now you won't interrupt everybody.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Wow. That's a Jen Enders is what that is right there.
Steiny, listen, it's too bad, too, because I came in excited with the Niner breaking news just a short time ago. Big deal. Brock Purdy might play.
Yep.
Why am I acting like the mic's still... Will you just get over here and share this mic with me? Good Lord, they can't hear you. There's people that I'm told actually listen to this. Well, we can hear you, but they can't.
It's like got little peaches and herb
get in here. Bring a chair.
Or
I mean,
you could also go in the studio and just have them open up a mic in there.
Steiny, who are a couple of the greatest duos ever?
Captain and Tennille.
I love it.
Steiny and Goo. 8 years
Abbott and Costello.
That's the
16
seed. 16 seed.
Yesterday, off the air, Mark made an Abbott and Costello reference, and I was like, "How old are you?"
That's why I made it off air, though.
It was
At
pretty
least
funny.
I made it off air.
That's my era. But, Hall and Oates and
Travis and Taylor.
They don't sing together.
Laverne and Shirley.
So it's got to be a musical act.
I was talking about a musical act, these two sharing a mic and the whole
DMC.
thing.
Oh, there you go.
Well, yeah, they had their own mics, but I was thinking about a duet,
I think Amy Winehouse did something with Tony Bennett once that was just off the charts.
It was phenomenal, but again, I don't think that was a
Is that true?
Classic duet. Oh, yeah.
I'm going to lay out then because I can't really think of any.
All right, good, because I can give them a brief synopsis. We were Kaminga heavy today. Then we played the breaking news sounder about Purdy possibly playing. Steiny crashed out on the breaking news. He didn't think it was breaking news.
I mean,
he crashed out.
The quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. Good game this weekend.
But what's the news?
Who misread the situation?
I want to know what the news is. The breaking news.
That he's going to practice on a limited basis.
Okay. That's for me.
Brock Purdy is returning to practice.
Just side with Steiny.
I am because it's a Wednesday and we don't know what he's going to do. And
yes, we do. He's going to practice on a limited basis. That's new.
What does that mean, Mark?
It means he is going to put a helmet on and put a uniform on and run out onto the practice field for the first time since they left Seattle.
Do you know that?
Yes, that's what he said.
It's a limited basis.
Right.
So,
that doesn't mean you can't watch and be limited. If you watch, that's a DNP.
No, I mean, if you're on a side field or if you run around and then you don't actually practice with the ones, that's also limited.
It's still the practice field and you are still participating and you know what that is. I'm just saying, you know what that is.
Let's go to the source.
It's nothing is what it is.
It's a participation sensation.
Oh, yeah, he wasn't limited last week, so yeah, he does have a chance.
What did he say?
Possibility that
Stop
he
mumbling.
could be the emergency backup on Sunday?
Yes.
No, so she said,
well, hold on, can I listen to it one more time?
Yeah,
because I didn't understand the thing about last week.
Yeah, go ahead.
Progressing well with his toe injury?
Oh, yeah, he wasn't limited last week, so yeah, he does have a chance.
Possibility that he could be the emergency backup on Sunday?
Yes.
So Jennifer Lee Chan said, is he progressing through his injury?
Okay.
Because he listed all the names. This is the part you don't hear. He lists all the injuries. This guy's out, that guy's out, this guy's out. And then he goes, Purdy, limited. So JLC says, does that mean he's progressing through his injury? And he goes, yes, because he wasn't lemonade last week.
Right.
And then he realized that he said lemonade.
He was out altogether.
Correct. And then he said he wasn't limited.
Oh,
he wasn't
gotcha.
limited last week. He is this week. So there's progression there.
Right. And then the question of will he maybe be the emergency third? And, well, yeah. So the question wasn't will he be the backup or will he be number two? And, you know, will your backup be on to Cincinnati? It was, could he be the emergency third? Well, yeah, sure. Okay. Fine.
Could be. Could be the starter.
Right.
But Rappaport
He
had
could be the one.
he was missing 2 to 5. I'm not blaming Ian.
Why?
Why?
He's
That was-
wrong if he plays.
No, and
Yeah,
Willard
no
was
doubt.
all about 2 to 5.
That
Yeah,
was
2
the
to
report.
5.
That's
But you
the
also
report.
said he
report.
might play this Sunday.
The
What do
report.
you all want to go on? That's the report.
What I want to go on is the reality of a report is nonsense. You don't know. It could be 1, 2 forever. So we say 2 to 5 and we think, ooh, 2 to 5. It might not even be 2. It might be more than 5.
Right, but I guess I'm missing the point. Why? Who are you coming at with that?
I'm coming at Rappaport.
I'm coming at
Oh, you're coming at
all the
okay.
reports.
I mean, whatever.
So George Kittle goes on IR.
So if
George Kittle's out for 4 weeks. We know that. It's
Right.
4 weeks. It's a league rule. 4 weeks. Bye-bye.
But if
And
Joe Burrow comes back in 2.5 months, are we going to make fun of reporters?
Is he on IR?
Because they said 3.
Is Joe on IR?
Yes.
For
he
how
is.
long?
He obviously IR means a minimum of 4.
Okay.
But he is expected to miss about 3 months.
Well,
That's what
surgery is different than I'm walking without a boot.
Yeah.
And
I mean, every injury is different, and every person
Exactly.
heals from them differently.
And so 2 to 5 to me is like just a random sort of parameter that is either true or not true. And if he comes back in 1, well, then 2 to 5 was wrong.
That's kind of, and it's not, listen,
Okay.
we don't have to
I
have,
mean,
Rappaport's not going to have to jump off a building or anything like that, but that is the way I look at it. You know,
It's an estimate.
The only thing we knew for
It's
sure
an
was what
estimation sensation.
Shanahan said after the game, which was
he was a long shot
to play last week
for New Orleans.
Possible multiple weeks.
Right.
Okay. So then Rappaport goes 2 to 5. Well, if he misses 1 week, then it's like, dude.
But why are
that's
you
not
mad?
even close.
But why would you be?
Well,
be mad?
actually, it's incredibly
It's
close. If he misses this weekend, then he was right.
Yeah,
That's 2 to 5.
But like,
Right, but he's saying, like, if you say 2 to 5, it's got to be 2 to 5.
I
Steiny,
guess.
it's
I don't. This
medical.
doesn't.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
it doesn't
totally
fire
with
me
you,
up.
Steiny. I'm
It
with
was
you.
up in-
Oh my God! Like,
but why do you want blood if the
I
guy
said I don't
came
want
back
blood.
1
No one
week?
wants
what I'm
blood.
saying is,
It sounds like it.
when
No,
you say
no.
2 to 5 weeks, you give yourself a 4-week window.
Okay, so where do
And
you think
didn't
he
even
got
get
that information
right.
from?
You
Let's
couldn't
see if
even
they
get
can
the
guess
window
it.
right.
I asked Steiny, I go, they got that information probably from the team. Steiny gave
Of
me another
course they
source.
did.
Can you guess?
His
He
agent.
said, oh, yeah,
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
But, like, why do you want blood if the player
don't
No
know.
one
came
wants
back?
blood, Guru. We don't want blood. All I'm saying is that when
That
you
one
have these
breaking news to
reports,
you.
and I understand the way it works with reporters, and Steiny was one. You've never been one. I don't think you've really
Not
been
really,
one.
no.
Like you've been on the beat-ish.
not really.
But
Not
I never
really.
have been. But when you get that word, you go with it because you have to go with it before anyone else goes with it. But the reality of it, when an injury happens and you examine it on day 1 or day 2,
Right.
and you have the parameter, you don't know. And the one thing I lean on for this is Doc Pondia, who said, "Oh boy, good news, he was not in a boot." And if you watch Brock walk into New Orleans,
I did.
and he walked in and he was limping, kind of. He was favoring it a little bit. No boot, no crutch, no anything. That tells me that it was more like 1 to 2 than 2 to 5.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these things are they're tricky. They're estimates. They're estimates. Do we want
You know
people?
what that is, right?
Yeah, I already did it. It's an estimation sensation.
Do
You
it
didn't hear me.
again.
But anyway,
I
I'm
heard
like,
you.
well, no, there are a bunch of people in here, and so
Whatever.
Randy missed it. And
If he says 1 to 5, he's right. 1 to 4.
why don't we?
You could say 1 to 15
Yeah,
because
why
you'd
don't-
be right.
because why don't every time
what are we
someone
doing?
gets hurt, why don't we just estimate sometime between tomorrow and never?
But,
Well,
hey,
like,
I'm just
there you
telling-
go. When's he going to be back? Well, he might be back tomorrow. His career might be over.
But-
like they're trying to get these injuries they're different. They're different for every player. They heal differently. We didn't even know what this one was. It was a variant
I
of
didn't see
something
it.
we know,
No.
apparently.
Sure.
I don't know what the hell he's got going on.
If I were Matt Barrows covering the Niners, which I did for the Warriors, and Barrows said what Rappaport said,
Rapp.
and Barrows came out on our radio and said, my sources are telling me 2 to 5 weeks. Like, I would, and he plays Sunday, I'd feel terrible.
Okay.
And I know it's not the biggest deal, but it's like, I was wrong.
Did Matt do that? Matt didn't do that.
No,
though.
I just
Okay.
used it. No,
okay.
Matt didn't. Matt had no. He's not in this one.
Got it. Okay.
I'm just saying.
You're just using an
like,
example.
I'd feel.
Okay.
And I know it's kind of trivial.
But what about Schefter and Peter King? Enjoy retirement. Draft night years ago, saying the Niners were going to draft Mac Jones.
They're wrong.
I understand that, but did you double back? Because that to me is way worse than a
It's all
guy
bad.
getting hurt
Yeah, it's
and
all bad.
missing it by 1 week.
I'm with you, Goo, and I actually.
I ain't mad at you guys, but I'm shocked.
Like, also, if all you're saying is they should feel bad and then move on, like everybody's wrong. Like, I give room for wrong. Doesn't make you a bad reporter if you think Arson Judge is about to sign with the Giants. I don't hate John Heyman or whatever. Everybody's got some of these.
Yeah, you were
probably
wrong
had
about
some.
Mac Jones, for example.
No, I wasn't, because I didn't make a prediction about Mac Jones. I said I had no expectations.
Yeah,
Would not
and
bring
I
any,
did, and
Right.
I expected him to go out
Victory
there and
lap all
do
you
that.
want.
And
I made no
I may
prediction.
actually do a victory lap right now
Do it.
while we
do
do
it.
the thing.
Do it so I can ask
may
Steiny a
lap it
question.
up.
Did you ever get one wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know what? There were consequences.
From who?
Like the boss.
Oh, like you're okay. Yeah.
I mean,
What's that look like? No, seriously. Wow. I didn't know that.
You got
Ted
it.
Griggs?
No, this was with the newspaper mostly.
Yeah.
But yeah, like we all get it wrong. But like all I'm saying is we've gotten to a time where it's not as big a deal. It just isn't, and that's fine. But he missed it. He blew like he said.
By the way, Brock's not playing yet. So
I know.
like, let's,
No, exactly.
Like,
He still could be right.
I think,
He could be.
in fact,
Unless it goes to 6 weeks.
I'd still kind of lean that way, wouldn't you?
I would.
That Brock probably not going to play this week.
What if he's an emergency third? Is Rappaport right or wrong?
No, that's not an active member of the roster. So if you want to get into technicalities, that's not an activation sensation.
What if
That's
a guy
another
gets
box.
I
hurt?
know it is. It's getting
brought your
very
wallet.
expensive
Yeah.
today.
It's
I did.
expensive
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
All right, now that we got to our time slot, well, I mean, if you guys want to say something about Kaminga,
They
you
want
can.
to, I think.
I can
yeah.
4 hours. You guys say something.
If Kaminga doesn't take that 3-year deal for $75 million, his agent needs to not only be fired but also disbarred, because honestly, the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco
Look
Pest
at my
Control,
man.
is that neither he nor the Warriors want him to be a Warrior. So if I'm Kaminga's agent, I'm saying sign the deal, do what you do, play your basketball. They're going to trade you. When we get to the deadline, whatever happens between now and then, they love your $25 million slot more than they love you. They're going to trade you. So take the bag. The bag goes with you. And then wherever you land, you've got 2 more years. Take the team option. Who cares? Take the 75 and go be JK. That's me.
I have to take an Ian Rappaport L right now, because I've promised I've promised our listeners that we weren't going to do JK until something happened.
Something's happened.
Well, Tim McMahon opened his mouth and actually said something real smart. I love that he admitted he's lived in a house with someone that he's divorcing.
Dude, I heard
so
that.
have
Yeah,
I.
all right.
It was the worst year of my life.
Dude.
The worst year of my life.
Look at it.
And the
That was a long month
second
for me.
year isn't close. So What I think matters here, because what Dibs just said I agree with,
Right.
where he and I really disagree.
It got
and
ugly in the green room.
Shoot, well, if
Did I miss it?
I had to walk away.
Yeah, well, he always does. But anyway,
I had to go to the bathroom.
this is where, Steiny, I really agree with you. I have the hardest time understanding how and why so many people think with all of this discord, disagreement, not seeing eye to eye, DNPs, all that, and now this negotiation. I don't know how anybody thinks y'all just high five and go play ball next month.
Okay, I got real quick.
I have no clue how you think the Warriors, forget whose side you're on.
Oh, no, I got something for you.
I don't know how you think the Warriors have the energy to answer that question every single night.
The same way they did when Draymond smacked the hell out of Jordan Poole and didn't get nothing done to him, and they made the second round of the playoffs, and that was it was to me a basketball sports scandal. And you know what? They got through it.
No,
this is not even close.
No, they didn't. They couldn't win a road game. They couldn't.
But they qualified for the second round.
Steph Curry got onto a bus and told half the team, if you don't want to be here, don't get on the bus.
But Will, they got to the second round.
Short-circuited their
no
year.
doubt
That's
it
not
is.
the goal.
But,
don't use that.
But they got through it. And
no,
it
they
like
didn't.
They
didn't.
Lost 60 games. They got through it, guys. That's what, and that was heavier than what you guys.
You were happy that year.
No, not at all.
Okay.
I
could have gone further.
Yeah, like
I get that.
They had to go on a bus to their little brother's house and get an epic performance to go to round two. In a round
but
two,
lost to the Lakers in 6, which felt like with all the drama,
they were not.
That was like the final visit.
And I think their goals are a hell of a lot higher than that. And I think that was actually, I would argue, a lot less deep than this.
How so?
Because on one day, two dudes lost themselves.
No,
one guy.
One dude lost it, and the team didn't check him. And they never checked him. How can this even be remotely close?
What does it matter if they got through it?
Guru, that was one day. And one guy lost his cookies. Yeah. This is 4 years of a relationship that is not eye to eye.
I'm with you there.
Build. This is not small. I don't think you can.
I'm so with you, but why are we acting like this is the first iteration of Kaminga being disconnected to the team or not wanting to be here? I've told Steiny and the listeners, I feel like we're on year 3 of that.
Right.
So here we go. If they decide to qualify an offer, here to play the same record again.
Because this is Jonathan's first opportunity to negotiate his position. That's why. Like the idea of him sitting there watching playoff games, that does not mean everything's okay. Like he sat there and he handled it like a pro. He was not immature. Yeah. But let's not act like this is all okay. We've spent the entire summer talking about it, and now you're about to sign a contract to sign up to do it for 2.5 more years. Dibs is not wrong. They'll try to trade him, but at minimum, the first half of your season is that.
Okay, what about the Dalton Johnson report? Did you hear that? Where Draymond, this to me is, yeah, okay, we can play ping pong going back and forth. Who's going to give? Who's going to blink? And then we're saying, is this drama? Do you think this is Warrior drama? Dalton Johnson said that Jimmy Butler contacted the Warriors like, what's going on?
Right.
What's the plan? And then Draymond reached out not only to Kaminga and the Warriors. So I'm like, oh, the OG's in the know. This should be in the know. This thing is getting away from them to where they're calling this close to camp.
Right.
Like, is Willard going to be in today? What's up with Dibs? To me, now that's spreading as to, oh, wow. This is getting messy.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they're calling to, as you love to often say, come over for lasagna. I think they're calling to say, WTF. Camp in 2 weeks. What are we doing?
Wow, man.
What are we doing? And hey, JK, where are you? Because are you going to come in and ride with us, or are you going to come in and sulk, or like a WTF?
Yeah. No, I get it.
I don't think it's good. I don't think that's good at all. That, to me, that sounds like stress.
Yeah.
Well, it's chess, not checkers for me. And, you know, if you're the Warriors and you really think that you can trade him, then fine. You go ahead and capitulate. It's a capitulation sensation, Grandy, is what it is. And you give him the player option, fine. 2 years and a player opt, 3 and 75. Okay, great. All right, JK, here's your 25 minutes a night. And I know you want to start, but you're not going to until Jimmy or Draymond or Steph is out, and then you get to January and you deal them, and you deal them for whatever you deal them for, which whatever you get for JK at the deadline or before the deadline is more than you would get if you had him play on the player option and he walked for nothing. So at the very least, you could trade him for $25 million or probably 22, and the deal probably would be like 22, 25, 28, whatever it would be.
Whatever it is.
But you could get something for him at the deadline that's better than what you think he actually is.
Wow.
So I think ultimately the way this goes is the team says, you know what? Fine. Player option. You got it, JK. You got the player option. And then they immediately get on the phone and talk about how they can trade him before, it would be the end of December.
Well, the one thing that we're not talking about is the issue of control. And if he signs a 3 for $75, they can do whatever they want. They can keep him on this team, or they can send him somewhere he doesn't want to go. That's the one piece of leverage he would have with the 7.9 is, like, he's been in the league 4 years, and he's 1 year from being an unrestricted free agent. Like, that's what he wants. And so by signing a 3-year, $75 million deal, he takes then he's at their mercy.
He is, but I was thinking about the math of it.
Now, the money's big.
And let's just say that he goes, you know what? I don't want 3 and 75. I want 1 and 8. And then I want to go out there and get what I can get in the open market. Can he make up $67 million over the next 2 years as a free agent, especially when he's going to be there 6th man, 7th man, 8th man, not 5, not 6, not 7. So if JK wants to play that game about money, you can't get $75 million over 3 by staying for 8 and then going out in the open market. You just can't.
Probably not. I mean, I know that the market it's different every year. I have no idea exactly how it'll look, but you're probably right. The other thing I think that's important for people to keep in mind, because we look at it from the outside and our emotions are not wrapped up like theirs are. So if we go, yeah, JK, bet on yourself, take the qualifying offer, understand what every report, every conversation I've had, and I bet you guys too, this is how the Warriors and Kaminga view the qualifying offer, a middle finger. So that's how you want to start your season. With both sides just middle fingering each other.
Well, it's how you started your offseason, which is over. Now it's about to infiltrate your season.
And then go play ball and act like that's going to work. I just don't. For the life of me, it's crazy how many people I've talked to who feel like, well, but you just high five and you grab a team meal and it'll be cool. Like, wow, you have unbelievable faith in these people that I do not. And don't tell me because they're pros and they're champs, because one of them punched his teammate a few years ago. I just do not see it.
If this is, and this is just my heart, guys, and I don't have the intel, and I've told Steiny ad nauseum, something about this, why something has not been consummated, is Joe Lacob still loves Jonathan Kaminga, and I feel like he's going against everybody in that building to hang on like Van Gundy was holding on to Zoe Morning's foot, man.
I would love to talk to you again. Go read the Slater piece again.
Okay.
Really closely.
When he was in Cleveland with Kaminga.
I'm sure. I think Joe does love Jonathan, but I very much came away from that report with the feeling that Joe Lacob has moved to a point where, he loves Jonathan.
Okay.
He doesn't love Jonathan more than he hates the idea of losing him for nothing.
All right.
Like, Steiny's right.
Yeah.
You're an asset.
Don Guru, he doesn't want to lose 2 players under the age of 22. I mean, that would have been Poole and him.
But at least with Poole, he got something, and it didn't work out. But the whole thing that you just said, Mark, and Guru, you echoed it about Joe Lacob and losing. He doesn't like to take losses.
Good Lord, no.
And I don't want to break it to him now, and, this is probably a little bit too premature because they're going to play in San Jose tonight, but I don't love their chances against the best team in the W, but it feels like, and again, I'm not trying to
let's go Val.
I'm not trying to get the cart ahead of the horse, but if they lose tonight, it's an L, and I know Natalie Nicasi doesn't want to hear it, but making the playoffs and losing in this fashion is still a win.
Total W.
That's why they're not playing at Chase. Nobody thought they would be there.
They don't think that, and Joe doesn't think that, but Joe Lacob does not like taking L's.
Yeah. Wow.
That's all.
Right. Yeah.
That's
right.
interesting. We'll be listening.
Cosell at 3:15 and Pods at 5. On his way to San Jose.
Oh, is he going to stomping grounds?
Do you know the way? Pods? I hope so.
I hope he takes 280 because I
hope he doesn't go to Chase
remember when
Center.
Sprewell
Remember came in late,
missed San Jose and
checked himself
was heading
in.
down to L.A. and he realized he missed the exit on 95.
Oh, okay.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. I mean, a crossover without Guru. What are we doing? Stop everything. A crossover. We can't have a crossover without Guru. You know what I mean? Like,
Man.
Yeah. All right. Gonna be an interesting day.
It is.
I could tell. And so, yes, I'm sorry for breaking the promise. To a degree, it's out of my control.
All roads, my brother.
Well, all roads do lead there. And then secondarily, just to leave or bring people inside our building a little bit. There's always a little give or take, I think, with any media production of like what are the hosts kind of passionate about, but also like what are y'all passionate about? So we've got to blend that. And I said we're not talking Kaminga till something happens. I don't think this counts as something, but it was an interesting take by Tim McMahon. We'll play it for you in just a second because I don't want to just assume that you've all heard it. That's what got everybody going again. And I will also, a little bit of a middle ground here. This is a little bit of a stretch, but we're getting close. We're getting close. October 1st is real.
To the end?
Is real. Well, I don't know, but to the deadline, unless, of course, they agree to stretch the deadline, but that's currently the deadline. And so we're getting close. If guys are calling each other, we're getting close. But Brock Purdy is going to be limited at practice. It's going on right now. We'll have that for you. Greg Cosell is going to be on in an hour. That's always awesome. We'll do that. Brandon Pajemski is going to be on at 5. The Valks have their first ever home, air quotes, playoff game tonight. Unfortunately, it's in San Jose, but also thank you, San Jose, and let's go Valks. So, we'll be all over everything today. But yeah, let's play this for everybody so that everybody knows what got this started today. NBA Today via ESPN. Here we go. Jonathan Kaminga and the Warriors.
Tim, I'll start with you. How have the Warriors handled this Kaminga situation, in your opinion?
Awkwardly. I mean, how have they handled Kaminga's entire career? Steve Kerr doesn't want Kaminga. Kaminga doesn't want to play for the Warriors, in part because he knows the coach doesn't want him. Listen, Shams is talking about there's going to be a divorce eventually. Let's stay together for the kids. I've lived that. I lived with my ex-wife for a year after we agreed to divorce for the kids. Let me tell you, it was not fun. There are going to be chemistry issues.
Yeah.
Put it mildly. This is going to be a disaster if they bring back Kaminga. There's SGA. He might as well be HTE, human trade exception. And he's going to be, you think he's going to want to pass the ball? You think he's going to want to play team ball? He's going to want the ball. He's going to want minutes. Steve Kerr doesn't think he fits. I wonder what they think they can get that's better than Malik Monk and a first-round pick.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack there, and we will, and our lines were right here for you, okay? 888-957-9570. This conversation has happened in a number of different ways through a number of different months.
It has.
But this is the part that strikes me. And, Dibs, you know this. We know each other pretty well. I made reference to it on the crossover. Have any of you ever heard me talk about my dog Penny? Do you know why I have a dog? Because the kids are like any other kids.
Right.
They ask you for a dog every month. You know why I have a dog? I finally needed a dog because I'm like, I got to get the bleep out of this house. And if I got a dog, I'm going to buy the dog and I'm going to walk the dog. And I'm going to walk the dog like 6 hours a day. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
And actually,
I didn't get a dog. I got a pandemic.
Well, I got both.
Yeah.
This is all happening during a pandemic. And for the love of it, greatest decision I've ever made because we have a great dog. And it was at the dog park that I actually found the person who I want to spend the rest of my life with. That's where I met the lovely Christy. But there is a reason I have a dog. And one of the main reasons I have a dog is because I too, have lived what many of you are proposing the Warriors and Jonathan Kaminga do, which is stay together for a little while, even though we know you're getting divorced. Worst thing in the history of me.
It doesn't have to be.
It
doesn't have to be.
It depends.
It wasn't for me.
Well, that depends on the nature of the discord.
Right? And also the playing time.
And your Discord was very different than my Discord.
And my Discord was different than your Discord, and I would bet it's different than Kaminga and the Warriors' Discord.
Maybe.
I don't know their Discord, but I also had a 21-year run where I had all the playing time I needed. I had some all-star years. I was able to develop a couple of championships, Quest and Keon, my children, and you get to the end of it, and the Discord at the end of it was a little bit more like Brady Belichick than it was Kaminga and Kerr. So you're not wrong about the relative Discord. Like, I think about Garoppolo and Shanahan where, Shanahan found Garoppolo and Lynch and they paid him handsomely and he got hurt. He did well. He got hurt. He came in, Super Bowl. He came back. He got hurt. He came in. They drafted his replacement. He was in the side field. That Discord was different than Brady Belichick, for example. Brady and Belichick, they got 5 together, and it got to the end. It's like, you want to keep doing it? You can't do it here because I'm tired of you getting credit, that I want credit, and the owner wants credit, and the whole thing broke apart. So I do believe that every Discord, quote unquote,
of course,
is different.
Of course. In fact, looking back on it, I don't even know how bad the Belichick-Brady Discord was. It looks to be lesser than the current Discord between Belichick and the Patriots
I do
organization.
think that it was Kraft, Belichick, Brady. It was a 3-way,
sure, which never works in marriage.
Unless you're, shout out Utah. I mean,
anyway.
Shout out polyamorous relationships.
Here's the question I have, and I really think smart people can disagree on this one, but I'm fascinated by the answers and certainly very clear with mine. Dibs very clear with yours, and they are different answers. But here, instead of re-adjudicating every 4 years and Steve Kerr and his rotations and Jonathan should grow up and rebound the ball and hustle and all of this stuff, well-traveled conversation. We're here now, though. Now we're here on September 17th, and training camp is 2 weeks away. Do you believe that this relationship can stay together for any period of time and be successful? I do not.
Yeah, I do.
I do not. I don't know how you navigate the factors which are clearly in play, which is that Steve doesn't think Jonathan's a perfect fit. Jonathan thinks he's a superstar in the making. Steph Curry still exists here, and so does Jimmy Butler. And Jonathan's not a great outside shooter, and he wants to cook, and Steve wants him to play a certain way, and then all of those things put him into a bucket, and what they've led to are feelings, hurt feelings, differences of opinion, all of those things, and they can say the right thing publicly, and they largely have. I don't necessarily think Steve and Jonathan have been like openly disrespectful to each other, but they've gotten to a spot where they're willing to speak on the disagreement. For sure, I see you this way, Jonathan, I see it this way.
Well, through intermediaries.
Yeah, well, Steve
certainly.
Directly. Steve said it to us over and over. We'll play some of it for you to jog your memory. But for all of those feelings to be together, to go forward takes trust. And I don't think they have it in one another. And by the way, I want to be very clear on that point. One another. I know everyone's like, Jonathan doesn't trust Steve. I don't think Steve trusts Jonathan. That's the point. The whole point is we need you to do X, and then we put him on the floor and he does Y. That's a lack of trust. And so I don't think they hate each other, but they've got different goals. And you can't win in professional sports when people have different goals.
Well, you can, and you have won with different goals. And last year's a great example where they won, and then he got hurt, and then by the time he came back, you had a different team, and so you got down to April. And I do believe that October and November basketball is different than March and April basketball.
But it matters, does it not?
It matters to the extent that you want to win as many games as you can, but when you get in October and November, those games are not as high leveraged as we saw in April. And so when he comes back and you've got Jimmy Butler, and so now JK's spouse had a new roommate, and that new roommate was actually sleeping in the same room as JK's spouse. And I won't even name check Draymond or Steve or Steph or whatever, but Jimmy Butler was there. And Jimmy Butler, when you wake up in the morning, he's got the apron on and he's making breakfast. And JK used to be the one making breakfast. And so, yeah, things are different now, but October, November, different than April and May. And so
no question.
I do believe that you could bring this all back and make it work through October, November, December, January. And if JK's making $25 million or 22 or whatever the number would be in the first year, that becomes much more attractive as a trade piece. And I do believe that the Warriors would showcase him accordingly in the opening 30 or 40 games.
Yeah.
And you could still win doing that.
Yeah,
I believe that.
I see it very, very differently because I don't think they're going to feel the need to showcase him because the league already knows what they know about Jonathan Kaminga. In fact, I would argue if your plan is to trade him, what a dangerous thing to put him out there for 30 minutes a night. That's how someone breaks a leg or tail or something.
Well, I mean, whatever.
Well, but then you can't trade him. If
that is me, that is like lazy radio because anybody can get hurt at any time.
Dibs, but this is a very unique situation. If your whole plan and premise is to trade him, then you are very, very loose with your plan.
But it's basketball. This is not football where guys just get hurt all the time.
He got hurt last year. Like Jimmy Butler got hurt last year. We all sit here with this idea, they're not going to stay healthy.
Jimmy Butler missed like 3 or 4 games.
Doesn't matter. The whole
he
point
didn't get injured. He got a little bit hurt.
They don't need to showcase him. The league knows what they know. There are already teams lined up, Suns, Kings, and who knows who else, ready to bring the guy in as a major contributor because they think what they think about Jonathan. So I don't think that there's any promise with this contract that you're going to get major minutes. And hasn't the team trumpeted the idea all offseason? We don't want to fall behind again in the first half of the year and then have to chase a playoff spot and end up in the play-in tournament and yada, 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 and then get tired and hurt and all of the things that happened last year. So you're not wrong. October, November, December are lesser, but they're still important, especially for this team. So it leads us to the question that we would love to bat around with you. Knowing what we know, do you think these two sides can coexist and succeed for any period of time? We will take your calls right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. Valkyries season comes down to tonight, win or go home. Game 2, Valks, Minnesota Lynx. It's at 7 o'clock tonight. Of course, you can hear the game right here on the home of the Valks, 95.7 The Game. Also the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app, search Valks. Pre-game coverage begins with Grandy and Kevin Dana at 6:30. We're also sponsored by Moderna. It's Willard Dibs.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Score big by saving lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood between September 1st through the 30th and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 club-level seats to the ultimate Sunday night showdown, San Francisco versus Atlanta at Levi Stadium. It's your chance to make a difference and experience the game like never before from premium seats with an unbeatable view. Every donation helps patients in need and brings you one step closer to the end zone. Learn more at stanfordbloodcenter.org/touchdown.
Get your favorite cheeses at Whole Foods Market. Save 25% on select Goudas with Prime through September 30th. Assemble a crowd-pleasing cheese board for your upcoming fall gatherings. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. Fall's calling. Time to own every mile, every trail, every turn. Take on California's wildest outdoor adventures with Toyota's proven reliability backing you all the way. Get a low-cost lease on the dynamic 2025 RAV4 or shop the industry's best lineup of fuel-efficient hybrid SUVs like the 36 MPG Grand Highlander Hybrid and the 38 MPG Toyota Crown Signia. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit at 9/30/25.
Here we go. Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. This is incredible. Watch your local NFL game live all season long. And he's in for a touchdown. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. And we got to know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're going to take me out, it's going to be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kaminga. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Kyle Shanahan spoke before practice. We'll let you hear that in a half hour. Greg Cosell at 3:15. Thankfully. I'll just be real with everybody. I feel like the Kaminga conversation to a degree is a drug. And the whole...
Which drug?
I don't do drugs, so like...
Right.
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
What's your favorite?
I don't have Excedrin.
Yeah. Well, if I can,
you know what I mean? Like,
as a guy who's maybe lived a little bit, it's the Kaminga conversation is not like weed because weed is something that you can do. It gets you high and it kind of keeps you going.
And I've done weed, but sure. What's super addictive?
It's heroin.
Okay.
But this is more like crack cocaine.
Okay, great.
Where
I'm open to
and
either.
Again, I've never done crack. And go ahead and make sure you capture that.
All right.
I'm not going to say what I have or have not done.
I
but
think that's good.
The idea of crack.
Yeah.
And shout out Whitney Houston. Crack is whack. Crack is cheap. You do crack and you keep doing crack. And that's what the Kaminga topic is, where...
Now my mind went to Morgan Freeman and Lean on Me. You smoke crack, don't you? Did you remember that movie?
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. You were saying...
I mean, Bobby Brown got Whitney onto that rock, crack rock. Shout out, not Billy Ocean, but Frank Ocean.
Right,
Thank you. I had the wrong Ocean. There's the Atlantic, there's the
Pacific,
Indian, there's Frank, there's Billy.
Yeah.
But this topic is like that, where you just keep coming back to it because it's really, really so good, but it's also so bad.
Well, that's the thing. And again, as I do not have an addictive personality, but this is what it feels like to me, is everybody's trying to quit. Right? Not Jonathan of the Warriors, but it's the offseason. The Niners are playing, and everybody's trying to quit. And actually, people had kind of been quitting. And then somebody walks by, your neighborhood dealer, and gives you a little whiff.
Tim, I'll start with you. How have the Warriors handled this Kaminga situation, in your opinion?
Awkwardly. I mean, how have they handled Kaminga's entire career? Steve Kerr doesn't want Kaminga. Kaminga doesn't want to play for the Warriors in part because he knows the coach doesn't want him. Listen, Shams is talking about there's going to be a divorce eventually. Let's stay together for the kids. I've lived that. I lived with my ex-wife for a year after we agreed to divorce for the kids. Let me tell you, it was not fun. There are going to be chemistry issues.
Yeah.
Put them mildly. This is going to be a disaster if they bring back Kaminga. There's SGA. He might as well be HTE, human trade exception. And he's going to be, you think he's going to want to pass the ball? You think he's going to want to play team ball? He's going to want the ball. He's going to want minutes. Steve Kerr doesn't think he fits. I wonder what they think they can get that's better than Malik Monk and a first-round pick.
Oh, the next thing you know, just wrap that thing around my arm and find me just laid out in some ditch or in some back alley because,
Hi, my name's Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, I've been Kaminga free for 8 days, and, I used to be really, tied to talking about Kaminga, and, every time I talked about Kaminga, it felt really good, and then I've never done crack. It's fair. I mean, you won't find me saying that about many other things, but as I was saying, every time after I talk about Kaminga, it felt good, and then by the end of the day, I really felt like I needed more Kaminga, and then once I stopped talking about Kaminga, I felt great, and it was 8 days, and then I have to be honest. Well, today I couldn't help but go back and talk about Kaminga. And when I first talked about Kaminga the first time today, I got that Kaminga high again because the contract and the playing time and trading him and the qualifying offer and other teams wanting him and the sign and trade. And so I'm now about 90 seconds Kaminga free, and I'm hoping that I can make it to 3 o'clock.
Welcome,
everyone.
Welcome, Dan.
I've never done crack.
Yeah. Welcome, Dan.
I've done a lot of Kaminga.
We've got you, brother.
Got that as well.
Yeah, I've done Kaminga. I've done
a lot of Kaminga.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Actually, don't clip that. Just leave it on the cutting room floor.
Sure.
You better be careful. Totally. Ken Grandy, you want to welcome Dan to our support group? Yeah. Welcome, Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, Dan. Thanks, Mark.
We got you, brother. Well, we're here for you, man.
I had actually my 7-day Kaminga chip, and I guess I have to give that up because I did go 7 days Kaminga free. And then today I was tuning into the midday show, and I heard him talking about Kaminga, and
oh, yeah, there was a lot of Kaminga from 10 to 2.
I'll be honest.
Oh,
I pulled over.
God.
I pulled over, and I pulled out my phone, and I looked at Tim McMahon, and I thought, oh, yeah, give me some of that Kaminga.
Yeah.
Wait, 3 years and 75? With a player option or a team option? Give me some of that Kaminga.
We're on a freaking bender.
Yeah, we are.
What's you get that Hangover song? Remember the song from The Hangover? Gosh, how's it go? I gotta look it up during the break. We might need that rejoin. Might need that. We're gonna have a sick night, y'all.
Oh yeah.
Woo! I got some Kaminga. We're going out.
I feel like there's a wolf pack, and I feel like I'm the Zach Galifianakis of the show, but my wolf pack. Guy, not just because I have a beard, but guys, I want to read this, and you're my wolf pack, and Willard, you're my brother, and you're gonna marry my sister, and I'm really proud of that, and Guru and Steiny. I guess Steiny would be the Stu of our wolf pack. Stu the dentist, who you would be. I guess Guru would be the cool guy, the one who's kind of like the brother-in-law, and I just want to say that you guys are my wolf pack, and you're going to be with me as we all get ready for this weekend, and we all do Kaminga.
Is it by Flo Rida? Is it that spin me right round, baby right round thing? I don't know. I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood for some Kaminga, and I think it's only Wednesday. Usually it's like a Thursday or a Friday when I'm in the mood to take a shot of Kaminga. Kind of in the mood, though. I'm in the mood. Like the guys all got me in the mood this morning.
You would be the Bradley Cooper, I think. The good-looking, like, slightly aloof enabler. And Steiny would be the...
I'm totally an enabler.
Steiny would be the slightly, like...
The Ed Helms guy.
Correct.
Yeah, he's going to end up with
Stu.
he's going to end up with
the tattoo on his face.
And the stripper.
Right. And,
okay.
And I guess
Perfect.
Guru then would become the guy who gets stuck on the roof, Man, where am I?
Yeah, except for Guru probably doesn't sunburn like the rest of us, so therefore we might need to recast that one.
It would be a recalibration sensation.
Yeah, I bet Spadoni or Shasky could hold that part down.
Perhaps, but I'm clearly the Zach Galifianakis, and I get that.
What is going on here?
You know what's going on. We're talking about being strung out on Kaminga, and here we are again.
Yep.
All roads on a Wednesday.
For the love of God.
The Niners are 2-0.
Brock Purdy is limited. He's practicing.
The Valks are in an elimination situation, and you know what that would be, right?
We've already.
We need to stop. It's an elimination sensation.
Yeah.
And we've got a baseball team that's on the brink. So all that, and yet all roads lead back to Kaminga.
Well,
everybody take a breath.
We're getting close. You know what I mean? We're getting close. It's the current deadline is October 1st. I think that's 2 weeks from today, isn't it? Is October 1st a Wednesday?
Yep.
It is?
Yeah. 30 days in September, so yeah. That'd be great. Yeah.
It's 2 weeks from today is the deadline. So
sure.
We're getting close. You got to figure this out, and I do think there's all kinds of bluffing going on. I really do, because I think that the Warriors, to a degree, probably, and of course I feel this way, but I think they probably agree with me, which is why a bunch of guys started calling each other the other day. The report is the players all started calling each other. I mean, are we really going to sit here and act like Al Horford and DeAnthony Melton and Seth Curry and GP2 are all just sitting here like, yeah, this is great. No, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm going to be on the Warriors maybe sometime, maybe, I think. Like, it's just my career, no big deal. And the whole thing, I mean, we know this for a fact that GP2 was found, I think it was Mark Spears who ran into him in Vegas. This is like weeks and weeks ago. Hey, man, what's the holdup? What are you doing next season? And I quote, just waiting on JK. Okay, so we're supposed to presuppose that everybody's just cool with the situation. I'm not saying they're mad at Jonathan. Maybe they are. Maybe they're mad at the Warriors. Maybe they're mad at both. I don't know. But the idea that everybody's just cool with the situation, to me, is far-fetched. And the idea that this is just going to then make sense in a couple of weeks and everybody will be like, okay, we shook hands, we figured it out, and even though we now need to move forward with trust in one another and figure out a rotation that wins basketball games, even though we've never really been able to do that before, certainly not in the existence of Jimmy Butler on this team. And now we're going to go do this and love each other, and everyone's going to get their minutes and their points and their wins. And the media will like play along and not ask us about it and exhaust us. I don't know, man. I don't see the scenario. I don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It certainly is, and it depends on what Kaminga ultimately gets. And if he gets 3 and 75, and even if he has to take the team option for the third year, he could be in a spot where, okay, I've got my money, and I understand that they probably will or want to trade me, and so I can go out and do everything I can to get them in a spot where they can actually trade me for something that they want, and I'll go somewhere that I want. So I don't think it's that far-fetched that this can still be resolved in that fashion. And I don't think that things last year were so bad where, you know, they can't come back from that point.
Well, I just think Jonathan might disagree with you. You know, I mean, they weren't so bad because they just put him in the corner. They put him on timeout. He didn't play.
Well, he played when they needed him in Minnesota.
Right, and won 0 games, which I think,
right, but he balled out.
Yes,
so.
he scored. Again, this isn't about, boy, I wish this part would go away. Everybody, all the box score babies out there who want to tell everybody, Jonathan scored 23, so boy, he showed you. And Steve has never once said Jonathan can't score. He has consistently said, here's what we're asking for out of our player.
They went 0-4.
And he won't do it.
Right.
He won't do it. And that's a completely different scenario because Steph Curry wasn't playing basketball at that point. The idea is, can the Warriors, through feelings, X's and O's, money, and all the rest, can they get to a point with a healthy Steph, Jimmy, and Dre to a role for Jonathan that he feels good about and also go get numbers and wins? And
they have to. They have to.
I don't believe they can, and they don't have to.
They do have to because he can sign the qualifying. No, they don't. They can't trade him.
Of course they can. They can trade him tomorrow.
Not if he signs the qualifying offer. They can't trade him tomorrow.
He's not going to do that, and
but
there's
if he's
a reason.
going to do that, they can't trade him.
He's not going to do that.
But you understand that is a reality.
Of
he
course
could sign the qualifying offer, and he could say, double middle finger.
Why hasn't
You've
he
got
yet,
a
then?
year.
Why hasn't he?
Because he wants to get $75 million but not with a player option for year 3.
So this is
That's
power
what
struggle.
he wants.
It's a power struggle.
It's a power struggle, and every day that goes by, he gets a little bit more power to the extent that, okay, you want me to play? You want me gone? If you want me gone, you need to sign me to something, because if you want me gone, you can't have me play on the QO, because if he plays in the qualifying offer for 7.9, he can just be there.
Yes.
And he can chill. And then they can't trade him.
I get the whole scenario, and it's literally what I'm saying to you.
No, what I'm saying to you is that you're wrong about the idea of there is a way, there's a path forward for both of them.
You're saying every day he gets more power. I think every day he gets more pissed. And that's
by more
my
pissed,
point.
he gets more power.
No.
He gets more power to mess up the whole year.
And Warrior fans lose. Exactly.
Fine.
That's the point.
Warrior fans lose, and Kaminga might also lose, but the Warriors themselves lose. The best way forward
That's what I'm trying to avoid.
Well, that's what they're trying to avoid.
That's what I'm literally saying.
And
they
what
can't.
is he trying to avoid? He's trying to avoid 3 years of team control.
Yeah, he's trying to avoid playing for the Warriors.
For 3 years.
I think at all.
Well,
in a perfect world.
Well, that is not a possibility.
It is a possibility.
It's really
you
not.
Can sign and trade tomorrow.
They're not going to do that.
Why not?
Because no team wants to give them compensation that they possibly would want. And you can't tell me that suddenly a team is going to be like, you know what? We'll give you Malik Monk and a first-round pick.
I don't believe that. That's already been offered, reportedly, in fact.
Not Malik and a first-round pick?
Yes, that's literally what the offer was.
Well, then they should have taken it. But then the Warriors clearly want more than that. If they didn't take that, then they want more than that.
It was a protected first-round pick, and I don't think that they think Malik is Malik's a good player.
So if it's a protected first and they don't want that, all right, Warriors, at some point you're going to have to give up something.
That's what,
he's going to have to give up something. And right now, what the give is he wants them to give up the third-year control, and they don't want to give up the third-year control. They actually extended their offer to $75 million over 3, but we own the third year, and still he reportedly saying no?
Dibs, you keep explaining this to me, and I understand all of it. My point is, all of the things you just laid out, the Suns feel this, the Kings feel that, Jonathan feels this, and the Warriors feel that. And they're all just butting their heads.
Right.
Nobody has
what's
found
the middle ground?
I don't know, but it can't be here, in my opinion, based on the factors in play and the feelings in play. I do not think you can win basketball games like this. And that's my only goal. I don't care about Jonathan's minutes, his points, his jersey. I don't care about anything. The season's here, and I want the Warriors to be good. And I believe that this gets in their way because you cannot move forward in a company with employees that do not want to be there. You can't do it. You can't have employees pushing in one direction and a company pushing in the other. It never works. Ever, ever, ever. The analogy,
short term,
I disagree. The analogy from Tim McMahon is a perfect one. You cannot.
It's a flawed one.
I personally love it.
You've been in it.
Yes.
I've been in it, and it's your experience is different than my experience, and it's different than Tim's experience.
Well, but you're acting like your experience therefore was perfect, and it wasn't.
No, but my experience was mine. Yours was yours, and his was his. And Kaminga and the Warriors is there, and you know yours. You kind of know mine. I don't really know yours. Neither one of us knows Tim's. And we don't know the Warriors one.
Well, we know the Warriors one better than we know maybe Tim's, for example.
But we don't really know what it is.
We've been living this for 4 years, and people have spoken publicly about how they feel, and I do not understand how you're going to... And boy, would I love to be wrong. But I don't see the pathway for everybody to get back together and then have it be successful. In a way, you're asking me like what I'm advocating. There's not a specific thing I'm advocating. What I'm advocating is let's not do this together anymore because it doesn't appear to work.
But what would you advocate? If you were Dunleavy, and what would you do right now, knowing what you know about the contract they want, the contract you've offered, and everything else that's out there?
I think them going to a third year, even though on a team control, was already the olive branch that was necessary. And Jonathan won't do it. So you want to know what I would do right now? I'd call his bluff, which is, I think, what they're doing. Call the bluff.
And have him play on the qualifying offer.
No, I don't think he'll take it. You've laid this out. It's this horrible move.
Well, what would he do then?
I don't know. Maybe he'll sign this that's on the table. And that's the problem. You're in a power struggle. Two sides in a power struggle, in my opinion, automatically makes both irrational. Now we're competing. Now, we're not competing for victories over the Lakers.
You're not working together.
Yeah,
you're
competing to win the deal. This is where the Niners have gotten in trouble in the past.
With Ayuk, yeah.
Don't do this. It doesn't work. One way or another, somebody wins the deal, and then everybody walks away mad or at least annoyed. One side might be like, yeah, how you like me now? And then 2 weeks later, you're dropping balls and breaking meniscuses. It doesn't work. You can't have a power struggle, get irrational with one another, force the less powerful side into a corner to where they have to do something they want to do, and then turn around and wake up the next day and go be awesome together. I don't.
Well, that's
my
late.
belief.
That's already happened.
I don't agree.
That's already happened. You've already gotten to a spot where, he is dead set, apparently, on playing on the qualifying offer.
If you believe him, I don't.
Well, what I believe is that the Warriors have upped their offer. They've added a year. They've added more money. And now all of a sudden it's 3 years and 75. But the one caveat is we want team control. So, and I said this in the crossover, if I'm Kaminga's agent, I take that offer, I take the deal, knowing full well that they don't want you here, and knowing full well that, yeah, you got $75 million, and the only thing you're giving up is where you go next, because you're not going to be a Warrior for 3 years. There's no way.
I agree with
honestly,
you.
there's no way that they sign him to that and they keep him for 3 years. And I think about Jordan Poole, where they signed him to 4 years, and before the contract kicked in, he was gone. And he was gone for virtually nothing. He was gone for a 38-year-old point guard who may or may not have fit. And when he came in, he was okay. You didn't win, and then you traded him, and you got nothing back. So ultimately, the Warriors got rid of Jordan Poole for 1 year of nothing.
If that reported deal, well, they got a salary slot. But anyway, if that...
Which turned into...
it turned into money. It turned into not luxury tax money is what it turned into.
It turned into no player.
Yeah, no, of course.
Right.
I agree with you. I would probably take the deal if I were him. But as a fan, that leads to all kinds of concerns for me, because I don't know where that leaves Jonathan mentally, and I have no idea where it leaves the rotation and how this all looks going forward. And as I added before, and you can call me lazy for saying it, but my God, if your entire game plan is we're going to keep someone so that we can trade him in 3 months, wow, you're playing Russian roulette by putting him on the court. Wow. Like, good Lord, one torn ACL, one Achilles, the whole thing blows up in your face. And so that is terrifying to me as a fan. Yeah, Grandy, what's up?
Well, I was just going to say, you guys brought up the potential sign and trade with the Kings, which in terms of a sign and trade still seems the most likely. The Malik Monk package is such because of his money that the Warriors would have to get rid of either Moody or Hield to make it work too.
Which I don't like.
They don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it.
They don't
either.
like it. No.
Yeah. So, for
me, it's not about a sign and trade. It's about a trade either, and I think they have 3 months after the deal is signed to trade him, which would be now January. So that to me becomes more viable because a sign and trade, you only get half the deal anyway. You only get half his value. So you sign him and then you keep him and you play him. And you hope that he doesn't get hurt.
But he's got to sign.
Right.
He's got to sign.
Then you give him the player option.
Nah, I wouldn't
Who
do that.
cares? You do that knowing full well that you're going to trade him. What's the big deal?
Again.
If your intent is to trade him, then, player option. Great. Here you go, Kaminga. We're going to trade you in January.
One ligament.
But that's the case with anyone.
No, but not if he's got a player opt. Then you have a bad contract on your hands for 3 years.
Well, you got
instead
Jimmy
of 2.
Butler for 2 years, and if he has an Achilles, well, now you've got a guy for $104 million that you're stuck with.
But they don't. That's different. They're trying to play with him.
It's the same thing
No, it
with an
isn't.
injury.
No, because he played and they won, so they like
but if
him.
he plays and they don't win, then it's the exact same thing.
That's an if, though. That's not the bet
It's
that they're
all
making.
an if.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. All right, Greg Cosell is coming up in 20 minutes. Kyle Shanahan spoke before practice. Brock Purdy is not a no-show. So we'll let you hear that and dive into that coming up next. If Brock can play, would you? This is Willard and Dibs.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
When you getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business. powering possibilities.
Ends 10/21/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intra-line applied via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data and service series. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q1 to Q2 2025.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger, because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off at 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
With next-day delivery available straight to your job site, it's easy to keep jobs running smoothly with the Home Depot. Plus, with pricing benefits for pros and top-quality brands, you only have to make one stop for the whole job. The Home Depot. How pros get more done.
The Violet and Black have made it to the playoffs in their inaugural season in the Bay. Tune in to 95.7 The Game and the Odyssey app for all the playoff games and everything Violet and Black. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
One of the greatest bands in rock history, The Who, present The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. See Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, The Who, live in the Bay Area, performing at Shoreline Amphitheater September 21st. Get tickets now at livenation.com. The Who, for the very last time. The song is over. For more, visit thewho.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Yeah, he did a limited amount of stuff in practice yesterday. It's questionable concern.
All right.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
You know something I would like to dive a little further into is that conversation yesterday about Kyle being less stressed this year.
Yeah.
I like less stress. Part of why I feel the way I do about Jonathan and the Warriors. I like less stress. Less stress is good for people. It's good for teams as well. I don't know if he's actually less stressed, but if he is, why? I wonder. Why? But before we dive into that, and Greg Cosell joins us in 15 minutes, which is always a hoot, I believe. Always a hoot. Yeah. Thanks, Greg. We remind you that we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco, and all of us here at 95.7 thrilled to be working with Laughing Monk, and they will be the site, obviously, of this weekend's pregame festivities with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings down in Sunnyvale. Go online right now, and you can reserve your spot on the shuttle if you want to stop in at Laughing Monk and get yourself ready for the game, and then head over to the game home opener. Will Brock Purdy be playing in that game is the question. So let's go step by step. Here's how Shanahan started the conversation.
Injuries for practice today. Yetur, knee, won't practice. Juice, concussion, won't practice. Burford, knee, won't practice. Saron Neal, concussion, won't practice. Trent Williams, knee/vet day, won't practice. Juwan Jennings, ankle/shoulder, won't practice. McCaffrey, calf/vet day, won't practice. Bosa, vet day. Brock Purdy, left shoulder/toe, will be limited. That's it.
Okay, that's it. Everybody else got a won't practice, but not Brock. Limited. So we're kind of waiting to see what is said by those on the scene in terms of what Brock does, who's doing first-team reps, all of those things. Here's a little bit more with regard to Purdy and this weekend.
He's progressing well with his toe injury.
Yeah, he wasn't limited last week, so yeah, he does have a chance.
Possibility that he could be the emergency backup on Sunday?
Yes.
Okay, so just so you know what that means, the emergency backup is not the backup. It's, in fact, not even a rostered player. It's a rule that the NFL has adopted because of what happened with Brock in Philadelphia in the NFC title game, where the 49ers were forced to play quarterback without a quarterback. So now there is a non-rostered player that can be the emergency 3 only if 2 quarterbacks go down. So in this particular case, if it were like it was in New Orleans, if Mac Jones were to start and he were to get hurt, and Adrian Gonzalez were to go in and he were to get hurt, then and only then could you go to Brock, and then you can't bring the first 2 back in. So Kyle answers just yes, that's a possibility. I have a feeling, you tell me if you agree, if he had been asked, is there a chance that he's the 1? Yes. Is there a chance that he's the 2?
Exactly.
Yes.
It's possible.
Yeah, anything's possible.
Right.
So, anyway.
Well, he answered it right away with, he wasn't limited last week. And so.
Possibly.
Yeah. He's limited now. He wasn't limited last week, so that's your answer. Last week he was out, so now he's limited. So, what do you want me to tell you?
That means he's progressing well, because he's progressing.
All right.
Right. He's gone from not being limited to being out to now he's limited.
Yep.
And we'll find out here in about an hour when practice is over and all the reporters, probably less than that, where they will chime in, because reporters can't be there the whole time, but they're definitely going to watch what he's doing. And is he on the side doing like individual runaround work, or is he out there with a helmet, and is he, taking snaps as the 2? What's Brock doing today at practice? That to me becomes the big indicator. It's an indication sensation. Thank you. As to what is going to happen here in week 3.
I think the big sentence from Kyle in there is when he says to JLC, he's got a chance. He's got a chance. And I think that's the rub. That's where people want to probably go in this conversation. If Brock Purdy is cleared by doctors, if Brock Purdy is willing, if he is able to go out and perform, but I don't think there's any question. He's probably not going to say that he's 100%, but if he's cleared by doctors, they don't feel like he can make it a whole lot worse, would you play him?
No. No, I wouldn't.
Why not?
I wouldn't, because I do think that you're better off having him wait another week, give him another week of getting better to where he's able to be more of a full go. And I'm looking at Cam Inman on Twitter right now, and he's practicing for the first time since week 1, and he's third in the warm-up rotation behind Mac Jones and Adrian Martinez.
Okay.
That's from an hour ago. So as of today, in the warm-up rotation, which is not nothing, that gives you an idea of, where they are today in their depth chart. It feels like he's, warming up as the number 3. And if he comes out and he looks good and he feels good, tomorrow he might be the 2. And by Friday, he might be the 1.
He's out there and he's got a chance. My thing is, it's interesting to try to kind of protect players from themselves. I think that's a real thing. We've heard people say that about Christian. We've heard Herm Edwards call us when Ricky Pearsall was drafted and say, no, you got to protect him from himself now. And you do.
Yep.
Right? So this is my bet. Brock Purdy is going to want to play. That's why he's out there right now. I think that he will say, I can tough it out. But then the 49ers have to make a decision based on what doctors are saying and then the whole risk reward of the thing. But here's my answer. I think that Kyle has shown this. He's certainly shown it with McCaffrey. It becomes very, very black and white. Are you ready to play? Because if you are, you're in. And so I'm not a doctor. I can't tell you what's responsible and irresponsible. I can just tell you that, to me, if he's cleared and NFL doctors and team employees say he's ready to play, you play him. You play him because he is your starting quarterback and you're trying to win every single football game and he gives you the best chance. So if they're saying he's got a chance already on Wednesday morning, I'm going to believe Kyle that he's got a chance.
He's got a chance.
And they might put him out there.
It's interesting because there are two different things, especially when it comes to the quarterback, because if you're on Wednesday and he's, quote, got a chance, okay, he's got a chance. So Thursday, he's got a better chance, and Friday, he's got a better chance, and by Saturday, you know what? Boy, he might be actually ready to go. Well, where's your game plan then? Because if you start on Wednesday and you assume that Mac Jones is your quarterback, and right now Mac Jones is QB1 because Brock Purdy is not yet cleared, you're going to enter the week with Mac Jones plays. And as you said, all last week and this week, and you're not wrong to say it, the Mac Jones playbook is different than the Brock Purdy playbook. What Mac does is different than what Brock does. Brock is better. Mac has certain limitations, and Mac's limitations make it so there are certain plays you're not going to call for Mac Jones. Like we saw the first play from scrimmage last week against New Orleans. It was a play action, and it was a naked boot, and oh my God, that thing got blown up, and he could not avoid the rush, and he had to just throw the ball on the ground. Now, if that's Brock Purdy, could he have gotten out and around and made that actually work? It's possible. He could have done that because he's more athletic. So I do think when you start on Wednesday and you don't know if Brock is ready and you know that Mac is ready and you start the week with a Mac playbook, you start with a Mac script, then if you get to Friday or Saturday, it's a little bit harder to pivot from what you've already put in for the entire offense.
Greg Cosell in 5 minutes, but our own Zach Green here on the team was actually at practice with eyes on Purdy. So just for a quick minute, let's find out how he looked down there. Hey, Zach, thanks for giving us a ring. How did Brock look? What did he do?
Yeah, he looked really good. Like, there was pretty much, like, it was indistinguishable that he was even injured. As far as, like, who was, like, taking reps and who was in first or second, right? So it was Mac Jones. He was taking first team reps. He was on the team takeoff. And Purdy, you know, he dabbled in. Obviously, he was limited, so he didn't get as many reps, even as much as their backup. But if I had to take a guess, you know, it could be one of those scenarios, as you guys mentioned, like they're going to plan to start Mac Jones. And I know as far as like an emergency backup, it could be like maybe you put Mac Jones out there, see how he's doing. Let's not forget he played really well this past Sunday. And then, you know, maybe things don't go well and you put Purdy in. We'll see.
Real quick, Zach, like, did you see a limp? Was there any sort of, like, could you see that Brock Purdy looked hurt?
No, not at all. And he was slinging the ball really good. He was. It was pretty much like non-existent. So.
Okay, that's interesting. Zach, thanks so much, man. We'll see you back at the ranch. Okay, so he's out there. He's QB3 for the moment, but he looked like Brock Purdy. I don't know, man. Let's check all of this. We can't wait to hear what Greg Cosell says about Mac Jones' performance, and also that his bromance, or as you'd like to call it, a man crush, just won Defensive Player of the Week. That would be Fred Warner. So here comes Cosell. He joins us next. The Valkyries season comes down to tonight. Win or the season's over. It's game 2. Valks in San Jose hosting the Lynx tonight at 7. The game's right here on 95.7 The Game, plus the Valks channel on the Odyssey app. Pregame coverage with our own Grandy and Kevin Dana will start at 6:30. Here comes Cosell. It's Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Northbound 101 is backed up from Candlestick. You're going to see those slowdowns all the way to the Bay Bridge with northbound 280 jam from Cesar Chavez. If you're going to go to the game, expect those delays already at Oracle Park. I'm Kiffany. That's your game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Okay, babe, it's Willard, and I've got a bigger team for you to now join, and this one is really important. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. So we need you to roll up your sleeves, give blood, and you might save a life. This is really important. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. It can be accident victims, kids in chemo, women who are going through childbirth and something goes wrong, real people who need you. So let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a very big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live, but I didn't know how to get back on track. It gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I have a life beyond what I could ever dream. I know that anyone can recover. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
Fall is the season for reinvention, and it's easy to do at Macy's Fall Favorite Sale. Come in and find your new favorite styles, like romantic ruffled dresses, chic trenches, cashmere sweaters, and textural fall layers, which are perfect for mixing and matching, all for 20 to 50% off. So if you're looking for your new favorite things, look no further than the Fall Favorite Sale, tomorrow, only at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You hear that?
That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only, exclusions apply.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, I tell you what, this is a sight for sore eyes and a sound for sore ears.
Oh, yeah.
Right now. The Niners are 2-0.
Yep.
And Jonathan Kaminga is not going to be a part of this conversation.
You don't think?
I don't think. So this is exciting. We do this every Wednesday, as you all know, at 3:15 when we go out to one of our favorites, NFL Film Zone. Greg Cosell joining us on the River Islands guest line with all things from the 49ers tape. Hey, Greg, what's going on this week?
I'd much rather talk about Nate Thurman than Jonathan Kaminga.
Have you ever broken down Jonathan Kaminga tape, Greg?
No, I have not, but I'm a big basketball fan. I actually played it 100 years ago when I was, actually a young man.
Yeah, but
you must have been probably a stretch four, right, Greg, back in the day?
Well, I used to be 6'4". I think in my advancing years, I'm probably lost a little bit, but yeah, I used to be 6'4".
Okay.
Yeah, the scout tape has you at 6'1" and 7/8", actually.
Hey, my claim to fame is in high school. Well, you guys, will probably remember in high school, I went head to head against Ernie Grunfeld.
Wow.
And
okay.
How'd it go?
Not well for me.
Okay.
Yeah. He had, I don't, who remembers this, but he had 36 points and 25 rebounds, and I didn't.
Okay. I did not remember that.
Yeah,
but we'll
he eventually went on to have a great NBA career, and I'm not sure if you did.
And I
Greg.
did not, by the way, and I did not.
No, but you did go on to have a great career, so much so that you could say to us on one Wednesday that you've got a bromance with Fred Warner, and then the very following week, he wins NFL Defensive Player of the Week.
I mean, it's funny. There's 4 or 5 guys that work with me on the NFL matchup show every week, and every time I watch the Niners D, I just say to these guys, God, Fred Warner is so good. I mean, he's just so much fun to watch. I mean, the size, the way he moves, He sees things instantly. I mean, I've thought for 3-4 years, maybe longer, I lose track of when he came out, but I do remember even evaluating him coming out of BYU, where he almost never, ever lined up as a stacked linebacker in college, by the way, and obviously became the best stacked linebacker in the National Football League.
Fred Warner plays are like our children, Greg. You love all of them the same, but I'm going to ask you to pick between Fred Warner plays, the Alvin Kamara, take it off your helmet, fumble recovery, or the late third down pass breakup that helped seal the game. What was your favorite Fred play from the game?
Well, I'm not good at picking like that, but if you want to start with the defense, I thought there was a lot to like with this defense. In fact, as I was watching it, and I watched it pretty slowly today because I was enjoying it. If their secondary, particularly the corner position, can hold up, and obviously they're playing the rookie Siegel at safety, who I think is going to be a nice player. I don't know what Mustafa's situation is. Is he on IR?
He is on IR for right now, yes.
Yeah, so I don't know what they'll do when he comes back. Who knows? It might be Pinnock that sits. I mean, Pinnock was obviously a guy who's been in the league, been with a lot of teams. But the point I was trying to make is they played almost all nickel in this game. I think, in terms of number of snaps, they played 65 snaps in nickel and only 2 snaps in base defense, and that was situationally specific. So I don't know if that's something they'll continue for the rest of the season or if that just happened to be game specific. When it's only 2 games in, you don't know that for sure yet. But I will say that if their outside corners, Green and Lenore, can hold up and Stout could be a solid nickel, that front 6 is really, really good, really good. And I thought Williams, the rookie, Mikael Williams, I thought he had some really good snaps, both in the run game and rushing the quarterback. Right now, his game is built on power. He's very strong. As a rusher, he'll need to work on some hand usage, some other things besides power, but he is strong. And normally power is the really good starting point for a player, a D lineman. So I thought he played well. I thought Collins had some really good snaps inside at D tackle. And look at what they're getting from Davis. Davis, through 2 weeks, has played really, really well inside. So this front 6, in my view, has played based on tape study. Again, that's what I do. These are not idle comments. You guys know that. It's all based on tape study. I think that this front 6 has played very, very well.
Greg Cosell with us as he is every week on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. All right, we'll circle back to the defense, but we're clearly burying the lead. What did you think of Mac Jones' performance?
Oh, did he play quarterback in that game?
I'm told, yeah, that's who it looked like.
I thought he was very, very. It's funny. We talked about this a little bit last week. Mac Jones. What is Mac Jones? Mac Jones is an executor and a ball distributor. That's what Mac Jones is. So in a system with Kyle Shanahan, where they present a lot of clean throws and a lot of good looks, he can function well. Although I really thought that his touchdown to Jennings early in the fourth quarter, that ended up being the winning margin in the game, I thought that was a really, really good play by Mac Jones. I won't go into all the details because people can't see it, but initially the Saints showed a man-to-man look, and I think that play was going to be, if it stayed man, I think they were going to throw the wheel route to McCaffrey on the boundary side because he was going to be covered by Pete Werner. But there was late coverage rotation, and they went to cover 2. And so when Mac Jones took the snap, he had to recognize that instantly and realize that throwing the wheel route to McCaffrey was not going to be there. And he immediately, intuitively understood where to go with the football, and he hit Jennings right in the void in cover 2 with kind of a layered throw. I thought that was really, really good quarterbacking. That's the kind of thing he can do. Purdy's really good at that too. He's shown that he can do that in this offense through the years that he's played in it. So I thought Mac Jones played well. He was outstanding on third down. He was 7 for 12 for 121 yards and all 3 touchdowns. 6 of the 7 completions resulted in first downs. That's what's really important. It's because a lot of times guys can complete balls on third down, but if they don't get a first down, you're punting. So 6 of the 7 completions resulted in first downs. I thought he played really solid football. And another guy I think is really worth mentioning, I know Ben Bartch went on IR today. I thought Connor Colby, the rookie from Iowa who came in and replaced him, I thought he played really, really well. And I think I made it a point to look at him pretty closely because I did him coming out from Iowa, and I assume he'll be the starter given how he played in this particular game.
Break that down in more detail, Greg, if you would, because Colby came in and, yeah, they didn't miss a beat, but also I was looking at an offensive line that kind of struggled to run the ball overall. What do you think of the offensive line, not only from Colby, but in general as it relates to them running the football?
Yeah, I didn't think the run game was bad. I think what's been missing, is just that there's been no long runs broken. So in other words, normally someone like McCaffrey, he could have, this game, I think he had only 13 rushes. They were very heavy throwing the football, which obviously was a decision made during the game that's how Kyle wanted to play it. Normally they don't play like that, but normally with really, great backs, what happens very often, guys, is they get one or two runs of, 25, 30 yards. Sometimes they could get a 50-yarder, and that makes the numbers look really good. But in some ways, it's no different than the 13 for 55. Let's say his next run was for 30 yards, and then he would be 14 for 85 yards, and you'd probably be saying, oh, McCaffrey had a pretty good game. So what's missing is really the one or two breakaway runs. I'm going through the same thing in Philadelphia with Saquon Barkley. There's just not breaking the one or two long runs that he seemed to break in the third and fourth quarter every game a year ago that McCaffrey broke 2 years ago seemingly in every single game. And that jacked up the numbers. But I don't think their run game was bad.
No, Christian did also, even without those breakaways, he averaged over 4 yards a carry, which is usually kind of the benchmark. I'm interested in the rest of the run game, though. Like, we know that Brian Robinson is learning on the fly. What have you seen from him so far, and did it get better from week 1 to week 2?
Well, he's a specific kind of runner. He's a grinder. He's a tough, physical inside runner. He's got good size. He's not a breakaway back. He's not going to be like McCaffrey. You would expect McCaffrey to start to break some. He's been pretty close a couple of times. Robinson's not that kind of back. He's more of the grinder type. So, for him, if he gets an 8-yard run, that's a nice run for the kind of back he is. So I think you have to look at him and evaluate him differently than you would evaluate McCaffrey or a so-called top back in the league, because that's not the style of back he is. Now, I always thought, based on coming out of Alabama and even to some extent with the Commanders, that he could theoretically be a quote-unquote foundation back because he's a sustainer. That's what his traits are. But he's not going to be, hopefully McCaffrey stays healthy. He won't be that guy, obviously, with the 49ers. Hopefully he's the complement. Maybe 2 series a game he plays instead of McCaffrey, so you don't wear McCaffrey out. But he's not going to break 30, 40-yard runs.
What did you think of the overall run game and even the offense? Once Juszczyk goes out, you had no Kittle. They went to 12 personnel a lot, even 13. They went to 13 at times, Greg, and I was like, where's Greg Cosell? They're going to 13 personnel. I'm so excited.
Well, they played 5 snaps and 13 personnel, and, Juszczyk got hurt after playing 10 snaps. So then you adjust. And you're prepared. Coaches are prepared for contingencies like that. And obviously they were also playing with Kendrick Bourne. He played 35 snaps as the third wide receiver. And even though he'd been there before, he hadn't been there in quite some time. And now you're jumping him in as the third wide out. And it's just not that easy to step right in as if, you were there last week. So, it was given that they were playing with a backup quarterback. Juszczyk goes out. Bourne becomes the third wide out. It was a pretty efficient offensive game. If memory serves me correctly, guys, they did not turn the ball over, right?
Just the one time.
Yeah, Mac Jones fumbled one time.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Yes.
Correct. I remember that now. Yes. Yeah, but he didn't throw a pick. It was, for the most part, it was a relatively clean game. And, I think if they play clean football, they normally move the ball to some extent.
Greg, I'm interested in going back to the other side of the ball and one of your previous comments that you really kind of like what you're seeing defensively, and you went through some of the detail, but I wonder about this. A lot of fans going into the game were like, Spencer Rattler this is not a high-level starter, at least not yet. He's a young kid who's getting a crack the first time. When you look at his numbers and he goes 3 touchdown passes, no picks, Is that an area? Did he move the ball a little bit better than you would have expected? Is that an area of concern?
Well, the thing is they put up some decent numbers. I mean, even Kamara had, I guess, 21 for 99. And Kamara's a guy that just the way he moves, I'd like to be able to move like that just for one day in my life. He looks like he's moving on air.
I hear you used to on the hoops court.
Yeah,
Greg.
against Ernie Grunfeld.
Well, not quite, guys, but I appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but look, the game played out a certain way. I mean, obviously they didn't. Wait, I'm trying to remember watching the tape. Did Rattler throw a pick in this game?
He did not.
He did not.
The only turnovers
well, that's
in the
why
game.
I said I think the secondary to me is just to me that's a work in progress. Green is now a first-year full-time starter. He got burned a couple of times. In fact, Rattler missed a touchdown to Olave where he threw it behind him, and Green got turned around. But sometimes you got to tip your hat too, because on the long, I guess Green got called for pass interference, which just watching the tape, I didn't think it was, but that's irrelevant. On the long completion to Shaheed, Green was right there with him. I think Lenore's playing outside full time now. He's not going in the slot, where a lot of people might think he's better served to play in the slot than he is outside. So I think there'll be games where they'll get tested guys on the perimeter with their corners. And I think that's going to be a work in progress. And I think you're going to have to live with that. Now, they're 2-0. Could they play in a game where, they play a really good passing offense with a really good quarterback and they get burned? That could happen. And I think fans are just going to have to accept that this will be a little bit of a work in progress. And don't forget, they're playing with a rookie in the slot. So, and they're playing with Pinnock at safety, who's been with a number of teams, and a rookie at the other safety position. So this is going to take a little time to be right in the way I think that fans would like it to be right. So we'll see how it plays out. We'll see. I mean, they play Arizona this week. Arizona, to me, is one of the hardest offenses to figure out and I've had this conversation even with coaches, you just don't know what to expect from Kyler Murray. You just don't know.
Additionally, James Conner's a guy who's had his way with the Niners, at least last year, on the ground. And I look at last week, and Kamara was able to get some chunk plays against the Niner run defense. What'd you see from the Niner run defense as it pertains to facing James Conner on Sunday in Santa Clara?
Run games, when I watch tape, are always funny to me. Obviously, Kamara had, he didn't break any long ones. He had a couple of, 10-yard runs. He probably had maybe 3 or 4 of those. I think his long might have been 15. But watching the tape, I didn't feel like, man, they're killing him in the run game. The tape didn't come across to me like that. Now, I'm sure they want to be better overall, but I almost felt like they played pretty good run defense watching the tape. Like I said, I didn't feel like, man, they're getting gashed. I didn't feel that way at all. And even in the pass game, I know he threw the 3 touchdowns and they didn't intercept him, but it didn't feel like he was marching up and down the field throwing the football. So, I think, like I said, I think their front 6 is really solid. I think that'll get better. Those are veteran players. Some youngsters, obviously. Williams, I think, will continue to get better. Collins played, I think, about 25 snaps. I think they really hope he can turn into a guy that plays 40 snaps. We know about Warner. I think that D. Winters is a really nice compliment to Warner. He's played really well. It's just the back end. And the back end, you can get burned on the back end and it makes your whole defense look bad. You can get burned on the back end and give up explosive plays. That's like bad starting pitching in baseball. When you're down 6-0 in the 4th inning, it makes your whole team look bad. And your whole team might not be bad, but if your starting pitching's bad, it makes your whole team look bad.
No doubt about it. Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us every single Wednesday on YouTube as well, if you want to check it out. Greg, I want to go back and explore a little further that comment you just made about Kyler Murray and not knowing what to expect. Is that a good thing, do you mean? Sort of like he's a wild card, or is that a bad thing? He's inconsistent? Like, expand on that thought on Kyler.
It's funny. I've always hated to use – there are certain words I don't like to use because I think that they don't mean a lot until you explain them, and I'll explain. Like words like instincts and consistency. You could say about any player, he needs to be more consistent. You have to explain what that means. I think Murray is a player because because of his stature, number one, his play in the pocket is a function of it's a week-to-week function, because obviously if he's in the pocket and he's getting a lot of pressure and there's bodies around him, there are certain things he can't do because he just can't see it clearly. When you talk about the ability to make special plays outside of structure, those can happen in any given game, but they're not automatic. They don't always happen. So could they happen this Sunday and he'd be great? I mean, I remember going back to last year, it might have been week 2 or week 3 against the Los Angeles Rams. He had 3 or 4 just ridiculous outside of structure plays. And, everybody said, boy, Kyler Murray's great. But those plays don't happen every week. Now, they can happen any given week. To me, they're a team that starts with the run game. I've always really liked James Conner. I think he's physical. I think he's got a little more juice than people have always thought that he had. They're starting to work the second-year back Trey Benson in to the offense. I really liked him coming out of Florida State. So to me, they're a team that starts with the run game because, when you talk about Murray, you just don't know necessarily what each week is going to bring. But there's no question you got to defend him because he can make plays with his legs.
And that's been a problem for the Niners historically, and James Conner kind of got him last year. But I'm curious about Trey McBride and what Arizona does offensively and what the Niners could do. How would they match up against a good tight end like Trey McBride?
Well, that's going to be interesting. They're not a high percentage man-to-man team, but when they do, what happens is they've used both Siegel and Pinnock to play the tight end, or if they decide to play with 2 safeties deep and play, what we call cover one robber, where the safeties are out of man coverage, then D. Winters has been the matchup on the tight end. Now, McBride is a load. He's a really, really good tight end, and he's actually the number 1 receiver, not Marvin Harrison at this point in time. That doesn't mean you don't have to worry about Marvin Harrison, but McBride has clearly been Murray's guy in those critical high leverage situations. So, to me, McBride is the number 1 guy in the pass game that you've really got to take care of. But Harrison has great talent. Even Johnny Wilson is a nice, solid receiver, a number 2. I mean, they're not bad in terms of it's not Johnny Wilson. What's his first name?
Michael Wilson.
Michael Wilson. I don't know why I said Johnny was the guy with the Eagles. Michael Wilson. He's the Stanford kid, I believe, who I liked. Another guy I liked coming out. But, so they have players. It's not like they don't have players on offense.
Greg, you mentioned Harrison, and maybe this is a silly fantasy football question because he's clearly talented, but why doesn't he get more numbers? Why hasn't it popped a little bit more?
What I can't answer is why he doesn't get more targets. That's really what goes on here, is he's not an automatic target guy. You would think that he would get, 7, 8, 9 targets every single game, and that does not happen. And that's a question, to be honest with you, I cannot answer. I don't know why. I mean, he's 6'3". You would think you could, line him up at boundary X, the single receiver to the short side of the field, work him 1-on-1. You get a lot of 1-on-1s. Even if it's a zone concept, you get a lot of 1-on-1s to the short side of the field, work them that way. I can't answer that. I just don't know the answer, but they do not throw him the ball as much as you would think that you would throw a guy who was drafted, 4th, I believe?
Yep, 4th overall.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, and drafted by me on my fantasy team. Should I start him, Greg?
Well, that's, I'm not a fantasy player, so I don't think in those terms. But
okay. I thought maybe just once you would for me, Greg. But
at some point, you would think that he's going to break out and become a truly meaningful week-to-week part of the pass game, not just, he had a big game, and then next week he gets 4 targets.
Yeah.
Greg, have you ever thought about how intimidating it would be to play against you in fantasy football?
Toledo.
It's funny you say that. It's I'm not good at that because just like I'm not good at picking games because I can give you too many reasons on each side. So to be honest with you, I don't think I'd be any good in fantasy football.
Too much information. He might get locked up.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But I think you should believe in yourself, Greg, and keep working on that jumper. Don't give up.
Oh, but hey, that's what I had. I had a jumper, by the way. It was pretty smooth. But hey, let me ask you this: do you guys have any inside info on Purdy? I understand he practiced a little today.
Limited, and he lined up as the QB3, but those on the scene said there was no limp.
Yeah, boy, you think there's I'd be surprised if he played this week, but I guess he could.
Yeah, I would be too. Yeah,
Kyle said he has a chance. That was all he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. I mean, the last thing you want to do, because they came out last week definitively and said it's a 2 to 5 week injury, definitively, and now all of a sudden, well, again, you never know how guys heal.
Right. No, there are reporters shaking in their boots right now as we speak, Greg, because they might have been wrong, but probably not. Anyway, great stuff as always. Thank you for doing it.
Hey, guys. Love being with you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do it again next Wednesday. That's the great Greg Cosell of NFL Films. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll react to that. Giants game just went final. We'll react to that. It's all coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace. Grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly. And catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California Ace scratch right on 1.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call. For sure.
On 1. Ready, set, go!
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
1877 cards for kids. KARS cards for kids. 1877 cards for kids. Donate your card today.
1877 cars for kids.
KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Do you want to side-by-side them? I mean...
I have 4 different versions of a Cosell laugh.
I love
We can rank them. We can rank the Cosell laughs. Because right now, for me, the top seed is just the 3 count.
Let's hear it. No, that's a 2-pop. Oh, that's
pretty good.
He's got that's got the inhale. All right. That's the 3-pop. I'll take that. Because that's like a 5-pop and then an inhale and a little bit like a trailer.
Sure.
I like the last one.
Can you guess which one was today?
Oh, I know. The 3 count was today for sure. That was today.
You're right.
And then the first one you played is also today, which is it's like a 4 count with a and then a 3 count.
That was not today.
That was that was not the first. The first one he played was a 2-pop. He played a 2. Yeah, he just played a 2-pop. Ha ha.
That might
honk honk. It sounds like somebody squeeze the clown's nose. Ha ha.
You'd be wrong.
Yeah, well.
I feel like you on a Friday, I may not make it. Ha ha.
It is. You ever squeeze a clown's nose?
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
Right.
Yeah.
It's almost like a duck with a piece of bread stuck in its throat at the local lake. Totally.
By the way, is that out of style now? My grandpa, that used to be his thing. We would go. He and my grandma. They lived on 42nd. Very, very close, couple blocks to the park, and that's when
the city?
Yeah.
And my God, I used to go to that park all the time.
Yeah,
that little lake.
When we came over, that was the thing. We would beg him, Grandpa, take us to feed the ducks, and Grandma before our arrival would have already separated some of the bread that was going stale in her kitchen.
Will you help me with my bread?
Exactly. And she would tear it into pieces. And put it into a bag, and then we would take it over to the park, and we would feed the ducks. Now, we were, 4 or 6 years old.
Mid-80s.
So therefore, we are not responsible for the fact that is wildly unhealthy for the Ducks.
Correct.
So is that out of style?
It's not only out of style, but it is frowned upon, and you can get in real trouble.
It's illegal?
We took our then 2-year-old to a place called Larky Park in Walnut Creek. Wonderful park. Beautiful lake.
Wait, how did
it's
Mila,
called Larky Park.
But how did Mila say it when she was 2?
I go to Yarky Park. I want to go to Yarky Park.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was Yarky Park.
I like it. So we went to Yarky Park, and my wife breaks out the bread, and, we're flipping bread to the Ducks, and, you go from 2 to 5 to 10 to 13, and all of a sudden I look over to the left, and it says, in all caps, do not feed the Ducks. And so I said, Mila, I don't think they yike it.
Yeah, we probably should stop.
Right.
Yeah.
Drop, open up shop is what,
But you didn't get in trouble.
No, but it is frowned upon because these ducks who are already domesticated, and you know what that is, right?
For crying out loud.
What kind of a day are we having here?
It's a domestic, thank you.
It's a domestication sensation.
It is.
So you're not going to feed the ducks. What are they going to do? They're not going to go out there and do what normal duck things do because they live at Yarky Park.
Right.
They've already been raised to swim up to humans.
That's why they're at Yarky Park.
Is that a bean burrito?
Right.
I'll take some. Is that a hoagie?
Oh,
whatever.
Gosh.
Anyway.
I can't believe you just said hoagie. I'm going to try to make Philly cheesesteaks tonight for the first time in my life. I've never made them before, but it's a special request from the kids.
I don't know what's in a hoagie, but it just sounds fun.
Yeah.
Like a sloppy Joe? That sounds fun.
I had a friend at San Mateo High School, and his name was Jeremy Hogue, and he got called Hoagie.
That's going to ruin everybody's dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
We had a couple of twins that were the Hogue brothers at Casa Grande back in the day.
Oh.
Can't remember that. Mike was one of them. I can't remember his twin brother's name. I'll look it up.
You got to text him and ask him if they know Jeremy. Maybe he's a distant cousin.
Yeah.
But anyway.
But the Hoagie and the Sloppy Joe, and I mentioned Sloppy Joe because Joe Feliciano yesterday stopped himself after 2 Sloppy Joes.
He did. He
wanted a third, but he's trying to stay in shape.
His name's John, but that's okay.
Did I say Joe?
You did. We got a lot of them on this.
I said Sloppy John?
We got a lot of Joes on the station.
But I went from Sloppy Joe to Joe Feliciano. It's allowable.
It's fine. Whatever.
Jose Feliciano is actually a person.
Yes, he is. All right. This Sunday, the tailgate destination.
Don't do it.
I won't. Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. All right. The pregame show is at 10 with Lo Neal and Evan Giddings, okay? Games in the parking lot. Not the Niner game. We've got other games, like things to do. Have some fun. Food, drinks. We know that at Laughing Monk. It's fantastic. This is your place to watch all the early games. And then if you're going to the game, come on by before you go to the stadium and join for the pregame party. And you can take the shuttle back and forth for just $25. In fact, you can sign up for that at 957thegame.com. Click on the kickoff show link and get your spot on the shuttle now. For those of you who have never been, Laughing Monk Brewing is at 1235 Oakmead Parkway. It's right near the stadium, and that's where we'll be. And so we will see you there.
Right. And if you're going to the game, there's no better thing to do than to go to Laughing Monk Brewing and park there, which I believe it's free because it's not the red lot, green lot, blue yacht, yellow yacht, and you get on the shuttle.
Right.
And there are 9 games. It's a nano box on Sunday.
And the shuttle's not free. I want to make sure everybody heard you right. The shuttle's not free.
Fine.
But the parking spot, you're fine.
Right.
And so, yes, you all know this. If you've been to a Niner game before, go early. For God's sakes, go early because it gets really, really difficult to navigate if you do it right around game time.
9 games in the 10 o'clock window.
Strong.
It's a nano box, and just scanning the slate.
Yep.
You've got Rams at Eagles, a battle of 2-0 teams.
It's a hell of a game.
That's a great game. You've got, I think that's the only one in the early window, as I do my Scott Hansen in the early window. That's the only one among unbeatens on Sunday.
Oh, that's the only 2-0 versus 2-0?
Yep. The only other 2-0 versus 2-0 is the game that we will be all yacked in on, which is Niners-Cardinals.
Niners-Cardinals. Yeah.
Chargers or Broncos, that's not a battle of 2-0s. And Bucks and Jets, that actually is an interesting one because, the Jets on the road getting 6 and a hook against a Tampa team that's been Houdini. They're a Houdini 2-0.
Well, and they've got some injuries now too. There was the thought that Baker Mayfield was going to be limited in practice, but I read he went ahead and practiced in full. But their young, really good-looking wide receiver Emeka Ibuka did not practice today.
No, he came up hurt.
Yeah, he was getting worked on there at the end of the game. He finished, but he was getting a little worked on. So we'll see. Yeah, how many 2-0s are left? You got the Bills tomorrow night.
Yep.
You got the Bengals, which feels like a fake 2-0.
Packers at the Browns
right?
in the early window.
There's just one 2-0 in each AFC division, the Colts and Chargers being the others.
Colts at Tennessee.
Okay.
Bengals at Vikings. Rams and Eagles, a battle of 2-0s. The Bucks and Jets, as mentioned. And then you've got the Chargers hosting Denver. That's an interesting one. Only a 2.5-point spread.
Yeah, no, that's going to be a tough matchup. That's two good defenses right there.
And then you've got Niners and Cards, and then you've got that's it. End of 2-0s.
Every division in football has one 2-0 team except for the NFC West. They have three. And the only reason they don't have 4 is because they played each other at one point. Seahawks and 49ers.
Right.
So there you go. That's 7. That's 10 2-0 teams left in the league, and 3 of them are in the NFC West, and 2 of them will battle each other this week at Levi Stadium. So anyway, there's that. 888-957-9570. We want to get a little bit further into Kyle Shanahan, the comments made yesterday by Matt Barrows, the Brock Purdy situation. He did practice today, but in a limited form. He was the QB3. He did not look like he was limping. This is according to those who were there. I think it's unlikely that he plays, but it's a maybe. And I'm not really hesitant to put him back out there if the doctors are cool with it. I don't know if the doctors are cool with it. The fact that they practiced him the way that they did this week says to me that they're setting the expectation that he won't play. But the fact that they're already comfortable putting him out there on the practice field, at minimum, says that this is going well. This is going ahead or right at the front of the schedule that they set for his return.
For sure. I mean, the front would be 2 weeks. Right. 2 to 5 was the report, and it's been 1. So at the front of it would be 2 weeks, which would tell me that he wouldn't play. And you'd be having him ready for Jacksonville the week after. And the thing about having him ready for Jacksonville the week after is that they play the Rams 4 days later. So it doesn't mean that you can't play him now and in a week and 4 days after that. I just wonder if in the back of their mind, the fact that Mac looked good and they won and you're 2-0, if that doesn't play into it. And I know that, Shanahan always wants to play the guy who is going to give him the best chance to win, which is Brock Purdy. I'm going to give you that. I don't need to give you that. It's a fact. But even in a small sample, Mac Jones was good enough to win a game on the road, and now you've got Arizona. And, if you've got Brock Purdy, if Brock's 100%, he plays. If he's 90%, he plays. If he's 80%, if he's 70%, there's a point where, that's the thing. And I'm not the one to make the call, but I do think there's a point as you go down that scale. Like if Brock is 50-50, okay, no.
Yeah, no.
If he's 60-40?
I don't know how you do the percentage thing, though. I get what you're saying, but I don't know if they do that. I don't know. Sometimes you ever do that? Like you're making me think of, it's so funny. The business that the lovely Christie opened, the EMS, and so the
I'm gonna head in there too.
You should. The electromuscular therapy, it works. It's really, really great. But the point is she'll ask you throughout sometimes, where are you at with regard to your intensity of the therapy, right? Like, are you is it a 7? Is it an 8? Is it a 9? And I'm like, I 7. Sometimes I'm like, I don't know. What's my frame of reference? Are you asking me if I'm in pain? No. Like, it doesn't hurt. Are you asking me if it's too much? It's not too much. No one's ever going to admit that. Like, same time, what percentage are you at, Brock? I don't know, 65, 70. Here's how I'd say it. And again, I'm only guessing too. I'm not a doctor. But I think they need to look at it simply as, are you being irresponsible or are you not? Are you endangering the rest of the season by doing what you're doing? If the answer is even maybe, then I'm keeping Brock Purdy on the sideline. But if a doctor says, no, like we're good to go here, this is simply a matter of a pain threshold, and Brock's like, I'm moving around pretty good, then I have no issue playing him at all. None. Because I actually think it's a figment of our imagination to say, if you save him for another week, that ensures that he's going to, or at least gives you, the feeling that, that's saving him for the rest of the season. I don't know that there's any likelihood change in injury by waiting another week.
Well, that's a doctor question.
Yeah, exactly.
And, if you've got a turf toe or if it's a variant of a turf toe, whatever it is, the turf toe is by the very nature a sprain. So can a sprain be better with a week less of full football activity? Absolutely. So if Brock Purdy is at 70%, then if you have him wait another week and he can get to 90%, well, then that, for me, makes perfect sense. But if he's at 80%, and if you wait one more week, he can get to 90%, well, then the gain is not as much worth the wait as it would be if he was further down the scale. But the other part of it is, if you're at 70% or 80% and, you're not fully ready, totally 100% ready, and something happens to the toe again, not that you're going to go full Joe Burrow 3 months,
right,
but you might get into a spot where it re-sprains, and now you're looking at a real 4 to 6.
Yeah, that's the question that I would want answered, which we don't get. But the question I'd want answered is how much of a risk are you taking in terms of furthering this injury by going out there? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Big game tonight, and Pods will join us in an hour. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I just want to know, are you putting your current injury in further danger by playing? If not, I'm playing you, and I'd like to add something else to this conversation as to why. I think people are making a mistake when they do one of two things. A, it's only week 3. Or B, it's the Cardinals. You can beat the Cardinals.
Yeah, that's not me.
I know that's not you.
Yep.
But I hear that, and I want you to know that everybody who I've ever spoken to who plays or works in the NFL keeps trumpeting the same thing to me through all the years. The most underplayed thing by fans in the NFL is the importance of division games. That is how teams view their schedule. They do not do what we do. Ooh, sexy matchup, right? It's the Niners and Packers on a Sunday night. That is way less important, in fact, than when the Niners play the Cardinals on a whatever Sunday at 1 o'clock. The division game is worth more, period. It just is. You saw it last year. Why are the Niners playing a fourth-place schedule? Because they couldn't win a freaking division game. And they ended up in 4th place and had an embarrassing season. So I want that to be remembered going into this week. This is not just another game. I know it's early, and I know they've already stacked 2. But in a way, you're giving one back if you lose this one this weekend, because this is a home game and a division game. And so that is a big, big deal. I'm not by any stretch telling you that means Mac can't win the game. I think that he can. Certainly has the opportunity to. He's allowed to. But I also am firmly of the belief that Mac Jones gives you less of a chance of winning any football game when compared to Brock Purdy, especially if he's able to function at his full level. And so that's why if doctors clear him, I'd say go. This is a huge game this week. This is a division game.
Always. Division games are always big. And I'm just looking at last year, and I wonder how many teams won their division but did not have at least the tied for or best record in their division.
Ooh, okay. Let me make sure I get your question.
So
last year, you're saying
8 divisions.
8 division.
8 division winners. How many of those 8 division winners did not have the best or the tied for best division record in their division.
My bet would be 0.
And you are a winner.
Yeah.
Buffalo 5-1, Ravens 4-2, Houston 5-1, Kansas City 5-1, Eagles 5-1, Lions 6-0.
There you go.
The Bucks and Falcons were both 4-2, and
the Rams and Seahawks.
The Bucks had a 2-game lead on Atlanta, so it didn't matter.
Yep.
The Rams and Seahawks both 4-2.
Yep.
And the Rams won the tiebreaker. So every single division winner had the best record or tied for the best division record.
Well, and what tiebreaker ended up deciding Rams and Seahawks? Did they win both games against Seattle?
I would guess they did. They both were 4-2 in the division.
Well, then they couldn't have, because Seattle lost to the Niners once last year. That was the Niners' only division win, right?
Right.
So
that sounds right.
Right. So if Seattle's 4-2, they couldn't have lost twice to the Rams. So where did that tiebreaker get to? God, they had head-to-head. The division record is the same. Where did it go next? Did it go to conference record or something?
Probably, or actually,
common opponents.
Common opponents, I think, is in the NFL, and I'm all yacked in on the MLB tiebreaker, which with the Giants win today, I guess we still have to give a crap about.
Extra innings, the Giants win 5-1 today, by the way. Yep.
But in the NFL, I do think it goes to common opponents first.
Okay.
It goes to head-to-head, and then I think it's common opponents, then division record. But
I think that might be flipped, but I could be wrong. Yeah. I that's why I asked, because I remember both teams finished 10-7, and the Rams were crowned the division winner. But yeah. So anyway,
the point is
your original point.
Your point is
you've
the
got
point
to win your division game. So please don't flick this game this weekend. Don't do it.
It's common games. Is the it's head-to-head, and then it's games played in the division.
Okay, so division record is
then
second.
It's common games.
Okay.
Then you go to conference, then strength of victory, which is when you get into like the real deep in the weeds of, strength of victory and how you did against the opponents that you both played. And all the rest of it.
I don't know how it all played out, but that sounds like they went to common opponents, and what might have ended up doing the Seahawks in is that they lost to the Niners and the Rams didn't.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Crazy.
Common opponents.
Especially when you consider the way the Rams won the game in L.A. against the Niners, which was that unbelievable series of ridiculous mistakes that led to the Rams winning that game that they had no business winning.
That's right.
Yeah.
But to your point about divisional games, even at that, they both went 10-7, and the Niners had a bit of an uneven year, and the Rams and Seattle both went 4-2. And this year, you could easily see all the West teams going 3-3 against each other.
Sure.
And that's where, the Niners have that leg up. You got Seattle, you got them on the road. So if you lose to Arizona at home, that's a little bit of a give back.
You give it back.
Yep.
And I don't want to give it back. So, again, can Mac Jones win the game? He's already won one game. Sure, he could win the game. But, yes, I am firmly of the belief that Brock Purdy gives you a better chance to win football games than Mac Jones does. And so, yeah, those are my two questions. First of all, are you performing as your normal self? Because your percentage thing is kind of interesting. When you go, okay, are you 100%? Well, are you 90%? But is 90% of a player, is your performance largely the same? Is 80%? Is your performance? Sure. That's what I want to know. Is your performance dipping, and are you putting yourself in danger of making it worse?
That's the second piece for me is the bigger one.
But if you can answer both of those questions, and even if it hurts a little bit and he's not 100%, I would play him, because that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Are you ready to play? Let's play, because I don't think NFL franchises look at games and go, we're good. We're good. We're 2-0. It's cool if we're 2-1. I just don't, especially a division game, I don't think they look at it that way.
You're right, but you also have to look at it a little bit more global, where you've got 3 games in 18 days. You've got a Sunday, and a Thursday. Yep. And it's not to say that Brock can't play all 3. It's not that Mac can't play all 3, but you do have 3 in 18.
Very close to home, by the way. Two home and a trip to L.A.
I'm not so worried about the travel with Brock Purdy's toe as I am worried about Brock Purdy's toe.
Sure.
And if you can give him another week to get that thing closer to 100, well, now he's just got 2 games in like 5 days, right? He doesn't have to worry about the first one. You play Sunday, you play Thursday, and if you make it out of that, then now you've got 10 more days till you have to play again. So the math of it, the rest of it, I do think that if you get to week 3, even though it's divisional and, you're favored by 1.5 over Arizona, I do think in this moment you are a little bit more cautious than you would be in week 16.
Maybe. But, look, even by virtue of the fact that they let him practice some today and said the words, he's got a chance. Like, I think, and we could talk a little bit more about Kyle Shanahan coming up, and the Giants too, by the way. But if you notice what Kyle does, boy, is he hesitant to raise expectations on a player's injury. That's why he let the whole world lose their mind about Christian McCaffrey, when I think in the back of their minds, they're like, well, yeah, he's fine. He's fine. In fact, you can go to his locker and talk to him, right? But questionable concern. He's not going to tell you. So the fact that he immediately comes out today, says, yes, limited practice, he's moving well, he's got a chance, tells me that I think he does have a chance. So we'll see. Valks tonight, and this is it. Win or go home. It's a best of 3. They're down 1-0. It's game 2. Minnesota Lynx in town. Tonight at 7. The game is on 95.7 The Game and on the Valks channel on the Odyssey app. Pre-game coverage with Grandy and Kevin Dana is at 6:30. 888-957-9570. 2 things. Do you have any hesitation in playing Brock this weekend if he's ready? That's number 1. And number 2, does Kyle Shanahan seem less stressed this year? We'll get to all of this around the corner. It's Willard and Dibs.
It's questionable concern.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Northbound 101 is backed up from before Cesar Chavez. Things slow getting into San Francisco. The metering lights are on at the Bay Bridge, but traffic doesn't fill in until you get past Yerba Buena Island. I'm Tiffany, and that's your game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
One of the greatest bands in rock history, The Who, present The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. See Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, The Who, live in the Bay Area, performing at Shoreline Amphitheater, September 21st. Get tickets now at livenation.com. The Who, for the very last time. The song is over. For more, visit thewho.com.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a new 25 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $239 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 9/30/2025. MSRP $31,567. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN 23505. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Own a home built before 1980? Is it on a poured foundation? You may be eligible for a grant up to $3,000 to strengthen your home against earthquake damage. Consider bolting your house to its foundation or bracing crawl space walls to help protect your investment and keep your family safe. Register between August 20th and October 1st at earthquakebracebolt.com. Visit today to learn more and secure your grant. Brought to you by the California Residential Mitigation Program.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years. Woo! The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area.
Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Fall is the season for reinvention, and it's easy to do at Macy's Fall Favorite Sale. Come in and find your new favorite styles, like romantic ruffled dresses, chic trenches, cashmere sweaters, and textural fall layers, which are perfect for mixing and matching. All for 20 to 50% off. So if you're looking for your new favorite things, look no further than the Fall Favorite Sale. Tomorrow, only at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me on, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
In San Francisco today, mostly sunny skies with a high of 72 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
You guys are slower today. Were you guys in Bourbon Street too long last night or something?
Long flight back.
All right.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And you know, as much as I love Willard, I'm more of a Dibs guy. So if you want to do what I do, go check in on Dibs and say hi to him. Get in the YouTube chat. Do it right now on 95.7 The Game.
I had a good phone chat with that man today.
That man?
That man.
Chasky?
Yeah.
That's my quarterback.
Yeah.
That's my guy right there.
I'd have called him and I'd be like, what the hell was that rejoin about? Doesn't matter with you. No, he called me actually.
Yeah.
Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Do you know once you become an actual adult how hard it is to rip off a phone call, have someone answer, and have the time to talk? Do you know how hard that is?
Almost impossible.
Feels like winning the lotto.
Well, you and I have talked on the phone. I would say you and I have called each other in 4 years, maybe 3 times.
Yeah, not a lot.
No,
I mean we sit here with each other for 4 hours,
and we've had a couple of conference calls where
something weird would have to happen to where we got home, and it's like I need to talk to him again.
Super.
Like I didn't get a chance to talk to him during the 5 hours that I've been sitting with him already today. Anyway, go ahead.
I have a coworker who his name rhymes with Moo, and occasionally we'll talk on the phone, and it has to be at the exact perfect moment, though, right? Because otherwise it's his show, my show, our show. I'm dropping off a kid, he's driving here, and so it's tough to have that conversation.
Yeah, it's really tough. But he fired off a phone call literally as I was getting into the car after a Costco run today. So I had a half-hour drive. And nothing but time. So we chopped it up.
Perfect.
We've made up. Everything's fine.
There was no beef.
He's a Willard guy again. It's good. Yeah.
Not according to the sound.
I'm kidding.
I'm gonna have to get to YouTube to see all the people looking for me there on the tube.
Yeah. They're there. And you know what else is here is the Giants still sitting there looking at us like, do you believe? And the answer's no. The answer's no. Like, I don't, okay. Number of weeks ago, we had a funeral on this show. We had a Giants funeral, and we buried them. And then, and I don't mean buried them like we ripped them, but like we buried them. It was over.
Put the season to bed.
Yeah. And then they did this thing, and so we were supposed to be like, did we bury them alive? And for a minute, we thought yes. We certainly did Friday night when Patrick Bailey went yard against the Dodgers.
Walk-off slam.
Dude, what an incredible moment. And then they uncork an awful 4-game losing streak that was even worse than it sounds. Like just horrible baseball for 4 days. And so you fall behind the Diamondbacks and you lose the tiebreaker to them. And last night in extra innings, you're like, okay, it's over. Like, it's over. But in the most annoyingly Giants way, they go out and they grind one. This was hard today. It was like 0-0 going into extra innings.
They had 2 hits again.
Again. And the Diamondbacks had runners at third with only 1 out in the bottom of the 9th and the 10th and all of these things. And somehow the Giants won the baseball game. And so you're like, but I already gave up. Yet, if the Mets lose tonight, Ken, are the Mets going to lose tonight? Okay, yeah, he says probably. So if the Mets lose tonight, I'm not saying it looks good, but you open up the standings and it's like they're 2 back.
2 back, but 3 back.
I know. Yeah. And actually also behind Arizona, and they're more than whatever behind them that it looks like because they don't have the tiebreaker over them either.
Nope.
So,
and they may not over Cincinnati either.
Also correct.
Pending Cincinnati's record against the Central and the Giants' record against the West.
And the Reds have already won today. And those 2 losses the last 2 nights were losses against the West. And they're on a plane for L.A. right now for 4 games.
To face the Angels?
No.
Oh, it'd be a lot cooler if they were.
What a weird year. What a weird year.
It's weird, but we talked about it yesterday, and you actually read the tweet that Grandy had shared about the past 500 games, and now it's 502 games, and over the past 502 games, they're 251 and 251. So it's actually not weird at all. What's weird is that we all rise with the highs and sink with the lows. You are what your record says you are over 502 games.
No doubt. But if they were just a 500 team, I would go, okay. But the highs have been very high and the lows very low. I think that's kind of my point. I've seen 500 seasons. I've never seen them where you're like, this is the worst baseball team I've ever seen in my life. And then 3 weeks later, you're like, you can't get them out. Like, everybody's got a 900 OPS for extended periods of time. Plus, it's a team that, and I've never, Dibs, I'll swear on my life, I don't remember ever feeling this way. I've never seen a team contend for the playoffs in a real way after being sellers at the deadline. I don't remember that in my Giants fandom life.
It's pretty wild.
So this is a really stupid year. It's just a weird year. And the range of emotions has been, I don't know, it's like fun at times, but in the end of it all, it's just kind of like, well, what a weird ride did we just go on? Like, I don't know. I have not made sense of this yet, I guess is the best way for me to put it.
Yeah, it's hard to make sense of it when it looks like it's going to end the way that this is going to end. And I did this exercise about a week ago when they were on that 13-4 run, and I looked at 2014 where they went 5-13 over a stretch to fall to 63-57, which I know is better than this team has been. But then they went 19-8, and then they went 6-9, and then they wound up giving up the wild card to Pittsburgh, and then they went to Pittsburgh and they won that game 8-0, Brandon Belt, and then they went on to win the World Series. And that year they ended up 88-74. This year won't end that way, but you could look at previous years where they've kind of done this, not to this extreme. And in the years that they've done this, they've had a cushion. And we talk about the Warriors in 2022, where they started 12-3 and they had that cushion. And even though Steph missed a month and the last 20 games were a little bit lopsided and kind of ugly, they had that cushion. This team this year, they had a cushion early. I think they started 12-3,
they started really well.
And then you gave up the cushion, and then since then, it's been, oh, my God, they're great. Yeah. And, oh, my God, sell everyone. And it's been a Jekyll and Hyde for like 4 months now.
Y'all have any regrets? Do you think the Giants have any regrets about being sellers at the deadline? The margins are razor thin.
Right. Who do you want back? I looked at this yesterday.
Yeah.
And you look at Yaz with Kansas City.
He's been fantastic.
He's been great.
Or he was. I haven't been checking in on him lately.
He's got almost as many home runs in Kansas City as he did here. I think he's got
great.
7 there, and he had 8 here.
That one doesn't terribly bother me because it's been nice to get a look at Luis Matos. I don't know from a baseball perspective if this is great, but like Drew Gilbert has been funny. Like, that's weird. I didn't know that the Giants were acquiring not just an outfielder, but somebody who will eat uniforms.
Right. The San Diego Chicken.
Choke people in the dugout.
Lucille.
Like, pelvic thrust the dugout. Like, just very odd, but entertaining.
Sure.
So okay, there's that.
Do you miss Octavio Doval? And I'm just saying that because Octavio Dotel was kind of like Camilo Doval has become.
He's been horrible in New York.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he would have been horrible here. He was unreliable here, but not horrible. And I can tell you that I do not want Ryan Walker to be the closer ever again.
Nope.
Don't want that. And I know that maybe that's unfair because Randy Rodriguez got hurt. But at the same time, if you're asking me right now, would I undo the Doval deal if I could? Like, literally the only thing you got out of the Doval deal is a promise of this interesting catcher at AAA who may or may not be something. And Patrick Bailey has been much better the last handful of weeks. So that drumbeat has stopped. I don't know, man.
You missed Tyler Rogers.
Well, Tyler Rogers is who led to Drew Gilbert with the pelvic thrusts.
Yep. And he's been almost as good with the Mets as he was here.
Yeah, he
2.14 ERA.
He gave up a game over the weekend. He was part of a blown lead last week for the Mets. But yeah, Tyler's super consistent. Love Tyler Rogers.
His numbers are nearly identical as what he did here.
Giants got Gilbert, Buto, the reliever Buto, and then another, that Blade guy.
Yep.
Who was going to come up.
Yeah,
he was going to come up. He's about to come up, and then he got hurt. And I think it's pretty significant hurt, right? Like, is he missing next year too? I don't know about that. Maybe I'm overstating that. But anyway, that feels like a really smart trade in the big picture. Put it this way, though. If I told you, hey, if the Giants undid those deals, would they be 2 games better in the standings right now? Probably.
I doubt it.
I don't know, man. Ryan Walker has not been good.
Doval was, teetering. And, Rodriguez got hurt, so you can't unhurt him.
No, you can't.
And, Tyler Rogers is still the same guy that he was. And Yaz has been mostly good. He doesn't play every day. And I don't know about the intangibles of having Gilbert come in. And it took a while for his emotional impact to be felt. But when he got here, it felt like things turned. I'm not giving him all the credit, but definitely things changed when they made all these trades.
Yeah, I also wonder if there's not actually a bunch of other stuff at work there. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if we can zero in and be like, why'd the Giants start playing well? Well, Drew Gilbert was out his pelvic thrust and he was eating Robbie Ray's jersey. So all of a sudden the Giants played well. I think Devers finally got comfortable.
Yep.
I think Adames, who knows what the freaking reason was there, but he
almost went Feliciano on us.
It's Wednesday night. Let's get edgy. I think he started to look like himself. Was that attached to Devers? I don't know. Chapman gets healthy. The weird thing is that the bullpen kept performing even though it got obliterated. Like, you obliterated the bullpen, and it still performed. Not quite as good, but still really good. But I don't know, man. Maybe they took it as almost offensive. Maybe the players, and I'm not saying that meaning they were disagreeing with what Buster did. I don't know how you could. They played so horribly leading up to the deadline, but maybe it was like a personal affront. We're like, oh my God, like we've been in the playoffs picture this whole year, and we just found a way to turn our GM into a seller. Like, this is ridiculous. And maybe they were embarrassed by that, and it ignited them. I don't know. But it's an odd thing to sit here 2 games out. And again, maybe they're 3 out. I don't know what the Mets are going to do tonight.
Tied right now with the Padres at 1-1.
All right.
And we'll throw it up on the big screen here when we get an opportunity. And that game is in the top of the second. Padres are batting. It's a run apiece early on. So that game actually quietly becomes big because if the Mets win, Giants and Reds both 3 back, D-backs 2.5 back, and they're 3 behind the Mets in the loss column. The Mets have only played 151, and the D-backs have played 153. So there's a little bit of a staggered situation. That must mean the Mets will play tomorrow on the Thursday, and
the Giants do too, though.
Right.
It's a 4-gamer this weekend.
Well, the Mets and Giants after today will have played the same amount of games. So if the Mets lose, the Giants are 2 back, but not owning the tiebreaker. So 3 back with 10 to play. It's getting late early.
Yeah, for sure.
It is.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't find it realistic. And I sent a second RIP tweet last night. To me, that was it. You had to win 2 out of 3 in Arizona. You didn't. So, I'm not biting.
Did you do RIP 2? RIPP?
I don't remember what I tweeted. I was just like,
RIPA, rest in peace again. Shout out Kelly Ripa.
I wrote something along the lines of what an appropriate way for the Giants season to end. Niners are 2-0. Warrior camp starts in 2 weeks. I wrote something like that.
Okay.
Because it was Ryan Walker on the hill and him often having no clue where the hell he's throwing the baseball. It's all over the place. Hitting people.
Yeah.
People are diving out of the way. And he'll throw it right down the middle. And then they'll bunt it to him, and he has no idea how to throw it to first base either. It's a super frustrating pitcher to watch right now, especially. He was great last year.
Yep.
But
maybe this will change your tune. The Padres have struck again. In the second, they lead the Mets 2-1.
It does not change my tune.
Okay.
I can sit here.
Still batting.
Yeah.
And we've Jake Cronenworth with a little base knock. Couple of base runners.
All right.
Never mind. The inning's over.
Okay.
2-1 going to the bottom of the second.
Can we? Is it on?
I told you at the next break I'd put it on.
I don't think it's on. Where is it on?
Get every channel. We're a sports thing. You know what?
No, we don't get every channel. We don't get. Do we?
How do you think we've had every Mets game on?
That was a national game yesterday. All right, we have the package.
We're watching it in here.
Do we have the package?
Yes.
Brandy.
I didn't know we had the package.
Control your host.
We don't have the
I
NBA.
could come in there and change the channel for you.
I've done it every day for a week and a half.
We don't
Normally
have
not while the show's on air.
You telling me we got the NBA package in here?
We're not talking about the NBA,
Well, you
dog.
said we're a sports station. We get every game,
We do.
dog.
Yes, we could watch Charlotte Hornets basketball.
Then why don't we?
Because we're doing a show,
Because who
and when
watched the
something's
Hornets?
on, you don't look at me, and I'm needy. Thank you. Just do what we always do. You talk, I'll make noises, and I'll put it on.
Yeah, we're getting
good point.
JLC and thank you. I'll need another one.
No, lay out something, and I'll do it. That's a good co-sell. It's
All
a
right,
4.
yeah, turn the game on for crying out loud.
I'm trying
turn
to.
it on. Jeez. Anyway, no, it does not change my tune. I get to split the difference here. I do. And the Giants owe their fans that. You get to both sit here and say that, yes, I'm going to scoreboard watch and I'm going to root for the Padres, but no, I'm not doing banana in the tailpipe. So if the Mets win tonight, I'm not getting excited. I got a game to watch tonight. It's called the Valkyries game. That's the game I'm watching tonight. Outside of that, sure, I hope the Padres beat the Mets. I hope the little number next to the Giants in the standings moves to 2. But if it does, I'm not going to suddenly get playoff fever. I had it Friday night. I drove to Tahoe. Bailey put one in the tank, and the Giants won, and I had playoff fever. And then they ruined it. Again. Yeah, how's your we get every game thing going now?
We got battery issues, bro.
Good Lord, dude. I mean, put the game on for crying out loud. All right, Grandy's coming in to help. Will you sit down? Yeah, put the game on. But that's fair, isn't it?
Sure.
I don't sure, go Padres, but also whatever. You're not making it. You're not making it. And
I'm just going to say this once.
I'm breaking my own rule. You've got as many losses as wins.
Right. So what are we even talking about? But
the Giants, but
the math is there.
I know the math is there.
It's just my one time only. Yeah, 639. Thank you, Grandy.
All right.
And this is.
Oh, they're out there eating donuts in New York.
Yeah. What's bugging me is.
It's not Friday, Dibs.
No, and I should save it, but four things are bugging me. But
okay.
I need to bring in my own batteries for this remote because this remote's batteries are not really working. So you try to change the channel and it doesn't work.
Okay.
But
all right.
That's on me. So anyway, yeah, go Padres. The Giants would be 2 back, which is really 3 back with 10 to go. And if you're 2 back, but you need to get 3 games better, if you go 8-2, you would need the Mets to go 5-5, and
that's possible.
You would need other teams to also not be very good.
Yeah, I'm not. That's the thing. You've become background noise again.
Oh wow!
Not you.
I mean, what else is new on this program?
Yeah, like that. I will. You can tell me what happened at the end of the night. And if the Giants are 2 back, that's great. And if they're 1 back, that's great. If they get to tied, okay, let's talk. But what do we got here? You lost the tiebreakers to everybody, and there's 4 teams involved, and you're on the back end of all of them, and you haven't even won more games than you've lost.
And you're going to L.A.
And you're going to L.A.
Yeah.
Like, come on. What are we doing?
It's a long shot. Absolutely, it's a long shot. And, it's more likely that Brock Purdy plays on Sunday. Certainly, it's more likely, actually, that the 49ers go to the Super Bowl than it is the Giants make the playoffs. And that's...
Absolutely it is.
Well, I mean, the 49ers to make the Super Bowl right now is probably about 10%, I would guess.
I'll look it up.
And the Giants are probably a little bit lower than that. And I'm just spitballing on the 49ers because, oh boy, that schedule's pretty easy. But if you look at teams in the NFC, there are at least 1 or 2, maybe more teams that are, clearly better than you.
You want to do this right now?
Let's do it.
Game show music, please. 1, 2, 3. Actually, I'm not going to give you the number. Go ahead. What's your list of teams that have better Super Bowl championship odds than the Niners right now?
In the NFC or
better,
across the league?
All teams. And they have to have better, not tied.
Okay.
Better.
Well,
better odds.
Yeah, better odds would be Philadelphia and Buffalo and Baltimore and Green Bay and Detroit and what's weird is even though they're 0-2, I'm not going to say Kansas City because Kansas City. That's crazy. They're 0-2. Only 11% of 0-2 teams make the playoffs historically, but yeah, better odds. What about the Chargers?
And that's the list.
That's the list, yeah.
Nicely done.
Thank you. I was going to throw the Rams in too, but the Rams might have the same odds.
The Rams and the 49ers have exactly the same odds.
Which is 20 to 1?
Plus 1,900.
So plus 1,900 implied is about a 6% chance.
Yep.
Because I think 20 to 1 would be a 5% chance. And so the Giants right now to make the playoffs are right about at the same level.
Baltimore is your current favorite, plus 500. Buffalo's next, plus 550. Green Bay, plus 650. Philadelphia, plus 750. Kansas City, plus 1,300. Detroit, plus 1,700. Chargers, plus 1,800. Niners and Rams, plus 1,900. And then it jumps to Washington, Tampa Bay, Denver, Minnesota, Arizona.
Man, it's, yeah, and if you think about those odds, I like the Chargers as a nice price. But if you think about the new playoff format, one team gets a bye.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're the top seed in the AFC or the NFC, you get that bye into the second round of the playoffs. Who is likely to get the bye based on their division, their schedule, etc.? And I like Buffalo right now to get that 1 seed. Miami is an absolute disaster.
And they've got a game in hand on Baltimore because they beat them head-to-head.
New
So
England.
if they come up tied, Buffalo gets it.
I think the Jets and New England, that division, Buffalo is going to win it probably at 14-3, and nobody else could have a winning record. Among New England, the Jets, and Miami, you might have 14-3, 8-9, 5-12, and 3-14. That might be that breakdown.
Might be right.
So
might be right.
Buffalo might get the 1 seed and get a break.
Justin Fields officially announced out today, by the way.
Okay.
So yeah, that will be Tyrod Taylor coming up this weekend. All right, so 888-957-9570. Two things as we head in to the 5 o'clock hour. We will play what Matt Barrows said on this radio station yesterday with regard to Kyle Shanahan essentially being less stressed and in a better mood so far this year. We will also circle back to what got everybody to take a big shot at Kaminga earlier today and throughout the day on 95.7 The Game. So that's right around the corner. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibs.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. This fall, it's time to hit the road and chase new adventures. From majestic mornings to golden sunsets, explore all the beauty California has to offer with Toyota's legendary fuel efficiency. Right now, get a low lease on the 2025 Prius Limited, one of 17 fuel-efficient Toyota hybrids. Plus, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, a 2-year no-cost maintenance plan. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premier-rated credit. Ends 9/30/25. See your Toyota dealer for Toyota Care details and exclusions.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At Shane Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's almost 5 o'clock somewhere. You know what happens at 5 o'clock today?
Oh, we start drinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With our buddy Pods.
Oh, yeah?
Pods.
You think
Pazemski.
You think he's pre-gaming, the Poughkeepsie kid?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dude, he's locked in.
We're playing the Minnesota Drinks tonight, right?
Poughkeepsie kid.
Grandy?
Valkyries have a playoff game coming up tonight in 2 hours, plus a little extra. Pre-game coverage with Grandy and Kevin Dana starts at 6:30. We got the game right here on 95.7 The Game.
Boozy.
Right? The Valks channel on the Odyssey app, of course. And thank you to the Valkyries, because I have just done a wardrobe change. Now, you were already wearing a Valk shirt.
I was.
But we have been issued the special Valkyries playoff T-shirts. If you'd like to see what they look like, youtube.com/957 The Game, because I was able to go into my Superman phone booth, change clothes, and we're back. We're back, and we're ready. It's game night.
Let's go. You got to yak in, and it's a true must-win. And you know me, I'm not a huge fan of the must-win unless it's a must-win, and this is a must-win, because if they don't win, well, we are heading to the off-season, and I'm afraid for what this off-season might be like for the Valkyries.
Why? What does that mean?
It means we're probably heading for a lockout, and I don't want to be like the doomsayer. And this situation is very unique in American sports, and I'm just hopeful that the WNBA and the Players Association can have the right head on their shoulders, because what has happened over the past, not just this year, the past 2 or 3, with women's college basketball, the WNBA, general population, it's not just the Valkyries, it's the overall, it's not only the product, it's the sport. Sports, man. The women's basketball environment, the culture has exploded, and a lockout would be an absolute devastation.
Yeah, I don't think that would be good.
No.
This is different than first of all, anytime there's a lockout, the fans get very upset, and if it lasts too long, they get very, very upset. But then again, when they come back, we come back around and all of those things. We get angry about it, and we go, it's billionaires versus millionaires, and we get super angry, and then we're like, cool, has the game started? You're right. This is different.
This is millionaires and billionaires against hundredaires.
Yeah.
And thousandaires.
Completely. And it's also at a very unique time, as you just detailed, for women's sports. So you brought so many brand new fans to this sport. In fact, our franchise here in the Bay Area brought so many new fans to the sport just recently. And so there's a newness to all of this. And I think that makes it even more imperative to not then start to give everybody a bad taste in their mouth, which is what this kind of thing does. It just makes everybody very cynical about the whole process, because we are here for sports on the fun side. And everyone knows it's a business, and everyone knows it's expensive, and everybody gets to figure out how much money they want to spend to go tickets and popcorn and blah, blah, blah. But when you jam that idea down everyone's throat, the business thing, when you jam it too far down everyone's throat, it really, really becomes a huge turnoff. Quite frankly, I believe it's part of what's happening with this Kaminga and Warriors situation. It's part of it. You know, because there are a lot of people who, whenever we have the conversation, they will get to the end of it and go, this is just business. And I'm like, oof. Well, if this is how you operate your business, I don't like your business. And I mean that for both sides. Like this whole, like, who's got more leverage and who's going to blink first and all this stuff, that's fine when it's at a non-threatening spot. We've now arrived at threatening, I believe. That's kind of my point, and why I really do not like this, is you've got two sides dug in. Everybody can explain both sides. We could do debate class, and both sides could win. I get why Jonathan's mad. I get why the Warriors are mad, 100%. But when we get to training camp, the only message all of us are going to get is we're threatening W's. That's the only thing you're doing if this goes into October.
And that should be what both sides are most passionate about. And I know that that's what the Warriors want, and I assume that's what Kaminga wants. I don't blame him for that. You got to look out for yours. You do. And whether or not his order of preference is playing time 1, a lot of money 2, and then winning is 3, I understand that, because his playing time has been suppressed. His money, it hasn't been suppressed, because that's just the way it goes when you're a rookie. You have your rookie contract, and then you go out and you get your bag, and he hasn't yet gotten his bag, and he's already won. He's got a championship, and yeah, I wonder what his priorities truly are, but if you're the Warriors, your number one priority is get a 5th ring for Steph and Draymond, get Jimmy his first, and then playing time will work itself out. You've got an older team, and honestly, even if JK is your 6th man, if he is healthy and he plays basketball and he doesn't go into a pout mode and he plays, somewhat the way they want him to play, he'll probably get more than 1,600 minutes on the year, 20 minutes a game, 82 games. He's going to get his minutes. He's not going to be absolutely starved minutes-wise. If you're the Warriors, you're not looking at it like, well, we want to sign JK to $75 million so we can sit him down and DNP him.
I don't think
they don't want that.
They don't want that, but I also think I don't think that's the motivation. I just don't, and I don't know how you can make the assumption you just made. I understand that sounds like cooler heads prevailing and sensical thought process and everything, but I just don't think that's where we are. This has never made sense. You know what I mean? It's not a normal situation. And for instance, you even made the comment in what you just said. You said his minutes have been suppressed. And I know that half the audience is like, no, it hasn't. Minutes, you don't get to just go have minutes. You don't get that. That's not a suppression.
I was saying that from his standpoint.
Right, from his standpoint. Sure. But the Warriors are looking at this and so this is why this whole thing is so big and why it's so relatable. Because on some level, Jonathan Kaminga is, and I hope no one takes offense to this, but right, the Warriors are the big parent and Jonathan is the child, right? Because the Warriors are in charge and it's their organization. And what that means is everyone can relate to this, because a lot of people feel like they get held down by either parents or coaches or teachers or whatever. And then a lot of other people feel like, no, that's what the parents and the teachers and the coaches are there to do. They're there to make you earn what you get. And a lot of us believe that almost automatically happens in sport. It doesn't in real life. It's one of the things I love about sport. Sport doesn't do with its players what the real world does, where it holds you down if you're a woman, or it holds you down if you have less resources, or it holds you down if your skin's a different color. Sports doesn't do that. If the coach thinks you can win, you're in. However, the coach gets to tell you, this is what we need from you. And if you won't do it, then nobody did anything wrong to you when you don't get your minutes.
But it's not as easy as that when it comes
I think it is.
Well, everything's situational, because when you're Jonathan Kaminga and you're drafted to a team that is in a winning mode, and you go out and you're on a team as a rookie that wins the championship, well, now everything changes. And if you are any of the 13 players in his draft class who've played more minutes than him, and you look at all the different names, none of them have won a championship. And just glancing at the list, none of them have actually been to an NBA Finals. Sure. And I don't know if any of them have been to a conference final. And so they were able to go out and get minutes and cook and get paid. And it doesn't mean that they are more accomplished or better than Kaminga. It just means that they've gotten to play more because they're either better or their situation was different, or probably both. And that's where, if you're Kaminga, you're in a spot where, all right, 4 years done, fine, I got a title, I get it. My minutes were suppressed, partly by his development, partly by the fact that they were on a winning team, partly by the fact that maybe the team and the coach didn't love the way he plays. Whatever the reason is, he's played the 14th most minutes total of his draft class. So if he really wants minutes, then you probably want to play somewhere else, because looking at this Warrior team going forward into this year, are you suddenly going to get 35 minutes a game? Of course not. You're probably going to get what you've gotten throughout the course of your career, which is about 20 minutes a game. You might get a little bit more.
You might get a little bit less.
And at times you might get a little bit less. Exactly. Yeah. And so that's what I'm talking about when I say his minutes have been suppressed. They haven't been suppressed by Steve Kerr saying, no, JK, I'm suppressing your minutes. There are a number of factors as to why he doesn't play that much.
They just are what they are. They are what they are. They are what they've been needed to be. They are what's been earned. They are what they are. I think there are games where Steve could have, should have played him more, sure, but that's nitpicking. We're talking about the larger issues here. That's what we're getting at. And I think even like when the Warriors, and we'll play for you in a second the reason we're talking about this today. Tim McMahon of ESPN made a comment that I think is a pretty relevant one. We'll play it for you here literally in just a sec. But a lot of people are thinking that the money that the Warriors have just offered equates to, oh, they want you and they want to play you. Like, you're not going to pay somebody $24 million a year to not play you, right? Well, that's not how I see it. I don't think it changes a damn thing. I think what would get Jonathan on the floor is if he does what Steve Kerr asked him to do, which I don't, to this point, hasn't really done. Now, does Jonathan have a right to say that's not how I want to play? Sure. But then that circles back to the point that you just made, which is that he wants to be somewhere else, which is a key factor as far as I'm concerned. I think the Warriors' financial offer is because they're trying to work their way out of this situation, as is Jonathan. So that financial offer is not, hey, we want you to play 25 minutes a night here. That financial offer is based on, what does the market want to pay for you? Therefore, how can we maximize the return that we will attempt to get on a trade once we get through the parameters of all of this? Whole thing terrifies me, though, because it seems that all scenarios that lead to a preseason trade are gone, which also means to me the idea of this being a stress-free start to the year and a stress-free locker room are also gone. Because I don't know how anybody has the energy to answer these questions every night, and they will be asked. Every stinking night.
Depends on how it starts and how it goes. And I do take his agent at his word, and this is all through Anthony Slater and the other reports, where if Kaminga was able to sign this 3-year deal that the Warriors reportedly are offering, and if Kaminga can have the player option for year 3, the word is that he'd come in and he'd be all in on being a part of the Warriors and doing what he could do to be a good Golden State Warrior. And I take him at his word for that.
How can you?
Because I think that Kaminga realizes the reality of the situation, which is if he's making 7.9 on the qualifying offer and he holds the no trade provision, which is essentially what he would have, he knows that he pretty much can't be traded because the Warriors aren't going to trade him and his $8 million contract. They're just not going to do that. Even if he says, yeah, trade me to fill in the blank,
no, it's
Warriors
worthless.
It's worthless. So I do think that if I'm Kaminga and I sign for $25 million and I don't really want to be a Warrior, and even if I have the player option, I know that the Warriors are going to be much more able to trade or much more willing to trade my $25 million, and therefore I'm going to be able to be somewhere else anyway with a $25 million contract.
The action itself is hypocritical from Jonathan's agent's standpoint. Think of what we're saying here. If you give me a player option, then I'll be all in. Well, why do you want the player option? Well, so that we control where we go, which is literally the definition of not being all in. So you don't get to say, I want a player option so that I can leave, and oh, by the way, that means I'm all in. No, it means you're trying to get out. That's what this whole thing is about.
He's trying to get out.
It's a power struggle to get out.
They're trying to get him out.
Exactly.
They tried to trade him last February.
Probably should have.
So is he supposed to be like, oh, now I'm super loyal, even though you tried to trade me for Kevin Durant 5 months ago?
I'm not asking anyone to be loyal.
Right.
I'm simply expressing that I do not believe that these two can successfully coexist. That's it. This is not a blame. This is not asking anyone to behave a certain way. This is simply me saying that I think we've arrived at a spot where two sides have completely competing interests, and I think it's crazy to think that suddenly we're just going to do kumbaya and play basketball. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I'll call it what it is. A little bit of an awkward transition to have now one of the teammates on, but let's talk Valks, and we'll do a little Warriors at the end. But here it is, the night that I know Brandon Pajemski and many others have been waiting for. This is very much a culmination and a coronation, but also a lot of stress because it's win or go home. So out to the River Islands guest line, BP is with us. Hey, Pods, I know this is a big, big night, man. What's going on?
What's up, guys? Appreciate you having me. I'm excited for tonight. It's going to be crazy. I'm excited for it.
I mean, talk to us about where you're at right now. Are you already in San Jose? Are you en route? What's the situation?
Yeah, I'm in a car en route. Going to be there pretty soon, an hour-ish. So I'm be there for the little festivities beforehand and then the game. So I'm excited.
How do you think the environment will differ because it's not at Chase Center?
I don't think it'll differ at all. I think people, it'll look a little different to start, but once the game goes and it starts rolling, everybody's going to be into it just like how it is. I don't know the capacity of the arena down there in San Jose, but I know it's going to be fun environment, and Valhalla's going to show out down in San Jose as well.
No doubt. And, a lot of the fans that go to Valhalla are from the South Bay. It's not just San Francisco, North Bay, and East Bay. It's South Bay and San Jose fans as well. I wonder about your thoughts when it comes to an elimination game mindset, because that's what this is for the Valks. It's win or stay home. What's it like when you're facing that in an elimination game?
Yeah, so unfortunately, I've been able to part of, I think, 3 of them now. They'll play in my rookie year, Game 7 against Houston, and then Game 5 against Minnesota. And it's just kind of one of those things where you just, scrap everything when it comes to the outside noise, the refs, anything that's out of your control, and you just focus on the task at hand and just give it all you got. And usually you end up playing the best in those games coincidentally. And I think that's what we'll be tonight. And I think having the extra crowd, the extra emphasis on winning, I think it'll be a good night for us.
Pods is with us on his way to the Valks playoff game in San Jose. Hey, Pods, can we get a quick review of game one? The Valks were up 28-21 at the end of a quarter and then really got overwhelmed. What did you see in that matchup?
Yeah, I think early on we were able to get threes off, and I think we're number one in the league at threes, something or other. I forget the stat, but we really rely heavily on the three ball, and then I think we had some turnovers there in the second and third quarters that they converted on and really, swung the momentum back in their favor. And then obviously they got really good players that, once the momentum's kind of on their side, it's hard to stop them. And so I think it's just taking care of the ball, controlling what we can control and keeping them out of the transition, just making them consistent on the half court. And then, us obviously making shots will help us as well.
Nafisa Collier might win the MVP, and I followed her throughout the course of this year and last year. She's a handful now. So when you look at defending a player like that, what's the approach for the Valkyries to try to not stop, but just contain Nafisa Collier?
Yeah, I think it's similar to what we do in the NBA. It's just like guys like Jokic, Şengün, guys who play that center position that are a handful to deal with, that are good passers and are willing to get their teammates involved. You play them one-on-one, you kind of live with what they score. And I think that's what you do with her. Obviously, she's going to get her 25 to 30 points, but in the long game, is that going to really hurt you? I don't think it will. I think it's when she has her little 20 points, McBride has her 20 points, and they all kind of start feeling well. I think that's when it hurts you collectively.
Pods, there's an article in The Athletic that talked to you about all things Valkyries, big picture stuff, and there's some interesting quotes in there, and I'd love to hear you expand on it a little bit. You were talking about Joe Lacob and said, quote, "The thing about Joe is he legit loves this bleep, like he legit cares about women's basketball and cares about doing it right." Take that and expand on it if you would. What do you think that means for this organization going forward?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, they're in good hands. He took a risk per se in buying a team, with his own money and investing in it and thinking that it could be something big. And just like with us, he's a passion for it. He's some of the owners, come from different backgrounds and don't really have that passion for basketball. They just do it because they're fortunate enough to do it. But Joe really loves it. He understands the game of basketball. He knows a lot about it, and he's really involved and engaged with it. And that's what, I've seen through our seasons and obviously through this first season with the Valkyries. And so I know he's going to continue to do anything in his power to make the team as best it can. And he says he wants to win the championship in the 5 years. He's not joking. And I think it's something that's possible for our team.
And how much is the trickle down something that you feel on the NBA side? But you talked about Ahema and Natalie Nikasi as the head coach and all the way down through the players. How much does that permeate through the organization when you have an owner like that who is so exacting and so confident in himself and the idea of trophy hunting?
Yeah, it puts a little GM players that this isn't so like he's not giving me opportunity or something. I feel like we can just finish wherever and say, oh, it was just our first year. Like he has an expectation of what he expects in terms of, winning, competing. And so, that trickles down to the GM and her decision she makes. And then it trickles down to the head coach and decision she makes. And then the players feel that as well. And so it all comes from the top. And I think for both sides, you've seen it from the Warriors in the 4 championships in the last 10 years. And, I won't be surprised to see it from the Valkyries as well.
Pods, I know you're a competitor, and so I get it, and you're heading to a game that everybody wants to win and all of these things. But can I ask you, has the season already been a success, no matter what happens tonight or Friday?
I mean, if I'm a player, I'm going to say no. But from outside looking in as a fan, I'm going to say yes. Just what the expectation is of an expansion team, going back to what I said, like everybody else looks at it as a great success and, oh, this is unheard of. It's never happened before. But I know everybody inside the Valkyries organization is thinking the opposite. Like, we haven't done anything yet. Like, yeah, it's cool to look back on, but we still have, another opportunity to play basketball. And that's what they're going to focus on tonight. And, the chips are going to fall where they may, but I would say from a player's perspective, I'm never going to be satisfied until, I got that trophy in my hands. But I think from the outside, for us, we look at it like, wow, they really accomplished a lot this year.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'm thinking about, your time at Santa Clara where, Santa Clara is not normally a juggernaut, and you guys didn't make it to the NCAA tournament, but you made it to the NIT. And, it's rare for the Broncos to have a postseason berth. And so do you see similarities between not necessarily your Santa Clara team, but in general, an upstart college team or maybe a wild card baseball team to where you get in the moment you want more, but looking back, it's kind of cool that you actually made it in the first place.
Yeah, I think so. But I also look at it as a stepping stone. And I know just from, other players that have played against the Valkyries and the environment they experience in Valhalla, like that's attractive to a bunch of people. And I know a lot of the players will be free agents after this year, from our team and from around the league. And so to put on that product and to show that what we're about in just year one without technically a star player and what we can do, I think that's appealing to free agents, ladies who are going to be free agents this upcoming season. And I know, like I said earlier, Joe and the front office are going to do whatever they can to get those best players in the building. And so, like I said, you look at it and be like, okay, we lost in the first round, but then you also can look at it like the product we put on, it's appealing to others.
Pods, are you worried about the offseason and all the collective bargaining?
For the WNBA?
Yeah.
I don't know if worried would be the word. I think at the end of the day, my whole stance on it in any sport would just be the players are producing the product, they're producing the entertainment, the value, and that's where the majority of the money should go. I understand there's nuances and things like that go with it, but at the end of the day, if there's no players playing, there's no game in any sport. So I just say whatever they're owed in terms of that.
Yeah, I do think that. I mean, he's right. And
he's a good tap dancer. It sounds like somebody's doing a tap dance when that happens.
Bit,
with
and,
our, and we'll see if we can get Pods back for a couple minutes.
The CBA expires in the end of October, and players had been wearing at the All-Star game. Pay us what you owe us.
Pay us what you owe us.
Pay me what you owe me.
It's tough.
Shout out to Rihanna.
Yeah.
Don't act like you forgot.
All right. Do we have Pods back? Pods, you got us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, we missed the back half of that answer.
Yeah, I was just saying that in any sport, there's no game, entertainment, business, whatever it is, without the players, and so I think that should always be a priority in any sport, because they're putting out the finished product and they're getting fans to buy into what they're doing and all that, and that's where the money really circulates from. And so whatever that looks like for them, I think they should just be given what that is. I don't know what that is, but I know they're going to come to an agreement somehow.
All right, Valks and Lynx, 7 o'clock tonight, SAP Center, San Jose. Games right here on 95.7 The Game. Odyssey app as well. Valks channel, and our coverage is going to start officially at 6:30. And Pods, Valkyries superfan correspondent, is on his way to the game. But a quick minute on the Warriors here on your way out the door. Training camp's about to open, Pods. And we know there's still a lot of roster questions out there for your team, but what do you think is going to be different this year for the Warriors?
I mean, that's a very open-ended question, but I think there's a lot to look forward in a positive light, just what we were able to do post All-Star break and into those playoffs, with relatively, now that you look at it, kind of the same roster. Might be little changes here and there, but relatively the same roster. And I think there's great confidence among us and the staff and the front office that we're able to do.
I would really like to get the end of that answer if it's possible. Yeah. Oh,
12 days till media day.
Yeah.
So, get in there and you could ask them again at media day. And circle back.
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
I'd love to get that answer tonight if it's possible. So, guys, see if we can get Pods back, and then we can wrap it up and
two-strike
move
count.
on.
See if we can't fight one off and stay in there, hang in the at bat, and
Yes? No? Grandy? No? Not right now? Not yet. All right. 888-957-9570.
It's like watching Grandy fish, which I've never done. But, Grandy, he's got one on the hook. And just when you think he's going to bring it in the boat, he's trying to reel it in, and it swims further away. And, he tries to reel it in, and it may be getting away. And the line hasn't snapped yet. Grandy's trying to land this fish.
Watching someone
on
fish
the boat.
is
And you've done it a lot.
But it's kind of one of the worst things ever. It's kind of one of the worst things ever. Watching somebody fish. You might just be watching somebody stand there for hours.
No, but my point is when you have something on the line and they're fighting the fish, and that's kind of where, Grandy and the great Ken back there are doing it, and maybe they've got the fish on the line.
All right, let's try. Third try. Let's see. Pods, you good? You got us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah, we got you. I want, we heard a good portion of what you were saying about what might be new, and yes, there could be some slight tweaks to the roster. Are y'all talking to each other yet? Have you guys had some conversations with teammates, and what is that conversation like right now due to the I don't know if relative uncertainty is kind of the word, but like obviously there's a lot to still get figured out.
Yeah, I think
there we go.
I think
we got you.
I think there's a great confidence among the group that with whatever we're dealt with in terms of roster moves, we're going to be able to handle. And we got 3 good veterans that have been through a lot that are going to help us with that. And I know how much our young guys have improved in the offseason and are ready to contribute and help win and really take that next step as players, leaders, etc. So there's a great confidence among the group, and I don't sense just from being around that there's any, worry about the whole situation of getting contracts done, whatever that case is, because everybody's just controlling what they can, and that's all you can do at this point, and just maybe move forward with it.
Pods, what jersey are you wearing tonight?
I'm debating it. I think I might break out the Caleb Thornton All-Star jersey.
So
nice.
Wait, debating it? Did you bring a suitcase or something? Do you have a bunch of them?
I bring a few. I bring a jersey that a fan made for me of my name. I got her All-Star jersey, and then I got Tammy Fake-Bentley's jersey. So I'm in debating. I got 45 minutes to decide here. So
that's pretty awesome. And for those of you not on YouTube, the curls are absolutely on point tonight.
Yeah, they are.
The hair is game ready for sure.
Yeah, I had to do it. It's playoffs. It's go time.
Let's go.
Are you in the first row as usual? I know it's a different arena.
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right, so we'll get a good look at you, man. Go get a dub, man. Have fun. All right, that's perfect way for that to end. All right, there goes Pods. Valkyries superfan correspondent, and like Darren Ruff was once upon a time, he's on the move.
He is.
Yeah, so...
And I asked him about the jersey, because if you saw on YouTube, he appears to be wearing a tank top already.
For sure.
So I didn't know if he was already, jersey ready, if he had a jersey on. That's why I was asking. But, yeah, if you come with 2 or 3, it's like a pitcher where... you don't know if you're going to go with the fastball today. Is the changeup going to be hidden? Is it going to be my slider? What's going to be my pitch tonight?
We're going to have to tune in to find out.
No doubt.
We're going to have to tune in to find out. Yeah. All right. Pods, he's going into year 3, and he knows how to handle a question at this point in his career. So he says he doesn't sense any stress. And I'm sure right now, there isn't. I'm sure if he's working out with the guys or getting on the phone with the guys, right now they're going to have faith that this is all going to, quote unquote, work out. But I like that is, as a fan, that is my concern. I don't even really see necessarily the path for everybody to just be on the same page when we come back. And one thing that I mentioned to you earlier, and this is my understanding based on what I've read and the conversations I've had with people who are much more tapped in than I. Whenever we go, hey, Jonathan means it, he might play on the qualifying offer. I think there's another piece to this that not every fan knows. I think that idea is very, very kind of napalm. Like that
it's a
is,
little bit of a middle finger is what it is.
It's a little offensive to both sides. In other words, that is the bleep you, we can't get this done option. And I know people are pros and all of that stuff, but I just have the hardest time understanding how that is then going to turn into a locker room and a team concept that's all on the same page and pushing for victories. And similar to what I said about the Niners and Cardinals this weekend and whether or not Purdy will play, I'm just not of the mind that, it's October, November, and December basketball. It's okay if you lose half of them or whatever. You make your money in the second half. This is the West. This is the West, and I'm just not in a spot right now where I think kicking games is going to be okay. They got to be at full strength for the whole year, in my opinion.
Well, you don't necessarily have to kick games just because things are unsettled. And I think about the Jordan Poole season, which was unsettled. Jordan Poole gets an extension. Jordan Poole gets punched. Jordan Poole plays the entire year. He averages 20 a game, and you make the playoffs. And so that year was not a complete disaster in terms of results, and it didn't end the way you wanted it to end. Certainly, I'm not going to pretend that was a dream year, but that was a year that was mostly kind of broken, and it was broken from the start. And Jordan Poole at many times was dribbling to the beat of his own drummer. And that year, I'm just looking at the game log. They started out 5-8, not great, and it was a little bit uneasy and unsure. And Jordan Poole played all 82. Jordan Poole was in a spot where he had more gravitas on that team. He played more minutes. He had a bigger role on that team than Jonathan Kaminga would. And yeah, you got to the end of the year and things broke apart. He got traded, and you've gone on to not do that much more since he left, but they were able to navigate a season where you still went to the playoffs.
I want to comment on that because I think that we are I think that we're miscasting what happened that year in many, many ways. First of all, you can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And we're talking out the Warriors and the Kaminga drama because there's some comments made today that'll play for you in just a second. But I remember that year. You and I were doing this show together. Yep. It was not a successful year. Like, I know we can look back on it and be like, well, they made the playoffs. Well, again, first of all, similar to what happened last year, you scratched and you clawed to get into the 6 seed, number one. You lucked out by getting a 3 seed that were a bunch of babies who've never been to the playoffs before.
Much like last year.
Similar, yes, but not as good of a team, in my opinion. It took you 7 games and a Herculean performance by Steph Curry.
Much like last year.
Also, a speech getting on the bus that would suggest that people were not on the same page by saying, don't get on the bus if you won't follow me. And then lastly, and I think maybe the most important point, you couldn't win a road game all year long. Like, that was one of the worst road teams that's ever made the playoffs.
11-30.
Yeah, in the history of the NBA, and I very much think it speaks to the kind of stuff we're talking about today, which is team unity, people on the same page, people wanting to be around each other, people pushing for the same goal. They did not have that year, and it hurt them. It absolutely hurt them, and that is my concern this year. I don't know how it wouldn't. And again, that was the basis of the commentary from Tim McMahon of ESPN on NBA Today when he was asked about Kaminga and the Warriors.
Tim, I'll start with you. How have the Warriors handled this Kaminga situation, in your opinion?
Awkwardly. I mean, how have they handled Kaminga's entire career? Steve Kerr doesn't want Kaminga. Kaminga doesn't want to play for the Warriors, in part because he knows the coach doesn't want him. Listen, Shams is talking about there's going to be a divorce eventually. Let's stay together for the kids. I've lived that. I lived with my ex-wife for a year after we agreed to divorce for the kids. Let me tell you, it was not fun. There are going to be chemistry issues.
Yeah.
Put it mildly. This is going to be a disaster if they bring back Kaminga. There's SGA. He might as well be HTE, human trade exception. And he's going to be, you think he's going to want to pass the ball? You think he's going to want to play team ball? He's going to want the ball. He's going to want minutes. Steve Kerr doesn't think he fits. I wonder what they think they can get that's better than Malik Monk and a first-round pick.
Now, the comments there at the end, I have mixed feelings about, because he's not wrong. Malik Monk and a first-round pick, that's a somewhat attractive idea. I don't think it's the perfect fit for the Warriors. It also leaves out that they would need to throw in Moses Moody or Buddy Hield. So I'm not necessarily a fan of that either. I don't know what's out there. I have to admit, kind of a shortcoming of today's conversation. I don't have a solution for you. I don't think there really is one. We've arrived at a point where there isn't a good solution. But I don't think that this is in a good spot for the Warriors to stack wins. And I do not have faith that these guys are going to be able. This is not the kind of thing that I think that you can package and compartmentalize. I don't believe. So
I do. I actually do believe that you can do that. You've got an unbelievable communicator as a head coach. You've got 2, if not 3 veterans who are capable of compartmentalizing. Jimmy Butler was able to compartmentalize multiple times in his career. Steph Curry has spent the entirety of his career with Draymond Green compartmentalizing in many ways and tolerating Draymond Green and some of his eruptions, Draymond Green's suspension. They compartmentalized the year where Kevin Durant and Draymond Green had their whole season worth of a battle.
They're pushing for the same goal.
But you're still talking about compartmentalizing.
But they're pushing for the same goal.
And they did it with Jordan Poole when they won more playoff games that year than they did this past year. So for me, you're talking about professional basketball players. They've played with Kaminga for 4 years. I don't believe that in year 5, Kaminga is going to suddenly be a different player than he was last year or the year before.
That's not the premise.
And they were able to compartmentalize last year.
Yeah, it's totally different premise.
It's a completely same premise.
No, it's completely different.
It's the same guy, and it's the same real issue.
Right, but he had no power to do anything about it at that time.
And he still doesn't.
And it was nowhere near as public. And, oh, by the way, let's not act like last year worked. He didn't play.
And what happened?
They won without him.
Exactly.
And then when he started playing, they didn't.
Right, it's because you lost Steph Curry.
Well, no, it would also, they were a worse team when he returned, even with Jimmy. This is all just facts, and you don't, I know how hard it is to say this stuff without, oh gosh, we're blaming Jonathan. We're not. No one is. I don't think. The simple fact is, Steve Kerr has said it 1,000 different ways. His job is to win, and the team was at its absolute best last year. Data, fact. Absolute best when he didn't play. That was their.
But he also said that with the training
best
camp,
record.
They have the ability to make it work. And if you don't think that he's telling the truth,
he said he was going to try.
Right. And I believe that they can make that work.
Yeah.
And they got media day in 12 days.
And what else could he say? And that was prior to
you're taking his words as fact in one instance, and then on the other instance, you're saying, what else can he say?
No, the fact I just uttered
as fact.
Was their record. Their record. I had nothing to do with what Steve said. I'm talking about their record. Fact is it was at its best last year when he didn't play basketball. The other fact is the comment he made about training camp is, I do take him at his word. He'll try if he's forced to, but that was also prior to 1,000 articles, interviews, comments, and standoffs. And here we are. We're not at a spot now where it's just is there a contract offer? Should they keep JK? No, there's $75 million on the table, and Jonathan is still saying no. So, and if he ends up on a qualifying offer, we've got free agents who are sitting there, have no idea necessarily how this is all going to play out. To act like both sides aren't wildly frustrated with one another is disingenuous. You know this. We all know
Well,
this.
there's frustration, and then there's just the reality of business. I don't think that Al Horford is sitting there on pins and needles waiting to have this decision be made. He's just waiting for it to be done so he can be a Warrior. And it's the same thing with D'Anthony Melton and maybe the same thing with GP2. I don't think that there is frustration on that front. Honestly, you're looking at a situation with Kaminga, and whatever he signs for, it'll be a number that they can still make these other things happen. And if Kaminga is holding out for that player option for year 3, the team's either going to budge or they're not going to budge. And if they don't budge, then he plays on the qualifying offer. And if he does that, And it is, I kind of agree with you. It's kind of a middle finger. Well, then the team will act accordingly. And maybe then it's a series of DNPs and it's a long string of, Kaminga, you'll play when we really, really need you. But otherwise, we're going to give you the Dario Saric treatment. And if that's what Kaminga wants, if Kaminga wants to go to that option, the nuclear option, well, then you're making your bed at a certain level.
Right, but don't you feel like...
And if the team's better without him, like you're saying, if they were patently better without him last year, and you're not wrong...
They were.
Well, then be patently better without him for 82 games.
Oh, well, I mean,
I dare you.
If that was the case, then just send him home, which I don't think that's what anyone wants. Like, everything you just described, don't you feel like that's a distraction?
It's already a distraction.
That's my point.
What's not a distraction is you cave in and you say, fine, player option for the third year. You get $75 million. You have a press conference, and JK says, I'm just happy. I'm happy to get my money. And they ask him about his role, and he says, you know what? After a lot of reflection, I'll play the role that they need me to play, blah, blah, blah. They make nice, and then the Warriors immediately, when able, they start shopping him, and they look to trade him like they did last year. That honestly...
Is that what you're advocating?
That's what the rat on the table is, brought to you by Adco Pest Control.
You want the Warriors to give him the player option for year 3?
Yes, so that he can be under contract, so that his salary slot will be, let's just say it's 22. I don't think it would be 25, 25, 25. It'd probably be 22, 25, and 28.
I have no idea.
So let's just pretend it's that. It's an escalating situation. And we've done it enough. We've done it enough. I mean, we've beaten that horse in the ground. But if it's 22 this year, all right, you got Kaminga at 22. Now Dunleavy's thinking, cool, I can work with 22 before the deadline.
It's a less attractive contract to trade with a player option.
But it's less attractive than 7.9 for a guy.
Well, that's not tradable at all.
Well, it is if he says yes.
Yes, exactly, which makes it not tradable.
But, it is if if the Lakers are like, cool, we'll take him, and Kaminga's like, yeah, I love LeBron.
Yeah.
It's tradable. But if you sign him to a 3-year deal, even if there's a player option, big deal. If Kaminga really is as good as Kaminga thinks, $28 million in year 3 is going to be a bargain.
Well, but they, again, I don't think the Warriors are looking at this in terms of the way Jonathan thinks. I think they're looking at it the way they think.
I think they're looking at it as, what can we do to get something out of this?
Remember that all of the contracts have been set up purposefully and perfectly to expire in 2 years, and the Warriors want max flexibility. So to just ask them to turn a year 3 deal at a fairly significant number into a player option is changing their books in a rather significant way. And I think it's just, it's a little flippant to be like, yeah, just do it. It'll be fine. It's not necessarily fine. And again, we are talking about a player who missed 30 games from injury last year. And if he does get hurt again, you get stuck with a contract, especially if it's a significant injury, or if things don't go the way, as you say, the way Jonathan thinks they'll go. If there isn't development, if he doesn't get better, if he's not that next guy who can take over when the others are retiring or whatever. That's not nothing. You can't just flippantly be like, that'll help us get it done, because you don't know that there is a trade out there. You can think it, but you don't know that there's a trade out there in February.
There's a trade out there in February.
You don't know that.
Well, there's a trade out there now, and there was a trade out there 2 months ago.
Well,
but
a trade that has to work for you.
But yeah, you didn't like it.
Yeah,
so
it has to be something that works for you.
Okay, fine. But if you have him at 7.9, there's no trade out there, and then he walks in April. So you sign him for whatever you can, even if it is with a player option. There's a trade out there.
I'd be so surprised if he does that, wouldn't you?
I would not be surprised if they did that. If they got to a point where...
I mean, as you said, it's a bad idea. It's a terrible agent.
Well, for the agent, that's not a bad idea. To get $75 million guaranteed.
No, the QO.
No. That's already...
Do you honestly think that, I do not think he'll do that. I'm not...
If he was Cam Thomas playing for a team that needed him to play 35 minutes and needed him to cook, go ahead. The only risk for Cam is injury, and it's a risk, but the upside for him is, look, I'm going to go average 24 again. We'll go 22-60. Who cares? I'm going to show everyone how good I really am, and then I'm going to get the bag. Okay, if you're Kaminga, you don't have that. Your team's not going to let you play 35 minutes and shoot 20 times a night. So for Kaminga, yes, that's a bad gamble. And, for Josh Giddey, similarly, he was like, you know what? I kind of like this team. I'll take 4 years and $100 million, and I'll be a Bulls, and, we'll see what happens. And they could trade me like OKC traded me, whatever. I got $100 million. So if I'm Kaminga, honestly, if I was Kaminga's agent, I would say, you know what, JK? Forget the player option. Let it be a team option because they're going to trade you. You won't be a Warrior.
Right, but then,
you won't be a Warrior past February.
Right, but then they trade him wherever that's the thing. They trade him where they want to trade him, and then he's stuck in that place for 2.5 years if he doesn't like it. And no,
but he'd be stuck here for 3 years, right?
I don't feel bad for him because that's not the way it works. Like, if you want to be traded, then it's always funny to me when people Anthony Davis this thing. Like, I hate that. Dame Lillard tried it. Hey, Portland, trade me to Miami. No. You want to be traded? Say you want to be traded. Then we'll trade you. We'll trade you where we want to trade you.
Right.
We drafted you. We've paid you. We developed you. Like, we get to trade you where we want to trade you.
It's different, though. Those guys had already made $300 million.
Exactly. But they still try to do it. They try to, tell you what their destination is. And there's a little tinge of that here with this player option, team option thing. I think Jonathan wants to have some say, like restricted free agency, in where he ends up. And the Warriors are like, sorry, we need to open this up to the whole league and get the best deal available.
Right.
And I don't think that's unfair. I really don't.
Well, even if there was a player option for year 3, the Warriors would have a year and a half to trade him where they want to trade him. So it's not like it's totally hamstringing the Warriors if it was a player option. And if you're Kaminga, if I was his agent, I'd be saying, look, let's get the $75 million. Your option, their option, who cares? They're going to trade you. Yeah. We both know that. They've already tried to trade you. The bird in the hand is worth far more than 2 in the bush because if you play on the qualifying offer and you get 8, let's just say that the Warriors play you like they did last year, which is, you're a 6th man, you're a 9th man, whatever, and then you go out and you're a free agent and you get 3 years and $45 million. How much money would you be giving up?
A lot.
Just because you want to have that freedom.
Yeah, a lot. But I think it's a big deal. The player option, team option thing, I think is a big deal.
No, it's a big deal to them, obviously.
Clearly. I think the Warriors think it's a non-starter. And it does make it a less tradable contract. Let's go to Yancey in Oakland. Hi, Yancey. Thanks for the call. What's up? You're on with Willard and Dibs. Hello, Yancey.
Yancey.
Is Yancey up?
Is Yancey riding with pods to the game? Go on.
Okay. Give us a call back, Yancey.
Yeah, come on, Yancey.
957-957. During that conversation, Manny Machado, Grand Slam, San Diego, 6, Mets, 2, bottom 5.
Okay. And what does that mean?
Nothing.
Thank you.
I mean, I'd rather be 2 out than 3 out.
Right.
Like I'm not gonna.
And 2 out is 3 out, but we won't get into that.
I'm gonna keep 1 eye on it. I'm gonna keep 2 eyes on it. I'm just not gonna let my hopes get up.
Again?
No.
You've already buried him twice. How many times can the guy bury a team?
Yeah, that's it. And to be real with you, I don't know where you were on this. My hopes didn't really get up, even last week.
Friday night.
I was excited. Friday
Grand
night.
Slam.
Yes.
My hopes got up.
I mean. Yeah, okay, for 15 hours.
For a night, yeah.
Yeah, for 15 hours.
And it's not only because they won, they beat the Dodgers, but they did it like that. Yep. And you started to think about, like, Joe Morgan in 82. You started to think about Brian Johnson and other great moments in Giants history against the Dodgers.
Yeah.
And for a moment, for a night, you started to think about, what if this Patrick Bailey right-handed hitting walk-off grand slam, what if this actually turns into the latest Giants over Dodgers moment?
And then you have dinner the very next night, and the Giants put up a 4 spot in the bottom of the first.
Right.
It was at that moment where I'm like, all right, I'm all in, and it lasted 42 minutes.
About right.
42 minutes. So yeah, whatever. We had a weird night, but no, I'm not letting the hopes get up. But sure, go Pods. That's fun. Valkyries season comes down to tonight, everybody. Y'all know this. It's winner go home game 2. Minnesota Lynx in town. 7 o'clock start. The game is here on 95.7 The Game. Also on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. You download the app, you search Valkyries, that's how you do it. Our pregame coverage is going to begin with Grandy and Kevin Dana at 6:30. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, and northbound 280 is definitely tough as you're headed toward Oracle Park. You're also seeing some definite delays on northbound 101 from 280. And if you're using the Bay Bridge, those backups begin at the Toll Plaza.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey everybody, Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. They're deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering their community, which is my community. I've been a customer now for 7 years in Fremont Bank, celebrating 61 years in business. When they started it back in 1964, they built a local ecosystem created around relationships that benefit all of us here in the Bay Area. They're a proudly independent bank. They're not a big box bank, so when you deposit your money, it stays local. Right here, they reinvest it into nonprofits and businesses, corporate philanthropy, and home ownership, and everything else that makes the Bay Area so great. All your hard-earned money stays here, and it works all around you for people that you know, your neighbors, and your friends. They got 21 branches throughout the Bay Area. You need to go in and see exactly for yourself what full-service banking actually looks like. And it's a bank that supports local nonprofits, and they make many meaningful grants for the betterment of our Bay Area communities. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate right? Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off at 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at CeremonyFord.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
So you know how newscasts, remember newscasts?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
I used to work on a bunch of them.
6 o'clock and 11 o'clock, they'd come on, they would do the news. I mean, I think on some level they still do, but...
I used to work for Kron 4, back when was the
Nice.
sports guy, Gary Radnich, Tom Sinkovitz, Pam Moore, your anchors, and I was running the teleprompter, and I would work all the way through the 11 o'clock show, and I was working 2 jobs at the time, and so I'd get to the 11 o'clock show, and your boy would be tired, and I'd be in the B block running prompter, and I'd start nodding off, and then occasionally I'd fall asleep, and I'd hear this, hey, and I'd look over, and it was Pam Moore, basically MFing me to wake up and roll the prompter forward. Pam Moore.
That feels
Legend.
like a fireable offense. What?
I was tired.
Yeah, I get it, but dog,
Dude,
we're doing a show.
That's kind of what it was.
Yeah.
And so occasionally she'd have to go to the hard copy script. Meanwhile, in Menlo Park, there was a jaywalker who, and I'm like, and I'm just slow rolling it. And she's like, move it up. So anyway, newscasts.
Like the news director never reprimanded you or anything?
I mean, I wasn't out cold. There was when you fall asleep and you're in a chair and you start to
yeah, do it all. It's called watching any TV show or movie.
Totally. And you start to do the nod.
Oh my God.
Bobbing and weaving.
Yeah.
And so, Pam would finish her lead into and we go live to, and I mean, Emerald Ye has the story from Los Altos. And she'd throw the tape and she'd be like, hey. I'd be, wait, who's he? And I'd look, she'd go, move it up. And I'd look at the prompter, I'd be like, oh, Schmidt, I'm a couple stories behind here. I need to scroll this baby forward. Anyway, newscast, am I right?
She wouldn't get mad at you after it was over?
She was 30-something years in. It wasn't the first time that somebody botched the prompter on her.
Who cares?
And she is, I don't want to was her because she still is with us. Wonderful, wonderful anchor. Lovely woman. So no, she would never dial up the news director and say, get this bum out of here.
The reason I asked though, because
Newscasts.
you're familiar with a kicker story.
Oh yeah.
Right? And no, it's not about Jake Moody.
No, and I love the tease, too. Coming up next, a puppy who did a mischievous thing in Danville. That's next. You know.
Yeah, well, you want to know how the Dodgers got Roki Sasaki?
Kicker?
Toilets.
Come on.
Stan Kasten.
You should have teased it going in. Coming up, a story about a pitcher
coming up
and a toilet.
Want to know how the Giants' shot at Sasaki got flushed? That's next.
That's a 4.
Stan Kasten, president of the Dodgers.
While we were recruiting Roki Sasaki, we were deep into the planning for modernizing our clubhouse, which we had begun planning for the year before when we were recruiting Shohei. And it was late in the game, and Roki asked the question, are you going to have, fancy Japanese toilets? And for any of you who have ever been overseas, particularly Japan, these are real works of art and works of function. And I said, well, why do you ask? Is that important? He says, oh, yeah, that's really important. And I said, oh, yeah, then we're having them in there. And so overnight we changed our plans, and now the entire locker room has these fancy Japanese toilets, which come with, consoles, and he knew how to work them. And our first day back after our trip, I walked them into the bathroom. I showed him, we've got the Japanese toilets, just like we always planned.
Right. There you go. They had consoles, and he knows how to use them.
Yeah. I mean, consoles. So you've got a toilet, maybe it's a urinal, and you've got like a TV and video games. What are we talking about?
I don't know. Probably got a bidet in there.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what a fancy Japanese toilet is, but the Dodgers have them.
I know what we have here.
The Giants should probably have some fancy toilets.
Probably should have.
Yeah. Sasaki, Dodgers.
Right.
Yamamoto, Dodgers. Otani, Dodgers. Dog, get me some toilets in Oracle Park.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Arson Judge probably didn't even ever get to that point to where he got to gaze at a urinal. I know what we have here. We've got 2 toilets and a urinal, and we've got signs in the bathroom. Signs, everywhere signs.
They got taken down.
I know they did, and I wonder why.
Yeah, who took them down?
Did we send? And for those of you not in the know of the bit, there was a sign that was emphasizing those of us who stand and deliver to focus on our accuracy. Yeah. So I wonder if we didn't, as a collective, get to the point where our shooting percentage was high enough to where the signs came down.
Same signs that they put in the kicker room for the 49ers. You need to shoot straighter. And he didn't, so they fired him.
We're tired of having there be a mess around here,
I think.
Jake.
Yeah, I think we did, and so the signs came down.
There you go.
Yeah.
And he didn't, and so now we've got Eddie Pinheiro.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's earned Eddie Dinero yet when you come out and you miss your first kick.
Don't miss an extra point. But his field goals, he's perfect on field goals.
Okay.
And they split the uprights, Dibs. They were right between the eyes. They were right down Broadway.
Yeah.
In a dome.
That matters less to me than the fact that they just go through the uprights.
Yeah, you got to go through.
Yeah.
You got to make your kicks. So, anyway, another opportunity for him to audition for the rest of the year this weekend at Levi Stadium.
Okay. And
weather's supposed to be wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, it sure is wonderful right now. And
yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, I mean, Arizona coming in. We don't know yet who the Niner quarterback will be, but we'll get more into it tomorrow, and we can maybe reach out to somebody connected to Arizona to get a sense of, what do they have, especially defensively? Because the big question or concern I have is this Niner run game. John Feliciano, don't call him Joe, joined us yesterday and said, you know what, the Niners are, man, they're so close to a great run game. They're going to break one. And then earlier today, we were talking about it, and the sense is, we're close. We're just one block away. Kyle Shanahan, we're close to really breaking it and having a great ground game. So I wonder about Arizona's front, their run defense against a Niner run game that I'm being told is just maybe one play away from a really big one.
Yeah, I'm looking at Arizona's got a pretty good overall DVOA so far this year.